Chapters 1-inch shrimp. The moment Gao Peng opened his eyes, he saw a strange place. Ancient constructs and furnishings, and even people in ancient clothing in the distance. He was immediately stunned. F***CK. Big guy, go all out and beat him up. This lecher actually dares to provoke and play with our goddess, let's not let him off. Fight, hit him ruthlessly, if you beat me to death, count me in. From the very beginning, Gao Peng did not retaliate, he did not defend at all. Furthermore, his physique was weak to begin with, so he did not retaliate nor retaliate. However, when a wave of fists and kicks descended on him, he was completely stunned, because a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Super Automatic Divinity System has been officially activated. Automatically scan host's attributes. Scanning complete. Host. Gao Peng physique. None bloodline. None cultivation level. Fighter 2 Dan martial skills. Heaven shaking fist entry. Super automated god system. What the hell was this? My golden fingers. Or is it a prerequisite for the main character? At this moment, Gao Peng's mind was completely blank, and he unknowingly muttered to himself. However, before he could react, another system notification rang out. Host's enemy detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name. Wang Jian physique. None bloodline. Fire Wolf bloodline cultivation stage. Level 1 martial master martial skills. Yellow rank martial skill. Thunderbolt palm. Large success. Name. Liao Xing physique. None bloodline. Hedgehog bloodline cultivation stage. Fighter 9 Dan martial skills. Yellow rank martial skill. Lighting leg. Small success. The number of enemies detected by the host will automatically reach its maximum. The enemy is a level 1 martial master, will automatically become a level 2 martial master. The enemy's bloodline is the Fire Wolf bloodline. The Fire Wolf bloodline will be activated automatically for the host. The enemy's strongest martial skill is yellow rank martial skill. Thunderbolt palm, large success, will automatically grant the host, Thunderbolt palm, full mastery. At the same time, Gao Peng felt as if he had been baptized in something. His originally weak body instantly strengthened, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. It was as if a patient who had been bedridden for many years had suddenly recovered, and the change was remarkable. Boom! Gao Peng moved his body subconsciously, and with a single movement, the people who were punching and kicking him immediately flew out, their speed countless of times faster than when they were rushing over. Gao Peng was stunned by this scene. He clearly didn't use too much strength, but these people were actually easily blown away by him. This, not only Gao Peng, even everyone present revealed a shocked expression, because Gao Peng's performance was beyond their expectations. This piece of trash, did it suddenly explode? But how was that possible? No matter how much a trash exploded, he would not be able to instantly send a martial master flying, even if he was careless. Moreover, there was not only one martial master attacking this trash just now. There were 4 to 5 people who attacked just now, but in the end, all of them were sent flying. Chapters 2 inches. How is this possible? When did this trash become so powerful? I must be mistaken, right? Wang Jian has the strength of a martial master, how can he be sent flying in an instant? Everyone present was shocked by the scene in front of them. However, when they recovered from their shock, they felt a deep sense of doubt. Countless young geniuses were enchanted by her, wishing that they could give up everything and marry into the Chu family. However, so far, no one had been able to move her heart. As Chu Shui stood on the high platform with a face full of shock, she could only see her cherry lips slightly opening. She did not know about the useless young master of the Shattered Star City, Gao Peng. From the many people present, she had already heard that Gao Peng was an evil person. Just a moment ago, she already clearly knew how despicable this trash who was called Trash was. He actually dared to mess with her. Moreover, his words were simply unbearable to look at. It was a good thing that there were a lot of people here. Many people that had fallen for her had rushed forward impatiently to teach this detestable fellow a lesson. However, not only did the people who rushed up failed to teach that damnable fellow a lesson, in fact, he had been mercilessly sent flying. This was how things had turned out. Isn't he a loser? Or could it be that he has been hiding his true strength all this time? Chu Shui frowned her willow leaf eyebrows, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. It could be seen how much she loathed Gao Peng at this time. Gao Peng looked around blankly, realizing that there were already many people lying around him, and every single one of them were wailing in pain, and practically no one could get up instantly. He looked at his hands again. At the same time, something that didn't belong to him began to slowly surface in his mind. For a moment, he couldn't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. His eyes also revealed a lifeless look, but this state didn't last long, and his eyes slowly recovered their clarity. So, I really did transmigrate, but this identity that I transmigrated to is too bizarre. Gao Peng smiled bitterly at first. This memory that did not belong to him had already fused with his own, so he naturally knew the identity of this body that he now occupied, as well as the relationships he had with others. Of course, he also inherited the humiliation inflicted on this body. In just a short moment, his eyes revealed a light that even he couldn't identify. Since the heavens have given me a second chance, then I will no longer feel wronged. In this life, I will no longer be ordinary. At this moment, the aura around his body began to change. He didn't even notice it himself, but the dumbstruck people sensed it. They just didn't believe it and still thought it was just an illusion. Chapters 3. Wang Jian climbed back up with much difficulty. His face was a mix of green and white as he looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. Impossible, that's impossible. A dog that likes to bark doesn't bite. Gao Peng said leisurely. I'd like to see how long you, a piece of trash, can continue to act so arrogantly. After all, trash is still trash. With that, Wang Jian circulated his true qi, and the gigantic true qi enveloped his body, then slowly flowed towards his palm. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and chopped out with his palm. The air was filled with the sound of strong wind and there was even a faint sound of thunder. They arrived so quickly that it caused others to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Thunderbolt palm. This is the Wang family's thunderbolt palm. I heard that when the thunderbolt palm is refined to perfection, it can produce a shocking thunder sound with one palm. It's very mighty, and it's said that its power is also very strong. Once it's cultivated to perfection, it's even more powerful, and the sound of thunder is almost deafening. So strong, could it be that this is a profound rank martial skill? No, this is only the yellow rank, but you must not underestimate it. Although the thunderbolt palm is only at the yellow rank, it is not at the profound rank either. When everyone saw Wang Jian's martial skill, they were all extremely shocked. The reason why Wang Jian had refined the thunderbolt palm to the large success stage was because of him. Facing Wang Jian's palm, Gao Peng slightly narrowed his eyes, and welcomed the palm strike without dodging. The sound of thunder immediately sounded, and even covered the sound of Wang Jian's thunderclaps. Heavens! Oh my God! Isn't this the sound of thunder? Could it be? Right now, everyone was unable to describe how they were feeling. Almost at the same time, everyone felt like they had been short-circuited. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and it was as though thunder and lightning were striking each other. An unbearable piercing sound immediately exploded in the air, and at the same time, streams of junchi swirled around the 2 palms. Boom! A figure flew over at an extremely fast speed. No one present could clearly see who was flying over, but they knew that there was definitely someone who was instantly defeated. The collision sound in the air continued to reverberate in the air, and only after a while did it gradually disappear. It was also at this time that they finally had time to see who had lost. Available. When they clearly saw who was defeated, they were all dumbstruck. No matter how hard they thought, they could not think of this result. Isn't this Wang Jian? Is this fake? How could Wang Jian lose in an instant? Wang Jian has refined the thunderbolt palm to the large success stage, how can he not be that trash's match? At this time, everyone's mood could be imagined. It was just like a test. The comparison between a bookworm and a failure was actually a victory for the bookworm. How could this not shock them? I got it, I know why now. I had already suspected before, that the trash was actually using the same palm technique, and I didn't pay much attention to it when I started, but thinking about it now, isn't that the thunderbolt palm? And its power is even stronger than Wang Jian's. How is this possible? The thunderbolt palm is Wang Jian's martial skill, how could that piece of trash possibly learn it? It must be a palm technique similar to a human's, I definitely do not believe that it is the thunderbolt palm. Chapters 4. While everyone was still in shock, Wang Jian had practically collapsed, because he was 100% certain that Gao Peng was using the thunderbolt palm, and one that had even cultivated to the perfection. How is this possible? How could you know the thunderbolt palm? This is the Wang clan's secret martial skill. Who did you learn it from? Wang Jian's face was now filled with shock. You can learn it just by looking at it. However, what came out of your mouth was a martial skill that could be learned just by looking at it. You don't have to be afraid to flick your tongue when you're boasting. Wang Jian was currently depressed to the point of spitting blood, but he was unable to refute. Gao Peng had indeed used the Thunderbolt Palm, and had even reached the level of perfection. A person who had cultivated the Thunderbolt Palm to the great perfection stage seemed to not have any problems criticizing someone who was only at the mastery stage. However, at this moment, everyone was covering their faces in speechlessness. Do you have to be so harsh with your words? This was simply asking to die from anger. Whose martial arts could be learned just by looking at them? Even a monster wouldn't be able to do it, right? Everyone was speechless at first, but then they realized one of the most important problems was this piece of trash's cultivation level. Everyone knew that Gao Peng was a person who lacked a bloodline and was only a warrior of the second level. However, the performance that he displayed when fighting with Wang Jian was not limited to just martial artists. He was at least a martial master. A martial master. At this age, only those with high talent were able to reach the martial master realm. Who said that Gao Peng took the last condition, but the first one made it impossible for everyone to understand. He was already a well-known piece of trash, how did he suddenly become so powerful? Everyone was confused. Good, you're fine. I never thought that you would hide your cultivation so well, and not only that, you even secretly cultivate the Wang family's Thunderbolt Palm. I want to see what else you are hiding. I don't believe that trash has the bloodline and physique. Trash is trash after all. No matter how much you endure, it's useless. Wang Jian slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The moment he finished speaking, his entire body slowly surged with flames. Soon after, a flaming wolf appeared behind him. Although it was a bit blurry, everyone could still see that it was Fire Wolf. Oh my god, this is the Wang clan's Fire Wolf bloodline. I never thought that Wang Jian would actually inherit the Wang clan's Fire Wolf bloodline. This piece of trash is doomed. No matter how much he hides his cultivation, people without a bloodline will still be suppressed, not to mention the Wang family's Fire Wolf bloodline. When everyone present saw Wang Jian's bloodline, they all revealed expressions of shock, and even gloated at Gao Peng. Gao Peng had never looked at Wang Jian from the beginning till the end. Only now did he slowly raise his head and said, "Don't be agitated, I'm not in a hurry to kill you. First, you need to slowly gather your energy." Everyone was speechless. What time is it? He was actually bragging here. Could it be that this trash did not know that the longer Wang Jian brewed, the more powerful the amplification? Chapters 5. Or could it be that this guy knew he was no match and had given up on resisting? That was possible. After mulling over for a long time, there isn't even a sound of fart. Wasting my time. I presume that trash like you doesn't even have a bloodline or physique. Trash is trash, trash like you can only look up to me. The longer Wang Jian meditated, the more confident he became. It was as if he had long forgotten about the matter of him being defeated in one strike. Wang Jian regained his confidence once again, and looked at Gao Peng with a teasing expression. At the same time, he once again charged forward. The palm struck out, thunder and fire intersected. Facing Wang Jian's aggressive attacks, Gao Peng stood at his original position without dodging at all, and then a huge firelight appeared behind him. At the same time, a gigantic wolf form appeared. This wolf was even bigger than Wang Jian's Fire Wolf form, and it was more realistic and lifelike. When the giant flame wolf was completely revealed, the comparison between the two sides showed that the huge flame wolf was many times stronger than Wang Jian. At this time, Wang Jian had already closed in. Gao Peng struck out with his palm without changing his expression, showing a relaxed expression on his face. Bam! The two palms collided, and a deafening explosion resounded. What no one expected was that the Fire Wolf phantom behind Wang Jian broke into pieces and he was sent flying. Boom! This time, as Wang Jian flew out, he not only spat out blood, his entire body was like a fountain, blood spewing out from his mouth and mouth. If one looked carefully, one would see that Wang Jian's arm was already hanging down, like a soft meat without bones. Bang! Even when Wang Jian crashed into the group of people, it did not cause the slightest bit of panic. Cough, cough, when Wang Jian spat out another mouthful of blood, everyone finally reacted. It was as if they were all awakened from a dream. Is this the power of a bloodline? Was that trash using the power of his bloodline? Didn't they say that he is a trash with no constitution or bloodline? Why was he using the power of his bloodline at this time? This can't also be hidden, right? He is. When did the power of the bloodline awaken? Everyone looked at Gao Peng as if they had seen a ghost. This was completely different from what they had heard. Could it be that this trash had been hiding his strength all along? No, didn't you notice? Not only is he using the power of his bloodline, the power of his bloodline is also much stronger than Wang Jian's. It's simply impossible to compare. Oh my god, if I am truly dreaming, then quickly wake up. Everyone present had long been shocked by Gao Peng. The impact that Gao Peng had on them at this time was simply too great, to the point that no one dared to imagine it. Especially since a well-known piece of trash had suddenly risen in power, no one knew what to do. Chapter 6 inches. Not bad, not bad, this system is really powerful, it doesn't need me to train hard enough to crush everything. After dealing with Wang Jian once again with ease, Gao Peng was even more satisfied with this system. When did you activate the bloodline's power? Why is the power of your bloodline so strong? Once he finished speaking, huge flames emerged from Gao Peng's surroundings and approached him step by step. From start to finish, he did not bring forth the power of his bloodline. Go to hell to find the answer. Could it be, he wants to kill Wang Jian? My god, is he not afraid of the Wang family? Once we kill Wang Jian, we will definitely suffer the wrath of the players. Don't tell me he's not afraid. When the people present heard what Gao Peng said, they were all stunned. Everyone could not help but think of one word, madman. He was absolutely a madman that did not care about the consequences. Otherwise, how could he have done such a terrifying thing? You can't kill me. If you kill me, my Wang family will definitely not let you go. Wang Jian had actually already been scared silly, it was just that his instinct for survival made him uncontrollably blurt out those words. If it was before, no one would think that Gao Peng could kill Wang Jian, but now that they had witnessed Gao Peng's power, no one could doubt him anymore. At this point, everyone had a new impression of him. This must be a lunatic. Hee, the Wang family won't let me off. Gao Peng laughed softly, and said without care, I wish for more, I even more hope that the Wang family can send someone stronger to take revenge, don't be so polite with me. Madman, this was a complete madman. At this moment, no one had any doubts. How could a normal person have such terrifying thoughts? Only madmen could say such words. Everyone present did not doubt him, because when Gao Peng said those words, she did not have any sort of pretentious expression, only a faint sense of anticipation. Wait, expectation, could it be, was he really not afraid of the revenge from the Wang family? If he really killed Wang Jian, then he would truly have to endure the anger of the Wang family. But how could the people present know that Gao Peng was even more eager to see the Wang family's fury? If the Wang family didn't send out more powerful people to take revenge, how could he step on their shoulders and go even higher? Madman, you are a complete madman. At this time, Wang Jian had long ago ignored his own injuries, and scrambled to escape. But, not to mention that he was currently injured, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to escape from Gao Peng's grasp. Because Gao Peng's strength could completely crush him, bam, Gao Peng caught up to him within a few steps, and with a palm strike, Wang Jian was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone quickly dodged, afraid that they would be struck by the fist. Beg, ask, please put it away, after me, as long as you're letting me go. Me, what is it? I can promise you anything. Wang Jian spat out blood as he struggled to beg for his life. Right now, he didn't care about dignity. Whether he could survive or not was the most important thing. Chapter 7. However, Gao Peng acted as if he did not hear it, and smashed down with his palm full of golden lightning directly. Boom, brother, you must kill him for me, kill this trash. He almost killed me. Because of his outstanding talent, he was selected by a sect. This was why he was able to support the Wang family. At the same time, the situation of the three great families was also unfolding. Gao Peng, why did you kill my younger brother? Wang Kun glared and roared at Gao Peng. It's just an itch, how can there be so many reasons? Gao Peng waved his hand indifferently. What's more, he was the one who started it, now that his skills are inferior to others, can you blame me? Everyone was speechless. Why did these words sound so infuriating? It was as if Wang Jian was a cat or dog. Everyone knew that what Gao Peng said was true, but they did not know why he said it out loud. These words caused Wang Jian to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a flip of his eyes, he fainted. This scene was completely unexpected for everyone present, even Wang Kun was stunned. Everyone was speechless. All of them looked at Gao Peng with strange eyes, as though to say, "Look, you're so angry that people are spitting blood, why are your mouths so harsh?" "Good, very good, since your hands are itchy, then let's fight. I will let you know what it means to be inferior in techniques," Wang Kun said with incomparable fury. However, Gao Peng did not immediately agree. Instead, he sized up Wang Kun, and it was as if he had picked out a satisfactory object. This action left everyone speechless. They no longer knew what to use to describe Gao Peng. Today, Gao Peng's actions had shocked them greatly, and at the same time, had brought them immense shock and influence. Seeing the look in Gao Peng's eyes, Wang Kun was fuming with rage, and bellowed, "If you have the guts, then we'll fight, regardless of life or death." Gao Peng shook his head at this moment. At the same time, they looked at Gao Peng with contempt. As expected, trash or trash, no matter how long one tries to endure, they are still unable to match up to a genius. After all, Wang Kun was the #1 genius of the Shattered Star City. How could this trash possibly be a match for Wang Kun? Just when everyone was thinking like this, "You, too weak, I have no interest in you at all. How about calling your father to challenge me? I would be happy to accept your father's challenge." Gao Peng's words did not stop there. The moment he said those words, everyone present immediately knelt down. Could there really be something wrong with this fellow's head? Or was he a madman? A crazy, desperate man? Initially, he had thought that the other party's shake of his head was a rejection. Who would have thought that the other party would actually say such arrogant and ignorant words? Furthermore, from his tone, he could feel a strong sense of disgust. It did not seem fake. Chapters 8. Oh my god. A trash that everyone knew about, actually detested the #1 genius of the Shattered Star City. Not only did he despise the #1 genius of the Shattered Star City, he even threatened to let his patriarch challenge him. What a crazy sentence. To think that you would dare to say such arrogant and ignorant words. He's really thick-skinned and reckless. However, Chu Shui said without any hesitation, "No need, I want to see if he's really capable or if he's bluffing." But, Chu Shui stared at the servant girl, only then did she calm down, and only looked down angrily at Gao Peng. Wang Kun was furious. A piece of trash actually dared to look down on him. This caused his heart to immediately explode. No matter what, he was still the #1 genius of the Broken Stars. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner in front of him? It was already great that he didn't mind others, but now a good-for-nothing dared to look at him in such a manner. He could no longer tolerate it. "Gao Peng, you're too arrogant." Wang Kun glared, his entire face revealing an extremely furious expression. "Your ignorance angered me. I will let you know, my dignity is not to be trifled with." Instantly, everyone present dodged aside, afraid that they would be implicated if anything went wrong. Gao Peng is about to be done for at this time. Who asked her to be so arrogant, and not to boast without strength, especially when facing the #1 genius, Wang Kun? Gao Peng boasted shamelessly and had the patriarch of Wang family come to challenge him. How dare he speak like that? Even the Gao family clan leader might not be a match for the Wang clan patriarch. Why would he dare to speak like that? This is simply courting death. Sudden outburst had already caused some people to feel out of balance. At this moment, they wanted to see Gao Peng being beaten down from the mortal world once again. Facing the incomparably furious Wang Kun, Gao Peng was still as calm as before. "Forget it, you just barely made it as my opponent." Everyone covered their faces in unison. Heavens, what gave you the confidence to say that the #1 genius of the Shattered Star City was weak? Furthermore, your mouth is just too harsh. As soon as you start talking, you start hurting people. Don't tell me you not only suddenly burst with power, but also have the ability to damage people. Good, good, very good. Wang Kun laughed from extreme anger. He pointed at Gao Peng and said, "Since you said I'm weak, then let's fight. Regardless of life or death, do you dare to accept?" Gao Peng shook his head slightly, sighed and said, "Even though it's a little weak, it's still passable, but I prefer to challenge your father." Gao Peng did not care how furious Wang Kun was. As he continued to talk to himself, he also slowly walked over. The crowd was speechless once again. Although they were gradually getting used to his way of speaking, they still felt that his mouth was too harsh. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary injury. It was the kind of injury that could cause one to vomit blood. Wang Jian was an example of this. Chapters 9 inches. Do you really only know how to shoot your mouth off there? If you have the ability, then come and fight to the death. Sensing everyone's gazes and what Gao Peng had said, Wang Kun stared angrily, and said while gritting his teeth. Gao Peng's heart was incomparably disappointed as he spoke with eyes full of disdain. Forget it, I'll settle this matter with you first. The patriarch of the Wang family will definitely come looking for us. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. He Jun, the He clan's young patriarch is here. This is going to be exciting. I didn't expect the He family's young master to come as well. The number 1 genius of Shattered Star City has just reunited with the number 2. This is much more interesting. I wonder what Gao Peng would think when he sees He Jun. Would he be as arrogant as he was before? It was known to all that He Jun and Wang Kun were good brothers, and at the same time, because both of them possessed incomparable talent, it was common to see the two of them coming out together. Previously, Wang Kun would definitely look unsatisfied if he was being looked down upon time and time again. At that time, the number 1 genius of Shattered Star City and the second day would forcefully work together. Would he still be as stubborn as he was before? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. The commotion among the crowd also attracted Gao Peng's attention. He looked towards the crowd and saw that everyone had already opened up a path, and a person walked out. This was a young man dressed in luxurious robes. His handsome face was even more prominent than Wang Kun. Furthermore, his entire body was revealing the temperament of a noble. What if you include me? Could I invite you to a fight to the death? He Jun's face revealed an enchanting smile. Without waiting for Gao Peng to reply, He Jun turned to Wang Kun and said, Brother Wang, I came late and allowed this arrogant guy to come for so long. It's time to let him know what to say and what not to say. Seeing He Jun's appearance, Wang Kun's anger had clearly subsided a lot as he waved his hand and said, I won't lower myself to the same level as this kind of person, but I must make him pay the price for what he has said. How is it? Will the two of us be able to enter your eyes? Wang Kun looked at Gao Peng sarcastically. Gao Peng sized He Jun up once more, and the scrutiny in his eyes was the same as before. This action of his was immediately captured in the eyes of everyone present. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was already at a loss as to what to say to Gao Peng, as they had never seen someone act so arrogantly, to the point where they were completely naked. Wang Kun, however, did not become angry because of this. Instead, he sarcastically said, What? Do you not dare to? Before, who dares to say that I'm weak? You, weak, Gao Peng said without hesitation. He did not even pause a bit, and his eyes even revealed a look of contempt. Do you think that the combination of 2 weak dregs would be equal to that of a peerless expert? The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. The expression on their faces could no longer be described as speechless. Was there anyone who would use such a metaphor? He compared himself to a peerless expert, yet he still dared to say it out loud. How shameless was he? And you even compare the number 1 genius of the Shattered Star City to the second genius as 2 weak people. How confident are you to be able to say such words? Chapters 10. The corner of He Jun's mouth also twitched, and his face was gradually covered in frost. Before he came, he didn't know that Gao Peng's mouth would become so damaged. What is it? From the looks of it, you seem to be incredibly angry. Gao Peng shot a glance at He Jun, and said disdainfully, But I advise you to not worry about it. Why not call your father over? At that time, I will naturally be willing to accompany you. Heavens, can't you shut your mouth for a moment? In this short period of time, you have already provoked 2 clans with the same rank as the Gao family. Even if it was Gao Jingming, he wouldn't be able to handle 2 families. At this moment, everyone present didn't know how to describe their feelings and could only feel their eyes widen. Not only did Gao Peng suddenly burst with powerful strength, he also erupted with power that caused people to respect him. Courage, Gao Peng, Gao Peng. The two of them simultaneously let out an angry roar. Their bodies emitted different colored rays of light, and their weapons also appeared in their hands. A gigantic wolf image appeared behind Wang Kun. This wolf image was dark purple in color and its size was much larger than Wang Jian's, making it look even more powerful. However, a Xuanwu turtle appeared behind He Jun. This Xuanwu turtle was deep blue in color, and its body was extremely huge. The two of them had actually activated their bloodline power at the same time. It could be seen that they were not lightly angered at all. Ding! Host's enemy detected. Scanning. Scanning complete. Name: Wang Kun Physique. Magic Wolf Physique Bloodline. Shadow Devil Wolf Cultivation Stage. Martial Master Level 9 Martial Skills. Yellow Rank Martial Skill, Thunderbolt Palm, Perfection Profound Rank Martial Skill, Falling Dust Hand, Entry Name, He-Jun Physique, Mysterious Water Physique Bloodline, Arctic Tortoise Level, First Level of the Martial Grand Master Martial Skills, Profound Rank Martial Technique, Returning to 1, Small Success Profound Rank Martial Technique, Falling Leaf Steps, Large Success the number of enemies detected by the host will automatically reach its maximum. The enemy's realm is First Level Martial Grand Master, will automatically be raised to Second Level Martial Grand Master for the host. The enemy's bloodline is the Arctic Turtle, it will automatically awaken the bloodline of the Icicle King for the host. The enemy's physique is Mystical Water Physique, the Scaled Python's body will automatically be activated for the host. The enemy's strongest martial skill is the initial Profound Rank Martial Skill, Return to 1, and the Profound Rank Martial Skill, Falling Leaf Steps, will automatically be granted to the host's Profound Rank Martial Skill, Burning the Innate Scripture, and the Profound Rank Martial Skill, Thunderclap Steps, will be perfected. Following the series of system notifications, the expression on Gao Peng's face became incomparably delicate. Even in the face of the attacks of the two people, he seemed to be unmoved. But Gao Peng could not help but look at He-Jun. This was really a scheming B***tch, he never thought that he would hide it so well. If the system wasn't here, no one would know his true strength. Fortunately, when they wanted to take action against him, all information was completely grasped by him. At the same time, his strength would instantly increase to the point where he could crush them. Facing the attacks of two people, Gao Peng expressed that his heart was unaffected. The two people in front of him were too weak. When they attacked, they had already lost their true value. He no longer cared about her. Chapters 11 Only when the two of them reached Gao Peng did he begin to move his body. A voice that sounded like thunder came from beneath his feet. No one was able to see his figure at all, and they could only hear the thunderous sound of one after another. How can his speed be so fast? Even if I used all my eyesight, I could only see the afterimage. However, while they were still in shock, a figure directly appeared in front of them, and it was as though someone had smashed down from the sky. Is this Wang Kun? Everyone was flabbergasted. When they clearly saw who this figure was, they were truly shocked beyond belief. This was the number one genius of Shattered Star City, however, at this moment, lying in front of them like a dead dog. The figure that used to be so high up in the sky now appeared in the minds of everyone present. It slowly overlapped with the figure they had seen when they were alive. At this moment, their current state of mind could no longer be described as shocked. What do you see? Wang Kun attacked out of anger, and even activated the power of his bloodline, yet he was still defeated in an instant. Am I dreaming? Wang Kun definitely did not hold back, but he still lost. Is Gao Peng really that powerful? We've always been caught up in the appearance he told us about, but I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply. The crowd burst into an uproar. The scene in front of them gave them an unimaginable impact. This was the number one genius of the Shattered Star City. Who would have thought this would happen? He-Jun was also completely dumbfounded, especially when he realized that the Wang Kun beside him had already disappeared. He appeared to be at a loss of what to do. How could this be? This was not what he had expected at all. While everyone was in shock, Gao Peng slowly stepped forward and appeared in front of them. Gao Peng looked down at Wang Kun and said, If this goes beyond my expectations. I thought you could play with me for a while, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. You truly disappoint me. At this moment, Gao Peng's face revealed a deep disgust and disappointment. This incomparably rich expression made Wang Kun, who was already severely injured, directly spurt out another mouthful of blood. A look of unwillingness appeared on his face as he struggled to stand up. How could Gao Peng let him stand up again? He stomped his foot on his chest and said with slight force, Since you're so weak, aren't you ashamed living in this world? Do not come out as a weakling and embarrass yourself. I feel ashamed for you, and you even wasted such a beautiful air, and even more so, wasted the floor here. Tell me, can I still spare you? Every time Gao Peng spoke, the strength of his feet would increase by a bit. Wang Kun spat out a mouthful after mouthful of blood, and it was unknown whether he was angry or injured by Gao Peng's stomps. They only knew that Wang Kun was in a miserable state. Not only was his body dyed red with blood, he did not even have the chance to speak. His face revealed the color of a pig's liver, which showed just how sullen he was in his heart. Chapters 12 At this time, everyone present all held their breaths, afraid that the moment a sound came out, Gao Peng would mercilessly stomp on them. At that time, the number one genius of the Shattered Star City was about to go to bed. Stop. He Jun's heart was in a mess, he was really afraid that Gao Peng's brain would spasm and kill him. Don't tell me you want to see Gao family in danger because of you. At this time, no one dared to speak, who knew what Gao Peng was thinking. With today's performance, in their eyes, there was already a big change. Especially his crazy performance, which was very popular among people. No one doubted that he did not dare to kill Wang Kun, but they still held on to their hope of winning against him. However, Gao Peng shot a glance at He Jun at this moment, and said with a face full of confidence, "So what if I killed him? I also wish for the revenge of the Wang family. It would be best if the Wang family's patriarch came to visit, otherwise, I won't be happy anymore." Those who had not dared to make a sound all this while were speechless. Are you feeling uncomfortable all over, even if you don't want to die? He had never seen such a reckless person. At this moment, Gao Peng's various actions had already caused everyone present to have a clearer impression of him, especially when he was courting death time and time again. Was there anyone in this world more likely to die than him? He Jun felt a burst of anxiety. He had never seen such a person before. Bam! At this moment, a sound like a watermelon exploding resounded. Everyone's heartbeats couldn't help but stop for a second. A bright and beautiful flower was reflected in the blood on the ground. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was simply like a talisman of death. Everyone's face turned pale. Wang Kun is dead. With a stomp on their heads, a headless body appeared in front of their eyes. At this moment, everyone found it hard to breathe. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. At the same time, a strange atmosphere filled the air. He Jun was shocked. He did not expect Gao Peng to be so decisive, killing as he pleased. You actually killed him. Are you really not afraid of revenge from the Wang family? Not only was He Jun shocked by the scene of his death, he also could not believe Gao Peng's decisiveness. Gao Peng looked at the bottom of his feet, as if there was no one else present, and sank into deep thought. When the crowd saw this, they all thought that he was feeling remorseful. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it this way. I've already advised him to do so before, but he insisted on not listening. Only now do I know what's the use of regretting it. Wang Kun has already been killed, so we can only quietly wait for the retaliation of the players. The Shattered Star City will definitely welcome another round of turmoil. Everyone present shook their heads, and sighed, especially looking at Gao Peng. They all felt that he was being too impulsive. So dirty, everyone. Gao Peng looked at his own feet in disgust as he said, "So dirty, to actually get onto my shoes." Everyone looked at him with helpless and speechless looks. Are you thinking about this right now? Shouldn't they consider how to deal with the revenge of the Wang clan? Chapters 13. The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. Is this what you wanted to say after killing the number one genius of the Shattered Star City? You were silent for a while, and after all that, you actually turned your back on me, dirty. Gao Peng's current actions truly confused everyone present. To still be so calm after killing Wang Kun, it was as if he was stepping on an ant. If Wang Kun died, the Wang family would probably go crazy. Moreover, Wang Kun was not only the number one genius of the Shattered Star City and the key to the rise of the Wang family, he was also a disciple that an elder had set his eyes on. The truth was the same. He wanted the Wang clan to retaliate and send the strongest person they could, or else how could he become strong? You're finished. You're finished, He Jun muttered, the expression on his face changing again and again. Gao Peng did not care about how shocked everyone was. He directly walked towards Wang Jian. This action of his directly frightened everyone. What is this for? He can't be thinking of. How could anyone dare to look at Gao Peng with normal eyes? At this moment, Gao Peng's small action caused them to be shocked. Especially since Gao Peng was slowly walking towards Wang Jian. Stop, He Jun bellowed, his eyes wide open. What is it? Do you want to stop me as well? Gao Peng tilted his head slightly to the side and looked at He Jun. His eyes did not carry any emotion. Don't tell me you want to offend the Wang family even if you die. Now that Wang Kun has died in your hands, if you still continue to live, then you will truly not stop until you are dead. He Jun still tried to dissuade his. Oh my god, could it be that he really wanted to kill Wang Jian? How audacious was he? Everyone present were already shocked to the point of numbness. Nothing Gao Peng did was not crazy. In their opinion, he was simply courting death, and had already completely offended the Wang family. If Wang Jian died, then the Wang family would not have a successor. Wouldn't this make the Wang family even more crazy? This is crazy. This is crazy. He wants to drag Gao family into the abyss. I wonder if Gao Jingming would be angered to death if she found out that Gao Peng had done such a crazy thing. Since you have already killed Wang Kun, then don't miss him. I will take care of him easily, you all don't have to thank me. Gao Peng said leisurely, with a look of taking it for granted. He Jun was extremely anxious, he pointed at Gao Peng and trembled. You will completely offend the Wang family like this, moreover, you killed Wang Kun, and offended the Sen Luo men, so you can just wait for the both of you to be annihilated. Since I have already offended him, I might as well kill him. Gao Peng did not move, as if offending the Wang family and Sen Luo men was a small matter that was not even worth his attention. This scene shocked everyone present. Was he planning to break the jars? He no longer cared about how many people he offended. That's right, he had already killed Wang Kun, and the battle with the Wang family and Sen Luo men was already at a stalemate. Even if he released Wang Jian in the end, the outcome would still be the same. Chapters 14. He Jun watched on speechlessly, completely unable to retort. Since they had already offended him, what was there to be afraid of? But, Gao Peng's actions made him at a loss as to what to do. Everyone present shook their heads slightly, sighing with incomparable emotion. Gao Peng's sudden outburst had shocked them beyond belief. If Gao Peng were to continue his cultivation for a period of time, the Shattered Star City would just be a stepping stone for him. However, Gao Peng was too strong. Not only did he kill Wang Kun, he even wanted to kill Wang Jian. On the high platform, the servant girl beside Chu Shui was equally puzzled as she said, he really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he not know that the Wang family has Sen Luo men behind them? Probably. Chu Shui blinked her watery eyes as she looked at Gao Peng curiously, as if trying to see through him. Then why is he still doing this? The servant was puzzled. Although I did not say that I cannot do such a thing, there is no need to kill Wang Kun in front of everyone. I don't know why he did that, but I didn't see any trace of panic in his eyes. Furthermore, he was very confident. Chu Shui stared fixedly at Gao Peng's eyes, as if she wanted to get the answer from his eyes. Following that, the servant looked at Gao Peng as well, instantly attracted by the pair of eyes brimming with confidence. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Gao Peng unrestrainedly stepped on it. Bang! With a loud explosion, Wang Jian's head exploded. This time, Gao Peng learned from his previous lesson. After landing his foot on the ground, he instantly retreated, and thus did not get splashed with any blood. However, everyone present was stunned. He really killed Wang Jian. For a moment, no one was able to recover from their shock. The scene had fallen into silence as they blankly stared at the headless corpse. This was already the second corpse at the scene. They were extremely familiar with one another. However, when they truly realized what had happened, they were unable to calm their emotions. Even if they had roughly guessed it after seeing Gao Peng's actions earlier, after seeing him being killed, it was still difficult for them to calm down. Oh my god, he really killed Wang Jian. Does he really not have any qualms? Wang Kun was killed, Wang Jian was also killed, the Wang family has no one else to continue, this is offending a person to the death. On the high platform, Chu Shui and the maidservant were also stunned, their sexy lips slightly parted. It was unknown just how many times they had been like this. However, they still felt extremely shocked. This madman's way of doing things was nothing more than this, they simply didn't care about it at all. This time, we will not stop until he is dead. The revenge for the Wang family and Sen Luo men will arrive soon, and Gao family will be ruined by him, and all his family members will be killed. Chapters 15. I'm afraid you won't see it at that time, luckily I didn't get my hands on the shoes. Gao Peng looked at his shoes that had some blood splashed onto them, and heaved a sigh of relief. However, his performance, in the eyes of everyone present, was a completely different scene. Is that so? I hope they can send some stronger people, and the best case scenario is that they can send Marshal King S, if not I will look down on them. Gao Peng said in disdain. It was as if she would look down on the other party if they did not send out their Marshal King S to deal with him. Heavens, who gave him the courage to say such a thing? Doesn't he know how powerful the Marshal King and the Marshal King are? A single Marshal King can annihilate a Shattered Star City, let alone a Marshal King. Where did he get the guts to say that? Looks like he's really gone mad, or else how could he say such shameless words? The entire Shattered Star City, added together, isn't even enough to kill a single martial king, much less him. At this time, everyone present was even more certain that Gao Peng was completely insane. Just be stubborn. When disaster comes, let's see how you will continue to be so stubborn. He Jun said with a cold smile. He hated Gao Peng the most for not giving a damn about everything. Just be stubborn. I want to see how you can still talk back when the revenge from the Wang family and the Sen Luo men comes. Kept sneering in his heart, he had already been watching the show for a long time, and the situation couldn't get any better. According to his conjecture, Gao Peng and Gao family were going to be finished very soon. And the main culprit was Gao Peng. I'm afraid you won't be able to see that time. Gao Peng suddenly shifted his gaze onto He Jun. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, their eyes swept across Gao Peng and He Jun's bodies, and finally stopped on Gao Peng's body. What does he mean? He Jun was also startled. When he regained his senses he laughed out loud, then changed his previous attitude, pointing at himself. Are you saying that you want to kill me too? Do you think that just because you can kill Wang Kun, you can kill me? You are too naive. You actually dare to compare me to him. I have to say that your thoughts are truly true. He Jun's face was full of mockery. Although Gao Peng could kill Wang Kun in an instant, he did not place this kind of strength in He Jun's eyes. He could do it even if it was him. Everyone was shocked by what He Jun said, their expressions filled with disbelief. What does he mean? Is his strength stronger than Wang Kun? Oh my god, what's going on? This shouldn't be a fake, so that means, his strength is stronger than Wang Kun's, and he had to endure for such a long time. By the time everyone had sorted out all the clues, they were deeply shocked. He Jun had hidden himself too deeply, even they had only just found out about it now. It was obvious how well he had hidden himself. So far, everyone had thought that Wang Kun was the #1 genius of the Shattered Star City. The #1 genius of the Shattered Star City was someone else. Chapter 16. Before anyone could react, a Xuanwu turtle slowly appeared behind He Jun, and his cultivation was immediately released. And upon closer inspection, his bloodline's power is even stronger than Wang Kun's. This is the true #1 genius. I never thought that He Jun had hidden it so deeply. Everyone in Shattered Star City was buried in the drum, and they still foolishly thought that Wang Kun was the #1 genius. Now, do you have anything else you want to say? He Jun looked complacent as he looked at Gao Peng. It's just martial Grand Master. Do you think that I already used my full strength before this? He had long known about He Jun's cultivation, so when he saw He Jun releasing his own, he remained indifferent. The calmness on his face didn't seem fake, nor was it an act. At the same time, Gao Peng's aura also changed, and an enormous aura spread out from his body. At the same time, a throne slowly appeared behind him. A blurry ice man sat on the throne, and upon closer inspection, this ice man wore a crown on his head. In his hand was a huge heavy sword. Although it was blurry, its aura was stronger than even He Jun's extreme cold profound turtle. Lie down. Gao Peng was actually also a martial Grand Master. And what the hell is the power of his bloodline? What exactly is this bloodline power? Wasn't it Fire Wolf? Why did it become like this now? What is the true power of his bloodline? Everyone was shocked and they stared blankly, shocked by Gao Peng's cultivation. At the same time they were confused. What was Gao Peng's true bloodline power? Could it be that there was more than one bloodline? This confused them. No wonder Gao Peng was so arrogant. So it turns out that he had long since activated his martial Grand Master. With his cultivation, how could he even place Wang Kun and the others in his eyes? He Jun was also in a daze, and when he saw Gao Peng release his cultivation, he became a mess in the wind. He had endured for many years. He wanted to cause a sensation and let everyone know of his powerful talent, but who would have thought that a person like Cheng Dingjin would appear in the middle of his path? Not only was she in the same martial Grand Master, the power of her bloodline could even faintly suppress him. Impossible. I am the #1 genius. He Jun muttered to himself, his eyes looking somewhat lifeless. What is it? Are you too scared to attack? I never thought that the so-called genius would actually be such a scum. I am so disappointed. You are even worse than Wang Kun. Gao Peng shook his head and said with regret. The crowd was speechless. Is there anyone who would speak like that to you? This was simply asking to die from anger. Anyone would die from anger just by looking at you. No matter what, others were geniuses who had endured for many years. Although they weren't stronger than you, they were still looked down upon you. Isn't this sprinkling salt on other people's wounds? How venomous was that mouth? After a period of time, everyone present finally understood Gao Peng's venomous tongue. This technique was simply comparable to their own strength. Once, the moment a trash was transformed into a genius, and at the same time, turned into a venomous tongue, they could not get used to it no matter how hard they tried. Chapter 17 Inches You, Find. Die. He Jun clenched his teeth as he roared out. The sword in his hand was wrapped with water vapor. The originally iron-grade weapon was instantly frozen, like an ice sword. He Jun had endured for a long time. Originally, he thought that he would become the focus of everyone once the war broke out, but who knew that he would be laughed at instead? Gao Peng knew He Jun's methods like the back of his hand. Even if the other party's attack was already approaching him, he could still act calm and collected. With a slight wave of his hand, the blue and red colors intertwined together. Not long later, it was as if a gigantic scale python was spiraling in the air as it spat out an icy red color from its mouth. The scale python instantly broke through He Jun's attack, using its incomparably tyrannical power to attack He Jun, and finally entangled He Jun within it. What kind of attack is this? Why is there ice and fire? Could it be that Gao Peng has double attributes? Impossible. It's impossible for him to have dual attributes. I don't believe that anyone in this world has dual attributes. How can a person's body have two mutually exclusive attributes? Everyone opened their eyes wide. Looking at Gao Peng's attack, they felt that it was unbelievable. They had never heard of, nor seen, this kind of dual attribute attack. It was hard for them to accept it all of a sudden. How could a person's body have two types of attributes that repelled each other? Explode. Gao Peng clenched his fist and the scaled python instantly exploded. The two attributes of ice and fire filled the air and everyone dodged aside, afraid that they would be affected by it. How is it? What happened? Where's He Jun? The power of the explosion was too strong, and had even caused extremely terrifying damage. It had already completely blocked off their path, and as a result, no one was able to clearly see He Jun's situation. Cough, cough, He Jun coughed. How can you be so powerful? You clearly have the same martial Grand Master as me. He Jun was extremely shocked in his heart. They were both at the same martial Grand Master, but when they were actually fighting, he realized just how great the disparity was between their strength. He had been killed in an instant. This was greatly different from what he had in mind. Even if the other party's martial Grand Master was the same as his, the difference in strength would not be so obvious. But who knew? You're just a fish in the water, so don't be so shocked at how strong other people are, and don't use your narrow eyes to look at me. I'm different from you. Gao Peng's voice slowly spread outwards. It seemed to be saying, can I compare you to me? This was not even on the same level. The corner of everyone's mouth twitched as they looked at him speechlessly. No matter what, the venomous tongue would not stop. Even if it did not kill the other person, it could still completely piss the other person off. However, other than the crowd being speechless, they were also deeply shocked. The disparity in their martial Grand Master was so great, which almost overturned their understanding of the world. And it was also at this time that the label, mighty, and venomous tongue, appeared in the hearts of everyone present. He Jun had only said one word, before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hey, don't be so excited. I'll send you to hell right now and be with the Wang brothers. Coincidentally, they didn't leave for long. Gao Peng's devilish voice came out. Chapters 18 When everyone saw Gao Peng's actions, they were all shocked. Was he planning to carry out his madness to the end? It was not enough to offend one Wang family. Could it be that he wanted to offend all the powers in Shattered Star City? Is he really not afraid of death this time, or is he already broken? If we were to kill the Wang brothers, as long as we run away as fast as possible, there is still a chance. But if we really kill He Jun, the consequences will be unimaginable. Men should be. As Gao Peng spoke, he had already arrived beside He Jun, and looked down at him from above. He Jun tried to get up several times but to no avail. The ground was covered with blood and his wounds were still bleeding. You, don't, come here, you're in such a sorry state. Seeing that you've already become like this, I won't torture you anymore. Gao Peng shook his head slightly. He Jun's bloody face revealed a look of happiness, but before he could rejoice, his expression froze. It's better if I send you to hell as soon as possible. At least you have some value, so just treat it as using trash. Waste utilization. You really dare to say it out loud. He Jun is after all a martial Grand Master cultivator, but to think that he would actually become a piece of trash in your mouth. No one dared to say it out loud, but from their expressions, it was clear what they were thinking. Bam! In case he failed to temper his body in time, He Jun's head would also be smashed by a single stomp. Instantly, everyone was stupefied. Did this have to be so violent? Not only did he kill He Jun, he had also smashed his head with a kick. The Wang brothers and He Jun had the same treatment. This made everyone wonder if Gao Peng had some sort of special hobby. Why do you like to trample on other people's heads so much? This method of killing was too bloody, and it was hard for everyone to accept. If it was once or twice, it could be said to be easy, but this was already the third time. After killing He Jun, Gao Peng's heart did not waver, and was even secretly happy. I have really offended all of the families, right? Not bad. If anyone knew what Gao Peng was thinking, they would definitely be scared to death. Quickly go and report that I killed the Wang brothers and He Jun, and made them come and take revenge on me. Just tell them how I killed the Wang brothers and He Jun. No matter how miserable it is, don't be polite. It would be best if I could anger them and have them send more powerful people to take revenge on me, especially those old men from the Wang and He families. Who knows where Sen Luo Men is? Let's tell them as well, that it was I who killed Wang Kun. I very much welcome them to beat me up. You'd better not be too polite with me. Gao Peng revealed a rare trace of a smile, and after leaving behind a few words, he arrogantly walked away in front of everyone. Everyone was left in disarray in the wind. Chapters 19. After Gao Peng killed the people, he left in a swagger, and even said that the Wang and He clans would take revenge on him. Welcome to hit him. Of course, they also knew that from this moment onwards, the Shattered Star City would truly be stirred. Or it could be said that he wished for everyone to know that he had killed the Wang brothers and He Jun, so that he would have the chance to provoke an even stronger enemy. After Gao Peng entered the manor, a servant of the Gao family hurriedly returned as well. At the same time, his expression was filled with incomparable panic. He almost fell when he entered the gate. The servant rushed into the meeting hall and told the elder everything he knew. For a moment, the entire meeting room fell into silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. From shock to shock, then to disbelief and anger, the complexions of all the elders changed several times over. Bastard! This piece of trash always knows how to cause trouble. This time, it would be like piercing through the sky. Isn't this pushing Gao family into a corner? No, I have to bring this piece of trash to the Wang and He families to apologize. If they still refuse to forgive me, then I will kill this piece of trash right in front of them. One of the elders was extremely furious. He fiercely slammed the table and it exploded. But even so, he was still unable to calm his heart and he fiercely rushed out of the meeting hall. Sigh, third bro, come back. The rest of the elders wanted to stop him, but he had already disappeared from their sight. No, we need to hurry and inform the patriarch, otherwise, if OL3 really makes a huge mistake due to a moment of anger, the entire Gao family will fall apart. The elders present feared that something might happen and hurriedly got up to look for the patriarch. No matter how absurd the matter was, Gao Peng was still a flesh and blood of the patriarch. Even the Gao family was shocked. How could the outside world compare to this? At this time, all the people were talking about Gao Peng's achievements, and soon, everyone knew about it. One could imagine how shocked they were. However, apart from being shocked, they paid more attention to this matter because they were all waiting for it to happen. The Wang and He clans would not let this go, and at the same time, the Gao family would not surrender, so the matter was very obvious. The three families would definitely fight, and the one who would be at a disadvantage would definitely be the Gao family, but it was unknown who would be the victor in the end. Gao Peng became a well-known figure in the Shattered Star City, and the effect this time was even more sensational. The label of trash had already been removed from his body, and replacing it was a madman. In that moment, the entire Shattered Star City entered into a strange atmosphere, and everyone quietly waited for the events to unfold. He didn't know how far it would spread, or whether it would affect them. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. Chapters 20. Bang! With a huge sound of the door being broken, Gao Peng's door was ruthlessly destroyed, and the shattered fragments of the door flew in all directions. Who gave you the guts to smash my door? The third elder angrily rushed in front of Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't need to clearly see who the person was at this moment. However, he had only taken a glance, and had already formed an agreement a long time ago. What is it? Third Elder, what can I do for you? Stop pretending to be stupid here. What you have done has already spread across the entire Shattered Star City. How long do you want to pretend to be crazy? Hurry up and apologize to the Wang and He clansmen, or I'll cripple you on the spot. The third elder glared angrily at Gao Peng, and berated him without any trace of politeness. Gao Peng slowly stood up, and his eyes instantly revealed a look of contempt. Who do you think you are? You also want me to apologize to the Wang and He families, and also not take a piss and look in the mirror? You, the third elder pointed at Gao Peng anxiously. He did not think that the trash in front of him would actually dare to humiliate him like this, and shouted angrily. You, trash, have been wasting cultivation resources and causing trouble everywhere. Now let me cripple you and teach you how to conduct yourself. Just as the third elder was about to teach Gao Peng a lesson, the sound of chaotic footsteps came over. Following that, a large group of people entered, led by their patriarch Gao Jingming, followed by great clan elder Gao Zhenghao, second clan elder Gao Xianxia, and a large group of uncle, and cousin sisters. Gao Jingming took a domineering step forward, and placed himself between Gao Peng and the third elder. Is it your turn to teach my son a lesson? Gao Jingming's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the third elder, causing the third elder to instantly break out in cold sweat. It was only then that he realized what he had done previously was a little too much. I just want him to apologize to the Wang and He families, so that we won't be attacked in a pincer attack. I'm doing this for the good of the family. Perhaps it was because Gao Jingming was powerful, but at the same time, because he had been in a high position for a long time, he naturally carried a hint of dignity. You don't need to worry about that. Just keep an eye on yourself and the people below. Gao Jingming didn't give any face at all, as he was extremely protective of his. The third elder nodded his head repeatedly, and waited until Gao Jingming turned around before his eyes slowly turned sinister. He clenched his fists tightly. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. No one noticed the change in the third elder's expression, because everyone had their gazes on Gao Peng. Although it was just passing on from mouth to mouth, and maybe some of it was exaggerated, but Gao Peng killing the Wang brothers and He Jun was already an indisputable fact. This made them unable to believe no matter how hard they tried. The person they thought to be trash had suddenly become a peerless genius. This kind of change was difficult for them to accept. Chapters 21 Gao Jingming sized Gao Peng up from head to toe, looking at him in a pleasing manner. Although he had always been doting on him, it was only the duty of a father. But it was different now. What Gao Peng had done today had greatly changed his opinion. Everyone was speechless. Was he just boasting? Seeing that Gao Jingming was about to continue bragging, great clan elder Gao Zhenghao quickly said. Gao Peng, do you know that you've stirred up a great disaster? Gao Peng looked at the great clan elder, and innocently spread his hands. No, how could I cause trouble? It's just that I went out for a walk and killed a few people. Everyone present was speechless. How many people did he kill after going out for a round? You don't even have the nerve to say that out loud. Do you know who you've killed? The genius brothers of the Wang family and the young master of the He family were all talented geniuses. But he had killed everyone else, but this time, he had offended these two families, and that was to the point of offending them to the death. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Do you know who those people were? Just because you killed them would drag Gao family into an abyss. The great clan elder was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He kept pointing at Gao Peng, wanting to eat Gao Peng up. A bunch of trash, so what if I kill them? Gao Peng said indifferently. Alright, let's end this here. Gao Jingming chuckled, and stopped the great clan elder who wanted to reprimand him. But patriarch, he's the one who killed the Wang and He family's junior patriarchs. This is truly a feud. This will bring a disaster upon the family. If we don't quickly apologize and wait for them to join hands, we will have no way of saving them. With Wang Kun and He Jun dead, it's practically the same as having the Wang and He families lose their heritage. This is a feud that doesn't end until one side dies. After hearing the great clan elder's explanation, everyone started to speak at once, even though they were afraid of Gao Jingming. However, they were already in a crisis, so how could they still remain calm? What? Are you trying to send my son to his death? Gao Jingming swept his eyes across everyone present, and immediately silenced them. No one dared to speak again. Seeing that no one said anything, Gao Jingming then looked at Gao Peng and asked, "Come, let me take a look, are you injured?" As he said that, Gao Jingming wanted to approach him, but Gao Peng slightly took a step back without leaving a trace. Although Gao Jingming was protecting him everywhere, this made his heart feel warm and touched. However, he was still not used to it. Gao Jingming was slightly taken aback. "It's nothing, just those few pieces of trash. How could they possibly have hurt me?" Gao Peng said as if nothing had happened. He didn't look at Gao Jingming, as he was still unable to get used to it, but he was trying to get used to it. "Right, if the Wang and He clans come for revenge, I will take care of it. You don't have to do anything." What? Everyone started to suspect that they had heard wrongly. Did Gao Peng mean that they would let him settle this? At one point, everyone present suspected that they were hallucinating. Gao Jingming was the same, his eyes wide open. Chapters 22 inches quick. Everyone, quickly go to the Gao family. I just saw the Wang and Shi family's patriarchs lead a large group of people towards the direction of the Gao family. He definitely wants to take revenge on Gao Peng. Who asked him to do such a crazy thing and kill the young masters of the two great families? This time, they are really going to fight. Following the movements of the Wang and He clans, the shattered Star City had already surged into a frenzy. Everyone was focused on the Gao family, so how could they not pay attention to something as big as this? In fact, it wasn't that he didn't hear it clearly, it was just that he didn't dare to believe it, and so he asked again. Gao Peng said calmly, "I said that I will deal with the Wang and He clans, just watch from the side. Since they're here to look for me, just let them come and look for me." Only now did the great clan elder and the others know that it wasn't that they were hallucinating, but that this was what Gao Peng had said, that he would take revenge on the Wang and He clans alone. Nonsense. Gao Jingming bellowed. He had always been relatively calm, but now that he had truly been enraged, he was able to show off his might without getting angry. "Do you know the strength of the Wang and He families? Not to mention that those two old men already possess grade 9 martial Grand Master, even those elders possess the strength of martial Grand Master. How can you handle this? Don't think that you can do whatever you want once you reach martial Grand Master. There are many people stronger than you in Shattered Star City alone." Gao Jingming was really afraid that Gao Peng would insist on this, so he explained the difference in strength and the stakes clearly. At this time, the eyes of everyone present rested on Gao Peng. Seeing Gao Peng's calm and indifferent expression, everyone laughed coldly in their hearts. Act with all your might. Now, do you know how powerful the Wang clan and the He clan are? Let's see how long you can keep up the act. You actually dare to boast so shamelessly that you can deal with him by yourself. A small, dry child whose hair is not yet full. At this time, everyone really wanted to see Gao Peng's flustered look, but the expression on Gao Heng's face didn't change at all. It was as Gao Jingming had said, it had nothing to do with him. "You guys are underestimating me, who told you I'm from Martial Grand Master?" Gao Peng asked indifferently, that disdainful expression, causing everyone present to be stunned. Could it be? No one dared to think further. Impossible, a little kid whose milk is so dry, how could he be a martial king? He must be bluffing. The third clan elder stared at Gao Peng and thought in his heart. Penger, what level of cultivation are you at? Martial king. Even he himself felt that it was unbelievable, and he was the most clear about what kind of person Gao Peng was. How could she suddenly become a martial king? This was simply a fantasy story. Gao Peng smiled faintly but did not answer, and only said softly, "Rumors cannot be trusted, what is spread outside might not be anything special. All you need to know is that if the Wang and He clans come for revenge, I will be the only one to defend against it." Chapters 23. Everyone present looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. These big words simply didn't carry any breath at all. It was as if he alone could block the two great clans. How much confidence did he have to say such words? The great clan elder was not convinced by Gao Peng's words. On the contrary, he felt that Gao Peng was arrogant and ignorant, and didn't take the Gao family seriously. The head elder was furious, he had never been so angry before. Just as the great clan elder was about to berate Gao Peng, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. At the same time, Gao families, all of you, come out and die. Today, I will definitely exterminate you. If I don't raise the Gao family to the ground, I swear I won't be a human. Two extremely deep voices came out, directly interrupting the Gao family's people's train of thoughts, causing them to be slightly startled. Crap, the Wang and He clans are already fighting their way here. From the looks of it, they are not going to give up until they are dead. At the same time, everyone seemed to be flustered. The Wang and He clans were moving too quickly, causing them to feel caught unprepared. It's over, it's all over. The two great clans have truly joined hands. With their strength, we are completely unable to resist them. Gao family is really facing a disaster of clan extermination this time. What should we do? What should we do? Everyone's expressions were panicked as they began to discuss all at once. However, no one could come up with any ideas for what to do. Instead, they were all at a loss as to what to do. Gao Peng, on the other hand, revealed a joyous expression. You've finally come, and it's been hard on me to wait. When Gao Peng said this, his expression was completely different from before. If it was before, when he had a dull expression but never had any expression, then now, he was revealing an excited expression everywhere. All of a sudden, everyone looked at him and almost choked to death from his words. Looking back at Gao Peng's current expression, he could no longer hide his excitement. This made everyone present speechless. Do you think that Gao family didn't die quickly enough? Unexpectedly, they were still looking forward to the arrival of the Wang and He clans. Are you crazy? The people of Gao family could only think like this, because they no longer had any words to describe Gao Peng. You, sinner of your family, the great elder did not know how to describe it anymore. His entire body was trembling and his face was flushed. Looking at his tottering body, it seemed as if he could die from anger at any moment. Gao Jingming looked at Gao Peng and suddenly laughed. Let's go. Let's go take a look at these two families and see if they have the ability to denounce us for our crimes. Good. However, we have already agreed that you must not take action. I will take care of the people from these two clans. Gao Peng said with excitement in his voice. Gao Jingming was slightly taken aback. This time, he really couldn't differentiate whether Gao Peng was serious or not. At this moment, even he, his father, was unsure of what his son was thinking. Chapters 24. The main gate of Gao family's mansion had already been broken into pieces, and this place had already become a mess. At the same time, there were many people gathered here. The one who bore the brunt of the charge was a sturdy old man. With a head full of white hair and a stooped body that gave off a sense of strength, this was the clan chief of the Wang family, Wang Nan. At the same time, there were many onlookers behind them. These were all people from the Shattered Star City, but they stood a bit further away, afraid that they would be affected. Humph, Wang Nan, what are you trying to do, you old man? Are you tired of living and want to bury you in a hurry? Gao Jingming's incomparably tyrannical voice came out, and not long later, people from the Gao family walked out, with Gao Jingming and Gao Peng walking side by side. Hey, hand over that bastard Gao Peng, or else I will flatten your Gao family. Wang Nan said impolitely, as if he was already determined to eat Gao family. After all, at this time, the Wang and Shi family were allying forces, and a mere Gao family was not even in their eyes. He Yuan stared at Gao Jingming intently as well, his eyes revealing a ruthless glint from time to time. He said that he would hand over Gao Peng, but in reality, he also wanted to kill Gao Peng as soon as possible, and then completely exterminate the entire Gao family. If you have the ability, then go ahead and fight, stop blabbering about it. Gao Jingming suddenly became furious, and immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to go dry. However, an untimely voice sounded. Hey, have you forgotten me? When Gao Peng said this, he immediately stood out and had an expression of dissatisfaction. At the same time, he turned his head and said to Gao Jingming, didn't you already say that? I'll deal with these guys, just watch from the side. What? Everyone present looked as if they were hallucinating, their faces filled with disbelief. Gao Peng was saying that he would be the one to deal with the patriarchs of the Wang and He families. Wasn't his head filled with water? Otherwise, how could he say such words? Wang Nan and He Yuan seemed to have received a great humiliation, their entire face twisted. They were already full of wrinkles, and now that they twisted together, they looked even uglier. Arrogant child. Nonsense, it's fine as long as you say it, but do you mean it? Do you know how strong they are? Even 10 of them can't compare to half of Wang Kun's power. This time, Gao Jingming was truly angry, and directly glared at Gao Peng. If it was only speaking from his own clan, then that would be fine, but now he actually wanted to go up on stage. This was something that he absolutely could not allow. However, Gao Peng acted as if he didn't see it, and said indifferently, it's just a pile of trash. No matter if it's someone like Wang Kun, or these guys in front of me, they're all trash. They're just trash of different kinds. To deal with them, I alone am enough. Chapters 25. A pile of garbage. Different kinds of garbage. How reckless did he have to be to dare to say such words? Wang Nan and He Yuan were definitely furious to the point that they were about to explode, but the spectators did not dare to get so close, as a large empty area was opened up all of a sudden. Bastard! I will kill you. Children with yellow mouths, prepare to die. Both He Yuan and He Yuan, who had been angered to the point of exploding, attacked at the same time. Gao Peng was startled, but immediately revealed a happy expression. Detecting enemies of the host, scanning. Scanning complete. Name: Wang Nan. Constitution: Zhu Lang's physique. Bloodline: Ancestral Wolf. Bloodline. Realm: Grade 9 Martial. Grand Master. Martial Skills: Profound. Ranked Martial Technique: Dust Descending Hand. Perfection. Earth. Ranked Martial Technique: Bone Inscription. Tyrant Fist. Small Success. Name: He Yuan. Physique: None. Bloodline: Arctic Tortoise. Realm: Grade 9 Martial. Grand Master. Martial Skills: Profound. Ranked Martial Technique: Falling Leaf Steps. Completion. Earth. Ranked Martial Technique: Zon Crystal Magic Spell. Mastery: the number of enemies detected by the host will automatically reach its maximum. The enemy's highest level is Grade 9 Martial Grand Master, will automatically be raised to Martial King Level 1. The enemy's strongest bloodline is not stronger than the host, will not be promoted any further. The enemy's most powerful constitution is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded yet. The enemy's strongest martial skill is Earth Ranked Martial Technique, Mystical Crystal Mantra. Mastery: Profound. Ranked Martial Technique: Falling Leaf Step. Completion: Earth Ranked Martial Technique: Tyrant Bone Fist. Completion: will automatically bestow the host with the Earth Ranked Martial Technique, Star Moon and Devil Transformation. Mastery: the Earth Ranked Martial Technique, 7 Stars Steps. Initiation, and the Earth Ranked Martial Technique, 10,000 Li Force. Mastery. A series of system notifications sounded out, and Gao Peng leveled up once again. However, this time was slightly different from last time. Because neither their bloodline nor physique was stronger than Gao Peng's, they had not improved yet. And this time, because Wang Nan and He Yuan's cultivation were both at Grade 9 Martial Grand Master, it allowed Gao Peng to leap up to become the Martial King, and the increase in his strength was incomparably huge. At the same time, it also allowed him to have several Earth rank martial skills, and even his footwork was of the Earth rank. From all of these aspects, he had basically obtained an overall improvement. Gao Peng did not have the time to feel the power he gained from his increase in strength. Wang Nan and He Yuan had already attacked with incomparable momentum. Penger, be careful, Gao Jingming shouted in warning. At the same time, he swooped down, wanting to block Wang Nan's attack with He Yuan's. But before he could rush out, Gao Peng had already taken a step forward, meeting Wang Nan's attack head-on. The Gen Qi vibrated in the sky as the shadow of the fist covered the entire sky. The center of the fist created an extremely violent Gen Qi when it collided with the fist. This caused many onlookers to retreat one after another. They didn't dare to approach again, and at the same time, many terrified faces watched the three people collide against each other. Chapters 26 inches. Oh my god. What did I see? Gao Peng was actually able to fight with two clan leaders. Could it be? Impossible. Both clan leaders are of the Grade 9 Martial Grand Master, and could be promoted to the Martial King at any time. Was it still the trash they knew? Half of Gao Jingming's body that was rushing out remained in one spot, and his face was filled with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Penger's strength, his mind was currently blank. Even if Gao Peng had already killed Wang Kun and He Jun, he did not believe that Gao Peng possessed power that was on par with his Grade 9 Martial Grand Master. However, he had no choice but to believe the scene before him. But how is that possible? No matter how he thought about it, he was unable to find out just what kind of cultivation Gao Peng possessed. This is real. Gao Peng can really handle two clan chiefs. He's not exaggerating. It was only at this time that the people from the Gao family came to a realization. Everything Gao Peng said before was true, and there wasn't the slightest bit of falsehood. It was just that they had never believed him. The third elder's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? How could that be? He's only a piece of trash, how could he have such powerful strength? This must be an illusion. Everyone was shocked. After Gao Peng clashed with the two clan leaders for a while, they separated, causing the entire place to become completely silent. Even the sound of breathing became faint. I never thought that the difference between Martial King and Martial Grand Master would be this great. I'm not serious, and I can easily deal with them. After faintly sensing his improved strength, Gao Peng was extremely satisfied. Not only was he extremely strong right now, after advancing to Martial King, he would have the ability to fly. This was the place that made him even more happy, where he could roam the skies. Just what is your cultivation level? Wang Nan kept staring at Gao Peng and asked in disbelief. He Yuan was the same, but his face became even more gloomy, staring at his prey like a venomous snake. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not, Gao Peng was a ranker that could rival them, and it was hard for them to accept it at the moment. A junior, who was even younger than Wang Kun and He Jun, actually had the strength to rival them at this moment. No matter how monstrous he was, he shouldn't be so frightening, right? Naturally, it is to be able to kill the two of you with your cultivations. Gao Peng said leisurely, and her expression right now was also incomparably calm. Humph, don't think that you can eat us up just like that. You're still a bit too inexperienced. Wang Nan snorted coldly, as he said with extreme dissatisfaction. At the same time, a gigantic wolf appeared behind him. This wolf was even larger than Wang Kun's, and could even be considered more solid, as though it was about to materialize at any time. In comparison, He Yuan quietly used the power of his bloodline, his entire body releasing an ice-cold qi. Chapters 27 inches. Haha, the patriarch and the others have finally become serious. That fellow Gao Peng will definitely be defeated by the patriarch and the others. How could Gao Peng possibly be a match for the patriarch and the others? Seeing the two clan leaders unleashing their bloodline power, as if they had found an explanation, the tense atmosphere gradually eased. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Are you done? Gao Peng said in an extremely impatient tone, looking at the two in front of him chattering non-stop. Not only did they waste their time, they were also long-winded. You have to shoot your mouth off in a fight. You guys are old and no one talks to you anymore, yet you want to chat with me here. The originally serious and tense atmosphere was broken by a single sentence from Gao Peng, causing everyone to look at him strangely. It looked like, the person who kept talking like that seemed to be you. Although everyone had such thoughts, they were still shocked that Gao Peng did not release the power of his bloodline and ignored the actions of the two clan leaders. Did he think he could completely defeat his opponent? Or had he already given up? The crowd didn't understand, but in the next moment, they all understood. Gao Peng took a step forward, and a throne slowly appeared behind him. At the same time, his body grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short moment he had become a small giant. At the same time, scales began to appear all over his body. These scales were pitch black and looked like layers upon layers of scales. Physique. Gao Peng's physique is definitely one of a kind, and one that we have never seen before. Oh my god, what else does Gao Peng have that we don't know? Did he really hide so well? His cultivation is heaven-defying, and the power of his bloodline is so strong, yet he has such an unheard-of physique. Is he even human? Seeing Gao Peng's change, everyone present suddenly realized. It was just that at this time, they were about to go crazy. What kind of monster was this? This piece of information had an enormous impact on them. It was as if a lot of information had merged into their minds, making them unable to make heads or tails of it in a short period of time. Tyrant body. This is a natural-born tyrant body. He Yuan exclaimed. The expression on his face changed for the first time, but his exclamation also attracted Wang Nan's attention. Impossible. How could a natural hegemony appear in this place? His elemental constitution is already at its peak, why would there be a natural hegemony? It was really hard for He Yuan to accept that Gao Peng was a natural hegemony. He knew about He Jun's physique, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to endure for such a long time. But now, an even stronger physique had appeared in front of him. This was not only an attack on him, but also a look of greed. I must get him, we have to get the super armor. Chapters 28. You're still too young, tyrant body. Gao Peng is actually a natural hegemony. How is that possible? If it was said that Gao Peng's strength was somewhat shocking to him, then the natural hegemony was even more so a fantasy. The Gao family had never had such a strong physique. It was even more impossible for him to inherit it, so how would Gao Peng's natural domineering attitude be explained? If it wasn't for the fact that he clearly knew that Gao Peng was his son, even he would have doubted whether or not Gao Peng was his biological son. Everyone looked at Gao Peng as if they were looking at a monster. This could not be described as genius anymore. Even when using their skills, they felt that it was a little difficult. In this small city, there had never been a natural hegemony before, but this did not mean that they did not know about this kind of physique. To everyone's knowledge, ordinary physiques were the weakest, followed by elemental physiques, then natural hegemony, and ordinary physiques could already be considered a genius. Furthermore, an elemental constitution had appeared, which was equivalent to a genius seen once in 100 years, let alone the appearance of a natural hegemony. In their eyes, natural hegemony was a physique that was hard to come by. They had never thought that there would actually be someone with such a strong physique. Furthermore, this person was the trash of the rumors. All these twists and turns had caught them off guard, and their faces had slowly turned numb. "Are you ready to die?" Gao Peng leisurely walked closer, as if he was not even afraid of the two clan chiefs escaping. This kind of confidence in his own strength had already been completely revealed. "You are very arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this, but the grass on the grave of anyone who talks to me like this has grown several meters tall." He Yuan laughed coldly as his eyes rolled around in their sockets and the aura around his body became even colder. "No, I am merely stating a fact. Regardless of whether you are prepared for it or not, you have to accept the fate of death. I am just compassionate enough to allow you the time to accept it." Gao Peng was not angered. Instead, he spoke at a leisurely pace, and at the same time, he slowly approached. The surrounding crowd was speechless. They were here again. Every time, they had to gobble down others before they could fight. Who the hell liked to argue? Everyone was already at a loss for words. Slowly but surely, they were already somewhat immune to Gao Peng's words. This guy's talent was indeed monstrous, but at the same time, his strength was also incomparably strong. However, his words were so ear-piercing, especially towards those involved. This was the tempo that could cause them to vomit blood. "Ha ha, I will let you know that arrogance comes at a price. Arrogance without strength is ignorant. Relying on your monstrous talent, you only need a few more years of cultivation to surpass us. But you're still a little too young." Chapters 29. He Yuan did not waste any more words with Gao Peng. With a single large step, he disappeared, leaving behind only one afterimage after another. This is the He clan's profound rank martial technique, falling leaf steps. As expected of a profound rank martial skill, it's indeed extraordinary. This was the greatest advantage of the fallen leaf steps. Such an obvious movement technique was recognized by the surrounding people at a glance, and they all stared with wide eyes. At the same time, He Yuan's voice came from all directions and entered everyone's ears. "Ha ha ha ha, aren't you very arrogant? Now, you should show off. If you have the ability, then find my real body. Otherwise, you can just wait to die." The voice seemed to be everywhere, as if it could not capture his real body at all. This was perhaps He Yuan's greatest reliance. Hey, wasn't it just a rubbish footwork? Look at what kind of god-level martial skill you can use, but people who don't know it might think you have it. Just when everyone thought that Gao Peng had nothing to do, Gao Peng said in disdain. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. This was a profound rank martial technique. It was a footwork that was incomparably precious, but it was actually trash in your mouth. Why do you sound so arrogant? Everyone was at a loss for words. Even though everyone was cursing in their hearts, no one dared to speak out, because they were already on guard against Gao Peng. God knows how this guy would slap his face. Penger cannot be underestimated. Gao Jingming anxiously reminded him, and said at the same time, "Don't underestimate him, otherwise you will suffer." Gao Jingming was really afraid that Gao Peng would look down on him, since cultivation was not equivalent to fighting strength, and although Gao Peng's cultivation was already comparable to theirs, their fighting strength was hard to say. After all, this was something that needed to be accumulated over a long period of time, so he could not help but feel a sense of worry in his heart, and wanted to intervene several times. However, after looking at Wang Nan who was glaring at him like a tiger, he gave up in the end. He could only stand to the side and worry. He still doesn't have the qualifications for me to look at him in the eye. To be able to talk to me for such a long time, that's already enough for him to brag about his entire life. It's a pity that he won't live past today. Gao Peng said very arrogantly, with a haughty look on his face, as he did not believe Gao Jingming's words at all. After hearing his words, everyone's lips twitched. Did they have to be that long out Tien? It was as if talking to you would bring him great honor. You were too shameless. The crowd was already powerless to make fun of him. They all covered their faces with their hands. They could not bear to look at him. Compared to the spectators, He Yuan felt extremely humiliated. He who was originally full of himself suddenly became angry. Bastard, you're courting death. Since you don't want to live anymore, let me send you to hell. Chapters 30. Before his voice fell, He Yuan's omnipresent figure had become even more illusory. Now, it was even countless times more difficult to distinguish his figure compared to before. However, there was an obvious change. That was, more and more images appeared around Gao Peng. However, because of the speed of the images, only a fleeting shadow could be seen. No, impossible. He had never thought that there would be such a profound footwork that completely suppressed him, leaving him with no place to hide. The 7 shining stars were like gods, shining down on top of his head. A footwork that can kill you. With your trashy footwork, it can even make you feel vain. Now, I'll let you know what real footwork is. 7 stars floated at the same time, and locked onto He Yuan in an instant. At the same time, He Yuan's figure had already appeared. A sense of impending doom suddenly appeared in He Yuan's mind. He instinctively took a step back due to the premonition of death. However, the crisis of death had yet to be resolved. A huge fist shadow enveloped him, and before he could react, it had already hit his body. Boom. No, I can't die. How could I die in his hands when I'm still a hairless brat? The moment the fist landed on his body, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, in the end, he was still unable to get rid of the fist. Boom. With a loud noise, He Yuan exploded like a firework. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was as if a rain of blood had rained down from the sky. At the same time, the surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck. Was this a dream? A patriarch of the Grade 9 Martial Grand Master had actually been smashed apart by a single punch of someone else. How could this not be a dream? It was not only the onlookers, but also everyone from the 3 great families. They were the ones who understood the strength of their respective patriarchs the best. However, they were on the same level, so their strength was definitely not inferior. However, but they had all personally witnessed the entire process of He Yuan being insta-killed. The impact of this scene was simply too great. They couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Drops after droplets of blood fell on their bodies, as if there was nothing to be heard. Everyone was still in a dumbstruck state, except for the sound of dripping blood, which could be heard at the drop of a needle. After a while, everyone slowly came back to their senses. However, they were still in a state of shock. Oh my God, what did I see? A patriarch, an expert with Grade 9 Martial Grand Master was so easily destroyed. This must be an illusion, absolutely impossible. We might be dreaming. How could this happen? It must be an illusion. Even though everyone had regained some of their wits, their ability to organize their words was illogical. After all, the scene before them had a huge impact on them. For a time, it was difficult to calm down. Almost everyone was unable to suppress their chaotic thoughts. Chapters 31. You're looking down on yourself too much. Wang Nan's eyes were lifeless. His hands could not help but stretch forward, and feel the blood dripping down. Even if his clothes were dyed red with blood, he would not pay any attention to it. How is this possible? There's nothing to talk about between you and me. Gao Peng did not give him face, and said coldly, I killed your son, and even caused you to lose all your face. With such a deep grudge, the relationship between us is not going to be good. Moreover, I do not wish to let go of this tiger and return to the mountain. Although trash is always trash, and no matter how much time I give you, you won't be able to defeat me. However, I don't have the strength to waste time on trash like you. Gao Peng said unrestrainedly. Every word he spoke caused Wang Nan's face to turn even more ashen, and this was simply rubbing against the ground. Not to mention losing face, he had even thrown away his face. After all, Gao Peng could easily destroy He Yuan with a single punch, so what if they did not give him face? Wang Nan did not dare to say anything. Ever since Gao Jingming displayed such an unimaginable power, he no longer spoke, and from the beginning till the end, he was in a state of shock. He stood there in a daze. Not only him, everyone in Gao family seemed to have been frozen, their mouths were all wide open, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. Are we hallucinating, or could it be that I haven't woken up at all, and am now in a dream? The voice of the Gao family's crowd rang out. and at the same time, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Then, in the next second, another voice rang out. No, this is not an illusion, because I can smell the scent of blood. This senseless question and answer had let everyone know that this was not an illusion, but the truth. Oh my god, how could Gao Peng suddenly become so strong? No matter how monstrous a genius one punch is, it should not be possible to destroy the He clan's patriarch, right? Could this be the result of him enduring for a long time? Why didn't he notice anything amiss? It was as if he had suddenly acquired such great power. To the people of Gao family who were familiar with Gao Peng, the change in Gao Peng was even more impactful. They had lived for a long time and they had never seen any signs of change. However, at this time, an unimaginable power exploded out. All of them seemed to have stopped, and even their thinking had become a lot slower. Wang Nan's face turned ashen, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his flesh, blood slowly flowing out. Killing me won't be so easy. Even if I die, I will make you pay a heavy price. Wang Nan said as he gnashed his teeth. I think you think too highly of yourself. You want me to pay a heavy price for this. You are clearly living in your own world. Don't struggle with the garbage. Just let me clean it up. There's no need to get in the way here. It would just be annoying. Every one of Gao Peng's words was like a knife that stabbed deep into Wang Nan's heart. Every single word was a heavy blow, and Wang Nan's face instantly swelled red. Chapters 32 Inches Bastard. What qualifications does this fellow have to look down on others? It's unbearable to talk about trash. Since you want to kill me, prepare to pay a heavy price. Gao Peng was completely unmoved by Wang Nan's attack, even the expression on his face did not change at all. But was that really the case? That might not be the case. Gao Peng was only looking down on him, and did not even put Wang Nan in his eyes. Where did the trash that was in his eyes get his attention? At this time, Gao Peng faced the menacing Wang Nan, and slightly shook his head, speaking with extreme disdain. Trash is trash, with such weak strength, there's no way I could truly muster up energy. If only there was a stronger person. Let's not talk about one martial emperor and one martial saint, even if it's just one martial king. It's a pity that they're just trash. Gao Peng acted as if no one else was present, as he muttered to himself, completely looking down on Wang Nan, and even acting as if his opponent's attack was ignored. The surrounding crowd was speechless. Is it starting again? You only killed a patriarch of the grade 9 martial Grand Master, and he already caused you to swell to such an extent. Why do you sound so arrogant? If there really is a martial king standing in front of you, who knows how scared you will be? Grade 9 martial Grand Master were extremely strong for them, but there was no need to talk about martial king or martial king. They were simply worshipping them like they were gods. How preposterous! How dare you! Wang Nan was simply going crazy from anger. No one had ever ignored his existence like this, especially a little kid who stank like milk. Boom! The Earth rank martial skill, Bone Inscription Tyrant Fist, exploded to the limit. The Gen Qi wrapped around the fist and rumbled towards Xiaochen as though it was tearing through the sky. Under his berserk state, the strength that he could unleash was usually a bit stronger than his usual strength, so Wang Nan could already unleash his peak combat strength. If it was a normal person, they would have been burnt to ashes by this punch. However, his opponent was Gao Peng. This was also his fate. 10,000 Li. Force. A burst of immense power suddenly appeared, causing Gao Peng to gently punch out. To the spectators, this punch of his had no power at all. Is this being too arrogant? Or did he really look down on Wang Nan? He even used such a soft fist to counterattack. It must be because after killing He Yuan, his heart expanded greatly, and he thought that he could kill Wang Nan with a single blow. Everyone started to make their guesses. A majority of them shook their heads, thinking that Gao Peng had expanded. If not, why would they look down on him so much, and not even have any strength left in their fists? This was simply courting death. Chapters 33. Just when everyone thought that Gao Peng had expanded to his peak, everyone started to look down on him. How could such a fist without any sense of strength possibly injure someone? Because Wang Nan flew out, a large hole suddenly appeared in the flat ground of the Gao clan's main entrance. Wang Nan lied there with his limbs crossed and was bleeding from all 7 orifices. But at this time, no one went up to check if he was dead or not, and instead, every single one of them was dumbstruck. They first glanced at Wang Nan, who was in the large hole, then looked at Gao Peng. Such a soft punch actually had such a strong killing power. Do you still want to live? What happened to Gao Peng today? Is he on drugs? Everyone was at a loss for words. This was already not something that could be described as a monster, but how could Gao Peng's actions be explained? Everyone was at a loss. Gao Peng ignored everyone's shock and walked towards Wang Nan with big strides. There was only the sound of his footsteps. When he reached the edge of the large hole, he did not stop his footsteps and slowly approached. Everyone held their breath. Ka-cha! The next time Wang Nan crawled out of the big hole, he was already full of scars and his steps were light, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. Beg, please, let me go. As long as you let me go, I can satisfy whatever you want. What was unbelievable was that Wang Nan actually kneeled down and begged for mercy. Previously, he was so unyielding, but, now, the crowd could no longer look at him directly. This transformation caught them off guard. This is too much. No matter what, he is a grade 9 martial grand master, how would he do something so shameless? This is truly too disappointing. I thought he would rather die than submit. In the end, he is only a person who appears to be trash. Yet, when he knows he cannot defeat him, he kneels on the ground and begs for forgiveness. Some of the onlookers seemed to be extremely ashamed and disdainful. The Wang clan members were also stunned. Their clan leader's performance had caused them to be unable to raise their heads at all. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads. Gao Peng remained expressionless as he said, as expected, the ancients do not bully me, and do not bully the weak. With people like you as an example, Wang Kun and Wang Jian would be the kind of people to do such things. I thought they were out of bounds, but your method of begging for mercy, tisk 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 tisk, it's an eye-opener for me. Speaking to hear, Gao Peng looked up and down Wang Nan, as if he was appreciating a work of art. At this time, Gao Peng was not in a hurry to kill him. He felt incomparably good to see the grief and indignation of others, and how he could do nothing about it. Wang Nan's face was covered in blood, but he was doing his best to show a fawning expression. His entire face looked extremely comical, but his hands were deeply buried in the ground. The veins on his hands bulged. It could be seen that his heart was not as fawning as he had shown. Perhaps, it was an extremely disgraceful thing to him. Chapters 34. Even though he was being humiliated in front of such a person, Wang Nan was still able to forcibly endure it, because he wanted to live. As long as he could stabilize Gao Peng, he still had a chance of survival. Look, you're still saying that I won't kill you, but you're spewing blood as you speak to me. You're clearly looking down on me. He spoke as though others were on the verge of vomiting blood. Wasn't this what you were saying? Yet now, you are saying that others are talking while spitting out blood. Are you looking down on me? Do you have to be shameless? Everyone was at a loss for words. Facing this kind of person who was stronger than them and had no intention of showing mercy, there was nothing they could do about it. Puff! Without any warning, Wang Nan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body leaned back a little. This time, he was so angry that he vomited blood. And that was not the first one. The most important thing was that the ones who were so angry that they spat blood were all from the Wang family. Immediately, everyone shot weird looks at him. Why are you vomiting blood? Didn't you say that you were talking nicely just now? Gao Peng said speechlessly, as if he did not know that she had angered him. Seeing that you've vomited so much blood, I'll give you a chance. What good would it do if I don't kill you? Gao Peng rubbed his chin, and said with a thoughtful expression. Wang Nan also no longer cared about whether he was severely injured. He quickly said, I can offer all of my wealth to you, as long as you let me go. No, 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 don't say these things to me. Even if I kill you, I can still take all of your wealth for myself. So, your conditions are not attractive to me at all. Gao Peng did not have the intention to give him any more words, and directly interrupted him. He even had an expression that said that he did not want to move him anymore, and would kill you right there and then. Wang Nan was at a loss for a moment at first, but then said hesitantly, my master is an elder of the Sen Luo men, he is currently in the Wang family manor. If you kill me and I don't return after a long period of time, he will discover that something is amiss, and at that time, he will definitely come knocking on our door. The moment he finished speaking, he looked at Gao Peng with a fixed gaze. The meaning within his words was already self-evident, and already carried a faint sense of danger. It had to be known that the Sen Luo men was a gold-rank force and only the martial king could become an elder. Moreover, this was the lowest requirement, but who would know if Wang Kun's master was just the lowest level of a martial king? No one knows, but it doesn't matter. The martial king was also an existence that they had to look up to. Although they knew that Wang Kun had been chosen by a powerful force, they didn't think that it would be a gold-ranked power. Following which, everyone's gaze turned to Gao Peng, and at the same time, to the people of Gao family, and all of their eyes contained expressions of schadenfreude. What are you going to do now? The others were under the protection of a gold-rank force. This time, they had truly met a dead end, and there was no room for maneuver. Chapters 35 inches tisk 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 tisk. This time, Gao Peng has truly kicked an iron board. Let's see how he will continue being arrogant. Gao family is in danger now. No matter what, this enmity is already irreconcilable. That person is the disciple of Martial King, but she was still killed by Gao Peng. Especially when they saw Gao Peng's arrogant strength, no one could bear it. No, we have to make all the men in the Gao family watch as their women become our plaything, and let them suffer all the humiliation and powerlessly die. The members of the two families gnashed their teeth as they discussed how to punish Gao family, and their voices also became louder and louder. The faces of the people from the Gao family turned ashen, each and every one of them extremely ugly. Their eyes were practically spitting fire, but none of them lied. However, an inappropriate voice sounded from the Gao family. I already said that this kind of person is a scourge. Regardless of whether they are trash or not, they will always harm Gao family. We should hurry up and kill him. Maybe the elders of Sen Luo men will even forgive us. When the voice came out, everyone turned to look, and before long, they locked onto the person who spoke. This was Gao family's third clan elder, and at the moment, he had a gloomy expression on his face. At the same time, he looked at Gao Peng with eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Gao Peng would have died countless times over. When the third elder of the Gao family said these words, everyone felt that victory was within their grasp. The sounds of discussion became even noisier, and no one paid any attention to Gao Peng. However, Wang Nan's face had already turned the color of pig liver, and his lungs were about to explode from anger. He never thought that a good game of cards would actually be completely destroyed by these idiots. This was practically forcing Gao Peng to jump over a wall in desperation. Even if Gao Peng went to hell to accompany them in the end, it had nothing to do with them, because they would go down one step earlier. Idiots, a group of people without brains. In his heart, Wang Nan simply hated them to the bone, and wished that he could tear off their bodies and skin them alive. Wang Nan carefully took a glance at Gao Peng, but just this glance alone made him startled, and his eyes filled with suspicion. What was going on? Wasn't he afraid? In the face of such a situation, shouldn't he choose to be scared or desperate? Why did this happen? Not mentioning the doubts in Wang Nan's heart, when Gao Peng heard that there was a martial king at the Wang family residence, his eyes suddenly shone brightly, as if he was a hunter who was delighted to meet them. There was even an eager look on his face. This is great. I never thought that there would be a martial king here. I never thought that the Wang family would give me such a huge gift. Then is it disrespectful of me to treat the Wang family like this? Gao Peng thought that since the other party gave him such a huge gift and he wanted to destroy their entire family, was that not good? Chapters 36. All of Gao Peng's actions just happened to fall into Wang Nan's eyes, and couldn't wrap his head around it at all. This reaction was too disagreeable. It was completely different from what he had imagined. PFF'd. You even played high by yourself. Heavens, is Gao Peng giving up his life? You clearly know that the elder of the Sen Luo men is at the Wang family residence, yet you still dare to make a move against Wang Nan. Lawless, when the Sen Luo men's elders show up, we'll definitely teach them a lesson. How preposterous. Other than the exclamations of surprise, there was also the sound of the Wang and He clan clenching their teeth. Especially the Wang family, now that they knew they had a powerful backer, they naturally had to be fearless. He only saw a person who looked like a brainless person standing out, with one hand pointing at Gao Peng. He arrogantly said, "Trash, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy? Maybe we can even spare you, or else you can just wait for death." Silence. Dead silence. Everyone looked at this Wang family member with astonished gazes. Of course, they also looked at him as if he was an idiot. The originally noisy crowd instantly disappeared, as if there had never been any noise at all. Everyone looked at the person who had suddenly jumped out. Bastard. Wang Nan's lungs were about to explode from the anger. He wished that he could tear this person apart alive. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, that Wang family member became even more proud. At the same time, his words became even more unbridled. "Didn't I hear you? Are you deaf, you piece of trash? Trash is trash, I didn't expect to be scared silly." Their voices were loud, and everyone could hear them. That only made them even more shocked. They all held their breaths, afraid that they would miss out on a single moment. He was simply courting death. Even if he had the Sen Luo men's elder as a backer, that was only after the fact. To provoke Gao Peng now, wasn't that just using his own life as a joke? The expression on Gao Peng's face did not change at all, and from start to finish, he had never paid attention to him. However, it was impossible for him to not hear it. Pow! A clear sound rang out and the clamoring members of the Wang clan disappeared. No, it was probably because his head had separated from his body and had flown off somewhere. His body was still standing in the same spot, blood spurting out from his body and splattering everywhere. The scene instantly became terrifyingly quiet. There was only the sound of blood spraying out. Savage, incomparable savagery. At this moment, a single word emerged from the hearts of everyone present. Whether it was the death of the He family's patriarch or this retarded death, they could only be described with one word: tragic. As expected, Gao Peng, this guy really does have this kind of hobby. Killing people always likes to make people lose their face, and those who are killed by him do not have a complete body, so this must be a mental disorder. Seeing Gao Peng kill the Wang brothers and He Jun, then seeing He Yuan and this idiot, these methods were already enough for everyone to know that Gao Peng was an incomparably savage person, and that he had a hobby that no one knew about. Chapters 37 inches so noisy. Gao Peng coldly swept his eyes over the crowd present and stared at the third clan elder. Although Gao Peng was from the Gao family, all of these performances had long left an unerasable imprint on their hearts, causing them to unconsciously feel a sense of dread in their hearts. Gao Peng shook his head slightly, his tone slightly helpless and regretful. No matter what, they were from the same family, he did not want to go too far. However, there were some people who were so despicable. If they were to give him a chance and didn't know how to cherish it, how could they control him? As Gao Peng got closer, the third elder's calves began to tremble and his lips couldn't help but tremble as well. "No, don't come over, I was afraid that the Gao family would be destroyed, that's why I said so much." The third elder trembled as he spoke, and at the same time, he slowly retreated step by step. At this moment, he did not believe that he was Gao Peng's match, as he had not reached a point where he could overestimate his own abilities. "Is that so?" Gao Peng looked at the third elder with ice-cold eyes, as if he was imprisoning his movements. Yes. The third elder's tone of voice was also somewhat softer. Perhaps it was because even he himself felt guilty. "I don't think so. Is this for my family or for your personal gain? I don't think that's important. In my opinion, I have already given you a chance. However, you still do not know how to repent, much less cherish it. In that case, I have no other choice. No, I am your elder. You cannot attack me." He was scared. At this moment, the third elder already felt incomparable fear. He had never been so afraid of a person before, but right now, he was extremely afraid of a youth who was only 17 years old. "If I knew it would turn out like this, why would I have done it in the first place? But don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I will make you pay a bit of a price. From this instant on, you have to have a good memory. Because there are some things that cannot be said out loud. Once you say it, you will have to pay a heavy price for it." Gao Peng seemed to be hinting at something, but when he finished speaking, he struck out at the third elder with a lightning speed. Boom! Although the third elder had been prepared for this, the difference in strength was such that even if he wanted to dodge, he would not be able to. This palm strike solidly landed on his body. Suddenly, all of the meridians in the third elder's body broke as his Gen Qi began to dissipate at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the third elder had lost all of his Gen Qi. No, why are you doing this to me?" The third elder spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted in frustration. At this time, his cultivation had already been destroyed, and he had become a useless person who was even weaker than ordinary people. Seeing that they belonged to the same family, Gao Peng did not kill him. However, a death sentence can make it difficult to escape, and the third elder still obediently treated him as an ordinary person. Chapters 38 Ruthless. Such ruthlessness. At this time, the people of Gao family were also deeply shocked. They did not expect Gao Peng to actually do such a thing on the spot, even though they all wanted to suppress Gao Peng. Some people in the Gao family were discussing softly, but they only dared to discuss softly, and did not say it out loud, because they were also extremely afraid in their hearts. In everyone's eyes, the originally cold Gao Peng had suddenly changed his expression. The expression on his face had become somewhat subtle. It also caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked. Was there a conspiracy? Instantly, everyone couldn't help but shiver. I wonder if the patriarch of the Wang family can bring me to see the elder of the Sen Luo men. Gao Peng instantly arrived beside Wang Nan, but his tone caused everyone to be caught off guard, and they nearly dodged to the side. What was going on? Are our eyes playing tricks on us? What the hell was this change? Not only was everyone stunned, even the person in question, Wang Nan, was stunned and did not recover from his shock for a long time. Could it be that Gao Peng found out that the elders of the Sen Luo men are all in the Gao family's residence, causing even him to be a little afraid? Absolutely possible. After all, that is the martial king, and also a gold-ranked powers elder. Immediately, the crowd seemed to have guessed the truth, and their eyes all shone with a golden light. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. Thus, they only saw the crowd look at Gao Peng with contempt. I didn't expect him to be so awe-inspiring just now, but now that he's met someone even more powerful, he's immediately frightened. What a disgusting face. Who says it isn't? I had originally thought that he was a peerless monster with his own pride. I hadn't thought that he would also be a despicable, groveling trash. Different from everyone's thoughts, Wang Nan would never think that Gao Peng was that kind of person. After all, he already knew that their backer was the Sen Luo men, but the other party still attacked them mercilessly. It was evident that he did not place the Sen Luo men in his eyes at all. How could he possibly bow and kneel because of this? Wang Nan said with a pale face, "What exactly is your goal?" Gao Peng looked at Wang Nan strangely and said, "Of course I want to meet the elder of Sen Luo men. It wasn't easy to meet him, so of course I wanted to fight with him, otherwise, it would be such a pity." While speaking, Gao Peng's face became extremely excited. His excitement made everyone present puzzled. However, the crowd had long since stopped paying attention to any changes to him. His words still echoed in their minds. Fighting with the martial king. Was he defying the heavens' will? That was an elder of a gold-ranked power Sen Luo men, and it was even the powerful martial king. Now you actually told us that you are going to fight with the martial king. Are you overly confident in yourself, or do you have a wrong understanding of the martial king? Chapters 39. Everyone present was extremely shocked. How many times had this happened? Every single word or movement from Gao Peng would cause them to feel incomparably shocked. Time and time again, their three views had been refreshed, but the problem was that Gao Peng was always able to ruthlessly slap their faces. Gao Peng must have truly swelled up, or his brain was filled with water. He didn't even realize how powerful the martial king was. Hey, you aren't even fit to carry shoes for martial king. Wang Nan was stunned at first, but then he completely forgot about his own injuries. He was still vomiting blood, and started laughing loudly instead. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year, and it's entirely possible that I'll be laughing at it in the future. I've never seen anyone who has so much self-control. Do you really think that just by killing me and that old fellow He Yuan, you can rival the martial king? You are really naive. Martial king is a level that you can never hope to overcome. That is a level that you can never hope to reach. Wang Nan continued to laugh as blood spurted out from his mouth. However, he did not stop his laughter as though he had just met an unprecedented joke. Penger, quick, do not let the elders of the Sen Luo men know about what is happening here. If they were to let them know that the situation is going to happen, then we will be in trouble. Gao Jingming said anxiously, but at this moment, he had also recovered from his shock. He then said, "Let's take advantage of this opportunity and quickly pack up. We might even be able to escape." At this time, the people of Gao family also started to panic. It was not the time to be trying to be brave. Some people had already snuck into the mansion. Gao Peng did not pay attention to Gao Jingming's words, and only indifferently said, "I will handle it, rest assured, leave it to me." After that, he did not bother to look at the reaction of the others as he stepped forward to stand by Wang Nan's side. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly, or perhaps it could be said that it had turned ashen. Coldness once again spread to his face. To refuse a toast only to be punished by alcohol. Why are you talking so much when I asked you to bring me to see him? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Immediately, everyone felt a wave of chilliness permeate the air, and they couldn't help but shiver. Wang Nan stopped laughing. The blood had already dyed the ground red. Wang Nan's originally pale white face had now turned extremely red. Since you aren't willing to take me there, then I'll just go by myself after I kill you. There's no use in keeping a piece of trash like you around. Gao Peng did not seem to be lying when he said those words, and for a moment, no one suspected that he was joking, and all of them held their breaths. One person after another stared, with widened eyes. How outrageous was it? Is he really not afraid of the elders of the Sen Luo men? Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. However, right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Are you looking for me? Chapters 40. A sturdy man floated in the sky, wearing a pure black Sen Luo men attire, looking down with a proud and aloof expression. At the same time, an incomparably tyrannical aura appeared on the spot, causing everyone to tremble with fear. This tyrannical aura was already revealed in front of everyone. This time, both the Gao family and Gao Peng are really done for. Even the elder of the Sen Luo men, the martial king, has been dispatched. Let's see how he can still act so arrogantly. Before, he dared to act so arrogantly, but who knew what his guts were? Wang Nan was also secretly delighted in his heart, but he did not dare show it. His little life was currently in Gao Peng's hands. If he did not do something good, he would truly lose it. You will definitely pay the price for your actions, and not only you, the entire Gao family will be destroyed because of you. Wang Nan hatefully thought in his heart. At this time, his face was already sweeping the ground, and the prestige of the Wang family was no longer there. After this matter, it would be difficult for him to control the shattered Star City. What should he do? There really is a martial king. It's over, all of us are finished. This time, we are completely screwed. No matter how strong your martial Grand Master is, it's impossible for you to be a match for Martial King. The crowd of Gao family were immediately thrown into a state of panic. All of them had very panicked expressions, but because Martial King was floating in the sky, they did not dare to do anything out of line, otherwise, they would have already escaped. Didn't you want to exchange pointers with me? The elder of the Sen Luo men looked down at Gao Peng condescendingly, then patted his head and said, Wrong, do you want to fight me? Can we start now? The clan elder of the Sen Luo men crossed his arms and said, If you don't make a move, don't blame me for being rude. At the same time, a tyrannical pressure pressed over. The target of the pressure was Gao Peng, and the rest did not feel it. Detecting enemies of the host, scanning. Scanning complete. Name, Biantianyu Physique. Tiger's Leopard Body Bloodline. Silver Tiger King Bloodline Stage. Martial King Level 3 Martial Skills. Earth Rank Martial Technique. Meteor Leg Mastery Earth Rank Martial Technique. Black Emperor / Mastery. The enemy is at the 3rd level of Martial King, will automatically be promoted to the 4th level of Martial King. The enemy's bloodline is the Silver Tiger King's, so it will automatically activate the Divine Beast White Tiger's bloodline for the host. False Royal Level. The enemy's physique is Tiger's Leopard Body, will be automatically upgraded to Silver Bone Devil Physique. The enemy's strongest martial skill is Earth Rank Martial Skill, Meteor Leg, Mastery, Earth Rank Martial Skill, Black Emperor / Mastery, will automatically grant the host an Earth Rank Martial Skill, Dark Shadow Emperor Fist, Completion, and an Earth Rank Martial Skill, Crimson Rainbow Devil / Completion. When he felt the enemy's hostility, in a moment, Gao Peng's strength increased again, as if the world was being turned upside down. The feeling of having his body brimming with power still intoxicated him, making him unable to extricate himself. Chapters 41. Penger, quick! I will block the enemy for you, hurry up and run. After Gao Jingming regained his senses, he suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Gao Peng, blocking his way. Gao Jingming did not even have the time to react. He had already returned to his original position, and just as he was about to speak, he was already drowned out by the surprised exclamations of the people present. Everyone present were choked by Gao Peng's words. They did not even gasp for breath, although they had a general idea of what Gao Peng was trying to say. But, this was a martial king. Did he really think he was invincible? Don't be ridiculous. Martial king killing He Yuan is as easy as killing a dog. It is even more so not someone whose martial grand master can match up to him. This time, Gao Peng was truly finished. Not only him, even the Gao family would be implicated by him. As expected, After the elders of the Sen Luo men heard what Gao Peng said, their arrogance no longer existed, and their entire faces twisted together. Arrogant? I didn't expect a mere brat like you to be so arrogant. If I don't kill you, wouldn't I be looked down upon? Since you said that I'm just a mere martial king, then let me see exactly how strong you are. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, I will also uproot your entire family. Bian Tianyu's entire person did not get angry. He released his might and floated in the sky, releasing wave after wave of qi, completely releasing his cultivation. When his cultivation was completely released, everyone felt that it was extremely difficult to breathe, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests. I can't take it anymore. Martial King's aura is just too strong, and it is hard for me to breathe from the pressure. Could this be the true strength of Martial King? How is that possible? He hasn't even used the power of his bloodline. If he has, his strength will increase by several folds. At that time, once we get close to him, we might explode and die. At this moment, the shattered Star City began to tremble as well. Many of them could feel the oppressive aura, and at the same time, they slowly retreated. Every time he took a step away, he would feel the pressure on his body lessen. Piss! Who are you trying to scare with that aura of yours? Isn't it just the aura of a mere martial king? You don't feel ashamed of yourself either. When everyone felt the pressure, Gao Peng still remained calm and collected, and even looked at Bian Tianyu with disdain. It was only because Gao Peng said that sentence that attracted the attention of everyone present. What was going on? Did he not feel the tyrannical pressure? Or could it be that, what kind of treasures did he have that could resist the oppressive power of the martial king? Chapters 42 inches U. Search. Die. Bian Tianyu gnashed his teeth and spat out each word, his eyes looking like they were on fire. Smoke and dust filled the sky. This is the result of someone who likes to court death. If he did not agitate the elders of Sen Luo men again and again, such a thing would not have happened. He's finally dead. It's not enough for him to die 1,000 times. He can't even live by himself. Not only was it the crowd present, even a trace of smile was revealed on Bian Tianyu's face. A brat dares to look down on me, this is the result. As he spoke, he glanced at his surroundings, as if warning everyone. However, in the next moment, his entire expression froze. Hey, who are you calling a kid? If you have the ability to say it again, don't beat your shish asterisk t out of me at any minute. Gao Peng's voice directly traveled down from above his head, and for a moment, everyone present was stunned, and in the next moment, they all looked up at the same time. It floated in the air. Could it be? A conclusion emerged in everyone's minds, that Gao Peng was also a martial king, otherwise how could he stay floating in the sky? Is it the martial king? Impossible. This was impossible. He is only a 17-year-old youngster, and his martial Grand Master cultivation is already extremely exaggerated. How could he possibly be a martial king? Then why do you think he can float in the sky? No matter how incredulous the crowd was, Gao Peng was indeed floating in the sky, and looking at him, there was no difference between his appearance and martial kings. This also forced them to believe that Gao Peng was the martial king. How is this possible? How could a brat like you be a martial king? Bian Tianyu also did not notice how Gao Peng addressed him, but instead looked at Gao Peng with an extremely incredulous expression. How could there be such a young martial king? Even in their power, they were monstrous geniuses that were rarely seen in several hundred years. However, why would such a character appear in this place? Fake. All of this is fake. What are you talking to yourself about there? Could it be that after seeing that I'm too strong, you're going crazy and play dumb? Then I'm sorry, because it's useless. Even if he's crazy, I'll still kill him anyway. Lunatics here have no privileges. Gao Peng looked down at Bian Tianyu from up above, his arms folded across his chest, his entire being suspended above everyone's heads like a sovereign descending. Martial King is nothing much, but I've scared you so much that it only took you an instant to reach Martial King. Gao Peng looked at the people below him who had not recovered from their shock for a long time, and spoke with a disdainful tone, but his words directly caused the people below him to vomit blood. Too special. This was a blow to him. You don't have to play like this. Chapters 43. I'm not interested in men at this time. Everyone present was once in a state of shock. Regardless of whether Gao Peng's words were true or not, he was now truly the martial king. No one could refute him. Everyone present at the scene were wailing in their hearts, looking at Gao Peng's strength being revealed bit by bit, they felt even more hopeless. It was as if a shadow had enveloped them from beginning to end, making it impossible for them to see the sunlight. After a while, Bian Tianyu slightly recovered his senses, and the proud and aloof expression appeared on his face once again. He looked at Gao Peng calmly and said, "So what if you are a martial king? You are indeed a peerless monster. If it wasn't for the enmity between us, we might have allowed you to join our Sen Luo men. But now, you are destined to die early. I like to kill geniuses the most, especially geniuses who have yet to fully mature, not to mention your peerless monster." Bian Tianyu seemed to have thought of something and his face became extremely excited. At the same time, a cruel smile appeared on his face. At the same time, when the people present saw Bian Tianyu's expression, they could not help but shiver. This, how terrifying! Why do I feel like I'm in an Asura hell? Is this even human? The aura from his body can already affect us. Not only did everyone's bodies tremble, Gao Peng could not help but tremble, and took a step back in the air. So disgusting, urinal classmate, can you not look at me with such a disgusting expression? Those who don't know about it would think that you're interested in me. I'm not interested in men, especially you. Gao Peng's face was full of disdain. At the same time, he waved his hand, his movements was extremely vivid. For a moment, the entire field suddenly became quiet. All of them stared, tongue-tied. The atmosphere from before was enough to cause everyone present to lose their minds, but now, everyone was not only shocked. They even felt like laughing. And at this time, the more they looked at Bian Tianyu, the more they seemed to resemble him. This goes without saying. At this moment, everyone present was suppressing their laughter. They were afraid that they would be unable to control themselves and burst out laughing. However, they were all holding their laughter so tightly that they were about to burst out laughing. Bian Tianyu's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver, the expression on his face changed again and again, and finally warped together as he tightly clenched his fists. You will pay the price for your words. Not only you, but your entire clan will be exterminated because of you. Just repent in hell, Bian Tianyu said while grinding his teeth. At the same time, a tyrannical aura emitted from his body, and a silver-white tiger appeared behind him. This tiger was extremely solid, as though it was real and appeared behind his back. Chapters 44 Inches Awu. The tiger's roar resounded through the sky. The aura of the forest boa king was completely revealed. He was like a king looking down on the earth, his sharp eyes swept across a person, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Oh my god, could this be the true strength of the martial king? I'm overthinking it. Although Gao Peng is also a martial king, he is not on the same level as the elders of the Sen Luo men. Furthermore, judging by the power of his bloodline, he is much weaker than others as well. He's inferior in every aspect. Is he really a match for the clan elders of Sen Luo men? You guys have simply overestimated him. Everyone was deeply shocked by Bian Tianyu's powerful aura. Although Gao Peng's various actions had shocked them time and time again, in the face of absolute strength, Gao Peng did not have any chance to turn the situation around. No one thought that Gao Peng would win. Miracles did not appear so easily, and Gao Peng's arrogance also stopped there. Although all of them felt extremely refreshed in their hearts, they still felt a slight sense of regret. After all, this was the first martial king of the Shattered Star City. Kid, do you know where the gap between us is now? Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Maybe I can give you a quick death. Bian Tianyu said with incomparable satisfaction, as if victory was already in his grasp. Furthermore, he did not place Gao Peng in his eyes at all. They were both from martial king, but the difference in strength was too. You're done, Gao Peng said expressionlessly. Bian Tianyu, isn't it just using the power of the bloodline and the power of the body? It's exactly the same as when Ultraman transformed. I don't even know if your brain got too much water. So noisy. Boom. Before Bian Tianyu could react, he felt himself getting hit by a violent object, and his entire body became like a cannonball, as he flew through the air. Bang 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 bang. He wanted to stop, but the body is no longer under control. I've been blabbering for so long, I didn't expect you to be a piece of trash, then why are you still blabbering in front of me? If you're too weak, hurry up and dig a hole and bury yourself in it. Otherwise, come out and embarrass yourself. Gao Peng's voice sounded out in the air. Although no one could see what was happening, they could roughly guess what was happening just from the voice alone. But because of this, everyone present felt even more shocked, and each and every one of them was in a state of stupefaction. This It seems like there's something wrong with the script. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths. They all had the same expression, as if they were drinking water from the northwest wind. Scum, with your strength, you actually dare to say that your entire clan will be exterminated. Whether or not you can kill me, and survive my grasp, it all depends on how strong you are. Don't pretend to be 13 if you do it yourself, or else others will look down on you. Not only is he ugly, he actually doesn't know of it, and he even runs out to scare people. Chapters 45. Other than the sounds of collision in the sky, it was Gao Peng's voice. However, every single one of his words made people want to vomit blood. This was full range without any blind spots. I'm already like this, why are you asking me what I think? Are you afraid that you don't know what grievances are? What made him want to vomit blood the most was that Gao Peng kept cursing as he fought. Every word was like a knife stabbing into his heart, making him want to vomit blood at every second. You really don't regard people as human beings. Bastard. It was rare for there to be a gap, so Bian Tianyu immediately cursed out loud, and fresh blood directly spurted out from his mouth. You still dare to retort? Gao Peng unrestrainedly threw a slap over. Bian Tianyu was spinning in the air like a top, and had even created gusts of wind. Tell me, how can you be trash? It was one thing for them to be weak, but there was no heaven-tier cultivation technique. Do you think you're trash? Gao Peng did not let him off just because of this, and continued to mercilessly crush him. This scene was somewhat difficult to bear to look at for the rest of the people present to see. Wang Nan's entire body started to tremble, especially when he saw Bian Tianyu being crushed. He felt even more terrified. It was over. At this moment, he could already imagine what his fate would be. No, I can't wait to die. As long as I have value, I will not be killed. That must be it. Wang Nan acted as though he had found his lifeline, and started to frantically think about what kind of value he had in using it. There was no need to think about the amount of wealth, because no matter what, he had to honestly hand it over. And it can't be used to buy money. Boom. Bian Tianyu could finally hit the ground, but at the moment, he was lying face down and a huge pit was formed by his fall. Holy shish *t, how thick is your face when you can even smash a hole in it? No wonder such an ugly person dares to come out and harm others. Gao Peng cried out, looking at Bian Tianyu who was inside the hole in surprise. At the same time, everyone present saw Bian Tianyu's miserable state. His entire body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered, even his spear was swaying in the wind. It was simply unbearable to look at. Isn't this too miserable? Could this be the clan elder of the Sen Luo men that we spoke of before? I feel like we're not talking about the same person. I think so too. This is too different from what we expected. Everyone's mouth began to twitch. Especially when they saw that spear swaying in the wind, it made them feel extremely speechless. Could this be the clan elder of the Sen Luo men? Are they thinking too highly of the Sen Luo men? With this strength, no matter how one looked at it, there was no deterrence at all. At this moment, it was as if the golden body had been broken, and all sorts of doubts and questions emerged in everyone's minds. No, you can't kill me. I am an elder of the Sen Luo men. If you kill me, that would mean you have offended the Sen Luo men. Bian Tianyu spoke in an intermittent manner, his entire being looked extremely weak. The power of his bloodline had already dissipated, and he looked like a beggar that was a little stronger. Chapters 46 inches. You can't kill me. Sen Luo men knows of my tracks, and the moment I am killed, I will eventually trace it back to you. At that time, not only you, but your entire family will be annihilated by Sen Luo men as well. Bian Tianyu had always been increasing the number of chips for him to live. Since he dared to say that Gao Peng didn't dare to kill him, then, there would always be accidents. After some thought, everyone fell into silence. If he didn't want to know, he would be shocked by the thought. Gao Peng smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. Sen Luo men's sect leader, right? If killing you can really lure him here, then that's what I really want. I really look forward to his revenge. If he doesn't come, that would really disappoint me. Gao Peng's reaction caused Bian Tianyu to be stunned. He had never thought that Gao Peng would have such a reaction, and all kinds of results were fantasized in his mind. The only thing he did not expect from Sen Luo men was revenge. Oh my god, here it comes again. Everyone was covering their faces in unison, looking speechless. How many times had it been? Especially the people who saw Gao Peng kill Wang Kun and his group. they felt that the scene in front of them was extremely similar. Did he already think that his strength could sweep everything away? Although Gao Peng was very strong now, he would still be too arrogant if he could look down on everything. Although no one can handle Gao Peng now, with his ways of doing things, sooner or later he will provoke someone he cannot afford to provoke. At that time, countless people will be implicated as well. There's no need to even mention that it would happen sooner or later. He has already completely offended Sen Luo Men. Regardless of whether or not he killed the elder of Sen Luo Men, he has already completely offended him. The relationship between them right now was extremely subtle. Whether or not Gao Peng had killed the elders of the Sen Luo Men, the two of them had already formed a hatred of each other. Bian Tianyu forced out a smile. You really know how to joke. As long as you let me go, the hatred between us will be written off. I swear that I will never take revenge. He didn't know if the other party's words were true, but he really didn't dare to gamble. Thus, he once again used his wager, hoping that he would truly be able to escape from the other party's hands. Gao Peng pondered for a while, and everyone thought that he was thinking about what Bian Tianyu had said, that even Bian Tianyu thought there was hope, and his eyes lit up. However, Gao Peng opened his mouth to speak. Killing you like this is really too much of a pity. Although the fact that you did not cultivate the heaven-ranked martial technique disappointed me slightly, I am still satisfied with the rest. If that's the case, then I'll let you experience what it means to have a high-grade death. Bian Tianyu, everyone. The black man's question mark appeared on the heads of everyone present. Gao Peng's words were so baffling that they were at a loss. Of course, they still managed to capture the most crucial part of the information. Gao Peng, he wanted to kill the clan elder of Sen Luo Men. Chapters 47 inches Awu. An earth-shattering roar of a tiger immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What was that sound just now? Why can't I help but have the thought of submitting? However, Bian Tianyu felt an unshakable pressure. At the same time, the wounds on his body started to open up, and fresh blood started to flow out. How is this possible? How could it cause such a phenomenon? Unless it was caused by a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blood, why would such a phenomenon appear on his body? Bian Tianyu could not imagine this kind of situation happening on Gao Peng's body. This kind of abnormal phenomenon was rarely seen by him, yet he actually appeared in such a remote small city. You broke his mind. What is this? Gao Jingming and the group of Gao family all watched on dumbfoundedly. They felt that something inconceivable was about to happen. However, they were still unable to figure out what exactly it was with their eyes. Their entire person was in a stupefied state. A beam of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a faint bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky, making this pillar of light even more eye-catching. Gao Peng was enveloped by the light pillar, and after a while, a gigantic figure slowly appeared. It was a white tiger, giving off a tyrannical aura. The word, King, could clearly be seen on its head. When the crowd wanted to see the tiger clearly, they discovered that their eyes were blurry and they could not see the tiger's true appearance. All he saw was that this was a terrifying beast. If it was only this, they might not be too surprised, but with Bian Tianyu's previous comparison, they knew that the two were like the difference between clouds and mud. It should be the power of the bloodline, right? Someone said with uncertainty. At the same time, everyone stared with widened eyes. That's right, this must be the power of the bloodline, but how is this possible? Gao Peng's bloodline is obviously a throne. What's the situation now? How many bloodlines does he actually have? I have never heard of anyone possessing multiple bloodlines. Everyone present was confused. The scene in front of their eyes was something they had never seen before. However, this did not stop them from feeling shocked. In their eyes, Gao Peng had become more and more unfathomable, as if all of Gao Peng's actions had become so common. No, that's impossible. Bian Tianyu stared at Gao Peng in a daze like a wooden chicken. Perhaps the crowd present just thought that Gao Peng's bloodline was extremely powerful and overpowered. Otherwise, why would it cause such a phenomenon? However, Bian Tianyu's bloodline power was in itself a tiger, so he could naturally clearly sense just how great the pressure that the figure of that pillar of light had brought him. This is the power of a divine beast. That's right, although it is not a true divine beast, it is definitely a divine beast's bloodline. Chapters 48. Bian Tianyu was completely dumbstruck, and even his body was trembling uncontrollably. That tyrannical pressure wasn't only directed at him, but his bloodline's power just so happened to belong to the tiger, thus he was the one that was affected the most. I feel the same way, as if he was our king in the first place. What kind of power was this? Oh my god, they couldn't help but want to submit to him. How terrifying was this power? Just the thought of it caused their bodies to shiver. At the same time, they looked at Gao Peng as if they were looking at a great demon king. This time, they were even more afraid of Gao Peng. This moment had cast a shadow over many people's hearts. Even the Wang and He family members were trembling in fear. They were thankful to be able to survive, let alone seek revenge. Roar. Yet another world-shaking tiger roar. The eyes of everyone present blurred, as they saw Bian Tianyu's ferocious tiger being enveloped. In that instant, everyone felt as if they had gone deaf. At the same time, the scene before them seemed to have been slowed down by countless times. After being bitten by the white tiger, Bian Tianyu's face showed an unreconciled expression, but he did not struggle at all and just died like that. Looking at Bian Tianyu's miserable state, everyone present shivered. Especially the Wang and He clan's members, their expressions were many times uglier than if they were crying. Because, at this time, they no longer had anything to rely on. They could only pray that Gao Peng would let them go, but this expectation was not high at all. But if they fought desperately, they still knew their own limits. All of them had sullen looks on their faces, as a sense of despair welled up in their hearts. In contrast, the faces of everyone present still revealed shock. There was nothing to worry about anymore. They were not afraid of Sen Luo Men's revenge at all. Perhaps it was as Gao Peng had said, he still looked forward to the Sen Luo Men's revenge. However, the strength of the Sen Luo Men was incomparable. An elder couldn't represent a force at all. What was Gao Peng relying on? What gave him such strong self-confidence? The crowd present could not understand, nor could they understand. Within the crowd of Gao family, although there were many people who wanted to berate Gao Peng for her actions, they all shut their mouths after thinking about it. Although they were afraid of the Sen Luo Men, they were equally afraid of Gao Peng. The scene of the third elder crippling their cultivation was still fresh in their minds, causing them to feel even more fear. As anxiety slowly surfaced on Gao Jingming's face, even though he had solved his predicament and seen his own son become a talent, he was very happy. However, killing the elders of the Sen Luo Men had completely offended the Sen Luo Men, and the Sen Luo Men was now hanging above their heads like a blade. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he sighed and did not say anything. Forget it, no matter what, I will not let anyone hurt you. Chapters 49. After Bian Tianyu was killed, it was as if the last life-saving straw had been crushed. The Wang and He families all had sullen faces, while Wang Nan was even more despondent. It's over, it's all over. No one from the Wang and He clans dared to escape. They were waiting for the judgment to descend, and their fate all depended on Gao Peng. After this continuous battle, he had also discovered his own problem. No, to be exact, it was a problem with the system. Once he met someone even stronger, he would be able to instantly obtain even more powerful strength. This allowed him to have the strength that others dreamed of, without needing to cultivate at all. At the same time, he had also lost the ability to use all kinds of pills and cultivation techniques. These things that were incomparably precious to others were like trash in front of him. It is a pity to forsake the tasteless taste of food. Looks like I'm destined to be in trouble. Training is impossible. The only way to make yourself stronger is to cause trouble. Gao Peng did not hesitate to turn and leave. This scene was also seen by the spectators. If it was before when they were fighting, then this display of power did not have any problems. However, Gao Peng actually did not want the spatial ring of the Sen Luo Men elder. Everyone looked at each other. This was simply too abnormal. Although he did not say anything, no one dared to go and pick it up. However, his reaction was too abnormal. Shouldn't he just keep the spatial ring? Why is Gao Peng not interested in spatial rings? Even if all the spoils of war belong to him, isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Who dares to touch his things? Who would dare to touch his things? If this wasn't courting death, then what was it? Didn't you see what happened to the Wang and He families? Although they did not suffer very heavy losses right now, after this battle, their bones will definitely be damaged. Some people were doubtful, but they still didn't come to a conclusion. Just as they were wondering, they saw Gao Peng passing by a place where He Yuan died. Surprisingly, there was a shining spatial ring there, and this one was obviously yours. However, Gao Peng kicked it away disdainfully, as if he was trash, and did not even take an extra look. The crowd burst into an uproar. This time, they saw it clearly, but at the same time, they felt even more confused. However, this did not stop them from feeling shocked, as no one could understand what Gao Peng was doing. The corner of Gao Jingming's mouth twitched, and black lines appeared on his forehead. It seemed as if he really wanted to rush over and give Gao Peng a good beating. If one was truly not in charge, one would not know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt were. Gao Jingming's nostrils felt like they were about to emit hot air, but even though he was angry, he didn't say it on the spot. Instead, he turned around to call for the rest of the Gao family. Everyone, clean up the battlefield, collect all the spoils of war, if anyone dares to extend your hand, chop them all down. At the same time, he faintly glanced over the crowd, as if giving them a warning. Chapters 50-50 Nobody dares to waste my time. As soon as Gao Jingming finished speaking, everyone from the Gao family rushed towards the battlefield like a hurricane. Soon after, the battlefield was swept clean like a bandit passing through. He hurried to the point where he could not see any traces of battle. Even the damaged buildings and the ground had all been repaired. It seemed to mean that everyone present had a wicked heart. Fuck you. Even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to carelessly stretch out their hands. This was truly a suicidal move. Gao Jingming walked over to Gao Peng and asked, "What should we do with Wang Nan?" "In these two clans, whatever you want. These two families can be vassals to any extent, and even they can't cause any trouble." As for Wang Nan, when Gao Peng said "till here," he hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Wang Nan, and at the same time, everyone's gazes landed on Wang Nan. I still have usage value. It's true, I can help you take charge of the Wang family and bring you more income. This way, you won't have to waste your time dealing with those thorns. When Wang Nan saw that everyone was looking at him, he immediately expressed that he still had some value. If he didn't have any value, then he wouldn't be far from death. In everyone's eyes, keeping Wang Nan alive was better than killing him, which meant that he still had value in using him. However, Gao Peng shook his head lightly, and said with disdain, "Kill him, don't make him look so bad." Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked around as if they were hallucinating. "Did you hear wrongly? Why did I hear Gao Peng say that he would kill us?" "I heard the same thing." Everyone inhaled a breath of air. They were completely shocked and looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. Would this decision not be too unwise? Gao Jingming also looked at Gao Peng with his tongue-tied eyes, and said, "Isn't that a bit too much? With him, it will be beneficial for us to take over the Wang family. At the very least, we can just directly take over the players. No one dares to interfere. Isn't this saving us a lot of trouble?" Gao Peng said indifferently, "Do you still need him? He's just a person who doesn't need to be. If anyone from the Wang clan dares to interfere, then just make all of them disappear. Let's see who dares to waste my time." When Gao Peng said this, it immediately caused the Wang and He family members to feel cold under their feet, as if they were in an ice house. They didn't dare to have any doubts. All of them were trembling in fear, desperately shaking their heads to show that they didn't dare to resist at all. Wang Nan's entire face became ashen as a wave of despair emerged on his face. "No, I still have usage value. You can't kill me." Wang Nan wanted to struggle until his death, but Gao Peng was already extremely impatient. He did not even turn his head as he threw out a punch, completely covering Wang Nan. His voice was hoarse. The scene immediately fell into silence. Everyone stared, tongue-tied, their backs drenched. Even the surrounding people did not dare make a sound. They were all shocked by Gao Peng's power. Chapters 51 Gaojia Mansion, Hall. Gao Peng sits on the ground, with rings piled up in front of him. There are all kinds of weapons, even countless skills in martial arts. But at this time, his face was extremely disgusted. After picking and choosing, he left everything on the ground. "It's all rubbish. It's useless at all. Take it away. Whoever wants to take it away, don't put it in front of me." The elders of the Gao family jerked at the corners of their mouths and their faces were speechless. When Gao Peng saw these space rings, he was impatient to pick and choose. Finally, he thought it was rubbish. The tone is too irritating. There are so many space rings and these wealth, it's a person who will be excited to see the brain congestion, but in Gao Peng's eyes, it's rubbish. Who can I reason with? Gao Jingming couldn't see it anymore. He immediately said, "Penger, although your strength is stronger than ours, these are also the resources you need very much. These are all cultivation resources. No caprice. How can these things be rubbish? How many people dream of having so many cultivation resources are not available yet? Gao Peng turned his eyes and said, what's the garbage that I don't need? Besides, I don't need cultivation resources. Just for my talent, I can advance by cultivating at will. These cultivation resources are useless for me. People were speechless again. They had never seen such a big voice before. They said that the cultivation resources were useless to them. You can advance if you practice casually. See, what's the tone? You. Gao Jingming's nose was askew with anger. Before Gao Jingming could speak, he was interrupted by Gao Peng. Anyway, I don't need these things. Take them if you want. Besides, if I really need them, I can take them at any time. Why bother so much? Gao Jingming finally sighed and said, well, these things are put in my custody for the time being. When you need them, you can tell me directly that your talent is too terrible to waste. Yes, I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do. You should take good care of your family all the time. You don't have to worry too much about my affairs. At the same time, Gao Peng's name has been thoroughly introduced into thousands of families, as well as his brilliant achievements. For a time, the two words of Gao Peng were in the sky, and the number of times that they were mentioned was beyond estimation. Of course, the most important thing was that Gao Peng had been implicitly known as the uncrowned king. It indicates that Gao Peng is the king of the Broken Star City. His words are equivalent to the Holy Edict. No one dares to disobey it, and the whole Broken Star City has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The industries originally belonging to the Wang family and He family belong to the Gaojia family, and many small families who have been neutral all the time, have come to the Gaofu with congratulatory gifts to show their sincerity. For a time, with the fame and status of Gao Peng, Gaojia became the overlord. There is no second voice in the whole Broken Star City. No one dares to disobey Gao Peng and Gaojia. The Wangs and Hejia are the end. So many people are honest. After the Gao family became the overlord of the Broken Star City, life gradually calmed down in a few days, but it will not last long. A message came, which completely set off everyone's mood, including Gao Peng. Chapters 52. 7 days ago, a towering light column appeared, followed by a huge white tiger, which also caused the vision of heaven and earth around. So far, the whole southern region has been shocked. All the major forces have been searching for the people who stir up the visions of heaven and earth. But after several days, they still failed. After discussion, the influential forces in the southern region have decided to hold a grand centenary conference near the appearance of the vision of heaven and earth. In order to recruit gifted disciples, although their purpose is only one, they can recruit the genius who causes the difference between heaven and earth, but there is only one genius, and there are so many sects. It's impossible to hang on a tree, so many small sects know that they have no influence, and their requirements are even lower. As long as they have a little talent, they can meet their requirements. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to add fresh blood, which immediately makes the whole southern region surging. The same is true of the Broken Star City and the surrounding cities. All of them are boiling. They have never met such a rare event, so they treasure it more. When the news came out, every young man who thought he was a genius prepared to go to the 100 conferences, believing that he could be sought after by all major forces. Broken Star City. At first, the quiet life was confused, but everyone's face was excited. Although they may not get the chance, no one is willing to try. In particular, the remaining forces of the Wang family and the He family are about to give up their lives. At this time, they got such a shocking news. Once they are attracted by any school, they can get rid of the current predicament and become masters at the same time. Wait, as long as I can join a powerful sect, it will be the time for you to pay the price. Then I will let you really know what's to blame. In Wang's and He's mansions, they all rub their hands, but they don't want to think about it. With their garbage talent, they can enter the sect. How could Gao Peng not enter? Therefore, their fantasies are only kept in their minds. Once they are put into action, they are only left with tears of regret. Gao Peng is also very excited at this time, but his excitement is different from that of others. All of them dream of entering a powerful sect. But the first thought in my mind is that I can do things again. After a few days of silence, he felt moldy all over, and the news had just arrived. It's time to get back to business. The flowers are going to thank. I didn't expect to wait for the revenge of Sen Luoman, but there are hundreds of conferences. God doesn't want me to be idle. There were bursts of laughter in Gao Peng's yard. Many servants fell to the ground with goosebumps when they passed by. If they hadn't seen Gao Peng's powerful strength a few days ago, they thought Gao Peng was crazy. But even so, many people still think that Gao Peng's brain may have problems, and they are far away from Gao Peng's yard. It's over. Master Peng may have a brain problem. Shall we report to the master? Or not? If we let Master Peng know, we must be in a hurry. This is not something we can manage at all. Chapters 53. Baiyang City, a city several times larger than the Broken Star City, looks like a huge fortress from a distance, giving the first impression that it is indestructible. It's like a sleeping beast. Once it really wakes up, it will make all people look at it. Baiyang City is not only huge, but also has several family forces. Compared with Gaojia, there is a huge gap, and there is no comparison at all. At the same time, Baiyang City is also the largest city in the remote corner of the southern region, so it can stay for hundreds of millions of people. After a day's running, Gao Peng finally saw this huge city gate. Even though he was used to modern technology, he was still amazed to see this huge city. What a spectacle! Just like the ancient city, it may be more spectacular in numerous times than that. When Gao Peng heard that there were hundreds of conferences here, his restless mood had been hard to bear for a long time, so he did not say hello to others but secretly came out alone. In any case, with his strength, no one can stop him. At the same time, he knows that there will be a grand event here. There must be many strong people gathered here. It's enough for him to want to do something. This little brother, are you also going to the 100 conferences? When Gao Peng sighted Baiyang City, a voice like the voice after the vicissitudes of life came from behind him, and immediately let him return to God. He turned around and saw 5 people behind him. An old man and 4 beautiful men, only one of them is a woman, which makes people feel fresh and refined, as if they have not been polluted by the secular world. And the other 3 are men, but from their clothes we can see that they must be well-off people, and from their faces we can see the looming sense of superiority. Looking at their appearance, we can probably guess that they are here for the 100 conferences. Yes, Gao Peng responded without hesitation, and had no interest in taking care of them. The old man didn't give up, his face showed a trace of joy. Great, since we are all on the way, let's go to the city together. There is also a care. The people who came to attend the Centenary Congress must be unknown. This is a rare event in the southern region. It must be a mixture of good and bad. Why don't we take care of each other? However, before Gao Peng could speak, one of the tall and skinny people cut in and said, Zhang Lao, why do we invite this guy in? At first glance, I know that the country bumpkin who has never met the world has lowered our taste. The other 2 men also agreed. Yes, it's a shame for such a person to walk with us. Isn't it that we are despised by the rest of us? The old man's face flashed a trace of shame and anger, was about to scold 3 people. The only woman said, how can you do this? What's the matter with other people's clothes? As for letting you dislike others so much. The woman's 3 consecutive questions made the 3 men speechless, and the old man nodded happily. At this time, the old man suddenly looked at Gao Peng and said with an apology on his face, I'm sorry. They didn't mean to, but they didn't see much of the world. Please don't mind, little brother. Chapters 54 inches. You don't have to apologize. I never care about the weak. Gao Peng's face didn't look so arrogant, but what he said was extremely irritating, just like explaining a fact. The faces of those people suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Even the old man didn't know how to answer them. They were not embarrassed. The tall and thin one was angry immediately. Boy, who do you say is the weak? If you have the ability to say it to me again, you will be ruined if I don't do it. The other 2 men also stand beside the tall and thin one after another, glaring at Gao Peng. It seems that once Gao Peng talks, they rush up to fight violently. Gao Peng crooked his head and said, I'm weak but I still don't face myself. I feel sad for you. You. 3 people are trying to teach Gao Peng a lesson. A voice suddenly comes to them, which makes them stiff. Yo, aren't these guys from Xianxia? I didn't expect that these rubbish also came here. Do you think that they will be selected by the sect with their talent? Who hasn't dreamed? Maybe they are dreaming of their own spring and autumn dreams. When everyone heard of the reputation, they saw a group of young people who were also well dressed coming. Among them, there were 2 middle-aged men who knew that they were escorts. But this group of people look arrogant, even arrogant than thin and tall people, as if a face cannot live. After seeing this group of people, the faces of the tall and thin people became extremely ugly. Are you only allowed to come to 100 conferences? Our people in Xianxia are not bad either. They don't look down on people. As if to see the sudden emergence of this group of people, thin and tall people will not have the previous arrogance, become extremely suffocating. Of course, our Yi family is naturally more qualified than you. With your garbage talent, it's better to save money. Once we lose the election, we will lose our face of Haoyu City. After hearing the dialogue between the two groups, Gao Peng also fully understood their identity. Both groups belong to the family power of Haoyu City, but the Yi family is obviously much stronger than Xianxia, otherwise it will not be so arrogant. Moreover, from the number of participants in the 100 conferences, we can see who is strong and who is weak, which is almost clear at a glance. However, Gao Peng did not want to participate in the dispute between them, nor did she have any interest. She just glanced at it and turned to Baiyang City. But his behavior directly attracted the attention of Yi family and others. Stop. Did I let you go? Who gave you the courage to leave? You can't leave without us talking. Stay here for me, a slightly tender voice said insolently. This man is also a disciple of the Yi family, and he is the youngest according to his age. Immediately let all the people put their eyes on Gao Peng, thin and tall people gloating at him, and the old man and woman in Xianxia had a worried look on their faces. Gao Peng's footsteps made a tiny meal. Looking back at the Yi family, he said, "Are you talking about me? I have a bad problem. Weak people will automatically filter out when they talk to me. Especially when you are so ugly, I dare not talk to you. Because I'm afraid of being infected. Be quiet." The scene immediately fell into silence. No one thought that he would answer like this. Is this a provocation? Chapters 55 inches. Is he crazy? Is he not afraid that Yi family will kill him? Just because he is so weak, he is looking for death. It's too unwise. All the people in Xianxia were shocked, and they felt extremely inconceivable. They didn't expect that there were still people at such a disadvantage who said such words as provocation. Is it that you don't die fast enough? Thin and tall is a joy inside. Let you arrogant, later you will know that arrogance is to pay a price. The woman in Xianxia bit her lips and said softly, apologize and show weakness, or they will kill you. Gao Peng suddenly looked at her in surprise. Unexpectedly, her character was very kind. Although it was a good reminder, he didn't need it at all. He shook his head slightly. All the Yi family members returned to their senses and glared at Gao Peng one by one, especially the youngest Yi family disciple, whose face was almost twisted together. His name is Yi Wen, and he is the most gifted one of the Yi family so far, which also makes him develop a supercilious character, because he always thinks that he is the most gifted person. This time, he was the only one who played the leading role in the 100 Clans Congress. Other people were his foil. Even the elders of the Yi family had instilled such a belief in him, which also made his whole people inflated. Gao Peng's words deeply stimulated him. No one dared to speak to him so irrationally. Moreover, Gao Peng's words, like a sharp knife, pierced his chest deeply. Dying. Yi Wen smiled ferociously and rushed out directly, smashing his fist at Gao Peng's door. This scene made everyone at the scene a little confused, but it's too late to stop it. But the Yi family didn't want to stop them at all. Instead, they all held their arms to watch the drama. Gao Peng stood still, his expression on his face unchanged. Look, this kid must have been scared to be stupid. I don't know who his opponent is. This time, he suffered a lot and was abandoned before entering Baiyang City. From this moment on, he must be an ordinary person. Who let him say that Yi Wen is weak? He not only touched Yi Wen's scale, but also trapped himself in a dilemma. It's too much for him. Everyone in the Yi family looked at all this with a sneer, as if they were winning. However, the next second their faces all froze. Gao Peng steadfastly catches Yi Wen's attack, and seems to be able to do it without any difficulty. Hear this. Are we dazzled? All the people in the room polished their eyes one after another and felt extremely unbelievable, which was totally different from their imagination. At one time, their brain was blank. Yi Wen was almost the same as all the people on the scene, but he was also ignorant. In his opinion, with his powerful attack, the other side could not resist it at all. But the scene in front of him was quite unexpected. Gao Peng shook his head expressionless and said softly, "You are the weakest person I have ever met." Gao Peng didn't lie. In his opinion, it was the weakest, because even the system didn't have any prompt sound, which means that the other party didn't have any item beyond himself. It's not the weakest thing he's ever seen. What is it? Chapters 56. Yi Wen's whole face is as black as the bottom of a pot. His face is full of blue tendons. He bites his teeth tightly. He wants to break away from his fist several times, but he can't break away at last. Hateful. Why are you better than me? No one can match my talent. How could you be my opponent, just because you are a country bumpkin? Yi Wen can't accept the facts. The whole person is in a state of rage, and his mood is extremely unstable. Let me go. A middle-aged man in Yi's family came out and said. Gao Peng is a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there are such powerful people in Yi's family. Should we collect some interest? When the middle-aged man came out, Gao Peng could feel the strong breath of his body. At least, Gao Peng thought that with his current accomplishments, he was still lower than the other side. So everything is still operational. If I am not loose. Gao Peng glanced at the middle-aged man with a cynical look on his face, and the strength in his hand increased in an instant. Yi Wen's facial expression is twisted in one piece, and his mouth makes a terrible scream. Ah, let go, let go. This scream directly shocked everyone in the audience, and they couldn't help but step back. At the same time, they looked at Gao Peng with a hint of fear. Not to mention the strength of Gao Peng, with his extraordinary courage, it has been extremely feared. If you don't let go, you can stay here completely. The middle-aged man has a gloomy face and a faint breath. I don't care which family you are, but it's your misfortune to dare to provoke Yi family. Now let go, I can let go. That's what you want. Gao Peng directly loosed his grip on Yi Wen's fist. The Yi family's people rejoiced a little, but the next second they looked at Gao Peng with poor eyes, which seemed to be the hunter's eyes to see the prey. Thin and tall is also a Lang, and then said scornfully, I didn't expect that he was also a bully. I thought how awesome he was before. I didn't expect that when I met a hard stubble, I immediately counseled him. What a waste. Who can say no? I think he also has self-knowledge. Depending on his current strength, where is the opponent? And the identity gap between the two sides is also different. There is no comparability at all. Several people standing on the thin and tall side echoed and said, and they had not deliberately concealed their voice. He said more and more vigorously, and the voice grew louder and louder. All the people in the room heard it very clearly. The old man and the woman were worried secretly. They glared at the tall and thin people, but they didn't care. The crisp slap sound sounded, and all the people were stiff on the spot, one by one, looking at Gao Peng inconceivably. The expression on his face was very dramatic. From before to now, it's like face changing. There's no sense of disobedience. Everyone here first gloated and despised, then shocked, and finally was unbelievable. Gao Peng slaps Yi Wen fiercely and takes him away. At this time, Yi Wen rotates like a top on the ground. Even Yi Wen is stunned. At first, he wanted to revenge Gao Peng happily, but before he really implemented it, a merciless slap on his face. The voice was very clear, and everyone heard it very clearly. Chapters 57 inches. I have a thick skin. My hands are numb. How weak. Is this the genius in your eyes? Gao Peng squints at the Yi family's people, and the contempt in his eyes has emerged without any cover. You. A great shame. No one has ever dared to look down upon them so much. In the city of Bright Moon, they will almost have the status of Overlord. Even if they are outside, others will have to respect them. Have you ever been treated like this? What's more, Yi's genius was beaten, which made them more unbearable. I saw the Yi family's people all glare at each other and wish they had eaten Gao Peng alive. On the contrary, all the people in Xianxia opened their eyes one by one, and almost all the eyes would fall off. This, are you really afraid of death this time? You know that's Yi's genius. Although it's not the most powerful now, it's Yi's treasure. Now it's beaten. It's going to bear Yi's anger. This time he is really finished. He not only beat the genius of Yi family, but also offended Yi family thoroughly. Let's see how he died this time. The tall and thin man gloating said that in his heart he was eager for Gao Peng to die immediately in front of him. No matter how strong he is, he can't rival the king of the Yi family. Shut up. The woman was so angry that she gave a sharp, thin look. Seeing that the tall and thin man was not making a sound, the woman looked at Gao Peng with worried face. It's too reckless to beat the genius of Yi's family. It must have offended them. Next, it's bound to suffer endless revenge. If you endure a little bit, it will be over. Even if the Yi family can't remember their revenge, they won't find trouble again and again. The woman was worried, but she didn't intervene. They couldn't intervene in the Yi family's affairs. Yi family's middle-aged man stepped out step by step. The color became extremely iron green. The whole person was not angry. Do you know what's the end of this? Gao Peng tilted his head and looked at him seriously. After a long time, he said slowly, is it infected by ugliness? Everyone fell to the ground one after another. Everyone thought he was thinking about something. His serious face was really like thinking. But what he said made people speechless. Isn't it crazy? After repeated provocations, isn't he really afraid of Yi's killing him? After all, it's outside the city, not inside. All the people were speechless and confused. But the middle-aged man was completely angry. Those who don't know how to live or die, dare to talk when it comes to the end. Now I'll let you know what the consequences are. Enemy of host detected. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Name: Yi Shang Physique. Mingjing Tang Physique Blood. Mulling Blood Realm. 6 levels of the King of Wu Martial Arts. The Prefecture Level Martial Arts, Mulling Healing, has become a great success. The Prefecture Level Martial Arts, Mingjing Winding, has become a great success, and the Prefecture Level Martial Arts, Thorns, has become a great success. The enemy's realm is Wuwang Level 6, which will automatically upgrade to Wuwang Level 7. If the enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, it will not be upgraded temporarily. If the enemy's strongest constitution is not stronger than the host, it will not be improved temporarily. The enemy's martial art is the ground level martial art, the twining of the dark crystal. It will automatically give the dormitory the introduction of the sky level martial art, the twining of death. Chapters 58 Gao Peng's inner joy, although he had been expecting it for a long time, can't hide it when the system prompts the sound. Heaven level martial arts, that's heaven level martial arts. Even in the gold level forces, Tianji's martial arts are also the treasure of Junpai. Unless they make great contributions, they can't even have a glimpse. It can be seen how precious the sky-level martial arts are. Now, Gao Peng has the first sky-level martial arts, which almost symbolizes that his strength has increased exponentially. On the contrary, he didn't attach importance to the promotion of his realm, because the promotion of realm is the easiest, and the rest of his blood constitution and martial arts are the most difficult. What's more, he has reached the level of the most evil in all aspects. Unless he meets more evil genius, his blood and constitution will be difficult to improve. He knows this best, but he came here to try his luck. Who knows if there will be more monstrous talents here? Just as Gao Pengran was stupefied, Yi Shang attacked fiercely without a word of greeting. He was in a state of incomparable momentum, a wave after a wave, shaking from all around him. In the next second, a cloud of gas appeared all over his body, which was green. At the same time, a spirit-like figure slowly condensed behind him. At the same time, he had come to Gao Peng's body. With a loud bang, all the attacks fell on Gao Peng's body. The green cloud wrapped Gao Peng. I don't think you dare say it. Dare to provoke Yi family, this is the end. Yi Shang had a big drink, and there was no pause in his movements. As soon as he comes up, he tries his best. It seems that Yi Shang really looks up to Gao Peng. Otherwise, how could he do it? Everyone in the distance was stunned. They didn't expect Yi Shang to attack with all his strength. This does it lose the style of the strong. At this time, the mood of the people was extremely complicated, but there was an idea in their hearts that Gao Peng must be dead. When a king of martial arts tried his best, he had no room to survive. My God, it's just amazing how powerful King Wu is when he gets angry. That arrogant guy, this time must be finished. In the face of the King Wu, who tried his best, he had no room to live. People don't need to see the result to know the fate of Gao Peng, which is very clear. Hello, can you make it harder? Are you tickling me? A harsh voice immediately led everyone's thoughts were interrupted, but then everyone's color changed, one by one felt extremely incredible. Because the voice is Gao Peng's. Yi Shang's face was also stiff, and he couldn't believe it. How could this happen? You can't survive with all my strength. Yi Shang's heart is broken. He doesn't know why. He has tried his best, but why is he still alive? Gao Peng's voice came from a quiet voice. You want to kill me because of your tickling attack? Are you a little naive? Or have you been massaging people for a long time and don't even know how to fight? Chapters 59 Inches Asshole. Yi Shang is so angry that he dared to describe his attack like this. What is not humiliation? All the people here were stunned. What is the situation? Can he resist the king's attack? People are shocked. If so, how powerful is his real strength? No one dares to imagine, because this is simply too appalling, even if how evil, cannot have such a powerful power. But how to explain the scene in front of us? Someone shook his head and immediately said, it's impossible, how big he is. How can we have such a powerful strength? It must be a magic weapon to resist the elder's attack. Yes, it must be. I comforted the Yi family's geniuses by saying that they are geniuses. Everyone has his own pride. Naturally, I don't believe that a country bumpkin is even stronger than them. Isn't that to say that other people's talents are better than them? This is unacceptable to them. Only when the opponent has magic weapons can he resist the attack of King Wu, which is acceptable to them. Thin and tall people think so too, shaking their heads to deny. But the woman's lack of eyes and the appearance of Venus gave rise to a trace of worship. Even the old man felt incredible, even though he had to deal with it. However, Gao Peng seemed so relaxed, which is just what he expected. You've wasted a lot of my time. It's time for you to shut up. My time is valuable, but it's not wasted like this. Gao Peng's voice sounded again, and then everyone found that his voice was as ubiquitous as it was everywhere, and could not locate his position at all. This discovery made everyone feel extremely shocked, but before they had any reaction, Yishang had been blown out by a huge energy. Boom! Later, all the people present saw Gao Peng stepping on Yishang's chest with one foot, and Yishang's blood strength and physique also dissipated in succession. From time to time, the mouth spits out a trace of blood, and the whole person is decadent. The contrast between this scene and others is just too great. They were surprised at Yishang's strength before, but now Yishang is seriously injured and lies on the ground, and is trampled on by others. All the people were stunned. This feeling can't be described by any words. They only felt that they had experienced a dream, but what happened in it was amazing. Gao Peng looked at Yishang with cold eyes and said coldly, "Do you have any last words? If not, I'll send you to hell." Yishang tried to sit up several times, but he was trampled on to death. He could not move at all. As long as he made a little effort, he would spit out blood in his mouth. Cough. Why, how could this happen? How can you be so strong? Are you a strong man who is back to his childhood? Yishang's mind is still blank at this time. He can't believe what happened in front of him. Why did he fail so blankly? And the other side's face is still a 17 to 8-year-old boy, which makes him even more unbearable. The ants who thought they could solve it at will can kill him now. This sense of gap is hard for him to accept, and his heart is broken. Chapter 60 Buzz. All the people woke up in a dream and looked at all these things with unbelievable faces. They thought that the man who was sure of winning fell to the ground. It seems that the situation is totally one-sided, and there is no fluke. But that's what makes them even more incredible. How could this happen? How can he beat King Wu? Isn't he all here to attend the centenary conference like us? Why? No way, it must be an illusion. I don't believe that he really has such a powerful power. Everyone in the Yi family can't believe it. Maybe they have gradually accepted it in their hearts, but this kind of impact has brought them an incomparable distance. It seems to refresh their three views. By virtue of their big family, they have never seen such a monster. A young man of the same age has the cultivation of King Wu. And it's much stronger than the 6th level of King Wu. All these they all feel like a dream. Yewen, who had been spinning like a top before, stopped at the moment, but his brain was still buzzing, but he knew what was going on. The whole person is no longer arrogant. His eyes are raised and his mouth is wide open. An egg can be stuffed in. However, before the audience was shocked, they saw Gao Peng's feet start to make force, and Yishang's mouth gushed blood. Stop it! Stop it! Another person who was the same elder as Yishang came out and hurriedly stopped Gao Peng's behavior. But Gao Peng is still as if no one's general force, did not pay attention to the conversation of that elder. This curtain fell in the eyes of the public. They feel more incredible. This is to thoroughly offend the Yi family. Thin and tall at this time, no longer the previous schadenfreude, he was also staring at. He never thought that Gao Peng would be so bold. He not afraid to offend the Yi family? That's the big family of Haoyu City. Even the surrounding forces have to avoid 3 points. But, at the moment, he can't describe his inner feelings. They all feel like waves and waves, unable to calm down for a long time. The woman of Xianxia hurriedly dissuades and says, "You can't kill him. If you really kill him, you will really offend the Yi family. At that time, Yi's family will retaliate endlessly. If there are family forces behind you, they may be involved. You should think twice before you go." However, when he shouted this sentence, He never thought that if a family can cultivate such a genius as Gao Peng, it is not something that a small Yi family can cope with. But her limited knowledge makes her think that the Yi family is a giant. Gao Peng looks at Yi Xiang as if nobody is around. He smiles jokingly and says, "Look, they are all very nervous. Do you feel your heart beating faster now? I advise you not to be silly, because when you start, you will be doomed, and your business is of great use." What's the great use? Gao Peng didn't explain it, because others can't understand what he did. Chapter 61. It is possible for us to go there. P greater than not to stay in the ground. What we have learned is that we have no choice but to pay. If you see a dead end and have no details about it, you can check the bank address of the donation, and these policies will be issued to the institution. One can be a person who has to be preserved. P greater than if there is any requirement, it will not be higher than the standard, more than the mattress. P greater than if you want to create a baby, please refer to the following details. For example, if you are okay, please refer to the details. If you want to save the specimen, P greater than thank you very much. If you want to do so, you need to hold the air pressure to get the foot whirling. If you want to hold the handle, you need to hold a piece of the handle, and then adjust it. P greater than when you see her, you can see her as a baby or run these standards, and you can see the description of my car. 0 state. P greater than when he was in a bad situation, he went to a village in the south of China. He didn't know about the tree, but when he was in the ground, he couldn't repair it. This is the only way to do this. According to the fact that this company does not have any necessary conditions, it is necessary to P greater than each of them can be one of them. However, the information available to you does not include the right to buy or sell milk products. P greater than if you want to buy or sell milk products, you are a dealer. Thank you very much. Please don't follow me in the tree. Please don't specify the size of the tree, the fate of the country. If the address of the person concerned is not clear, these people are not likely to be involved in the treatment of the disease, or they may be involved in the treatment of the disease. 1. We will send them to the entrusting party, and we will send them to the entrusting party for further information. We don't expect any other reports. For example, if you want to add more information to the patient can't get more information in the program. P greater than please refer to this section. The system will generate a maximum number of new favorites, and this time, the system will generate an update to the next file as soon as possible. P chapter 62 inches. You're here to kill one for me. You're killing me. When Gao Peng was in a daze, all the Yi family members began to encourage him to say, and they even talked harder and harder, as if Gao Peng had to kill Yi Xianxia to give up. All the people in Xianxia are also in a very tight circle. They look at each other, but they don't know what's going on in this scene. Why did it suddenly become like this? Zhang Wanting said with some doubts, did we lose memory? Or what did we miss? Why I can't understand the development now. The others shook their heads one after another. Even the old man was still confused. At this time, Gao Peng was completely back to his mind, but there was a strange meaning in his heart. I'm afraid it's not really stupid. Since you've all demanded so much, I'd better be obedient than respectful. Gao Peng sighed a little in his heart, and felt that his character was not too noble. He could completely meet the demands of others. This is not noble, and what is it? Even he himself admired his noble character. Then he said softly, since you have begged me so much, then I will fulfill your wishes. You don't have to thank me. Because I am the successor of socialism, I never leave my name for good deeds. When his voice fell, the people there were still slightly shocked, but then a huge noise sounded, and they were completely quiet. Bang! Yi Xiang has fallen into the underground, and all people can see is just the shape of a person, but the person has disappeared. But even so, they can feel Yi Xiang's breath disappear. This discovery made them feel amazing. It was really killed. Everyone in Yi's family was on the spot. They didn't expect Gao Peng to really dare to kill Yi Xiang. This is something they didn't expect. If they knew that the other side really dared to do it, then they dare not encourage any more, but now it's too late. It's done. I've achieved your wish. Don't be too happy because I'm a good man. Thank you. Goodbye. After Gao Peng finished speaking, he would not go back. All the people who stayed in the field were disordered in the wind, and none of them had completely returned to God, like a dream. That's it. Don't be too happy. Our wishes. My God, he actually killed Yi Xiang. It's over. Elder is really killed by him. Hurry up. Go to see if the elder has any breath. When they react, Gao Peng has disappeared in their eyes. When they eat, they have no time to find the murderer. Instead, they are all very flustered. If Yi Shang really died here, then they will also be punished. After all, Yi Shang's killing has their share of credit in it, only to see them rush by in a hurry. One by one, they all looked around the figure of the man, only to see a miserable man lying in it, facing up to the flesh and blood blurred, the whole chest has been sunken down. The dead can't die anymore. Even the breath is completely dissipated. Really, it's really dead. The Yi family's people couldn't believe it. They were all tongue-tied. Everyone's heart was extremely complex, even a blank in their mind. Chapter 63. However, when all the Yi family members came back to God, Gao Peng and others had lost their trace. In fact, they could only hate injustice, and their eyes showed hatred. Damn it, don't let us catch you, or we'll make you look good. Be sure to find out this hateful guy, or if it's spread out, it will be looked down upon by others, and then the Yi family will become the laughingstock of others. We must punish them severely. All those who are related to him must be killed, otherwise it will be hard to understand our hatred. Yi family's people said angrily, one by one, but they could only fight with each other. When facing Gao Peng, they were not the same. They were all scared and their legs were soft. After Gao Peng left, he seemed to do a trivial thing. He didn't pay attention to it at all. At most, he just looked forward to Yi sending someone to revenge. He didn't care about the rest. But he doesn't care. Someone cares. Zhang Wanting hurried to catch up with her, still with a dignified look on her face, and said, "Do you know how unwise you are to act like this? You have totally offended the Yi family. Once the Yi family knows who you are, you will suffer endless revenge. Then it would be nice if they didn't know who I was." Gao Peng is very perfunctory to say, did not put on the heart at all. Zhang Wanting and one of the people in Xianxia are speechless. That's right, though, but Bai Yangcheng said that it is not so hard to find a person because it is not so big and small. What's more, the Yi family still has some forces in Baiyang City. Once they know, Zhang Wanting can guess the result just for a moment. Although Gao Peng's strength is very strong, he is only one person no matter how strong he is. If you want to fight against a big family, it's a little bit worse. How can I not know? Do you think the Yi family's power is to eat dry food? Zhang Wanting saw Gao Peng's bland words, and said in a hurry, as if the emperor were not anxious about the eunuch. Gao Peng suddenly stops at this moment and looks at Zhang Wanting seriously. Then let them retaliate. I don't want it. Finish saying, did not pay attention to them again, straight toward White Yang City. Zhang Wanting and others covered their faces one after another. Their faces were both helpless and speechless. They never heard that someone's voice was so big, and they were not afraid of death. Don't he know the strength of the Yi family? Even if I don't know, there should be at least some caution, right? But in Gao Peng's body, they didn't see it at all. Instead, they felt that Gao Heng looked forward to others' revenge. What does it feel like? They can't describe it in words, only feel that their three views have been seriously broken. But why is that? They don't understand. They can only understand that there is something wrong with Gao Peng's brain, or they won't worry about it at all. If there is a strong background behind him, it's not realistic, and they are confused if they want to. Zhang Wanting finally stomped her feet severely and said angrily, how can anyone look like this? Is he really not afraid of death at all? I'm pissed off. Chapter 64. There is a long dragon in front of the gate of Baiyang City. You can only enter the city if you pay the real Lingxi one by one. Junlingxi is the currency of this road, and also the resource for martial arts cultivation. When martial arts break through, they always need many Junlingxi. Therefore, the real spirit stone is essential. Gao Peng has many real spirit stones on his body. After all, he has captured many space rings before. Naturally, these cultivation resources are indispensable. When he was close to the gate, a guard immediately came up. His face was flattering, and his tone was very respectful. This young master, you can go in without waiting in line. Gao Peng was puzzled and asked, why? So many people are lining up here. Why am I the exception? The city gate guard immediately explained. With your evil talent, young master, you can definitely join a powerful clan, so you are different from these people. After all, Gao Peng second understands that his talent can scare people, but he still has some doubts at this time. Why does the city gate guard know that his talent belongs to the level of evil? Just before he asked, the city gate guard explained, the reason why we know your talent is that we have just seen your fighting heroism, so when we saw you coming, we immediately welcomed you. This time, Gao Peng finally understood the reason of the matter. Although he came here to do things, he could not lift any strength for those who were weaker than him. Therefore, he wanted to abide by the rules for a long time, but since others had broken the rules for him, he would not follow them pedantic. However, when he stepped forward, he lost 2 high-quality real Xianxia to the city gate guard, and did not return. This is for you. Your attitude is very good. I like it very much. The city gate guard who took over the high-quality Xianxia showed a happy face. With his position, it will take at least half a year to get 2 high-quality Xianxia. It can be seen how powerful the purchasing power of high-quality real spirit stone is. Sure enough, people like this kind of gifted monster have huge cultivation resources. If they please them a little, they will get infinite benefits. If he can enter a more powerful sect, then I can get endless benefits if I just please him a little. This city gate guard thinks so in his heart. He is thinking about his 9th grade. Maybe this is the calculation in his heart. He didn't dare to stay, so he immediately followed. Although these 2 high-quality real spirit stones do not belong to him completely, he will give them to the rest of his brothers, but even so, they can also get a lot of real spirit stones. However, in the future, as long as we make good friends with each other, we will definitely get more benefits in the future. Only when Gao Peng swaggered past the long queue and stepped directly into the city, this scene caused a lot of uproar among the people in the queue. Here, what's going on? Why do we have to pay Zhen Lingxi to enter the queue here, but why can he jump in the queue? Yes, why? It's not fair. You must give us a statement, or we will not finish with you. All the people in the line got confused and started to make a fuss. But some people were really angry. After all, they had been in the line for so long. However, it's very unpleasant to see someone jump in line in a grand way. Chapter 65. Gao Peng swaggered into the city, but the storm he caused still hasn't stopped. Because his behavior has been seriously stimulated, those who are honestly queuing up, especially now, many people are still attracted by the fame. They also have a little status, which makes them feel dissatisfied and seriously treated differently. You must explain to us why he can enter Baiyang City without waiting in line. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, don't blame us. To the Lord's mansion. At that time, you will be overwhelmed. If there is any mistake at this critical moment, Baiyang City will be the laughingstock of all people. The people outside the city gate had to ignore the people's persecution. When they said a word, the guard's face became ugly. They didn't expect to get so bad. If it's normal, no one dares to stand up and talk at all, and at this time they don't dare to be tough. After all, this is a critical time. If there is any mistake, they will lose their heads. So, they looked at each other, bit their teeth and explained, I know everyone must be unbalanced, but the one we just put in has an unimaginable talent for evil. In the future, it will be a monster genius that all sects fight for. We have to. If he remembers us, then we will get revenge. Please understand us a little. Although the explanation of the city gate guards seems reasonable, all the people present still don't pay for it. Who is not a genius? Many of the people we are queuing up here also have a lot of talents. In the future, we will also join the forces of various sects. Why do we have to queue here? Do you want to make it clear to me? Many city gates sweat for their foreheads, and their looks become extremely tense. If they can't handle it properly, they will suffer. In the end, the gate guard who greeted Gao Peng stood out. I know everyone has their own pride, but the young master just put in is really different. Have you ever seen such a young King Wu? It's not even a low-level king. I saw him kill a powerful middle-level king with my own eyes. That battle was an overwhelming victory. Do you think he is qualified to join the city? When the voice of the city gate guard fell, all the people present were in uproar. The commotion at this moment was more intense than that before. Their faces showed a look of diffidence. Even they were wondering if the city gate guards were cheating them, or it would be too exaggerated. How could there be such a young king? What's more, it has brilliant achievements, which it's unbelievable. No, impossible. I've never heard of such a young king. If there were such a monstrous thing, it would not be unknown, but why have we never heard of his name? Is it for the sake of calming down our anger that such a story is made up to deceive us? All the people present were shocked and questioned. All kinds of performances were revealed. Suddenly, there was a chaotic scene outside the convenient city gate. Chapter 66. The city gate guards do not stop their comments. They maintain order on one side, which is their own fault. If they disturb their comments at this time, that can't really be said. Once someone accuses you, you will suffer. Therefore, they stand aside wisely to maintain order, so that there will be no chaos outside the city gate. No, I've really heard of such a young king. I think everyone has heard of him. Just as all the people said their doubts and puzzles, a man who looked a little rich stood up and said. And when his voice fell, everyone was quiet at the same time, and then exploded, because after this person's reminder, all people thought of the man who was called the first genius of the southern region. The man was almost born out of nowhere. He had risen before everyone was caught off guard. When he rose, all the geniuses seemed to be eclipsed in front of him. His name is Fang Zhanwei. Now he is the eldest disciple of the anti-sword sect. His strength and talent can suppress an era. In the past, there were few geniuses like him. It also makes many sects envious and envious of the sect. With such disciples, they will not worry about the future development of the sect. There is even a rumor. That is, Fang Zhanwei is about to break through the emperor. Once he breaks through the emperor, he will be able to have a good sleep with the geniuses in the central region. The Middle Kingdom, which is a place where people are outstanding, is rich in evil spirits and talents, and there are more resources in it. Only if you want to enter, you can only have a huge power or a talent against the sky. Otherwise, all of them will be turned away. This is also a special power of the central region. My God, did we just see Fang Zhanwei? If so, that's really amazing. I didn't expect to see such a genius in my life. A young man behind the elder tightly clenched his fist and said excitedly. However, just when they decided that Gao Peng was Fang Zhanwei, a voice suddenly broke their voice. No, he is not Fang Zhanwei. Although I don't know who he is, I'm sure he is not Fang Zhanwei. This voice attracted the attention of all the people on the scene, so they all looked for the owner of the voice, only to see a group of 5 people coming. Walking in front is a woman, all eyes, but also doubt these people in front of the truth or falsehood. What evidence do you have that he is not Fang Zhanwei? A hostage doubts away. It's all Xianxia people who came here, but Zhang Wanting is ahead of her, because she was still chasing Gao Peng before, but she finally lost her. But when she came to the gate of the city, she found that it was just a mess. All kinds of voices were heard. Seeing that what they said was more and more absurd, Zhang Wanting could not help but insert a word. I don't have any proof, just because I have seen Fang Zhanwei with my own eyes. So the man just now is definitely not Fang Zhanwei. You can think of him as a person next to Fang Zhanwei. Of course, it's not clear who is stronger or weaker between them. It's only when they are really better. Chapter 67. Zhang Wanting's words made all the people on the scene boisterous. If that's the case, isn't the young man just about to compete with the first day in southern regions? Just thinking about it makes them feel boiling all over. If we can really witness the rise of this kind of monster genius, how honored it is. My God, how lucky it is that I should be able to see the rise of such an evil genius. His birth will surely attract many people's attention and even be robbed. My God, this time it's true that it's right. It's worth it whether it can be looked at by sects or not, because you can see the rise of a legend, which is enough for me to play all my life. With Gao Peng's participation in the 100 Clans Conference, it will definitely become more lively. Therefore, all the people present began to discuss one after another, hoping to rush into the city now. Just when they had a heated discussion, Zhang Wanting and others secretly handed in Junlingshi to enter the city, and no one noticed their actions at this time. After entering Baiyang City, Gao Peng first impressed him even more. Huge, not only the surrounding buildings, but also a very spacious main road, which brings him a vigorous feeling, and people are walking on the main road at the same time. From time to time, there are patrols passing by. It's just so busy. I don't know how many times as busy as the Broken Star City. Of course, Gao Peng also knows that this is not the popularity of Baiyang City itself. It is only because of the hundreds of conventions that have suddenly become a hot city, gathering so many people to stay here. Most of them are still martial artists. It can be seen how powerful the appeal of the 100 Clans Conference is. Many martial artists from all over the country have come here. Maybe they can't join all kinds of sects themselves. But this can't avoid the fantasy and expectation in their hearts, so one after another people seem to come like pilgrims, which causes the overcrowding of Baiyang City. It's really lively. I don't know what kind of event it will be when the 100 conferences are held. I am looking forward to it. Gao Peng sighed with emotion, but then he felt extremely perplexed. There were already too many people here. Where should he live? He thinks it's unrealistic. After all, There are so many people gathered here. Many people want to stay in the inn. Whether there are rooms in the inn is unknown. But just as he wanted to walk away, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, why don't you just say hello and go? It's very impolite of you to do so. Looking back, Gao Peng found that the people in Xianxia had come here in a hurry. For a while, he was puzzled. What's the matter? As soon as Zhang Wanting heard Gao Peng's tone, the whole person exploded and said angrily, "What tone are you talking about? I just want to go with you." As for putting on a bad face, Gao Peng's attitude towards strangers is always the same. After all, it's impossible for a stranger to talk to you warmly, right? What's more, he didn't think it was necessary at all, so he spoke to everyone in the same tone, equally indifferent. But he knew that a woman was an unreasonable creature, and that she was particularly conscious of death. Chapter 68. The memory of the past reminds him that you can't compete with women, or you will be angry sooner or later. So Gao Peng left without saying a word, not even returning his head. Zhang Wanting saw this scene, and the whole person was about to explode. But then she found that Gao Peng was looking around, as if looking for something. At this moment, there was a sly look in her eyes. Are you looking for the inn? If you don't have a place to live, you can tell me. We have already reserved the inn. Would you like to join us? Gao Peng stops, and goes back 2 parts in a row, standing side by side with Zhang Wanting. He says roughly, "Lead the way." Seeing Gao Peng's move, Zhang Wanting's eyes had already turned into Crescent Bay, as if he was not alone with the person who was angry before. I don't believe I can't cure you. What about the monsters? It's the same with Miss Ben, who teaches you to be obedient. Old people and tall and thin people seem to be transparent people in this process, not only dare not speak, but also dare not breathe. Who let Gao Peng's strength scare them? If the strength gap is not big, maybe they will be jealous, but the gap is too wide, and they only have admiration in their hearts. A group of people came to a place called Banyu Inn. Zhang Wanting took the lead and stepped in. At this time, the Half Moon Inn is still full of people. After all, it's hard to experience such a prosperous era. Naturally, there are many people pouring in. However, the inns are extremely scarce, and there are not so many people to live in. However, there are still many people who follow up. It can be seen how attractive the 100 conferences are. Zhang Wanting came to the front desk of the inn and said, "We are Xianxia in Haoyu City. We had a reservation before." The clerk of the inn turned over his account, then nodded and said, "You have booked 5 rooms. Are you ready to check in now?" "Yes." At this time, Zhang Wanting suddenly looked at the tall and thin man and said, "Zhang Liangcheng, your room will be let out, you can squeeze others, and this room will be for him." Zhang Wanting points to Gao Peng. Obviously, she is going to give Gao Peng the room. Zhang Liangcheng's face turns red in a flash, but at last, he nods without refutation. The situation is better than others, and he dare not have 2 words. However, just as they were about to pick up the key to the room, one hand suddenly pressed 5 keys. Wait, when they saw it, they saw a young man in gorgeous clothes. The young man waved a paper fan in his hand and followed by a middle-aged man. It can be seen from their temperament that this must also be the key training object of a certain sect, otherwise they would really wear such gorgeous clothes, and there are Taoist guards following them. I wonder if you could give us 2 rooms. We can pay several times more as long as you let it out. The young man looks as if he has already decided to eat Zhang Wanting and others. At the same time, he began to introduce himself as if he was afraid that others would not know his identity. "My name is Li Zi, from the Li family in the Dark Night City. I hope you can think about whether to grant my request, or it will make me unhappy, but the consequences will be very serious." Then he glanced at Zhang Wanting as if he had nothing, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. Chapter 69. Inches. Here is the room money for you. How about 2 rooms for me? Li Zi took out 10 genuine spirit stones and put them on the table. For half a month, the inn seemed to be in silence. Many onlookers were also watching. They have heard more or less about the Li family in the Dark Night City, which is also a powerful family force. Maybe this time they want to expand their family influence once and for all. After all, if the family members are recruited by the sect, it will not only increase their personal strength, but also bring them great influence. You say, what will those guys do? It's nothing more than to give up 2 rooms. After all, it's a very unwise decision to offend the Li family in the Dark Night City for the sake of 2 rooms. I think they will make a wise decision. If I'm going to give up my room, it's very bad for my eyesight if I can't deal with this kind of thing that is easy to produce extra branches. The onlookers are all holding the attitude of watching a good play, or expressing their views, one by one, far away from the front desk. But the waiter of the Half Moon Inn looked around with interest. As long as no one destroys the things in the inn, he would not interfere in the various behaviors of the guests. Therefore, what happened in front of him was within his tolerance, so he didn't mean to stop it. At first, Zhang Wanting also wanted to firmly refuse, but when she heard that the other party was Li Jiaji of the Dark Night City, she began to hesitate again. After all, it's a stronger family than the Yi family. They can't even deal with the Yi family, let alone the Li family, which is stronger than the Yi family. Here, Zhang Wanting was hesitant, and the rest of the people in Xianxia had already played a retreat drum, which was very obvious. However, at this time, Gao Peng, who had been watching the opera for a long time, stepped up step by step. He directly grasped the real Lingxi of Zongpin and left Li Zi behind. Take your real Lingxi and get out of here. At the same time, Gao Peng pushes Li Zi away, and Li Zi retreats several steps in succession, and finally he can hold his body. But this scene makes all present feel extremely unbelievable. God, isn't this guy going to die? He doesn't know. That's the Li family. How dare he do that? Isn't he afraid of getting revenge from the Li family? Or does he think the mountain behind him is more powerful and doesn't need to be afraid of the Li family? People don't know what the situation is, but they are still shocked. If they can't do such a thing for sure. However, after the shock, they all began to gloat. Of course, more still want to see a good play. Things are getting more and more interesting. What do you think will happen in the end? Who knows, but I'm more optimistic about the person who calls himself Li's family. If he doesn't lie, with the strong and powerful influence of Li's family, he will settle things here. I just don't know what the identity of the kid who came out suddenly is, and what kind of gas he has. The onlookers were very curious. Even the staff of the inn for 1.5 months were also curious. Zhang Wanting and others also looked at Gao Peng in disbelief, which was too aggressive. But when you refuse, do you have a look at the identity of the other party first? Zhang Wanting wanted to stop talking, but she didn't say it in the end. She refused all of them. Even if she can't get it back, it's better to make a mistake. Chapter 70 Inches Young Master. The middle-aged man who followed Li Zi saw that Li Zi was pushed out, and the expression on his face became extremely flustered. Then, only to see him as if from the throat roar out of the same, "You look for death." Although he was extremely angry, he hurried to pick up Li Zi, carefully patted the dust off his body, and then looked at Gao Peng angrily. "Who gave you the courage to move, young master? Have you eaten the gall of an ambitious leopard?" The middle-aged man was very angry. He didn't expect that he would almost hurt the young master if he didn't pay attention. If something happened, he would be responsible for it. Just thinking about it in his heart, he could not calm his anger. However, just when the middle-aged man wants to teach Gao Peng and others a lesson, Li Zemin directly reaches for the middle-aged man and grins his teeth. "Let me, how dare you attack me? It's very good. No one dares to attack me like this. You are the first." Here, the middle-aged man hesitated for a while, but before he could say anything more, Li Zi came out first. "You are very kind. Since you know that I am from your family and dare to fight against me, you are very good. Who are you? Can you give me your name? I don't kill people who don't have names." Li Zi looks at Gao Peng formally. Maybe he wanted to tune and play Zhang Wanting before, but now his attention is all on Gao Peng. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the onlookers were all slightly bright. Here it is. The good play is finally about to begin. I just don't know how strong the background is. Anyway, it's a fight between immortals. We can only watch. Once it's affected, it's really going to be over. It's also said that we can't participate in this kind of fairy fight at all. We can only watch it on the side. I just hope it doesn't affect us. The onlookers were quite self-conscious, and they also knew that this kind of struggle was not the level they could relate to at all. One by one, standing far away from each other, since Gao Peng knows that the other side is the Li family in the Dark Night City who dared to do it, then he must be self-supporting and powerful, and does not counsel the other side. So the background must be very powerful. "Oh," Gao Peng replied without salt. His face was very listless. It's no wonder that he has no spirit all along, because he has too much expectation for Baiyang City, but the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. There is no evil genius he wants to meet here, not his food. How can this not disappoint him? Now he can only invest in the disciples of these powerful families. Only by rousing their hatred can more powerful people fight against him. Then his strength will surely rise, which may be what he can do now. Oh, the response was so powerful that it was irrefutable. The onlookers all looked at Gao Peng with strange eyes. They called you to report your name. But what do you mean by your bland response? People don't know what Gao Peng is thinking. So do people in Xianxia, no matter what they think. Li Zi felt neglected, and he felt ignored by others, which made him more miserable. You, look, die. Chapter 71 inches. And then, Gao Peng, extremely disappointed, shook his head. His tone was poor. But at this time, he was really disappointed, and he was also a person who could not cause a systematic response. What's the use of such a person? It's better to destroy it on the spot. It's a waste of resources. What's more, Baiyang City is not as good as he thought before. It's not full of evil talents and powerful warriors. Some of them are clowns. Come here, it's better to find a clan and break in directly. It's impossible to meet many powerful warriors. Then in such a way, Gao Peng's mouth is watering. It seems that this method can not only improve his strength faster, but also avoid bumping around like a headless fly. When Gao Peng was dreaming, the crowd had already been fried. Gao Peng's every reply was so irritating, especially his bland tone. This man will be pissed off by him. And the onlookers all covered their faces and looked speechless. I've never seen such an angry response. Although he didn't speak very much, his every action and tone can make people angry. What kind of powerful state is this? People could not imagine, but then they found a new phenomenon, that is, Gao Peng even lost his mind. Wonder. They were even more surprised by this discovery. What made him distracted in such a situation? Shouldn't he be on guard against Li Zi? My God, what kind of person is this? In this case, he can be distracted. Don't he know that distracted is a big taboo of martial artists? It's a godlike figure. Every move seems to have its own aura of provocation. At the moment, Li Zi's existence is ignored. This man is really powerful. I have to admire him, not to mention whether he is powerful or not, just because of his powerful heart. All the onlookers made a lot of exclamation and admiration. After all, they couldn't do this at all. They could still ignore the enemy so much. If it's not that you're too strong, it's that your brain is a little abnormal, but which is the other side? No one knows. Apart from disbelief and exclamation, Li Zi was the one who had to shoot out flames in his eyes. At this time, his eyes are red, just like the bad young people who stay up too late, with their blue tendons bursting up, and the whole face is extremely ferocious. Have courage. Li Zi's teeth are almost broken. At this time, he has no more nonsense. He rushes out with one step and the paper fan in his hand becomes his weapon. A gust of wind roared past, sending out a strong and incomparable real air to attack Gao Peng. As soon as Li Zi makes a move, everyone can feel his accomplishments. Great martial arts master level 9. This is already a very talented person. I can only see that all the people here are looking at him. This kind of talented person will surely join the sect after that. In the future, it will also soar. All people will retreat as fast as possible to avoid being hurt by mistake. The waiter of the half-month inn didn't want to stop it. Maybe in his opinion, if the inn is damaged, he can ask for high compensation price. Maybe this is also the real idea in his heart, so he didn't want to stop other people's disputes and conflicts from the beginning to the end, so he had to say that his heart was a chicken thief. Chapter 72 inches. Be careful. Just as many people marveled at Li Zi's accomplishments, Zhang called out, but it was too late. Li Zi has approached Gao Peng. It's impossible to dodge at this time. Bang! Before the onlookers could react, Li Zi had already flown out, and the speed was extremely fast, just like a flash of light. However, they didn't go to see Li Zi. Instead, they looked at Gao Peng in shock. Their mouths were so wide that they could put an egg in them. Did I just have a daze? I seem to see a tiger swooping by, just like it's going to me. No, I also have the illusion that the flash of white light is really a tiger, and it brings me great pressure. Everyone felt that they had hallucinations, but when they all said their thoughts at the same time, they all knew that the flash of white light just past was not an illusion. It's not an illusion. After this discovery, they felt astonished and looked at each other. They could all see the incredible color on each other's face. What is that? Is it the power of his blood? But the power of this blood is too terrifying, isn't it? The onlookers didn't know what the flash of white light behind Gao Peng was, but they still had their own guesses. The most likely is the power of blood, which is too terrible for them to believe for a while. Maybe they are too ignorant to see such a powerful power. For a moment, I fell into doubt. But Zhang Wanting's eyes were round at that time. At that moment, she could see clearly that it was the power of a terrible bloodline, and the power of terror that no one could imagine. How powerful is it? Is he a disciple of some hidden family? I've never heard of a man's blood power like this. Zhang Wanting's brain is blank, and she can't imagine any family with such horrible blood power. But it couldn't hide her inner shock. Even the guy in the Half Moon Inn, at this moment, also has an incredible face. Before that, he seemed very calm, as if no matter what happened, he could stay away from it. But at the beginning of this moment, he seemed to have been fixed. He didn't move for a long time, and the expression on his face remained unchanged. Not to mention the audience's shock, the middle-aged man beside Li Jie also slowed down his reaction, but only hesitated for a second or two, and he rushed to catch Li Zi. Dying. The middle-aged man's eyes were round, and he was not angry. Gao Peng ignored his glare, but said calmly, "Sure enough, garbage is his favorite." When Gao Peng said this, the scene fell into silence completely, much quieter than before, as if it were really audible. God, how dare he say such a thing? Although he did kill Li Zi in a second, his words were just shit on the head of Li's family, which was already a kind of shame. Doesn't he think he's living too long? The onlookers were extremely puzzled, but they knew that the real outbreak had not yet come, but it was also fast. Chapter 73. The onlookers had already flashed far away. After all, the real danger was just coming. Naturally, they could not forget the middle-aged man beside Li Zi. Since Li Zi can become a Taoist protector, his strength will be very strong, so no one on the scene doubts his strength at all. At this time, he was furious. Gao Peng was the center of the storm. Zhang Wanting wanted to say something more, but the old man dragged her aside and said, "Are you crazy? Now is not the time for us to step in at all. If you step in again, all of us will be finished." But Zhang Wanting is still a little reluctant. The old man shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if we go to help, it won't help. Because the strength of the other side is too strong, we can pray that he can escape from life." The old man sighed after saying this. After all, it's still too weak. Otherwise, how can it be cut off everywhere? Weak people will be beaten, which is the eternal principle. All the people are away. Because of the conflict, the Half Moon Inn has already become a mess, but this is not a problem. At the same time, the outside of the Half Moon Inn has been surrounded by many war watchers. Even up to now, no one has dispersed. One by one, they paid close attention to what happened in the Half Moon Inn. This is the grand occasion of Baiyang City. It's rare to see the match of genius and evil spirits. They will not let it go. Some people secretly look at their future competitors. After all, every genius is a competitor, no one excepted. How long do you think that guy will last? Isn't that bullshit? How could he be King Wu's opponent like this? No matter how evil he is, you think everyone is Fang Zhanwei. Don't be kidding. Fang Zhanwei has been a rare genius for thousands of years. No one can match him. Also, I wanted to see a close fight. I just hope they don't end it so soon. The people around the Half Moon Inn were talking about it, and everyone was very sorry, because they felt that the fight would not last long. This can't satisfy their desire to see the lively mood, but they don't believe Gao Peng can hold on for long, which is a very contradictory mood. No matter how many people are talking, Gao Peng is still not surprised. No matter how much others are not optimistic, his expression is always like that. As if the situation that people are worried about, they don't pay attention to him at all. Maybe this is a strong heart. People think so in their hearts. But is that really the case? It's obvious that they don't know Gao Peng at all, let alone that Gao Peng likes this situation. Only in this situation can he engage in affairs with impunity. He is not stingy to receive the amazing eyes of all people, but also to improve his own strength, and even to invest in a variety of family forces, which is his favorite at present. Of course, at this time, there was a hidden idea in his mind that could not be eliminated, that is, to find a sect force to rush in, no matter who he met, all the way through rolling. If you happen to meet the strong, you can just improve your strength. Maybe you have good luck, and you can also meet some evil geniuses. This idea is always lingering. Chapter 74. The attack came so suddenly that the middle-aged man attacked Gao Peng with a rage. Although all the people here knew that the storm was coming, they were surprised by the sudden arrival, but they had already opened their distance. Not to be hurt by mistake. Enemy of host detected, scanning in progress, scan complete. Name: Li Dao Physique, the body of water spirit blood, the blood of devil fish realm, the 7th level of King Wu martial arts, the ground level martial arts, magic cloud leg, is a great success, the ground level martial arts, the call of the sea, is a complete success, and the ground level martial arts, the water spirit hiding method, is a complete success. The enemy's realm is Wuwang level 7, which will automatically upgrade to Wuwang level 8 as the host. If the enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, it will not be upgraded temporarily. If the enemy's strongest constitution is not stronger than the host, it will not be improved temporarily. The enemy's strongest martial arts are the perfection of the earth level martial arts, call of the sea, and the perfection of the earth level martial arts, water spirit hiding method, which will automatically give the host the introduction of the heaven level martial arts, heaven and earth induction, and the introduction of the heaven level martial arts, magic shadow step. The pleasant system prompt sound starts, Gao Peng's face enjoys the expression, and finally he can hear the system prompt sound again. And this time, he not only improved his accomplishments, but also got 2 heaven level martial arts. With this martial arts, his strength will be multiplied several times. Of course, no matter how to improve, he is a steady pressure on the other side. In disguise, he is already invincible, but in order to avoid accidents, Gao Peng is more interested in improving his strength. Every time his strength is improved a little, he will feel the whole body sour, which is a real sense of the changes in the body. Cool. Although the blood and physique have not been improved, the more dramatic changes have taken place in martial arts. This is also a harvest. In the face of the fierce Li Dao, Gao Peng still doesn't pay attention to it. Instead, he indulges himself in his heart. And this scene completely infuriated Li Dao. All the expressions on his face were ferocious, just like they were twisted together. Boom! Li Dao bombards Gao Peng with a fist. Because Gao Peng lost his mind in an instant and didn't respond to it, he directly bears Li Dao's blow. However, Gao Peng's strength is not joking. Even if he is attacked positively, it doesn't have much influence. Just feel the chest, mouth some stuffy. Not bad, it can make me feel a little uncomfortable. Your strength is enough. Gao Peng gave a little praise. However, his words did not play any positive role, but made Li Dao feel more angry. Isn't this bullying? He angrily was taken down, and the other side was not seriously injured, but also said that his attack caused a little impact on the other side. This kind of words, like satire, have been lingering in his ears, and the color has become more ugly. How is it possible? How could you possibly be able to take my attack, and you have no injuries? Li Dao did not dare to confidently shout that the whole person was out of control. The proud strength could not deal with each other, and the other side was obviously much stronger than him. This time makes him hard to believe that this kind of attack is fatal, just like a guy you think is weak, beat you in your best place, and even praise you. It's not satire. What is it? Chapter 75. Not to mention that Li Dao was so depressed that he was about to spit blood. All the onlookers opened their eyes one by one, and even several people wiped their eyes severely. After all, this scene is not an illusion. A king of martial arts hit angrily, but he didn't play any role in a young man. It's not an illusion. What is it? This can't be described with disbelief. It's just breaking the common sense and refreshing the 3 outlooks of the people present, even if they are used to seeing all kinds of strong people. But the scene in front of them is still unheard of and unheard of. My God, why is he still intact? What's the matter? A king's attack didn't hurt him. What is it? At this time, some people have doubted that Gao Peng is not a human being. This kind of strong defense is not available to human beings at all. Naturally, they have to be doubted. In particular, Gao Peng is still so young, which is the place they are extremely suspicious of. Fang Zhongwei is only at this point, but how did Gao Peng do it? Everyone was puzzled, but there was no one to help them. In the face of the reaction of all the people present, Gao Peng didn't care at all. It's a common thing. What's the surprise? The emergence of genius will be surprising, but often people after the beginning of surprise, they slowly accepted the identity of genius. You seem to have some misunderstandings about the genius of evil spirits. I don't know what you think of the genius of evil spirits, but in my opinion, if you can't do very little, then he can't be called evil spirits. Gao Peng and Li Dao look at each other peacefully. There is no mood fluctuation in their eyes, just like a fact. The real evil is the existence you cannot understand. Gao Peng said it sentence by sentence, and the scene fell into a strange silence, with no voice or any sound. Some of them just look at each other strangely. Their hearts are so complicated that they can't be described with words. Although Baiyang City has gathered a lot of demons and geniuses at the moment, they didn't have much expectation. After all, such a remote city really has real demons and geniuses. At most, it's just a general talent. But the appearance of Gao Peng may have broken their mind, and the real genius of evil also appeared in front of them. Although there is still a bit of disbelief, the facts are already in front of them, so they can't believe it. At this moment, everyone's mind began to think about how grand this sudden 100 conferences will be. Especially with the participation of such a genius as Gao Peng, it's a real sensation. It may not only resound through the southern region, but even attract the attention of other regions. At that time, Baiyang City will also become the center of the hot spot. Just thinking about it, their hearts will be extremely hot. At this moment, the complex mood has gradually calmed down. Instead of excitement and blood, who doesn't want to see a golden age coming? The rise of a legend is often accompanied by countless witnesses. At this moment, everyone around seems to be Gao Peng's witnesses. Chapter 76. Gao Peng has been labeled as a monster and genius by all the people present. With him, he can carry the defense of the King of Wu and be proud. But is he just defensive? That's not true. After all, he killed Li Zi directly before. Besides, Li Zi is still the 9th level master. How powerful is Gao Peng? All the people present guessed one after another, but the most unified one was King Wu, because only when he arrived at King Wu, all this could be said. I didn't expect to see such a young King Wu. I'm really surprised. I don't know which clan will recruit him. Then he will be really prosperous. It's an indisputable fact that he will be very popular wherever he goes with his evil talent. Even when he shows his talent, he will be robbed by many sects. The onlookers don't feel jealous. When others are only 1 point stronger than you and get more benefits, you will feel unbalanced. However, when the strength of the other party completely crush you, there is no jealousy at all, and only admiration. Gao Peng's demonic talent will soar to the sky sooner or later, so it is impossible for them to offend each other with a little emotion. It was an extremely unwise act. You hiding your defense? Otherwise, I will be able to resist my attack. Li Dao still can't believe it at the moment. He doesn't believe that his attack is too weak. Ah, the weak should have self-knowledge. Don't you know how weak your strength is? Gao Peng said with a cold smile that he was not polite at all. In his opinion, the strength of the other side is just a weak chicken. In this case, why should he give the other side face? However, all the people present are still extremely puzzled about Gao Peng's behavior. Even if you have the talent of demons, you have not grown up completely. Your provocative behavior is just looking for death. Even if you happen to take the other party's blow, you can't always take it, and then you are really suffering. All the onlookers covered their faces and felt that Gao Peng was too complacent. If he went on like this, he would die before he had fully grown up. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. How about talent? As long as talent doesn't change, when it comes to strength, it's time to be honest and tolerant. It must be very bad for you to provoke the other party like this. Not to mention what the onlookers thought, Li Dao really exploded. Before that, he was looking for all kinds of excuses for himself. But it's no longer needed. No matter what background he has, he must kill him. This kind of person death is not to be regretted. Don't blame me, since you are looking for your own death. Li Dao gnashed his teeth and took a step back at the same time. Gao Peng didn't let him back. He didn't want to keep pestering him all the time. He saw Gao Peng step by step close to the inside and bang out with a fist. In the eyes of the onlookers, his fist didn't exert much power, but when it hit Li Dao flew backward like a kite with broken string. Chapter 77. What? This scene happened so quickly that even the onlookers didn't respond, but Li Dao flew out directly. A wall of the half-moon inn collapsed directly. Some people who couldn't dodge it were also affected. However, at this moment, no one is paying attention to those who are affected. Instead, they look at Gao Peng in shock. He even blew Li Dao away in one move. At this moment, everyone feels as if they are a single dream, or something so incredible will happen. A strong king of martial arts, not only did not cause any harm to a teenager, but also was blown away by someone else's fist, which is a little unrealistic. But it's true. It has to be believed. But the hearts of the people are still like the rough waves, and they can't calm down for a long time. What's going on? Isn't it just that he has the genius of a monster? Why does he suddenly become so powerful now? I'm afraid I didn't read it wrong. Isn't talent a sign of strength? One of them said stupidly. Maybe he didn't really return to his mind at the moment. It seems that this time, Baiyang City is really going to be busy. There is such a powerful genius of evil spirit. He has not only the talent of evil spirit, but also the strength. Some people began to lament that although they still couldn't believe it, the facts were in front of them. How could they deny them? Zhang Wanting and other Zhongjanese are even more round-eyed. They can't believe the scene in front of them anyway. Even if I know Gao Peng's powerful strength, Li Dao's strength is incomparable. Even in Gao Peng's hands, it was the same experience. This reminds them of Yi Shang, the sad guy. I didn't expect that up to now we still don't fully understand his real strength. He exudes a fog all over his body, which makes people never really see him. Zhang Wanting looked at Gao Peng and said, "This kind of strength is strong. There are people who are full of fans are always so attractive. What's more, Gao Peng's total actions always make people find a flash in his body. Although he speaks and does things with some unbridled, he does have a capital. If there is no capital but reckless, it will only be considered stupid by others, but he has such capital, and he really did so, others at most just think he is too arrogant." Li Zi becomes a little flustered at the moment. He has just been hit hard. Now he sees Li Dao being hit and flies again, and his whole body begins to panic. No, it's impossible. How could someone kill Li Dao in a second? He is the 7th rank of King Wu. No number 1 in the world is more talented than me. I am the most talented person in the world. At this moment, Li Jie's expression changed, as if he was in a state of madness, and his voice was even more wild than before. This kind of change makes all the people present look at each other. Is it too much to be stimulated? People naturally know why Li Zi became like this. It's just a sense of falling from heaven to hell. Without a strong heart, he can't recover at all. It seems that Li Zi is finished this time. He is completely defeated. It is almost impossible for him to recover to the past. Chapter 78. Inches. Alas, the child was hit too hard. Unexpectedly, he collapsed directly. It was indeed the flower in the greenhouse. What about the flowers in the greenhouse, even if they are more talented? In the end, it's not vulnerable, it's a waste of talent. The onlookers were extremely sorry and shook their heads one after another. For Li Zi's collapse, they felt that the flowers in the greenhouse were too weak and the talent was too wasted. If they have such a strong talent, they will definitely stand at a higher level at the moment. But fate is so strange that those who have talent do not practice hard, while those who do not have talent practice hard. This is almost becoming two extremes. Li Dao was blown out. He didn't get up for a long time. He didn't know whether he was hurt too much or whether he was in a coma. No matter what kind of situation, it is very difficult for all the people present to accept it. It is like letting a normal person accept that a baby has the power of an adult. Gao Peng takes a look at Li Zi and comes closer. Step by step to Li Zi, at the same time, he said, "Since you have completely collapsed, there is no role to stay in the world, I will send you down, just to invest in you." Gao Peng didn't avoid all the people who were present. He murmured and mumbled, and his steps didn't stop at all. But although his voice is small, who are all the people present? One by one is a warrior, and the ear force is naturally excellent. In addition, Gao Peng didn't forbid people to hear it or not, so the audience heard it very clearly. Here is he crazy, he even wants to kill Li Zi. Even if he has completely offended the Li family in the Dark Night City now, if he kills Li Zi, it will really make the Li family crazy in the Dark Night. Don't you really fear the revenge of the Li family in the Dark Night City? That's not a joke. They couldn't understand all the exclamations of the onlookers. What was going on in Gao Peng's mind was obviously a very bad thing for him. But he didn't think about it at all. Is he confident that the Li family won't revenge him? How do the onlookers know that Gao Peng is more looking forward to the revenge of the Li family in the Dark Night City? At present, he is doing the investment. If the investment doesn't get the due return, it's just too bad. Now when Gao Peng makes these investments, he feels like he's enjoying it a little and even has a feeling of starting. Who makes him fearless of any strong man? However, when people were shocked, Gao Peng came directly to Li Zi's body and clapped at his Tianlinggai without hesitation. Li Zi spits out blood in his mouth, his eyes are sluggish and he falls backward, and he dies like this. And he died after his complete collapse, which was so miserable. But this time, all the people here really stared out their eyes. This how crisp, doesn't he think about it in his mind? The onlookers thought Gao Peng was just saying it, and even hesitated a little, but the scene completely broke their imagination. Other people do not hesitate at all, directly clap to the Tianlingai, let Li Zi go to hell. Chapter 79 Inches God. Is he really so unbridled? This killing technique is too skillful. There is no hesitation at all. It's not that we've just seen a monster genius, but it's dead before it's fully grown up, is it? Should not at all. After all, this kind of evil genius is the target of many sects, and it is impossible for the Li family to hurt him. That's not good. It depends on which sect and clan he joined in the end. The onlookers began to analyze the situation in front of them, especially the situation of Gao Peng. They found that Gao Peng was not in a desperate situation. As long as he finally joined a powerful force, he could be safe and secure. The Li family in the Dark Night City dare not touch him. But will Gao Pengjun join the sect? Maybe all the people present didn't know what he really thought, but Gao Peng was the most clear, but he didn't advise either. He also hoped that there would be strong people to come to him for trouble. In this way, he will not have to search everywhere. Is it better to lie down and improve his strength? Gao Peng Lai is here to do something. He will make another wave of investment by the way. Who knows when these investments will work? It's good to increase investment. Anyway, it's not a loss. This is the idea in Gao Peng's heart at the moment. Look, how terrible the idea is to invest in killing people, even if it doesn't play any role. If this kind of idea is listened to by others, it will definitely feel that it's impossible, even unbelievable. How can someone's idea be so terrible? As long as it's a normal person, it won't come into being. However, since Gao Peng got the system, he is not a normal person. However, just as everyone was talking about it, Li Dao, who had been forgotten, roared loudly. Maybe at this time, he also found Li Zi dead. Otherwise, how could he make such a sad and hateful voice? And the crowd of onlookers regressed in succession at this moment. When people fall into madness, anything can be done. Who knows if this guy is going to take them out? Is this guy going crazy? The person he wants to protect is not only not protected, but killed by others. He is also deeply hurt. Now he is not crazy. Someone was gloating and looking around at the changes in the field. At the moment, things are out of their mind. But what will happen? They are also extremely curious. But just when they had this idea, Gao Peng disappeared from the original place and appeared behind Li Dao at the next moment. Today, I will let you go. Go back and tell your family that it was Gao Peng who killed Li Zi and let them revenge. I won't leave here for a while. I'm waiting for you. Gao Peng's voice is heard by all the people, but at this moment, they feel extremely unbelievable. Isn't this really a brain drain? Is this still something normal people can do? As the saying goes, cut the grass without weeding, and the spring wind blows again. Although everyone now sees that the people of the Li family in the Dark Night City have been killed, if they kill each other more, it will be earned. But Gao Peng let others go. What was in his mind? No one knows, but they are really curious. Chapters 80 Li Dao is as if he has been given a fixed body skill. He can't move in the end no matter how he resists, and he seems to acquiesce to Gao Peng's words in this way. But the expression on his face is still ferocious. If he had not been seriously injured, he would not have no resistance, at least not appear so powerless. But at this moment, he can't resist Gao Peng completely, but he will not give up because of his deep resentment. Wait, since you dare to let me go, I won't let you down, just hope you don't regret letting me go at that time. Li Dao thought bitterly that since he could not deal with it now, he would not believe that he could not cure this guy until he left and moved the soldiers. But then all the people around felt a little inconceivable. The two people who have just been beaten to death are now living together peacefully, as if one is telling something and the other is listening quietly. There is no sense of conflict between the two. What's the matter? Is it always our eyes? They are not enemies at all, but we misunderstood them. What about the fight before that? Li Zi was killed. If there is no hatred, it's really incredible. The onlookers couldn't understand what was going on in front of them, especially the feeling of no disobedience. When the crowd thought that this was the end of the matter, there was a noise outside the crowd. At the same time, many onlookers have separated a road, in which a group of people came in, all dressed in uniform, with their swords in their hands. What's the matter? What's going on here? Why did so many people gather to watch again? Do you want to get together and make trouble? The group of people who came in asked questions repeatedly, which made all the people on the scene speechless directly, and this group was the law enforcement officers. But now it's all over, and you're in. Does this seem too lazy? It doesn't look like a hard-working law enforcement person at all. Shouldn't you just appear when others are about to take action? Now that it's over, what's the use of your presence? It's such a huge thing here that it's only now. I don't know what they were doing before. And what's the use of the existence of these law enforcers, just to maintain order? Who knows? Maybe it's because of the sudden influx of a large number of people in Baiyang City, which makes them a little confused and even mismanaged. Alas, as expected, such a remote city management method is backward, and there is no prosperity there. Many people from other cities began to speak, and their voices became even more disordered. However, no one paid attention to these onlookers at this moment. The eyes are naturally on the protagonist. However, Gao Peng, as a leading actor, does not give face. It seems that these law enforcers do not exist at all, not even have a look. This made this group of law enforcers feel extremely embarrassed. There was no one to answer their questions or even to answer them. It can be seen how embarrassed they are standing here, and they are also looked at by the onlookers with strange eyes. Chapters 81. At this moment, all around the place was also in silence. The crowd around slowly stopped talking and suddenly became silent. This group of law enforcers appeared more embarrassed, and could not help but show a trace of warm anger on their faces. They had never met this situation before, when a law enforcement officer suddenly came out and said, "What are we asking you? You just need to answer my question, is there or not?" Gao Peng's eyes flashed a look of indifference. He looked directly at each other and said, "What's your problem?" "But I didn't hear it clearly. If you don't ask me again, do you think I'll answer you?" "You." The law enforcer was in a hurry. No one dared to talk to him like this, but this guy didn't have any respect for him at present, and he was so rude. "I don't care what happened here. You can go with us now, or we will formally arrest you." At this moment, the law enforcer was completely angry and took out his own assassin's mace. At this moment, all the onlookers were boiling. Wow, this law enforcer is too hardworking, but I think this law enforcer has a little brain problem. Doesn't he know how to see the situation clearly? With their little arms and calves, it's not enough for someone to break them off with one hand. Maybe I've been flattered for too long, and I don't remember my name at all times. Seeing the scene in front of him, all the people around were laughing at him. After all, Gao Peng is a man who can kill King Wu in a second. But you people dare to put a big-tail wolf in front of him now. What's this? Maybe the other side hasn't really calmed down. And you hit the gun at this time. Isn't that a death-seeking act? The onlookers were expecting more. They did not know how Gao Peng would deal with it. Would they really kill him? Once the law enforcer is killed, it will be the real enemy of Baiyang City. If there is a strong background, there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. But Gao Peng, no, the onlookers were also not clear, but it was not a strange thing that Gao Peng killed the law enforcers with his grumpy temper. A scene full of incompetence they would like to see. As the saying goes, well, it's a kind of person who can't be too busy. Gao Peng's eyes suddenly became cold. You say, you want to catch me. But when you say that, you have to think about it carefully. Don't let it out of your mouth. There are people you can't provoke at all. The temperature of the four sides dropped in a flash, with Gao Peng as the center and spread to the four sides. You. Which law enforcer is extremely angry, never met such a tough person. Every time they appear, the other side will honestly answer their questions. Even afraid of a little carelessness, will be blamed down. But who is this guy they meet now? The tone is not only loud, but also arrogant. Very well, you are the toughest person I have ever seen, but when we catch you, I see how tough you are. The law enforcer was so angry that he stepped out step by step. Then the rest of the law enforcers also stepped forward, and a breath of awe broke out from them. The strength of these law enforcers is not weak. They are very powerful by comparison, but they are totally inadequate in front of Gao Peng. Chapters 82. It's really a wave of ups and downs. Li's family, who has just solved the problem of the Dark Knight City, now offends the law enforcers. It's just endless. Even the onlookers felt speechless, but in the end, it was because Gao Peng was too arrogant. If he retreated a little and softened himself, it would not happen. But it's obvious that Gao Peng can't do such a thing. With such a hard temper, everyone knows his character. With such a short time, everyone has known his character. Tut tut, talent is really a monster. Anyone who sees it will be surprised. But it's his temper. How did he live to this day? Who knows? In my opinion, this kind of temper can't live up to now, but miraculously, others have lived up to now and appeared in front of us. At the moment, the onlookers were extremely curious. If Gao Peng had this temper all the time, no matter how strong he was, he would not live until now. But the problem is that Gao Peng still lives well, which is what makes everyone curious. But how do they know that the real Gao Peng has long been gone? Now, the Gao Peng is just coming through, if there is no system. Gao Peng is just one of them. However, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely complex, and people around the scene began to talk about it. However, a voice of surprise suddenly sounded, which made all the people in the audience calm down. Here, isn't this a genius whose talent is comparable to that of Fang Jianwei? How could he be here, and he seems to be in conflict with others? When the voice started, all the people were looking around, even looking for the owner of the voice. Because they can smell the information in it, so huge news, they naturally want to hear it at the first time. So they looked around. What were you talking about just now? Do you know this genius? They didn't find the owner of the exclamation at all. They could only shout at last. The next second, they did find the owner of the voice. I saw him, just outside the city gate. Besides, he killed a king of martial arts outside the city gate. He was called by the city gate guard as the second most talented man after Fang Jianwei, and his strength was not bad. When the man finished saying that, the longer he was, the more he became, the more he did before entering Baiyang City. And they only know now that at this moment they also have a real understanding of Gao Peng's strength, which is not as simple as the genius of evil spirits. If only the talent is good, it can only be cultivated at most, but Gao Peng's strength is so strong, it has already risen. Where can ordinary people kill him? After thinking about this, the eyes of all the people watching Gao Peng changed. But the most embarrassing one is the law enforcer. They really wanted to capture Gao Peng before, but at this time, they found that the strength of the other side seemed to be even stronger than them. This it seems that we can't get off the stage. In particular, the former one was also right and honest, and now he is the most embarrassed. Chapters 83 and the onlookers also feel the delicate atmosphere of the scene at the moment. They all look at the law enforcers one by one. After all, the law enforcers just seem to be roaring. Now I'm afraid not all of them feel the panic of burning on their faces. After all, even if they want to capture it, other people don't have the strength. Moreover, if this kind of monster genius offends easily, can it involve countless troubles next? Even they know it's a little tricky, let alone the onlookers. Haha, now these law enforcers are really embarrassed. I didn't expect that they didn't play the role of authority, but let themselves down. A strange voice sounded in the crowd. It seemed that the man had some complaints about the law enforcers. Otherwise, how could he say it directly at this moment? And other people are also looking at it with a good attitude. Gao Peng looked at the law enforcer without expression and said softly, I just didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? The expression on the faces of a group of law enforcers was stiff, which made them more embarrassed. All the onlookers were speechless. It's really a vengeance. In a flash, he revenged, and it was just too much for us to do. If the atmosphere before seems a little delicate, it is pushed to the front of the stage by Gao Peng. The law enforcer didn't respond, but Gao Peng said to himself, oh, I remember, what you just said is to catch me. In this case, come on. Gao Peng looks like he's going to be arrested, but where dare the law enforcers touch him now? Whether he can beat him or not, just his genius of evil will make law enforcers dare not act rashly. At the moment, all of them cover their faces. This revenge is too strong. They don't want others to be better. Is he really not afraid of offending people? No matter what you do or what you say, you are so angry that you can offend a large number of people in minutes. The onlookers thought that if they also stood opposite Gao Peng, they would not be able to bear it, but what if they could not? The strength is not as strong as others, and in the end, we can only be honest and patient. The law enforcer with a bad temper clenched his fists tightly at the moment, but he knew that he could not move each other at all now, and could only bear it finally. The rest of the law enforcers smiled awkwardly, misunderstanding, we are just passing by. By the way, pass by, oh, it was a passing by. Yes, we really passed by. Bang, Gao Peng rushed to the law enforcers with a flash of thunder. The people on the scene didn't react at all, only to see all the law enforcers were turned upside down. This scene makes everyone feel a little unexpected. I don't know why Gao Peng made it out. What's the situation? Everyone's mouth is wide open. What does this sudden explosion mean? Gao Peng stood not far away from the law enforcement officials, and also said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm passing by, but you blocked my way and didn't stop the car at all. The reason is too strong. You're totally retaliating. You're too obvious where you can't stop the car." Chapters 84. This wave of operations, it's really surprising. How careful is this? Mingming is very concerned about it. He even looks indifferent, but now he has come back slowly. All of them were speechless, which shocked Gao Peng to do such a thing. This the peerless devil's temper. As expected, the more evil people have their own strange temper, and ordinary people can't understand it at all. At the moment, many onlookers regard Gao Peng's strange behavior as a strange temper, and automatically think that Gao Peng has such a temper. However, Gao Peng is not so boring. He just wants to invest a little more, but it seems that these people are not his investment objects, and this discovery makes him feel very boring. Alas, it's boring. I'd better finish this conference as soon as possible and find a force as soon as possible. It's a waste of time to stay here. It's not as interesting as the idea in my mind. At the moment, Gao Peng still hasn't forgotten his sudden thoughts. After all, he thinks it's interesting. How many people dare to do it like him? Even if the strength is no more powerful, I dare not. Because the stronger the people are, the more they are tied up, either with many relatives or with their own power. If it is done too much, it may cause public anger, and then it will be attacked by everyone. But other people are worried about it. Gao Peng is not worried at all. He even enjoys it. If it really provokes the hatred of all people, wouldn't it be possible to meet more powerful people? How cool that should be. At this moment, his thoughts had already flown out of the sky, but at this time, his thoughts began to change slowly. If he still followed the current development trend, his promotion speed would be too slow. It's better to make a big one, let everyone remember him. At the same time, his strength can also grow abruptly. With the system he obtains, where else should he be afraid of others? However, there is a faint worry in his heart. Although he can be invincible to his opponents every time, if the number of opponents is large, what should he do? This is a place he has never understood, but that is to say, he did not dare to provoke the strong enemies at random. If it really aroused the public anger of all people, they would attack together, and he could be really finished. I haven't tried, and he doesn't know what it is. But in his provocative way, it will not be long before he really knows whether he can cope with the siege of many people. Although there was a faint worry in his heart, he didn't let him do anything, and he was tied up. Because in his eyes, I am so invincible. At the moment, the opponent doesn't need to use his blood power and physique at all. He can crush the opponent only by virtue of cultivation and martial arts. It doesn't mean anything like that. He prefers to be more exciting. If a wave of big ones can make him improve his strength violently, it's not too cool. It seems that it's time to find a chance to slip away. There's no meaning here. Not only do I want to find none of the geniuses, but also the powerful ones are few. Since there is no one here I want to find, what's the point of staying here? Chapters 85. Gao Peng thought so, but he didn't leave directly because of this. Since they have all come to Baiyang City, isn't it a pity not to have a look at the 100 conferences? Therefore, at the moment, he just wants to start to implement the ideas in his mind after participating in the 100 conferences. If it is as he thought, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Gao Peng glanced at the law enforcer and said, "It's boring. I'm so disappointed that you don't have an opponent that I can see." He shook his head, the expression on his face was disgusting. All the people present were speechless. Is that too much for you? Your own strength is so strong, plus you still have such a terrible talent for monsters, how can ordinary people be stronger than you? Based on your current accomplishments, you can fight at a higher level. That's the difference between evil genius and ordinary people. How many people have you met now? It turns out that there is no match you can see. Is that too early for you? Shouldn't you wait until after the Centenary Congress? At that time, there will be a lot of monsters and geniuses, and there will be some more powerful than you. If you don't mind, you can go to those powerful elders. Do not believe that there is no one who is not your opponent, you will not be cured. At the moment, There are 10,000 words that people like to watch, but their strength gap is too big, and they still end up nowhere. So what? They are too weak. It's not in the same class at all. Li Dao's face turned black and his eyes were gloomy. At the moment, he not only failed to complete the task, but even let Li Zi be killed. He is responsible for this mistake. At the moment, he doesn't know how to punish him after returning to the exchange, but the cultivation resources will be deducted. He just wants to keep his position now, but it's up in the air. And the person he hates most now is Gao Peng. If it wasn't for this guy, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Damn it, you bastard. After Gao Peng satirized, he was ready to go upstairs to rest. Although half a month's inn was almost collapsed by them, it was not really like this. At most, it's just a little messy on the first floor, and some places have been damaged. It's not really such a bad situation. Anyway, it's specially for Wuxia. It's not so vulnerable, but when Gao Peng wants to leave, the waiter of the Half Moon Inn stopped. Young man, please accompany me with the chores. The man's tone is very polite, and his eyes are narrowed, smiling, which makes people think that he is really mean. Gao Peng did not know why he suddenly thought of a word. Squinting people are not good things. Maybe it's because of this sentence that he took a special look at this guy, but he didn't care too much, but said softly. Ask him for compensation. Whoever loses will pay. If he doesn't pay, you tell me. I'll call you until he's willing to pay. After Gao Peng said this, all the people were stunned again, and the eyes of the staff in the Half Moon Inn opened. Chapters 86. All the people present were quiet, looking at Gao Peng with an incredible face. Is this really what people can say? What Li Dao is facing now is tragic enough, but now he has been mercilessly lost and compensated. In the end, they are still guaranteed. If cadres make compensation, it will be up to the compensation. This very powerful, very tough. Just for some reason, everyone feels a sadness for Li Dao. This is the most unlucky guy in the world. He is not only unable to return to work, but also humiliated by other people's changing ways at the moment. The most important thing is that you can't refute it. As long as you are an individual, you will feel extremely depressed. All the onlookers can feel the feeling of suffocation, let alone Li Dao himself. His whole face is black, purple and blue all at once. All kinds of colors changed, and his hands tightly clenched his fists. Blood could not help but flow from his hands. But even if he was angry inside, he would not dare to start. If he had been bold before, but at this moment, he could clearly feel the strength gap between him and Gao Peng. This is like a chasm. Damn it, you hateful fellow, why do you insult me again and again? Asshole, Li Dao roared inside, but his face didn't show it, but everyone could see that his face was extremely ugly. The waiter of the Half Moon Inn first glanced at Gao Peng, then ran to Li Dao's side and said, Sir, please compensate for the loss of our inn, and the young man over there has already said that whoever loses will compensate. Li Dao doesn't reply, his eyes stare at Gao Peng. If his eyes can kill people, Gao Peng doesn't know how many times he has been killed. But Gao Peng didn't care about it at all, just like all this had nothing to do with him. My lord, are you listening to me? Please also compensate us for the loss. Otherwise, we will take strong measures. We will not be responsible for anything at that time. At the same time, what you need to compensate will be multiplied. When the waiter of Banyu Inn finished this sentence, he looked at Gao Peng from time to time. After all, Gao Peng said that sentence. Now he just repeated it in another way. Moreover, although the Half Moon Inn is only an inn, there is still a strong man behind them. Up to now, no one dares to make trouble in the Half Moon Inn without compensation. If there is such a person, he will disappear from the world soon. This is also the key to the name of the Midnight Inn. There is a strong background here, and some people feel a little relieved. Don't worry, if he doesn't pay, I'll shit him now. He dare not refuse to pay for it. Gao Peng said it doesn't matter, but when he finished this sentence, it seemed that he was locked in Li Dao and was ready to have a fight at any time. Li Dao also gnashed his teeth and said, Okay, I'll pay for it. In the middle of the night, when the waiter of the inn heard his words, his face showed a happy expression again, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It's almost his signature move. The onlookers can feel Li Dao's anger deeply at the moment, but they still feel speechless more. Gao Peng, this is the most wonderful genius they have ever seen. No one. Chapters 87. After Gao Peng left, what he didn't know, his reputation has been thoroughly spread. As everyone knows, there is a genius of evil spirit, which is comparable to Fang Zhanwei, the first genius in the southern region, and has the ability to kill the king. This kind of rumor has already been introduced to all people's ears. Suddenly, Baiyang City becomes more lively. I didn't expect that such a demon genius would come here. Is his goal also to join the clan force? No matter how they speculated, it didn't work out in the end, but they knew that the most dazzling person at the moment must be Gao Peng. This kind of monster genius must be the object of competition by others. At present, his strength is so strong. If those forces know the existence of Gao Peng, they will put down their face to fight for it. If we don't even fight for this kind of evil genius, then this force may be really abandoned. It's said that there is an evil genius this time. It's the same age as us, even younger than us. But the other side has the power to kill the king. I also heard about it, and many people at that time saw his real strength with their own eyes, and at that time he seemed to be able to do it easily, and didn't really show all his strength. That's really terrible. It's terrible to kill King Wu, but he hasn't shown all his strength. How can we live? Who says no? This time we must be green leaves as a foil. All the limelight has been robbed by this guy. If you want this show, you can go for it. Well, I haven't lived enough, I don't want to die. At the moment, such rumors are spreading all over Baiyang City, and more people pass them on by word of mouth. Soon the name of Gao Peng will be remembered by all people. Because he is like Fang Zhanwei's genius. Who is Fang Zhanwei? As long as it's a person in the southern region, there's no one who doesn't know this genius, because he's too much attention to make it impossible for people to wonder. At this time, they also heard that Fang Zhanwei was preparing to fight against the warlord. If he was promoted successfully, he would be the youngest warlord, and his combat effectiveness would become more powerful. But that doesn't stop them from wearing boisterous rumors. But it's said that the evil genius has a strange temper, and it's not so strange. I also heard that there were a lot of people present at that time, and a friend of mine happened to be present. Afterwards, he told me that the temper of this monster and genius was extremely strange. It's better not to provoke them. One man told the truth, and he did not forget to warn. But how could someone find his own death? The strength of the other side is so strong, who will do nothing to provoke? Not two brushes. Gao Peng's name not only entered the public's field of vision, but also was concerned by many people who wanted to receive apprentices. Many big guys also slowly remembered the name of this person. At the moment, although they are looking for the genius that causes the vision of heaven and earth, they should also pay attention to the evil genius that has been widely spread recently. No matter what kind of genius, as long as it meets their requirements, it is the object they can recruit. But they didn't know that Gao Peng was the one who caused the vision of heaven and earth. Chapters 88. The Centenary Congress is perhaps the most remarkable event in the southern region at present. Everyone's eyes are gathered here, and those talented young people who consider themselves extraordinary are also flocking here. For a while, Baiyang City was already full of people, but most of them wanted to join in the fun and even tried their luck to join a force. If there is a genius of evil spirit who is famous here, his reputation has almost spread in the southern region, just like Fang Zhanwei, the first genius in the southern region. This may be what many Tianzhou expect, but they have to rely on their own talent and strength to fight for it. The whole southern region is extremely vast, including numerous sects. There are also many clans in seclusion, so there are always a lot of geniuses, but the real people who can cause the strange phenomena of heaven and earth have not appeared yet. However, the reason why the Centenary Conference will be held is also because of the impression of that world some time ago. If we can absorb that evil genius, they will surely march into the Middle Kingdom in a few years. Finally, it is a place that everyone yearns for, but not everyone can enter. If you want to enter the central region, you have to have tickets. Either your strength is strong enough to a certain extent, or the power itself is recognized and can enter the central region. Rumor has it that only with the strength of Wuzun can we enter the central region, and whether this news is true or not is unknown. However, no matter what the others think, Gao Peng has a faint expectation. At least, the whole southern region's geniuses are gathered here. If even there is no strong constitution and blood, it's a bit disappointing. I hope you don't disappoint me too much. At some point, you will have a person who will let me improve my strength. Otherwise, I can't really say it. Gao Peng got up early in the morning. Looking out of the window, he saw only people coming and going, one by one, hurrying to the place of the 100 conferences. It is forbidden to fly in Baiyang City, so all people use walking, but everyone is a warrior, so the speed is very fast. Gao Peng's blood force is already at the level of Emperor, and his constitution is even stronger. Because his blood force and constitution are too strong, it's hard to improve now. In his feeling, he has been improving his realm in martial arts, and his physique and blood power have not been improved. At the moment, he is more looking forward to the promotion of these two items. After all, it represents his potential and talent. At the same time, his combat effectiveness will be several times stronger than others. Within the same realm, the strength and physique of blood are stronger than others, and the fighting capacity will naturally be more powerful. However, I don't know whether this 100 Congress can be as he wishes. Go, hurry up, I heard that the first day of the southern region's anti-sword sect also came. Really, isn't it true that Fang Jianwei has also come? If it is, it will be really lively. The legendary genius who is comparable to Fang Jianwei doesn't know whether he will appear. If they meet, what will happen? I think they will have a fight. No matter how they think about it, they will still be compared by all people. If they don't have a high position, how can they represent their absolute status? In the eyes of all people, Fang Jianwei has become the signboard of the anti-sword sect. Chapters 89. Gao Peng followed the crowd slowly to the place where the 100 conferences were held. At the same time, he saw that people were crowded everywhere. In the void, there are a lot of powerful people floating around, and a group of people represent a force. Everyone exudes a powerful momentum. In the distance, there are also some forces on the sidelines. Maybe these forces want to wait until the selection begins to find the people they say they want to recruit. But these are not the most eye-catching. The most eye-catching one is a ladder that looks like a ladder straight into the sky. Only when you can see the top with your best eyes can you barely see it. And this ladder, looking at it, is still huge, a person standing aside, but feel extremely small. When Gao Peng was full of doubts, he heard a lot of voices. My God, it's the ladder. I didn't expect to use the ladder to select disciples. It's really a big hand. I didn't expect that this 100 Congress would use such a big hand. Don't they attach great importance to this selection? Many people have recognized that ladder. It is a heavenly tool ladder, which measures talent and also tests people's perseverance. The higher you climb, the better your talent is, and the stronger your perseverance is. This may be the first requirement for many forces to select people. At the same time, many people will brush down on the ladder. Not all people can climb the ladder. If you want to climb a step, you need a certain talent. However, such a step will certainly block many people, so some people's faces will change color at the moment when their talent is relatively weak. After all, they know their talent best, otherwise they won't come here to try their luck. Unexpectedly, these forces would choose to use the ladder, which was unexpected to them. Damn it, why is that? Are they not going to give us a living? No matter how upset they are, the outcome will never be changed. After all, there will be many people eliminated in this round, but only smart people can figure out the key. Not all people can climb the ladder, because to climb the ladder, it needs the genius of the monsters, not all people. So, with so many forces here, it's impossible to strengthen the genius of those monsters. This is obviously impossible, and where do they recruit disciples? It's just to select some of the best performers from those who have been eliminated. Some smart people have learned that what they are thinking about at the moment is how to attract everyone's attention. After all, their talent is not the best, but only outstanding performance can get others' attention. At the same time, it can also attract the attention of some forces, which is what they need to think about at the moment. Gao Peng soon learned the function of the ladder from the voices of these discussions, and saw a smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect there was such a treasure, or I'll borrow it to play. Gao Peng did not think about how to get the attention of others, but wanted to play with the ladder. But what he said borrow it's not clear if it's alone. Chapters 90. When the number of people was almost the same, all the forces suddenly gathered together, as if they were discussing something. After a while, an old man stepped on the air and came to the top of everyone's head. All the people present cast their eyes. I'm the elder of the anti-sword sect. I'm a powerful warrior. If you want to have my strength, then try your best to climb the ladder. I'm waiting for you at the top of the ladder. Show me your talent and perseverance. The audience didn't expect that the opening speech would be like this, but all of them felt full of blood. In particular, I heard that it was the gate of the first day in the southern region, so all people yearned for it. If they could join in. Not to mention being the first day, but you can also get more cultivation resources, which is urgently needed by all people. Of course, many of the smaller family forces are also excited. If they can really join this kind of big door, it will be particularly beneficial for their future development. So it just doesn't excite them. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene was brought to the warmest, and the major forces were quite satisfied with it, but only a few were slightly dissatisfied with the forces that were not so pleasing to the emperor. But they can't do anything. Who let them have a loud signboard, and it's still the well-known one. Compared with the rest of the people, Gao Peng's eyes became thief-bright at the moment, especially when he heard the elder's cultivation. The whole person's breathing became a little short. Here is it the strongest I've seen so far. I must let him fight me. Fortunately, I didn't leave here. Otherwise, this opportunity for promotion will be missed. Although it's very convenient to sweep a force directly, it can't hydrolyze nearly thirst. Gao Peng's idea is always different from others. After all, the way he improves his strength is contrary to others. What he wants is to provoke more powerful enemies. Although he can fly to challenge directly now, he will inevitably have this kind of evil taste in his heart, and it is so straightforward to do it. That's too boring. His strength will also become more powerful, and it is not difficult to defeat the other side, so why not do something meaningful? Since you said you'd wait for us on the top of the ladder, it's better to be obedient than respectful. I'll treat you well. Gao Peng's heart gave out an evil laugh. If someone could hear his heart at the moment, it would be amazing. Unexpectedly, I dare to fight against the elder of the sword sect. What's the leopard gall? It's more terrifying than eating the gall of an ambitious leopard. They didn't even think of this dangerous idea, let alone knew that someone dared to implement it. But in front of many excited people, Gao Peng has not been paid attention to no matter what his performance is, because he is just one of so many people, the more ordinary one. Even though the temperament is very different, many people naturally ignore it, looking at the ladder excitedly one by one, eager to climb to the top. To be a genius of all kinds. Chapters 91. Seeing that all the people present were impatient, the elder of the anti-sword sect waved and said, "Go. Let me see your talent and perseverance. All of us are waiting for you at the top. Let me see your performance. Even if you don't get to the top, you have to leave a heavy stroke, which means you have been here." After the elder of the rebellious sword sect had a command, all the people swarmed up. As far as we can see, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people. When these hundreds of thousands of people swarmed up the ladder, there was a rush of people. Of course, if all people look down on the ladder, it will really suffer, and there are such people. One by one, they rushed up with longing and expectation, but what was waiting for them was a huge gravity. Some people could not bear to fly out directly, and they were seriously injured. And now they are trying to rush up, which is impossible. No, why is that? My talent is not so bad. I'm a genius. Some people can't stand this kind of attack, shouting in the crowd, but this kind of person who is bounced out by the ladder, no one will pity at all, and some are just people who step over him one by one. With these people's examples, many people began to be cautious slowly. After all, they didn't want to be the one who was shot. Once they were shot, they would be seriously injured. At the same time, they did not get the chance of this 100 Congress. If it is true, even their intestines will regret it. So one by one, they are cautious. Although their speed has not slowed down much, they also know that the ladder is not so easy to climb. Every step is changing. If they don't take precautions, they will pay a heavy price. So they all started to rush up, but the fastest one only went up 20 steps at most, and there was still a long way to reach the top. But for many, it's a very powerful talent. In the first group of people who were bounced out by Tianti, it's not that their talent is really poor, but that they despised Tianti and suffered such a tragic ending. Of course, some people have very poor talent. They also want to fish in the crowd. Who knows that the ability of the ladder is so powerful, and they will select those with weak talent at once. If they don't rush up suddenly, they won't have such a thing. But they are wrong because they can't help themselves. If they don't know their own strength, they will do something beyond their power. This will naturally come at a price he cannot afford. Some people are bounced out by the ladder, while others are climbing steadily, but the number of people on the ladder is also slowly decreasing. From hundreds of thousands of people before to tens of thousands of people now, it can be seen that the previous crowd directly screened out such a few people. Almost 1/10 of the people are still on the ladder. This screening rate is amazing, but it also makes many onlookers feel more excited. This is the real place to select the genius of evil spirits. For those who are not strong enough, they should be selected as soon as possible. Although Tianti is a place to test talent and perseverance, it also has the value of testing force. Even if your talent is no better and the force value is not enough, you may not reach the top. However, if the performance is outstanding, the forces will pay special attention to it. Chapters 92. Although the ladder is still in the most fierce competition, it is still safe. Everyone is struggling to climb up. Until they can't bear it, they will stop for a breath. But there is such a special area. It seems that they are not climbing the ladder, but hurt each other. What do you mean? The boy in front of you. Keep in our way. There were many people gathered on the next step, and they were all furious because their way was blocked by a strange guy. If it's just like this, they can make a detour, but the most irritating thing is that once someone climbs the stairs where he is, he will kick people down. And all those kicked by him are disqualified. That's what makes people angry. What's the difference between this and killing parents? Only to see one by one red eyes. I wish I could tear the man on the upper steps to pieces, which is just too annoying. And this man is Gao Peng. At the moment, he is on the steps. Many people gathered under him look at him angrily, but there is no expression on his face. I didn't stop you either. You are very strange. I just stand here. You can take a detour. Gao Peng's face showed an innocent expression. Gao Peng said this sentence, it's almost angry to others out of the internal injury. And a detour, no matter who it is, as long as you go up a step, you will be kicked down. That's what you said. You didn't stop us. Never seen such a bold man. Everyone was very angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they had watched several people being kicked out. Not to mention their personal strength, but at least here is not Gao Peng's opponent, which is the result of their observation. This also makes them immediately into a tangle. So they looked at each other. There was no way for a while. Damn it, how can such a scum stick appear? Even if I don't climb the ladder, I will still make trouble here, so that all of us can't climb the ladder. This kind of person is the most hateful. Don't let me know who it is, or I will destroy his whole family and let him know the end of offending me. When the 100 Congress is over, I must defeat it, kill it 100 times, and I can't intercept my hatred. At the moment, all the people below are gnashing their teeth. Although they can't reach the top completely, the better they perform, the more likely they are to be noticed by others. At that time, they will be close to the attention of all the people, but at the moment, their way is blocked by others. How can they not feel extremely angry? Even their behavior may be seen by others, which even loses face and lining. However, no matter how threatened they are, Gao Peng is still indifferent. Anyway, he is not afraid of it. He can even invest in a big wave. Why not do it? And the reason for this is not that he is completely evil. I just want to see if there is any genius he wants to meet. If there is a monster genius, it will really earn more. Chapters 93. With so many Tianzhao gathered here, how could he possibly miss such an opportunity? Although there must be many geniuses standing on the top, he doesn't want to recognize any of them. In his opinion, the strength and constitution of blood are the most difficult to improve, but also the most difficult, and the cultivation of realm is the most easy to obtain. It's a little light for him. It's just as simple as drinking water. There's no difficulty at all. This also makes him more focused on the power of blood and physique, which can only be possessed by the talent of extremely evil. It seems that I'm satisfied that I don't have the talent to pass. Doesn't even so many people meet my standards? Gao Peng rubbed his chin and thought, although the elders of various forces can be his goal, at most, Kona can only improve his realm and accomplishments, which does not allow him to gain more powerful blood power and physique. He felt that these people could not achieve his goal at all, so he did not just stay here and ran straight up the ladder. Since the next Tianzhao doesn't have what he needs, let's go up a little bit and find out. Anyway, it's no difficulty for him. That kind of gravity and pressure is just a pediatrician. It has no influence on him, just like walking on the ground. But those who have been blocked by him are not relieved at the moment, but staring at Gao Peng one by one. Hear what's going on. Why can he run? And he seems to have no pressure. Is his talent really stronger than us? My God, I thought he was just a powerful fighter, but I didn't expect that his talent must be extremely amazing, otherwise he would really run on the ladder. Even the monsters he saw before could not do it. It seems that there is a great genius of evil at this time. Not only are these people shocked, but those who are watching under the ladder. are also attracted by Gao Peng's actions. After all, everyone is extremely slow when climbing the ladder. Just like snail crawling, Gao Peng's operation immediately attracted many eyes. My God, everyone, look at that man. How can he be so fast, as if he has not been affected by the ladder, and has climbed so many steps at once? Is his talent really so powerful? That's terrible, too. What a demon's talent it is to make it so easy, and he doesn't even have any sweat coming out. It's not just shock, it's panic. How powerful talent and perseverance is it, and how easy can it be to fight? They didn't know, but compared with those Tianzhao who crawled like a snail, Gao Peng's move was just too horrible. With such a contrast, we can know how amazing Gao Peng is now. One by one, they were shocked. This wave of operation is too fierce. It is to see the pressure of the ladder as nothing, as if there was no pressure and gravity on him. At this moment, the people who are climbing the ladder are also seeing Gao Peng's speed. They can't help but stop their steps and stare at him. Chapters 94. With such a sudden acceleration, Gao Peng is naturally attracted by such a group of turtle-like arrogance, and all people are marveling at his speed, but also lamenting his talent. When you climb the ladder, you can walk and run as if on the ground. How strong is the talent to do this? People don't know, but they can guess. Everyone's eyes are on Gao Peng. At this moment, Gao Peng is just like the attention of all people, attracting everyone's eyes. Not only the onlookers and all the Tianzhao who are climbing the ladder, but also the elders of those forces. However, some of them are even more surprised. Because they know the most about what the ladder is and how fast it can run. How strong is the talent? Where on earth is this evil genius coming from? If it can be admitted into the sect, isn't it almost equivalent to having a Fangjianwei? At the moment, some people are already making up their minds, and they are not stingy to compare Gao Peng and Fangjianwei, because Gao Peng's talent is too strong. Even someone secretly guessed in his heart, can Fangjianwei really compare with the man in front of him? Many people's eyes brightened and expressed their desire to recruit Gao Peng. However, they didn't say their decision. After all, they must have many forces to fight for it. If they don't have enough chips, even if they break their words, they won't have any effect. However, just when the elders of these forces came up with such ideas, Gao Peng did something that everyone couldn't believe. After Gao Peng surpassed all Tianzhao, he stood on a step and looked down and said, "This road is for me to drive, this tree is for me to plant. If you want to think about this road, you can always line up." Quiet, originally noisy ladder, but now fell into a very quiet atmosphere, one by one are gaping at. Even the onlookers were so noisy, but somehow they fell into silence. Even the elders of all forces shut up one after another, but some of them stared round, and their sides were also unbelievable. Here, what is he doing? No one can answer, because they all think Gao Peng's behavior is very strange, and his behavior may offend all Tianzhao. It's not a wise move. Some people have a deep feeling, but they don't have much to say. Instead, they want to watch Gao Peng's next move quietly. Who knows what incredible thing Gao Peng will do? Although they only just touched, they could feel that Gao Peng was full of restless factors. Although many Tianzhao were shocked before, their faces gradually turned to be iron and green as they slowly returned to their taste. What do you mean? Do you want to be against all of us? Do you look too high at yourself? Although your talent may be good, don't underestimate everyone. Are you sure you really want to do this? Some Tianzhao didn't know what Gao Peng wanted, but they would never bear the forced manipulation of Gao Peng, who was also a teenager. Chapters 95. What's more, Gao Peng's behavior has violated their bottom line. Where does every Tianzhao have his own pride? How can we let people step on their heads and control them forcefully? Especially now, it's still a moment of great attention. If they have some weak points, they will be seen by everyone, which will not only affect their next joining forces. At the same time, they will lose face. How can they stand it? A little brat who doesn't know where to come out, dare to fight against all Tianzhao. Doesn't he know how to write death? Some Tianzhao's face has already shown a cold smile, as if he has seen Gao Peng's end. How will it be better for him to offend so many Tianzhao? Boy, I don't care where you come from. Now I'll disappear from our eyes, or I'll kill you on the spot. A fat man with the fat body stood out and spoke arrogantly. At this moment, everyone at the bottom also watched one by one and no one spoke. In their opinion, this fat man is almost enough to deal with Gao Peng. Somehow, their previous performance is also in their eyes. No matter how talented he is also very strong with his force value. He can't say when he stands at the top, but at least he is a genius who is infinitely close to the first step. With the help of this fat man, the little boy who suddenly appeared will surely be dressed up to be obedient. Oh, I didn't expect that someone would dare to be arrogant here. Didn't he know that all the people present were arrogant? No one dares to say that he is invincible in the world, and no one dares to say that he is the most talented. I'll see how he died. Even if he's eliminated from here, he can't get rid of his guilt. Many Tianzhao hugged their arms and smiled coldly. Some of them were small-minded. Now they had planned how to punish Gao Peng. At this moment, what happened on the ladder has long been paid special attention by others, even the attention of all the people. This kind of emergency makes everyone unpredictable, but it also surprises them. If you just watch one Tianzhao after another, it's too boring to climb to the top. How nice. There are accidents and conflicts. At the same time, there are contradictions. If we fight for it, it will be more interesting. Gao Peng didn't see the fat man coming out, just like this huge man, who didn't pay attention to him at all. This scene was just seen by the fat man, and his nostrils were puffing with anger. What do you count? I dare to ignore my existence. It seems that if I don't teach you a good lesson, you really don't know my strength. Do you really think you are a genius when others call you arrogant? Don't be arrogant, your level is not enough for me. Now get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Maybe we can forgive you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The fat man said more and more, pointing to Gao Peng with high chi, as if he had decided to eat Gao Peng. But before he could wait for Gao Peng's response, a dark shadow directly covered his face, and his whole body also flew out weightless. Hit the ground hard. That's a lot of crap. Chapters 96. A dark shadow fell down at an extremely fast speed and thought of Gao Peng's voice. At the moment, people were still in a daze and did not react at all. What happened? But after a while they came back completely. All of you are in an uproar. This is that too overbearing. If you don't say a word, you will kick others down. It's like breaking the path of others' martial arts practice. It's too cruel. All of us didn't expect that Gao Peng would dare to do so. If he had been below, it would be understandable. After all, those people don't have such a strong talent, and they don't have such a strong background. I'll be kicked down, but those who can get to this position are all Tianzhao that the major forces want to cultivate. If they are kicked to fly down like this, that's a big loss, and before the performance is not eye-catching, then he will not be noticed by the forces, that is to say, this 100 Congress will have nothing to do with him. In this way of thinking, people feel more shocked. This is endless hatred. My God, is he not afraid of public anger? Besides, he has blocked everyone's way now. If he goes on like this, it will definitely cause a group attack. Yes, even if his strength is stronger, what? Can't resist so many attacks from Tianzhao, it's really a good play this time. I didn't expect that such a boy would suddenly appear. I don't know how he would be taught in the end. Although many onlookers were shocked before, they were more looking forward to the next development after that. Only this kind of vigorous thing will be more noticeable. Elders of all forces standing in the air also looked at each other. Although such competition is extremely normal, however Gao Peng's practice at the moment is beyond their expectation. Shall we not stop it? If we continue to develop like this, we will really fight, and we may be eliminated for many days. Isn't that our original intention? An elder asked tentatively. Then another elder said, so what? If they can't even cope with this little thing, what's the use of them? It's just a waste of more cultivation resources. We can't even deal with this kind of emergency. No matter how good our cultivation talent is, we don't need the flowers in the greenhouse. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the rest of the elders didn't speak anymore, but from their eyes, we can get their meaning. That is to let things go. The strong are always strong. If you want to be a strong person, you should be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. If you are more flexible, you will have a greater chance to live. This is a well-known thing, so these elders didn't intend to stop it. Instead, they were happy to see it happen. I said, do you want to go up or not? One by one, why are you so boring? Hurry to line up. Don't let me talk nonsense, or I will kick you all. Now you're all lining up. Maybe someone else can make it, or you'll be kicked down by me. Gao Peng is not afraid of these arrogance at all. Even if there are many people, what about the talent? There is still no threat to him. Chapters 97. Even if Gao Peng said so, A group of Tianzhao is also silent, no one speaks, no one has any action. At the moment, they do have some mousetraps. The fat man is not so powerful, but he is also in the middle and upper level among them. But even so, they are still kicked down. Although in their opinion, there is little sneak attack element in it, it is also a great thing that they can kick down the ladder with a crisp kick. What's more, they are afraid to be the second to be kicked down. What's the matter? Are they all mute? Before you are not all shouting, let me know how to write dead words. Why are they tortoises now? You really let me down. Even if you are weak, you are so timid. Alas, how can you be so strong? The strong have to face the difficulties, instead of talking about the tortoise shell one by one as you do. Although Gao Peng's words are very irritating, they are not unreasonable. They are reasonable, but no one dared to act rashly. Well, I heard that only a bastard's courage is so small. Are you all bastards? Otherwise, how can courage be so small? It's much smaller than I thought. I dare not even try, which makes me look down on you. There was only Gao Peng's voice on the ladder, and every word he said made everyone's mouth twitch. Is this really what people say? It seems that it is not only satire, but also insult. Is that too much? But what is even more depressing is that all people don't have much reaction, even though many faces have shown anger. However, they are hard to bear it. It's a rare thing, but it's very useless in the eyes of the onlookers. Others have pointed at your nose and scolded you, but you can not only have no reaction, but also bear it. And even so, there is no one who speaks, which makes the onlookers feel extremely disappointed. Is this their worship of Tianzhao? It's really disappointing. I didn't expect that Tianzhao was such a person. I couldn't even say a word when others pointed at me. I felt that I was totally blind and would worship these guys. Sure enough, even if the talent is good enough, what? There are no real experiences. They are just flowers in the greenhouse. They are only talented and have no effect at all. Not to mention the disappointment of all the people present, even the elders of all major forces, which is far from the disciples they want to select. Now the one who caused the vision of heaven and earth has not appeared, they just want to recruit some satisfied disciples at most, but now this scene makes them hesitant. Are these people really worth their training resources? Will it float? This has already shaken their determination. However, this grand occasion is so big that if there is a little bit of thunder and rain, it will inevitably be looked down upon by others. In the end, more or less people will be recruited, but only those who perform well. If you don't have the courage to face the challenge, don't forget it. Chapters 98. Although many elders have doubts about the quality of the disciples they recruited this time, their eyes are all bright, and they are not completely disappointed. Because there is also a person of great interest, and love one seems to radiate golden light all over, attracting the attention of all people. That's Gao Peng, not to mention what he did before, but what he has done now. Although it makes everyone present feel a little confused, it has to be said that he is the best one in the whole performance. Only with one person dared to face all the arrogance, this courage is enough to be seen by others, not to mention his talent may be more terrifying. Run on the ladder. This is something that no one can imagine. But they saw it with their own eyes, which made all elders think of their own little 99. If they could recruit this disciple, it would be really developed. Not to mention being a character like Fang Zhanwei, it's just second to that. We're going to decide against the Sword Clan. When all the elders were smashing their own small abacus, the elder of the anti-sword sect had already put a label on Gao Peng. However, the rebellious Sword Clan may have a great reputation, but in fact, it is not the same as the forces present. You will not be afraid of him for the rest. At this moment, a large number of platinum forces are gathered here, all of which have the powerful warrior, let alone all the elders present or the emperor. How could you be afraid of the elder of the anti-sword sect? Don't you take us seriously, old man? If you think fame represents strength, then we don't mind letting you recognize the reality well. The elder of the Golden Lion Pavilion smiled coldly. At the moment, his face did not show any false expression. It seems that it is possible to teach the elder of the rebellious sword sect to be a new man at any time. In fact, it is not only the elders of the Golden Lion Pavilion, but also the elders of other platinum forces. After all, they are at the same level. There is no one who is afraid to speak directly. Now, the anti-sword sect seems to be the eldest one. It's talking like this in front of many elders. What is it? Are you afraid you don't want to be a new man? If it's true, we really don't mind talking to you properly. One by one elders said something. At the moment, the elder of the anti-sword sect just said something out of his mouth. Unexpectedly, everyone was dissatisfied. All the elders on the scene are at the same level without any high or low status. They think that they are the eldest. This kind of discourse is naturally extremely disgusting. Anyway, we have to decide on this person, no matter what your conditions. Elder Li Jianzong murmured in a low voice. But the other elders are not willing to show weakness. Maybe you have a Fang Jianwei in your clan. If you want to train the second one, you may not be able to do it. And we are different. We can pay more training resources. I think he will definitely make the best choice. Yes, as long as you can get him, it's worth the price. In fact, it's not that they look up to Gao Peng's talent, but all that Gao Peng has shown at this moment, which has shocked them for a long time. So one by one, they want to fight for it. If there are really many schools, maybe it's the second Fang Jianwei, or even better. Chapters 99. Gao Peng is just a good actor at the moment. His whole body is full of drama. The expression on his face is also lifelike. It is always a very ironic smile to all Tianzhao. In particular, Gao Peng is still standing at a high place overlooking, which makes all Tianzhao feel extremely angry, and the whole person is about to explode. I can't stand it. I must teach him a good lesson. I can't think without teaching him. Some Tianzhao can't bear it. No matter what he thinks, he is desperate. I can't stand it. Dare to climb on top of our heads and be arrogant, but we can't do anything. This feeling is too oppressive. If I have been holding back like this, I would rather not join any force. All of a sudden, an unbearable voice sounded, and at the same time, all of them rushed up. At the moment, their goal was obvious, that is to teach Gao Peng a lesson. This is not only stepped on their heads, or even pointed at their nose insults, is absolutely unforgivable. It's just like this. I don't know if you can satisfy me, but with your courage now, it's amazing. Gao Peng's words have no problems in themselves, but he speaks in a tone that his elders teach their elders a lesson, which makes all the Tianzhao present even more unbearable. Brawling, all the people are rushing up. But they obviously think too well. Although Gao Peng appreciates their courage at the moment, it doesn't mean that Gao Peng will let them rush in front of him. Hostility can be detected thoroughly by the system, but since there is no prompt tone, it means that these people are completely useless. There's no use in it. Although courage is good, all of them are rubbish. What's the use of keeping you here? Gao Peng said mercilessly sarcastically, and he didn't control his voice deliberately, but still let his voice spread far away. All the people around were twitching. They had never seen such an arrogant person. The words of swearing were more vicious than the words of swearing. This are what they call the genius of evil. In fact, many people have recognized Gao Peng at the moment, but they are shocked by Gao Peng's actions again and again, so they are only stunned, but they have no time to speak. However, Gao Peng's various actions have already refreshed their three views again and again, leaving them really speechless. At the moment, however, something more shocking happened on the ladder. Gao Peng even kicked all Tianzhao down from the ladder one by one. There was no gap between them. Looking at being kicked down like garbage, everyone was completely stunned, and their eyes almost fell on the ground, one by one with their mouths wide open. But before he finished, Gao Peng seemed to be completely angry. All the people in front of him were kicked down by him. In a short time, all the people in the next step had been kicked down. None of them are on top. The scene suddenly fell into silence, one by one, just like the crash. The brain didn't turn around at all. It's just a wave of ups and downs. And Gao Peng's methods shocked them again and again, which was just unbridled. Isn't he afraid of these powerful forces of Tianzhao? If it is really united, it is also a huge power. Chapters 100 inches. A bunch of rubbish. What are you doing here? Is it out of the way? I can't see how much waste I have. I wonder if you have water in your head. I'm a waste. I should have some self-knowledge. Gao Peng was kicked down 1 foot at a time. At the same time, his mouth also said intolerable words. But it's none of their business how intolerable these Tianzhao can be, because now they have felt that their body has lost its gravity and can't control it at all. Fall down at a great speed. No number. Why? Some people also made a scream, but the final result still cannot be changed. Directly from the ladder was kicked down, like shit lying on the ground. There are several potholes on the ground, but those who are kicked down are either seriously injured or pass out with fresh blood. It is almost impossible to get up again. Everyone was shocked and speechless, and the courage of this man was really too great. Why was his mouth so poisonous? It not only causes harm to others' bodies, but also causes indelible harm to others' hearts. It's just horrible. Now, those Tianzhao, who are still at the bottom, are very glad that they didn't rush so fast, or they will be kicked down. At that time, they will not only lose face, but also lose qualification, which is the most unacceptable thing for them. Now it seems that except for the devil above, they are left. Isn't that true? When this idea came out, their faces showed a look of joy. Maybe they would have been paid attention to very little. But now it's different. Those who are better than their talents are kicked down, but they are the ones who stick to the end. It will be admitted anyway. Gao Peng is also extremely depressed at the moment. Unexpectedly, there is no one here that meets what he wants to see. The power and constitution of blood cannot cause the emergence of the system. The state of cultivation is not to mention that, except for those elders, these people are not enough to see. What a bunch of rubbish. It's so disappointing to see me looking forward to it. Gao Peng did not hide the disappointment in his eyes, even his voice was not deliberately lowered, so everyone on the scene heard it very clearly. This is not what they heard from Gao Peng's mouth. Although they don't know what Gao Peng means, they guess whether Gao Peng is a warmonger or not. Disappointed to find that no one is his opponent. Maybe it's possible, but it's just a guess, there's no real evidence. Gao Peng too doesn't go back to the top. Since he doesn't have the talent he is satisfied with, let's start with these elders. It's just enough to improve his cultivation level, so it's not necessary to talk about martial arts, which will definitely be improved. It's just hard to say the strength and constitution of blood. Who knows if there's anything here that can improve him? Although Gao Peng was very depressed at the moment, he could not help but feel a little excited when he thought that there were so many elders waiting for him at the top. Maybe only in this way can she feel happy. Chapters 101. All the people here quietly watched Gao Peng step by step climb to the top, and they didn't even dare to make a sound. Even many people are pitiful to watch, those who were kicked down Tianzhao, these people's luck is really too bad. If they are a bit lucky, not to say they can reach the top, but at least they are the ones who perform extremely well. With their talent, they can definitely join a powerful force. But now they are kicked down without hesitation. Whether they can join a force or not, their faces have been lost for a long time, even their original family history may be ridiculed. It's the loss of my wife and the loss of my soldiers. Of course, all the people are only due to the fact that Tianzhao is too unlucky. Who let them meet Gao Peng? Otherwise, I will not suffer such a tragedy. Sad. Deplorable. At the moment, Gao Peng is simply the focus of attention, not to mention that there are so many people watching him. There are so many forces in the Sky Elders, also closely watching him. I would say that he will definitely stand out from the arrogance this time. His strength is the most powerful, so it's natural to say nothing about his talent. Of course, it's like Fang Zhanwei. Although some rumors may be exaggerated, they can't come out of nothing. But it's interesting. I don't know which faction he will join. Thanks to his talent, otherwise he offended so many people. He can't walk out of Baiyang City at all. If his talent is not good, how can he offend so many people? That's right, too. The audience at the bottom talked about it, especially the people who had seen Gao Peng before, who seemed to be very proud to tell the people what they saw. All of a sudden, Gao Peng's story was heard by all of us. His name has entered everyone's ears in time. For those watching, it's enough to boast for a long time. At least they witnessed the rise of Gao Peng. I don't know who is stronger or weaker between Gao Peng and Fang Zhanwei. If we don't have a real fight, we really can't know. Someone can't help sighing. At the same time, all the people also came up with this idea, but in their opinion, it's not far away. Who made these two guys have such a strong talent? They will meet each other. What they are most concerned about at this moment is which force will Gao Peng join. The eyes of all the people did not leave Gao Peng, and Gao Peng did not disappoint them. Without any effort, they had reached the summit. It seems that Tianti didn't bring him any influence at all. In fact, it does. Even the onlookers can feel it. The influence of Tianti on him is very small. Maybe it's a peerless monster. When Gao Peng reached the top, he did not look at the elders of those forces, but looked down as if they were contemptuous. Ha ha, a bunch of rubbish. The voice was not deliberately controlled, so it was far away, and all the people could hear it very clearly. The corners of their mouths twitched. A look of silence. That's still what people say. How many times have you said that every day? As for stabbing people with words, don't look at how miserable these Tianzhao have been. but you haven't let them go yet. How careful you have to be. Chapters 102. Not only the onlookers, but also Tianzhao, who is still climbing the ladder, seemed to spit blood one by one. This is just too outrageous. Is this still something people can say? Are we asking you to mess with you? Or eat your rice? As for the garbage, it's too contemptuous. I've never seen such a 360-degree taunt before. It's just that every word makes people feel blood vessels surging up, and they may burst and die at any time. Angry. It's really annoying. If I can beat him, I'm sure I'll kick him out of it too. A Tianzhao who was climbing the ladder said angrily. At the moment, a person beside him retorted mercilessly, "Since you have self-knowledge, don't say hi here. We can't compare with him at all. If you lower your position, you won't feel angry." This person's words have been exported, and almost everyone has responded. It seems to mean the same thing. If they put themselves a little lower, they won't find this sentence very annoying. What's more, they are separated from Gao Peng by a huge gap. Even those who they think are extremely talented have been kicked down, let alone they. After such a thought, many people were open-minded. Gao Peng is just a habitual gun, and then he looks at the elders of all forces. At the moment, all the elders are twitching at the corners of their mouths. They have thoroughly felt Gao Peng's bad character, high talent and cultivation. But his character is just too bad. It's really speechless. I've never seen a person with such a bad character before. But who can make other people's talent so good, or they will be killed in minutes. Cough. That, little brother, congratulations on your climbing to the top. With your talent, you can choose any faction to join and get the best treatment. Do you want to consider the anti-sword sect? The elder of the rebellious sword clan coughed gently, then organized a language to say. At the same time, the elders of other major forces also spoke out. Why don't you join the Heaven and Earth Hall? Our Heaven and Earth Hall will definitely focus on cultivating you. You can take as many cultivation resources as you want. This is what the elders of Heaven and Earth Hall said. The same is true of us. Welcome to Clement. I think it's the most appropriate choice for you to choose the Golden Lion Pavilion. Men should cultivate the most powerful skills in martial arts, rather than learn from their mothers to do the same. When the elders of the Golden Lion Pavilion recommend themselves, they still don't forget to suppress their opponents. At the moment, the smell of gunpowder is very strong. It seems that it is possible to fight at any time. Many elders see each other's necessary eyes. In addition to these elders, those elders who are far away dare not intervene at all. They are not powerful because of who let them, and their own strength is not strong at the same time. This can't be done at all. If they really dare to start at random, it's a question whether they can go back alive or not, so they are very self-conscious and far away. However, while all the elders were fighting, Gao Peng answered for the first time. I didn't say which force to join. Why are you in such a hurry? Gao Peng is very surprised to say. Chapters 103. Quiet. Dead silence. Not only the top of the ladder, even the Tianzhao who is climbing the ladder, but also the spectators are all stunned. At the moment, they have heard it very clearly, because Gao Peng never hides his words, so all the people can hear it very clearly. But that's it. People are so unbelievable. I'm afraid it's not a mistake, is it? Is it true that someone will refuse the invitation of all forces? Not to say whether they have, but they have never seen it before, but what happened in front of them has left a blank in their brain, and they have not responded at all for a while. Did I hear you wrong? How can I hear him say that he doesn't want to join any force? I heard it, too. You didn't hear me wrong. They were completely mad at the moment, and even some people would refuse. God, how unwise is this? Doesn't he know how great the benefits will be when he joins a powerful force? Not only can we rely on the mountain, but also we can get more cultivation resources. At that time, our strength will surely grow by leaps and bounds. Can't he understand the obvious temptation and advantages? Even refuse. Moreover, he was not afraid to refuse, which made all elders angry. At that time, he not only could not get benefits, but also offended all forces. This what an unwise thing it is. Even the onlookers can know how to choose among them, but what Gao Peng did made them puzzled. All the elders are also one after another, even their expressions are stiff at the same time. They never thought about it, but they would be rejected by others. What's more, it's still such a crisp refusal. All of a sudden, they feel that they have lost their face. In the full view of the public, they were refused by a boy. If they were passed out, how humiliating they would be. Then I saw only one elder, and suddenly I opened my eyes wide. I said angrily, "Do you know what you are talking about? Once we refuse our invitation, we will miss the chance to join forces. And your talent is so good, if you can obtain endless cultivation resources, it is only a matter of time before you become a strong man of heaven and earth." Although they are extremely annoyed by their rejection, they don't turn their face on the spot, but they are talking about their interests. However, how could Gao Peng give them face? He didn't come here to join forces. He just wanted to fight with these elders. No, it should be said that it is through these elders to improve their own strength. So he said rudely, "Don't think about it. I didn't want to join any forces. I don't need to talk about it." All the elders felt extremely angry in an instant. It was just shameless. With their current status, they have been extremely generous to a younger generation. But the other side didn't know how to be good, but refused again and again, which made them feel extremely angry. Each of them exuded a huge breath. The sky was directly rippling, and the clouds were directly scattered by these breath. Chapters 104 inches. That's right. Gao Peng sees the breath that erupts out of so long old body, the eye explodes directly, shoots a bright light, be like to see his prey. The reason why I came to the top is just because your eyesight is okay. I want to come up and compete with you. If not, do you think I will come up? Gao Peng now said this sentence seems to be extremely natural, but he does not know how powerful it is for all people. Even the breath of the elders disappeared in an instant. What arrogant words, never seen such a arrogant person. If he said that he was the first one of the younger generation, they could barely accept it. But now he said that he wanted to compete with the elders of all major forces. It's not arrogance, what is it? People who had already seen Gao Peng extremely unhappy before jumped out at the moment. Oh, originally, I thought he was a peerless monster, but I didn't expect that he was a psychopath with short brain. I wanted to compete with the elders of all forces, and I didn't pee in the mirror to look at myself. Who says no? Don't you think your talent is very good? All people should let her everywhere. However, I think he made a big mistake this time. He refused the elders again and again. At this time, he was so unbridled. I'm looking forward to him being taught. I see how he died this time. Not only didn't join any forces, but also offended so many Tianzhou. Ha ha, Gao Peng's actions completely put him in the most unfavorable situation. Some people around him felt extremely sorry, but more cynical. Maybe Gao Peng's performance is too high profile. They didn't dare to talk much because of the identity gap before, but now Gao Peng is doomed to be unable to join any force and offend all Tianzhou. At this moment, they naturally begin to satirize mercilessly, and those kicked down Tianzhou, also one by one stand aside, eyes revealed endless hate. Damn it, I must eat you alive. Let you know how dare you offend me, unforgivable. Since Gao Peng can't join any forces, they will have no fear. Now they are ready to inform the family. Who let Gao Peng destroy their affairs? If we don't kill Gao Peng, it's hard to understand their hatred. All the elders at the top of the ladder looked at each other one after another. They all seemed incredible. This guy really wanted to compete with them. I'm afraid there's something wrong with your mind. At the moment, they make eye contact, but the conclusion is that Gao Peng is a complete fool, otherwise he will really say something beyond his capacity. At this time, they also dismissed the idea of recruiting Gao Peng into the force. At this moment, they are also thankful that they did not recruit Gao Peng directly into the force. Oh, although he is a fool, he has to be taught a good lesson. Otherwise, I don't know the height of the earth and think he is the most powerful person in the world. If all men follow him, where shall we put our face? The elders smiled coldly, and all the people were staring at Gao Peng, who was very calm at the moment. Just looking at their eye contact, you can know what they were saying. But he didn't care. Anyway, it was just a group of stepping stones. I'll teach these guys a lesson later. Let them know what is strength. Chapters 105. When the elder finally turned his head to look at Gao Peng, he saw Gao Peng saying, "Have you finished flirting?" As soon as Gao Peng said this, all the elders almost have to spit blood. What is flirting? Is this idiom used in this way? And all the people there were speechless. Why is that so annoying? That's what makes you look good. The chief of the anti-sword sect said, "You're arrogant. You're the most arrogant kid I've ever met, but you don't know that arrogance requires capital, or you'll have to pay a heavy price." It makes sense, but do you deserve it? Gao Peng crooked his head and said rudely. He didn't care what other people thought. He just wanted these guys to fight against him. How else can he improve? Very good. The elder's eyes became colder and fiercer, and the temperature around him also plummeted. And the elders of the other major forces have retreated. Since someone has chosen to fight, they will not be shameless to rush in. Or where will their old faces rest? But when the onlookers saw this moment, they were frying. This is, are you ready to duel? Or are you ready to teach Gao Peng a lesson? In any case, Gao Peng's fate will definitely not result, and now many people have a sarcastic smile on their faces. There are many people who can't help themselves, but I've never seen such a person who is not afraid of death, and I don't think about it myself. I see how he died this time. I can't help myself. I don't know if he can survive from the elder's hands until we get revenge. It seems that we can't get our big revenge. But it's good to see him die in front of us. I feel very comfortable. This kind of person should be killed. At the moment, those kicked down Xianxia, one by one, are very resentful, but they also know that if there is an elder to fight, and they will not have any chance to revenge. But it's also a great pleasure to see enemies killed. At last, you let them down a little bit. But the thought of all these hateful guys makes them lose the chance to join forces, and the thought of this place will make them feel pain all over. What a chance! But they were destroyed by this hateful guy. At the moment, they are still seriously injured. Even if they want to climb the ladder, it is extremely difficult. This can't help but make their hatred of Gao Peng deeper. It seems to be the essence with you. If someone can see the hatred clearly, they can definitely see the thick hatred on Xianxia. After grinding Ha for such a long time, I finally made a move. I thought you were a group of women, but I didn't let me look down on you. There was a smile on Gao Peng's face. But all the elders couldn't laugh at all. Why does this man's mouth owe so much? Will you die if you don't talk? Why is every sentence unacceptable? At the moment, all the elders really want to eat Gao Peng alive, or even thoroughly tear his mouth to pieces. They have never seen such a mean person before. Every word is unbearable. Not angry. No gas. He's going to die anyway. What's the point of fighting a dead man? With the elder so comforting thinking. Chapters 106. Although all the elders still feel extremely regrettable, but this kind of person cannot be used for me, so it is better to destroy it by hand. No one can get it. That's the fairest choice. What's more, Gao Peng has completely angered them. If he doesn't do anything, it will definitely damage their faces. In this case, let this evil genius disappear in the long river of time. All the elders think so at the moment. I'll see how hard you can talk when you're dying. The elder of the rebellious sword sect snorted coldly, and a strong breath broke out completely. At the same time, a ray of light came out directly. The target was Gao Peng. Enemy of host detected. Scan completed. Name: Wu San Jian Physique. Phosphorus Jian dominates the body blood. Phosphorus Jian Wang Blood Wang J level realm. Wu Huang San level martial arts. The heaven level martial arts, Hua Hu Huang Jian, is a small success. The heaven level martial arts, double sword without front, is an introduction, and the heaven level martial arts, spirit sword step, is a small success. The enemy's realm is the 3rd level of Emperor Wu, and will be upgraded to the 4th level of Emperor Wu automatically. If the enemy's strongest constitution is not stronger than the host, it will not be improved temporarily. If the enemy's strongest blood is not stronger than the host, it will not be upgraded temporarily. The most powerful skill of the enemy is Xiaocheng, which is the heaven-level martial art, the Sword of the Fox King, Xiaocheng, which is the introduction of the heaven-level martial art, the heavy sword has no front, and Xiaocheng, which is the heaven-level martial art, the spirit sword step. It will automatically give the host the heaven-level martial art, the roar of the tiger devouring the soul, the heaven-level martial art, the change of the tiger demon, and the heaven-level martial art, the walk in the jungle. Just for a moment, Gao Peng's strength changed dramatically, and a powerful force filled his body directly. And his strength has also skyrocketed countless times. The whole person seems to emit a faint light, and there is a tiger in the sky behind him. And this kind of change is only a matter of a moment, which can bring him great momentum. The system has always been his biggest card. With the system, he will be invincible in the world. Because the elders are shocked at the moment, especially when they are closest to each other, they can feel the power of Gao Peng's terror. Of course, they are most concerned about the tiger. At this time, they slowly wake up. Perhaps they have been looking for that can stir up the world of vision of the evil genius in front of them, but they never found. Why, how could it be him? Is he the evil genius that caused the vision of heaven and earth? If it is, then don't we really miss it? The elders of these forces look very ugly at the moment. Their original purpose has been very clear, but now that evil genius is in front of them. But before all sorts of things still emerge in their mind, let them feel more tangled here. All the elders looked at each other. This moment may be the most difficult time for them to choose, but one person had already known how to choose in his heart. That's the three swords. Since they have already started, don't be merciful. Anyway, they will all be enemies, so don't let the tiger go back to the mountain. It's impossible for such a monstrous genius to keep him alive, otherwise it will be their disaster. Chapters 107. The three swords of martial arts can't control whether Gao Peng is a demon genius. His face shows a decisive color. The long sword in his hand makes a sound directly, and the long sword bursts out of its sheath. Are you a genius? Since it can't be used by me, destroy you. Wuxian has made up his mind to kill Gao Peng. Anyway, there are contradictions. If he grows up, it will be bad for the anti-sword sect. Just his idea is still in front of him, and he didn't realize that the power gap between the two had already changed dramatically. Roar. The roar of the tiger suddenly sounded, and a towering light came down. Behind Gao Peng, a silver tiger suddenly appeared, and the tiger seemed to cover the whole sky. All people can only see the tip of the tiger's iceberg, but they can't see the whole picture of the tiger, but that's it. They are all amazing. A terrible momentum spread around the crowd. At the same time, Gao Peng's body has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole person seems to have expanded, and his height has more than doubled. At the same time, he is like a little giant. The change of this moment dazzled all the people present. At this moment, Wuxian also felt strong and incomparable pressure, but he didn't want to stop any action. Since he had already started, he went all out. Pretend, I don't believe you can resist my attack. Emperor Wu is a realm you can't reach. Wuxian seems to have entered the realm of selflessness, ignoring others completely. Although his idea is very good, he doesn't know that Gao Peng is a monster completely and can't be treated with common sense. Boom! The huge tiger in the sky suddenly set off. With a gentle wave of its front paw, it directly pressed the three swords. At the same time, the whole sky seemed to be oppressed by a huge mountain. The elders of various forces have changed color. How could this happen? Why do I feel an overwhelming force? How could he be so powerful? At the moment, the elders of all forces not only look very ugly, but also look at the two sides fighting. No, this is not a close fight at all, but a one-sided situation. There is no victory for Wuxin's sword at all, because he is at a disadvantage and can only support the white tiger's attack. Even his body has slowly appeared cracks, the sword in his hand is still struggling to resist, but it's all in vain. There was a big bang. The white tiger's front paw suddenly pressed down. The three swords could not resist. A spit of blood, the face of the unwilling color. Why is that? How can your strength be so strong? My chest is obviously higher than yours. Why can't I beat you? At this time, there are countless thoughts in Wuxian's mind to ask, but he feels that his whole body is overflowing with blood, which is not controlled by him at all, and the blood is gushing out continuously. The air slowly filled with a smell of blood, and now all people are scared by the scene in front of them. The elder of the rebellious sword sect was not the enemy of unity. He was defeated in a flash. What's more, he seemed to have been seriously injured. It's too scary. Chapters 108. But everyone who saw this scene opened his mouth wide, turned over the waves in his heart, and his mind was blank. This should be an illusion, right? It's ridiculous that the elder of the anti-sword sect is not the opponent of that hateful guy. Even if it's a genius, it can't be such a monster. It must be all fake. Not to mention what the onlookers think, but to say that Xianxia, who was kicked down from the ladder by Gao Peng, is extremely complicated at the moment. However, they believe that what happened in front of them is an illusion, otherwise it is too shocking. Originally thought that they were all of the same level, who knew that the other side would string so high all of a sudden, which made them feel a bit out of reach. Before they could deny the scene again and again, some elders at the top of the ladder shouted loudly. How is it possible? What kind of power is this? How terrible! This elder's face is very frightened. It's not an accident to do this. Isn't that to say that all the elders present are not opponents of each other? After thinking so, all the elders are in a complicated mood. I didn't expect that the disciples they wanted to recruit were not only talented, but also powerful. How does this make people live? Even the power of blood can't be so terrible, can it? I've never seen such a terrible blood force, unless All the elders looked at each other. He has the blood power of the emperor. The answer is coming out, which makes them even more incredible. This kind of blood power is actually what ordinary people can have. Even the first day in the southern region only awakened the blood power of the emperor level through the efforts of the day after tomorrow. But Fang Zhongwei did not cause the vision of heaven and earth, and the power is not so terrible. Comparing the two, we can find out who is stronger and who is weaker. But this shocked the elders even more. They were not shocked. It just broke their three outlooks and refreshed their senses of genius once again. Not to mention the elders on the top of the ladder. They said that all the onlookers did not return to God at the moment, but they knew that Gao Peng was the real bull force. It's not only terrifying with high talent, but also terrifying to kill the elders. It's only from the expressions on the faces of the elders on the top of the ladder that we can get a general idea. My God, how can there be such a terrible person? He should be the same age as us. Why can his strength become so strong, and his talent has left us several blocks? Even the elders of all major forces were shocked. It can be seen how terrible his talent and accomplishments are. It's really frightening. Those Tianzhao who thought that they were the peerless monsters shut up one by one now. Not only that, but also they could see a trace of fear in their eyes. Maybe at this time they know that there are people outside, there are days outside. With their talent, it is impossible to compare with the real peerless monster. Of course, what they fear most is that Gao Peng will find them to settle accounts. Who let Gao Peng's previous actions make them remember deeply? Such stingy people should find them to settle accounts. If so, how should they deal with it? All Tianzhao fell into silence. Chapters 109. Gao Peng was extremely satisfied with the power at the moment, nodded slightly. I didn't expect that now my strength is so strong, and the emperor is not my enemy of unity, a powerful force. When Gao Peng raised his head, the elders of all major forces looked at him with vigilance, as if they were guarding more. But it is also true that Gao Peng's previous strength has been beyond their will, especially now that the white tiger has not disappeared. The pressure on them is not so great. Whenever Gao Peng does anything, the white tiger in the sky turns over and looks around like a king. This makes the people in the room even more dare not act rashly and be stared at by a giant. Who can stand it? After feeling for a while, Gao Peng walked towards Wuxia, without any human emotion in his eyes. Since other people want to kill him, he will not be polite, and this is also an investment. If it can really cause the anger of these big forces, then he does not need to go around to find the enemy, as if people are sitting at home, the enemy comes from the sky. This may be his dream. But at the moment, he still has a big gap from this scene. At the same time, only if he constantly provokes the enemy, his strength will become more and more powerful. From the moment he got the system, he couldn't be idle, because once he stopped, his strength would not be able to move at all. All the people at the scene saw Gao Peng move, especially step by step slowly approaching Wuxia. At this moment, everyone's faces changed in succession. The elders of all major forces are also slowly retreating. Although they don't know what Gao Peng wants to do at the moment, they don't want to really conflict with Gao Peng. Although there have been contradictions before, they will not meet with each other in a short period of time, and they will not fight to the death, but they will not deny that others will take revenge. So I only saw them back slowly for fear of Gao Peng's sudden attack, so they had no room for survival. This is the end of all the three swords frontal attacks, let alone their own. At this moment, they naturally have self-knowledge and are not ignorant to this extent. But this curtain falls in the eyes of the onlookers, which is amazing. Here it's amazing that a person can make so many elders give way. What a powerful power it is. Sure enough, the gap between us and him is huge. Even at this time, we don't know how big the gap between us is. Maybe it's huge. Some people are surprised by what Gao Peng has done, but more people are still extremely decadent. They thought they could become the most dazzling genius. But now all the limelight has been robbed by others, and they still dare not say a word. This feeling makes them feel that this may be the biggest shame of their life. But what about that? The strength of the other side is so strong that they are desperate. Don't you see that the elders of all major forces have retreated one after another? What's more, desperation and powerlessness fill their hearts, leaving their eyes with only that tall figure, which may become their indelible shadow. Chapters 110. Just when everyone was still surprised, Gao Peng had come to Wuxia side, and Gao Peng looked down at him. You can barely see past your strength, but why do you feel so overwhelmed? If I really had a good fight, maybe I would not have killed you, but now you can only go down and talk with the king of hell, but it's also good, as long as you kill, you will surely attract more enemies. Gao Peng's every words come out as if they were taken for granted. However, but all the people were dumbfounded. Originally it was a very strange atmosphere, now it becomes more strange. God, this is a crime to death. Although he had offended the rebel before, he really killed the elder of the rebel. It must be endless pursuit to meet him. There will be no place for him in the south. This has to shock all the people present. If the elder of the anti-sword sect dies, it will almost break the sky. What's more, all the people felt a kind of panic in their mind just for a moment. Even the elders were a little surprised. No, are you crazy? If you really kill him, it's really a situation of immortality, not to mention you, even if all of us are involved. Quote, aren't you afraid of rebelling against the Sword Clan? Although all the elders are from platinum level forces, there are still strengths and weaknesses among them, although some elders are unwilling to believe. But it's true that the comprehensive strength of the rebellious swordsmen is even stronger than them. Even if they really get angry, they don't necessarily bear the anger. Gao Peng said doubtfully, why can't you kill him? Since he has killed me, there is only one way to die. What's more, why should I be afraid of rebelling against the Sword Clan? Even if they want to revenge, I don't care. In fact, I hope they can revenge endlessly. I welcome their revenge. All people are staying together. What's that? Is he really not afraid at all? There is not only no mood change on the face, but also welcome revenge. This they don't know how to describe it, but they only think Gao Peng is completely mad. Otherwise, how can he say such words, even if he can defeat the emperor? Don't he know that platinum power has Wuxia? That's a strong man in the world. It's not something ordinary people can resist at all. Crazy. He must be completely mad, otherwise how could he say such a thing? My God, we'd better try not to get close to this madman. It's reckless to hurt each other. Even if he will be killed in the end, we will surely go to hell first if we get close to him. Not to mention that all the people here think Gao Peng is a madman, and with his actions, he has made them retreat. This desperate madman is the most terrible. No one knows what crazy things he will do next second. Just like at the moment, he even wanted to kill the elder of the rebellious sword sect. What a crazy move. If he did kill the elder of the rebellious sword sect, Gao Peng would face endless pursuit in the southern region. At the same time, it will also face the fate of heaven and earth. Chapters 111. Gao Peng's reply completely made people define him as a madman, but he had become unscrupulous in order to improve his strength. This also makes the elders of all major forces dare not act rashly. For this kind of lunatic, dare to use the thinking of normal people to measure, it will certainly die miserably. So I only saw that the elders retreated one after another, and they didn't want to get involved. Wu Sanqian's eyes have been opened very hard, and his mouth has been spraying with blood, which is covered with his clothes. When Gao Peng saw this, he seemed to have known each other before for some reason, and his mouth slightly twitched. Why do these people like spitting blood so much? Do I really have such fun? What a strange hobby. If someone can hear Gao Peng's voice at the moment, he must be upset with anger. Who especially likes to spit blood? Is that what he wants? In fact, his heart is also very desperate. Cough. I advise you not to kill me, or you will be chased to the end of heaven and earth. Cough. No one can afford to provoke the rebellious sword sect. What if you have the best talent? When you are not fully grown up, you are just a little bigger ant in front of the anti-sword clan. It's still easy to step on you. Maybe it was the anti-sword sect that gave Wu Sanqian too much confidence. Even at this time, he still didn't believe that Gao Peng would kill him, because this kind of choice was just too unwise. Like breaking his own back road, as long as the brain a little bit more clear-minded people will know how to choose, so he is very sure that he will not be killed at all. So he didn't have any fear, not even a look of panic. Why do you all seem to think that I'm afraid of being hunted? Didn't I tell you? I like to have someone come to me for trouble. The stronger the power, the better. If it's rubbish, it's annoying, but if it's the strong, it's another matter. Gao Peng was very dissatisfied and said, who are these people? Why is it that he is afraid of being chased and killed? Does he really show it? It's really a matter of eating salty vegetables. Wu Sanqian didn't expect Gao Peng to answer like this. He was so angry that his blood gushed out again. Maybe it was the most angry words he had ever heard. At first, what he believed was denied by others in the next second, no matter whether the other side was a dead duck or not, but it still made him feel nervous. I see when you can talk hard. Do you kill me if you have the ability? Didn't you say you weren't afraid of being hunted? Then kill me. I want to see if you have the courage. At this moment, Wuxia Sword's face showed ferocity for some reason. However, the next moment, a dark shadow directly covers his eyes, and then he has completely lost his meaning. Bang! A cracking sound sounded, and the head of Xianxia was like a watermelon explosion, leaving a headless body. He didn't understand until he died. Why didn't Gao Peng hesitate at all? Gao Peng can only shake his head helplessly at this time. These people just have incredible quirks. They ask me to kill them one by one. Why are their requests so terrible? Has the world been twisted like this? Only I am a normal person, alas. It's a pain in the head. Chapters 112. Even though Gao Peng made no secret of his voice, all the people in the room were still stunned and quiet. This elder of the rebellious sword sect killed. And it's so crisp. Not to mention the unreal people, the elders of all major forces are staring down at the moment. They can't imagine that Gao Peng actually killed the 3 swords. This can't be explained by madmen. They don't know how to describe such people who are not afraid of death. All the people are blank. All they knew was that it was going to be bad. The elders of the anti-sword sect were killed, and they certainly could not get rid of their relationship. Of course, these elders were not completely afraid of the anti-sword sect. But they were completely conquered by Gao Peng. This kind of reckless person is the most terrible. At this time, they also fully realized it. As the saying goes, horizontal fear of Lang, horizontal fear does not kill. Gao Peng, who is now a non-lethal person, is almost afraid of others, not to mention his strength is so strong. My God, he's totally out of his mind. I dare to kill the elder of the anti-sword sect. He must be finished. This is the result of his bravado. He will surely be hunted down. Heaven has no way to enter the earth. It's inevitable to be shocked, but more people are still gloating, because many people have already looked at Gao Peng badly, and at the moment, they are eager to do more extraordinary things. Because only in this way can his death be accelerated. Many people want to see him killed with their own eyes. There are all kinds of reactions from all the people present, but what everyone has in common is to shock and break people's 3 views. Maybe only Gao Peng can do such crazy things. I don't know what people think of Gao Peng. Gao Peng himself felt extremely helpless. Why do people always look for their own death? And that's what I blame after my early death. Find your own death. Who's to blame? Alas, it's a real headache. I didn't expect so much brain damage. I can't kill all of them, but it's also good. With so much investment, I'll become an invincible strongman all of a sudden. But also can let my strength have the leap type enhancement, but only so is not enough. I want to become the god. Gao Peng's belief has never been shaken. In any case, it's his only goal and what he needs to do to provoke strong enemies all the time. The elders of various forces also heard Gao Peng's words, only to see the silence on their faces, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This man's speech is not only very irritating, but also so weak. When I heard what Gao Peng said, I would hate to beat him violently. However, Gao Peng was not ashamed, but proud of it. Of course, all the elders here know that it's Wuxia who really wants to die. If not for what he said, he won't die so fast now. This is also a place where people feel extremely speechless. They yell for their own death. However, other people do directly complete you, and they don't even leave you a hint of regret. It can only be said that this is your own. Who can blame this? The elders of all major forces think the same in their hearts, but although Wuxia is looking for his own death, Gao Peng even has no hesitation and kills him directly. This kind of ruthless decision also deeply stimulated these elders. Chapters 113. While all the elders were still feeling Gao Peng's decision, Gao Peng suddenly raised his head and shivered with the elders of all major forces. It's like being stared at by a beast. It's like falling into an ice cellar. A cold air rises from the bottom of their feet. At the moment, they looked at Gao Peng with great dullness. They looked at them with murderers' eyes, just like hunters look at their prey. Dang, no, all the elders dare not move. They are all extremely vigilant. At this moment, they have put Gao Peng in the most dangerous position. People who can kill the emperor in a second cannot be ignored. It's your turn. Gao Peng's cold voice came, and there was no expression on his face. His eyes were even more indifferent. If you dare to kill me, then you think that there will be such a result. No matter which faction you are from, it is the same to me. Of course, I also look forward to your strength to avenge you. Gao Peng said to himself, and his voice rang all around. Although all the people were still shocked, they were not surprised. It's not even too surprising that Gao Peng has done such incredible things. It's still acceptable to do more incredible things at the moment. Of course, all the people here still don't believe that Gao Pengwei killed all the elders. All of them are platinum level forces. They are all giants in the southern region. They are really killed here when they do things. That's really breaking the sky. Whoever does such a thing will surely be punished by everyone, and those forces will retaliate recklessly. People haven't responded yet. An elder smiled coldly. Oh, I've never met such an arrogant and ignorant person. Although you kill Wu Sanjian, don't forget that all our elders are at the same level as him. If you really want to kill us all, you have to weigh it well. What's more, do you have the courage? All the elders here represent the most powerful forces in the southern region. If you have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, you will have no hiding place. The same is true of the other elders. Of course, there are also elders who do not want to participate, that is, those elders who have been far behind. They have never thought about participating in it all the time. Whoever makes them weak, no matter who they are, will suffer a lot. Then, we should not mix in. Although several elders despised Gao Peng's words and even despised him very much, they still watched Gao Peng vigilantly. They won't be so careless. If they really meet a madman, who will you offend? It's natural that he was killed if he didn't look well. That's why these elders are so vigilant. However, Gao Peng would not pay attention to their careful thinking. Instead, the helpless people would shake their heads. Ignorance is terrible. I didn't expect that all your elders have water in their heads. In this case, I will help you to drain the water well. I remember that I would like to invest in a good family when I give birth in my next life, especially if I don't want to invest in a guy with brain drain. Chapters 114. Everyone is speechless. For the first time, I heard that some people described the elders of these great forces like this. Besides, these elders are all powerful warriors. Those who dare to describe them like this are too brave. Has anyone ever dared to say that to these elders? It's not the first time they've heard Gao Peng dare to say that. I don't know if Gao Peng's words have been immunized by them, or if they are used to Gao Peng's way of speaking. However, although they felt extremely speechless, they did not forget Gao Peng's powerful strength, especially the huge tiger still did not dissipate. It's like a king looking down on the sky, which makes them feel a huge pressure all the time, which is a huge pressure brought by the level of life. You, being pointed at the nose and scolding the brain, no matter who you are, you will be extremely angry. What's more, these elders who have always been high above you are even more angry at the moment. The elder of the heaven and earth hall blew his beard and stared. Arrogant child, do you think we will be afraid of you if we kill the 3 swords? What's more, I dare to say that I killed all of us. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. If you really have such ability, you come to kill. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. I don't know what means you killed Wu Sanjian, but we have so many elders here, how can you be unrestrained here? As soon as the words of the elders of the heaven and earth hall came out, all the people in the room were stunned. What they said was too shameful. As long as all the people in the room have seen it clearly, Gao Peng is the elder who killed the anti-sword sect. At the moment, he was killed by other people by means. Isn't that a lie? The elder of heaven and earth hall, some are shameless. It's just a shameless old guy. He was afraid to die before. Now he dared to talk hard. He doesn't know who gave him the courage. If Gao Pengjun is the first one to kill, he doesn't know how he feels. I don't know why, many people are expecting Gao Peng to kill the elders of the heaven and earth hall. After all, some people have already seen the faces of these elders. If they are really hit hard by others, it is also a very sour thing for them. Anyway, it's none of their business. You can watch it and even make your body and mind happy. However, some people are looking forward to the elders killing Gao Peng, because if they don't kill Gao Peng, it's hard to solve their hatred. Gao Peng is helpless at the moment. These people's hobbies are too strange. They all seem to want others to kill them. Well, it can only be said that the more powerful a person is, the more brain problems he has. It's estimated that he has become a fool through cultivation. Otherwise, how can he say so many strange things one by one, and the questions raised are also so vexing? Well, I'd better settle you as soon as possible. It will take me as much time as possible. I still haven't achieved my dream and goal. It's better to solve your garbage earlier. My time is precious. A group of rubbish wants to delay my time. Gao Peng said it without any politeness. And all the people in the audience were twitching. For the first time, they heard that someone described the elders of various forces like this. This how do you feel a little fresh and refined? Chapters 115 Gao Peng's unbridled words, one after another, have already aroused the anger of the elders of all forces, and their eyes are almost bursting out with flames. Dying. The elders of the heaven and earth hall can't bear it at first. Their blood power emerges directly behind them. This is a slightly fuzzy diagram of Taiji 8 trigrams. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it clearly. It's even hard to recognize. However, his momentum has soared countless times. Boom! The 8 trigrams of Taiji directly bombarded the white tiger, but the white tiger seemed to be provoked and roared several times, each of which made everyone feel deafening. All the people in the room blocked their ears for fear that their eardrums would burst. My ears. Some people did not protect their ears in time, only to see a trace of blood slowly flowing out of his ears, and the whole person was lying on the ground in agony. But at this moment, no one pays attention to them. These roars are too horrible. The 8 diagrams of Taiji are also directly shattered. The elders of the heaven and earth hall can't predict this situation at all. And just when he wanted to back off, White Tiger had come to him. Roar. The white tiger's front paw is like a huge mountain. It directly presses down from the sky. It doesn't need much effort at all, and it gives people a huge pressure. As if the air had been completely squeezed and exploded, it made sounds of explosion again and again, and these sounds mixed together, making the people on the scene feel more unbearable. No number. How could it be? The elders of the heaven and earth hall have not yet responded, and they have been pressed down by a huge tiger claw. At the same time, he feels extremely desperate. No matter how he resists, it is futile in the end. At this moment, he really realized how huge the gap between him and Gao Peng was. This gap cannot be explained in a few words. But now he fully understands what kind of horrible power Wu Xinjian faced at that time. No matter how he struggles, the ultimate strength is still exerted on him, and his Taiji gossip has completely broken, let alone want to protect him. This despair was his first experience, and probably his last. After a while, all the sounds disappeared. However, all the people here are still blocking their ears. Even the elders of all forces are also far behind. The energy just spread far and wide, and even they all feel a strong danger. At this time, they really realized how powerful Gao Peng's strength is. Even if all of them join hands, they are not necessarily opponents of Gao Peng. This sense of crisis makes them more afraid. However, Gao Peng's face became extremely ugly at the moment. At first, he thought it would be a big profit. But the waste didn't even cause the system to react. Waste. All is rubbish. Gao Peng was about to explode with rage. He had dragged 7 to 8 before, but when he was fighting, it was such rubbish. He didn't even respond to the system. What's the use of this garbage? If the Elder of Heaven and Earth Hall had not died in the previous attack, Gao Peng would have pulled him out and killed him several times. Chapters 116 There was silence all around, except for Gao Peng's angry shouting and swearing, which was even worse than one sentence. Even the people in the room felt extremely speechless. It's too weak. Just that one attack already let the present people feel his strong. People have produced the worship feeling in their hearts. After all, you can kill a powerful elder in a flash, which cannot be done by anyone. In this way, their hearts have begun to worship Gao Peng. But now, Gao Peng's shouting and swearing made their hearts entangled. Is that what they want to worship? Why does it feel bad? Moreover, Gao Peng's words were extremely hard to hear. Everyone was afraid that the Presbyterian of the Heaven and Earth Hall would live directly. Of course, it was impossible, but it can also be said from the side how fierce Gao Peng is to scold, but at this time Gao Peng is really very angry. At first, he was very much looking forward to this 100 Congress, but the final result was so, which made him a little difficult to accept. How can he stand the fact that he doesn't have any promotion other than promotion? Waste. What's the use of you wasting so much of my time, even so much rubbish? Why are you so talented? The constitution and blood culture are such rubbish. How do you practice till now? Don't you feel ashamed? If you killed yourself in a small ditch, will you still be disgraced now? Cursing and cursing, Gao Peng is not only cursing the elders of the Heaven and Earth Hall, but also cursing directly at the elders of those forces. His reckless actions made the faces of these elders change again and again. Each face turned black as the bottom of the pot. After all, it was the first time that someone pointed at him and scolded him. And every sentence is so intolerable, but even if they can't stand it anymore, they also bear it hard. Who can't let them beat each other? It's not that they take other people's aspirations and put out their own prestige. It's the elders of the Heaven and Earth Hall who have made a real demonstration for them, which also makes them put their position in the right place, not that they don't want to revenge. But they don't have the strength. This is the obvious thing. All the people present were speechless. For the first time, they felt Gao Peng's powerful firepower. It was not only his powerful terror, but also his swearing. It's a baptism from beginning to end. If it's not about your own life and death, no one can stand it at all. This also gave a new impression on Gao Pengche. This is a powerful and vicious man. You don't know what he will do next second. If you want to contact him, you have to have a strong heart. Otherwise, every minute can scare you to death. This is the impression of Gao Peng by all the people present after this brief contact. Waste shouldn't be left in the world. You guys waste so much of my time. Unforgivable, unforgivable. After scolding, Gao Peng still couldn't let himself go. Now he stared at the elders again. Chapters 117. This time, all the elders thoroughly felt the threat of death. Before, they only felt a faint threat, but now they seemed to have a god of death staring at them. The breath of death slowly spread around them, and they could not help but step back. At this time, they don't think that a large number of people can deal with Gao Peng. This young guy is so abnormal. Even if they have the same level of power, they can kill the emperor in a second. How does this kind of evil genius appear? Of course, this is not the time to get tangled up. What they are more worried about is that they are stared at by Gao Peng. If they are really stared at, they may have a chance to survive. Originally, there were some comments, but as Gao Peng stared at the elders, they all began to shut their mouths, shut their breath and look at all this. They also feel extremely nervous at this time. If they really kill all these elders, they should have pierced the sky, right? After all, they are the elders of all the big forces in the whole southern region. Although they can't represent the strength of the big forces behind them, they are really the representatives of a force at this time. My God, does he really want to kill all the elders? Nonsense, haven't you read it? He had already declared that he would kill all the elders. This time it's really going to be a mess. I don't know what will happen in the end, but there will be no more peace in the south from today. At the end of the sentence, all the people were completely silent, because they had realized what kind of turbulence would be caused by the weak elders dying here. Oh, this is better. Only a thorough shuffle will not allow these forces to occupy the position all the time, and we can also profit from it. After a moment's silence, someone began to jump out and speak, and he seemed to particularly hope for the turmoil in the southern region. After all, only in this way can they have a chance, otherwise all resources are in the hands of the big powers, and they can only be appointed honestly. But I really set off a huge turmoil, so they may be able to profit from it, or even become the founder of a large force. Of course, this is just a postscript. But when this person opened his head, many people with ambition in their hearts, their eyes were shining, and they also realized the key to the problem. Looking at Gao Peng, he became more eager, just like seeing the savior. After someone broke it, each of them had a ghost in their heart, and soon they had fallen into silence. Not to mention how everyone thought, Gao Peng is now extremely angry, and he no longer wants to waste time here. Since there is nothing he needs. So why waste time here? The lingering thoughts in his mind often came out, which made him eager to end the 100 conferences. Anyway, there was nothing he needed. Although he can turn his head and leave directly, these people have already killed him. Naturally, they will not let the tiger go back to the mountain, although they will not cause much harm to him at all. But one more thing is better than one less. Anyway, it's just a matter of passing. Chapters 118 inches you. What do you want? An elder asked, shivering. It's no wonder that he doesn't even speak quickly. It's not that he can't bear it well, but that Gao Peng is just a monster. At the moment, these elders feel the threat of death thoroughly. How can they calm down? They have learned from the past. They dare not be arrogant. They will not blindly think that they can deal with Gao Peng with their current strength. Because that's just an idiot, a kind of ignorant idea. Oh, what else do you want me to do, you punks? To hell, of course. One by one, they all say that they are powerful, but they don't have much strength to support themselves. I'm really fed up with you rubbish. The crowd was speechless. Hello, can you stop one mouthful of garbage and one mouthful of garbage? These people are all elders of various forces, are you too contemptuous? Although your strength is very strong and you have killed 2 elders, you can't be humiliated. Of course, these are the words in the hearts of the onlookers. No one dares to say them, but almost all of them think so. All the people here heard more from Gao Peng. Even they almost thought that the elders were rubbish. But looking back, if the elders were rubbish, so what are they? Isn't that even rubbish? So what is this? Not to mention the idea of all the people present, but at the moment all the elders seem to fall into the ice cellar. They are really afraid. Gao Peng has completely expressed his attitude, and they seem to have no way out. You can't kill us. You will offend all the big forces like this. If you let us go, we can join forces to resist the anti-sword sect in the Heaven and Earth Hall, so that you won't be chased by these 2 forces. Yes, with us fighting together, you will also save a lot of trouble, which is good for you and us. These elders seem to have found their own ships, one by one. They are excited, and they are very energetic. But how do they know? Gao Peng even hopes that these big forces will come to him for trouble. He is not afraid of trouble, and he likes the feeling of being found by others. Of course, the stronger you are, the better. If some rubbish comes to his door, it will make him feel extremely angry. Just as these elders said, Gao Pengmeng stepped forward, the tiger in the sky also stepped forward, and the huge sense of oppression was directly pressed down from top to bottom. All the accounts didn't respond. They didn't expect Gao Peng to make a sudden move, which caught them off guard. No, an elder relies on the nearest, directly by the white tiger, a slap to clap to fly. At the same time in the sky, his body has been broken in pieces. This is the real place where there is no burial ground. All the elders were unexpected, and when they still want to resist, the white tiger has come to them. There was an earth-shaking roar, and the elders' ears were already bleeding, and their faces were showing extremely painful expressions. The onlookers had expected for a long time, so they had blocked their ears before. At this moment, they all felt extremely lucky, because they did not know what kind of crazy action Gao Peng would make next. It's still useful to be prepared in advance. Chapters 119. The place where the white tiger passed was completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the heaven ladder, it would not be able to bear the attack of the white tiger at the moment. However, all the elders could not resist the roar of the white tiger. Each of them had 7 orifices bleeding and their faces were painful. Even the elders who are far away are the same, but fortunately, they backed up against the roar and withdrew from the sky ladder. Shoo shoo shoo. There are several voices of breaking through the sky. These are the voices of the elders running away. Although their strength is very weak and they haven't even said a few words from the beginning to the end, they want to run away so easily. It's necessary to take Gao Peng too lightly. Falling into my hands and trying to escape, it's just a dream. Bang! The white tiger stepped directly in front of the elders. The tiger claws slapped the crowd fiercely. Some elders didn't react, and saw a huge black shadow covering their eyes. No number. The voice of the world resounds, even reverberates in the ears of all people. At this time, the despair faced by these elders is so huge. But no one sympathizes with him. At the moment, some people are already in danger. Where can they still care about him? Even the onlookers, at the moment, can't help but step back. It's terrible. Killing the elders of these forces is like killing ants. What a terrible power it is to do it. Not only is his strength extremely strong, but what's more terrifying is that he is not afraid to provoke these forces at all, which makes people feel particularly helpless. If you want to stop something done by a completely reckless person, you can't stop it. Unless you have more power than him, you can't stop him from killing people at all. But is that possible? It is because the strength of the other side is too terrible that they will be afraid, or he would not dare to be so unbridled. It's terrible. How unbridled. I am not afraid of the revenge of these forces. How many elders have been killed? Is he not willing to give up? Isn't that obvious? Don't you find that his hand doesn't stop at all, and it means that he wants to kill all old Zhang here? It's over, it's over. I didn't expect to meet such a madman. It's over. The onlookers don't know what words to use to describe the mood at the moment. They all seem to be shocked by the secular world. They have never seen such a horrible picture. And just thinking about what's going to happen next makes them shudder. It's not just a hole in the sky. It's all about destroying the whole day. Is it about destroying the whole world? These onlookers didn't know whether they would hurt the fish or not, but they didn't dare to get too close, so they all backed away one by one. What's more, at the moment, the pressure brought by the white tiger also makes them feel extremely uncomfortable. No one dares to joke about his life. Gao Peng has become a complete madman in their eyes. This kind of complete madman is rare to meet, and they don't want to be involved in this matter at the moment. Although the bustle is good looking, the price of life is higher. Chapters 120 inches. Why do you want to fight us? We didn't offend you, let alone kill you. Why don't we let it go? Some elders roared angrily, and they felt desperate inside. They didn't get involved in it, but they were treated like this. No one can feel the despair. Although they are gold-level forces, the most powerful force in the whole force is the Emperor Wu. There is no foundation of those forces at all, so they have never dared to speak. But now they have been killed so inhumanely, which makes them feel extremely unfair, even a sense of resentment, rising to the sky. This is the same as being hit by a disaster, not doing anything wrong, but being killed by someone else. Anyone will feel extremely oppressive. It's those forces that have killed you. Why don't you kill them? On the contrary, it is specifically aimed at our small forces. Why is God so unfair? And why don't you know right from wrong? You are a bully. If you have the courage to kill them, you will only bully us weak. What's the use? Maybe he knew he couldn't resist, but an elder pointed at Gao Peng and scolded him directly. At this time, he was in a more comfortable mood, knowing that death can make the last moment more pleasant. Gao Peng's temper naturally is not very good, but he also does not have any mood fluctuation, on the contrary is extremely indifferent. Said, "Don't worry, they will go to hell with you. It's just a matter of priority. The reason why I killed all of you is just that I don't like you. I'm only a high-ranking guy, and it's a waste of resources to keep it. I'm just adding an investment." Gao Peng doesn't care whether other people know his real idea at all. Although this kind of investment may be in vain in the end, he is used to it. His strength is growing too fast. His investment hasn't really paid off, and his strength has grown beyond the reach of others. This also makes what he invested in useless. However, due to his habit, only when he provokes strong enemies all the time, can he keep moving forward. That's his goal. These elders couldn't think that Gao Peng could speak like this. And just when they wanted to talk, White Tiger didn't give them any chance to breathe. A huge tiger claw suddenly flew over, many elders died directly on the spot, and there was no room for resistance at all. Most of the elders of these gold-level forces are King Wu, which is weak for Gao Peng, let alone White Tiger. It's just as easy to trample on ants. In a short time, these elders had been slaughtered, the smell of blood filled the sky, and the latter had been covered with blood. The crowd was silent, no one dared to speak, but the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. Although they can probably guess the result, when the real thing happens, they still have mood swings. This is a complete madman. It's not to say whether he will eventually be retaliated by these forces, but it's certain that his actions will eventually be crusaded by everyone. Chapters 121. And the elders of those forces are not in charge of the others at the moment, even less shocked. Escape. With a roar, all the elders are scattered. At this moment, they dare not be arrogant and believe blindly. With all their strength, they can resist Gao Peng. That's beyond their means. In order to survive, the only way they can do it is to run away. It's a shame, but they've done their best to survive. But they take it for granted. How could Gao Peng let them escape? Jungle Walk. This is an extremely powerful martial art obtained by Gao Peng, and it has been cultivated to a great success. Once it is used at an extremely fast speed, only a series of ghosts can be seen. Even his real body can't be seen clearly, and soon he has caught up with an elder. No number way. The elder's face was frightened. He didn't believe that he had escaped so far, but he was still caught up. How could your speed be so fast? A threat of death came, making it hard for him to calm down. Oh, that's because you are so weak that you are almost as fast as a tortoise. You are still surprised at the speed of others. Gao Peng said coldly. At the same time, a tiger roar came from his mouth. The elder's whole body was stiff and his face suddenly turned dark blue. Finally, he fell directly from the air, his eyes were dull, and the whole soul seemed to be evacuated. This is also the result of Gao Peng's use of martial arts. Tiger roaring. With a roar of tiger, the soul of others is completely defeated. Especially at such a close distance, no one can resist the overwhelming power. What's more, it's so close at the moment. After killing the elder, Gao Peng didn't stop at all, so he went directly to pursue the other elders. Soon, all the elders were chased by him. With the elders still want to struggle, but their strength and Gao Peng are just different, and finally one by one from the sky. Bang bang bang, one sound after another, followed by the disappearance of all sounds. No one made a sound, and suddenly became silent. There was a strong smell of blood in the void. Gao Peng was alone in the void. No one dared to make any sound. But there was still panic in the eyes of the onlookers. Although they overestimated Gao Peng's strength, they did not expect that Gao Peng could kill all the elders. This is something they can never imagine. But they had to believe everything in front of them. They couldn't come back for a long time, but everyone thought of a voice. God stabbed. It was a grand assembly of hundreds of clans, but now it will be like this. All the elders of the participating forces have been killed, even in full view of the public. This not only makes all the major forces lose face completely, but also makes their plans miscary. This has already offended all the forces once and for all. Then there will be endless revenge. Who else can do such a crazy thing besides crazy people? Doesn't he have family? How else could he do things so recklessly? Chapters 122. In fact, at this moment, the 100 Clans meeting was completely closed. However, the way of closing the meeting was special, especially when all the elders were killed. This is the end that no one can imagine. This kind of unexpected situation makes no one think of it. There are so many Tianzhou here who want to be elected to join these forces. But at this time, they have no chance. It's not known whether they will be implicated in the end. This time, the version of the Centenary Congress is a bit of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. But everyone here knows why. It's all caused by one person. That's Gao Peng. Without his presence, all of this would have been extremely smooth, but now it is inexplicably developed into this, which is really unpredictable. My God, all the elders were killed by him. This, what should I do? He really dares to kill all the elders, which has offended all the forces once. This is a complete madman. Who else can stop him? Will we be killed? After all, it's killing people. As soon as the man opened his mouth, all the people shuddered. Although they knew it was impossible at all, there were so many people here in Yang. No matter how crazy they are, they can't kill all the people in the city, but what Gao Peng did still makes them feel extremely unfit and indulge in that fear all the time. What is more dangerous than meeting such a terrible person? Shouldn't he be so crazy? There are so many people here. Even if he can't kill them to the end, it's just a thankless thing. If he really makes such a crazy move, it will really cause everyone's anger at the moment. Who knows? After all, it can't be measured by common sense, and who knows why he killed? At the moment, I'm still confused. Why did he kill all the elders? Is it he who has feuds with these elders? In fact, many people have been in a state of ignorance from the beginning to the end. All this happened as if it was a farce. At the beginning, it was a roaring bull. All people were like pilgrims. However, now that all the people who hold the 100 conferences have been killed, this one has been a complete end. However, they are still in a state of stupor. They don't know what to do next. They all look up at that great figure. Maybe in a long time, they will still remember this person, because the shock that this person brings to them is still huge. In their memory, no one has ever done such a crazy thing. He also has the talent to surpass all people, and his strength is even stronger. But he is like a madman. What he has done is unacceptable, even unknown. As long as you are a normal person, you will not do such crazy things, because it is no good for them to completely offend all the cases. However, Gao Peng offended everything, but he never worried about it. From the expression on his face and the tone of his voice, he did not pay attention to these forces. That's what they can't believe all along. Chapters 123. Among the audience, Zhang Wanting's mood at the moment is extremely complex. Gao Peng has renewed her position in her heart again and again. And it's more mundane than terrifying. Has he been hiding his strength before? With the strength he now shows, one look can kill Yi Wen. Although he killed Yi Wen in a second before, Yi Shang was just like an ant in front of him by virtue of his strength at this time. Did he just treat us for the purpose of playing all the time? Now her heart is extremely complex, and that kind of feeling is like a powerful person, who has always behaved in front of them in a very general way. No, it should be like playing, as if to see their various shocked looks. After such a thought, Zhang Wanting felt more unbearable. He doesn't think so, he just thinks they are interesting, so he wants to tease them, right? It must be. With the strength he shows now, there is no one he will attach importance to. The idea in the heart of the strong is not something we can speculate about. Originally, Zhang Wanting had a heart of making friends, but seeing Gao Peng's move and his great strength, the heart of making friends has gradually dissipated. As for their own small arms and legs, they can't ring those big forces completely. Although this is a fact, they have no choice but to say that. Moreover, Gao Peng is also a very suitable investment object, but their own strength is not strong enough to withstand the retaliation of those big forces, so they dare not act recklessly. If we really have some relationship with Gao Peng, we will be stared at by all forces. Whether we can get benefits or not, we will definitely be stared at by all forces. Then we can know how to choose. Among the audience, there is a group whose mood is also extremely complex, that is, the law enforcers, in fact, are more thankful. If they had been in the half-moon inn before, they were really in a state of deadlock, then the real thing is that they could not handle it. At that time, they will have to consider whether they can survive, even if they are covered by someone behind them. After all, the mountain is not strong enough, and their lives are not worth money. At this time, they were all very happy and complicated. Fortunately, we didn't completely offend him, otherwise we would certainly be like these elders. Even the elders of these big forces were killed directly by him, let alone our little shrimps. It's no wonder other people's tone is so arrogant. It turns out that other people have their own temperament. Although they are happy now, they have a sense of pride somehow, because they were once opposite to Gao Peng, and now they still live well. Isn't that something to brag about? When everyone knows Gao Peng's reputation, they say that they have been against Gao Peng, but they still survived, and forced him to improve a lot. Just for a moment, a kind of emotion called pride came out directly. And all law enforcers have this kind of pride, others naturally don't know what they think, but this is enough for these law enforcers to blow cattle for a lifetime. Chapters 124 inches. Hello, where are the elders of all forces? Why didn't I see them at all? When the crowd was still stunned, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. When Zhang Wanting heard this voice, she couldn't help looking back. Then the expression on her face became very interesting, a sign of continuous change, and at the moment, I don't know what she was thinking. That's right, this voice is his voice at all, but why does he appear at this time? Is it also because of the recruitment of disciples? Zhang Wanting is very familiar with this voice, because she once had a one-sided relationship. At the same time, the owner of this voice is also the voice of all people. Because the owner of the voice is Fang Jianwei. As long as he is in the southern region, he will not be unknown. This is the first day. Only some people know his name and have not seen him. But, Zhang Wanting actually saw, but also thoroughly recognized at the moment. But Zhang Wanting dare not talk more. Now things are more and more suspense. Who dare to talk at will? Who knows if the next moment will ignite? Do you want someone to explain it to me? What is your expression and what happened? Fang Jianwei asked 3 times in a row that all the people in the room were even more afraid to talk. Who knows what kind of disaster will be caused by random answers? And the reaction of all the people on the scene made Fang Jianwei even more angry. Suddenly, his breath became colder and fiercer, and his tone became extremely cold. Did you hear me? Who gave you the courage not to return my words? At this moment, all people can feel his anger. Some people can't help but fight a cold war. No number, listen to me. Next to him, a man said bravely, but he didn't finish a complete sentence for a long time, which made Fang Jianwei even more angry. Then at this time, Zhang Wanting walked out directly. Mr. Fang, please calm down. Your breath is too strong. It's hard for you to ask. And the little girl knows what happened. Maybe she can help you out. Fang Jianwei looks at Zhang Wanting in surprise. Someone knows him here. He has to be puzzled, but he doesn't think much about it. He took his breath directly and asked, what happened? Why didn't I see the elders of our sect, and one of them was not there? Did they all flirt with peaches? Zhang Wanting was silent for a while, and organized a language in her mind and said, this it may be hard to say for a while. And you have to calm down, Mr. Fang, because I don't know whether it will be good or bad for you after I say it, but you have to control your emotions. Zhang Wanting is very euphemistic to say, she is really afraid of Fang Jianwei after hearing the result. It is difficult to control their own emotions, if it is really difficult to control flying up in Gao Peng single. Zhang Wanting didn't have to think about the ending, but she could almost guess it, although Fang Jianwei, all of you, is called the first genius in the southern region. But since Gao Peng's birth, he has become a joke. Even if he breaks through the emperor, it will not play any role. Chapters 125. Zhang Wanting said that with a thump in Fang Zhanhui's heart, the whole person's face became extremely ugly. Seeing the other party's performance, we knew that something must have happened. But Zhang Wanting has not yet spoken, meets the more arrogant voice to ring through the sky. Hello, there's a little runt. Yes, you are right. If you have any questions, you can tell me directly. I know everything here. Just say what you want to hear. Gao Peng pointed directly at Fang Zhanhui and said in a very arrogant voice, regardless of whether he was the first genius or not, because in Gao Peng's eyes, all people are ants. Fang Zhanhui's face is as black as the bottom of a pot at the moment. No one dared to talk to him like this. Since he fully demonstrated his talent, who hasn't heard the change? But what did he hear at the moment? Even someone dared to call him a little shriveled man, which immediately made him feel endless anger. All the people present were speechless. You really know what's going on here, because you're responsible for everything here. Who knows better than you? That's true, but it's just too much for you to talk like this. The people were speechless, but they didn't retort. Instead, they were silent one by one. This kind of time is not suitable for them to talk. Although these two guys are both evil geniuses, they have a definition of who is stronger and who is weaker, but they will not jump out blindly. Fang Zhanhui left Zhang Wanting directly, and the whole person stood in the air. His face was already covered with frost and looked at Gao Peng. I don't care who you are, but the people who dare to talk to me like this have never appeared. I don't know if there will be any in the future, but I will let you know what it means to regret coming into the world. Fang Zhanhui roared, but when he said this, several of the onlookers below almost couldn't help laughing. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. If they haven't seen Gao Peng show his strength, they don't think there is any problem, but now they feel that Fang Zhanhui's words are not just arrogant. At the same time, it's childish. All the people in the audience held back their smiles, but Fang Zhanhui didn't find out at all. Instead, he thought he was in the spotlight. Although he was extremely angry, he was still looking forward to the voice of the crowd. However, instead of waiting for the shouts of the onlookers, he waited for a very obvious laugh. Pooh, ha 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 ha, you look like your stinking fart. It's really funny. Are you sent by monkeys? Gao Peng is floating in the sky, laughing and out of breath. The whole person bows up and doesn't see whether he really feels funny or deliberately displays it to mock Fang Zhanhui. Seeing Gao Peng's performance, the onlookers at the bottom couldn't help but laugh from below. Fang Zhanhui gave them the whole thing somehow, but his face became more and more ugly. He never thought that he would be treated like this one day. Now he almost forgot when he was treated like this. That's when he didn't fully show his talent, right? But now, he is not the same as before. Why? Chapters 126 inches abominable. What are you laughing at? Fang Zhanhui is very angry. His anger is not only directed at Gao Peng, but also the people around him. Are you laughing at me? Ha ha, have the courage. Fang Zhanhui is very angry. He has never been angry. Even the elders' things have been forgotten. At this moment, he only wants to kill those who dare to laugh at him. He slowly exuded a cold breath. The people around him didn't notice the change of his breath because they were too far away. But Gao Peng could easily detect it, but there was no harm to Gao Peng. So he looked up and down at Fang Zhanhui. You should be what they call the first day, right? How can you be so admitted by everyone? Your strength is not strong, and your talent is just sloppy. I don't know who gave you this title. It seems that you are not worthy of the name. Gao Peng didn't have any scruples at all. He spoke directly, and he didn't fear Fang Zhanhui at all. Naturally, he dared to say that face to face. All the people around covered their faces. Did anyone mock others so much? Although I know that your strength is incomparably strong, it's too much for you to mock others so blatantly. Of course, the onlookers still feel dark and cool. Looking at this kind of high-ranking people, they are repeatedly slapped by others, which makes their talents not high, and ordinary people feel extremely cool. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that Fang Zhanhui also has today. Every time I see him, I think he is the main character of the whole audience, and I don't see what he looks like. If it's not because he suddenly burst out with a strong talent, he's not the same as us. But he even drags like 258 in case. Now someone can finally control him. Besides, whether he can survive or not is still a problem. Although some of the onlookers hated Gao Peng extremely, many of them were already upset with Fang Zhanhui. Who let him look higher than the top every time, as if everything was not in his eyes. If it wasn't because his talent was very evil, he was even offered by the anti-sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been given a black hand by others. It can be seen that even though he was called the first genius in the southern region, many people still refused. Good. You are really good. Is it because I haven't shot for a long time, and you have already forgotten my strength? In that case, I'll show you what it means to be really strong. It's inevitable for the weak to have some prejudice against me, but if they dare to expose their prejudice to the public and even show it in front of me, then I can say that you are very bold. Fang Jianwei is still a unique look, and he just thinks that he hasn't done it for a long time, and others have already forgotten his real strength. He was absolutely certain that if he really showed his strength, these people would regret what they did. However, he is not going to forgive these guys, who let them have completely pissed him off. The anger of the first day in the southern region could not be extinguished so easily. Now that someone has ignored his name, let these people really feel the fear he brings. Chapters 127 inches Yo-Yo. I'm so scared. Who are you scaring? Ha awkwardly for a long time, when you have the ability to hit me. Gao Peng looked at Fang Jianwei with contempt. To be honest, he really despised this guy. He thought it was a peerless pride. But now it seems that he is just a guy who has some talent and is just unreasonable. Naturally, he is not polite to him. At the moment, Gao Peng just wants to solve this guy as soon as possible. After killing this guy, he can go all out to implement the idea in his mind. Every time he thought about it, he felt full of blood. If it was implemented, his strength would surely grow rapidly. Who made the system he got so awesome? Fang Jianwei didn't say a word at this time, and the whole person disappeared in place, and he seemed to be a sharp sword. Phew! A sound of breaking through the sky rang out, and Fang Jianwei attacked Gao Peng. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning, scan complete. Name: Fang Jianwei. Physique: Hunyuan Devil. Body: Blood. Sword King. Blood Realm. Half-step Woawang Martial Arts. Introduction to Heaven Level Martial Arts. The Sword of the Fox King. Introduction to Heaven Level Martial Arts. The Heavy Sword has no front. Introduction to Heaven Level Martial Arts. Spirit Sword Step. And Introduction to Heaven Level Martial Arts. Sword Spirit Possessed Body. The enemy's realm is not stronger than the host's, and will not be upgraded temporarily. The enemy's constitution is the body of the Hunyuan Devil, and will be automatically upgraded as the host to the demon-controlling holy body. The enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, and will not be promoted temporarily. If the enemy's martial arts are not better than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. When the system prompts that the sound starts, the joy on Gao Peng's face has been hard to hide, and the most difficult to improve physique and blood vessels have made a breakthrough. Although only his physique has been improved, his strength has also increased several times, which is the most significant improvement. What's more, the constitution and blood are the most difficult to improve. There are few opportunities to improve the constitution and blood by provoking strong enemies everywhere. It can be seen how difficult it is to improve, unless it is the genius of evil spirits. None of them has a strong constitution and blood. And Fang Jianwei is such a person. I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it. It's true that you want to plant flowers, but you don't want to plant willows. At this moment, Gao Peng is not so excited. He didn't hold much hope at all. However, Fang Jianwei has the body constitution of a demon. This is a surprise. However, although Fang Jianwei has made great contributions, the problems to be solved still need to be solved. Ding! Relying on his strong constitution, Fang Jianwei didn't put Gao Peng in his eyes at all. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he could win. But when he approached Gao Peng, a terrible threat came directly to him, and even a fear from instinct came out of his body slowly. Even his body could not help but freeze. Why? How could that be? Why can't my body move? No. Fang Jianwei's face slowly showed a look of panic. He had never felt such fear, especially when he came to Gao Peng's side. He could not restrain himself in any way. This unknown feeling made him even more frightened. Chapters 128 inches. What's the matter? How does Fang Jianwei suddenly seem to be stiff? Does he know that he is invincible, so he is already timid? Not likely, is it? Anyway, he is also known as the first genius of the southern region, so he will not retreat from the war, right? If that's the case, he's too much. Otherwise, how to explain it? Just now, it seems as if it's settled. It's hard to say. Seeing that Fang Jianwei suddenly froze, all the onlookers were curious to discuss, but no matter how they guessed, they could not really know what the reason was. Of course, Some people have doubted it. After all, Gao Peng's previous strong and powerful strength is still fresh in their memory. Therefore, a small number of people are already skeptical, but they can't be sure completely. They can only say it with half confidence. Have you considered what Gao Peng did? After all, his strength is so strong that Fang Jianwei can't even do one move in front of him. It's not difficult to stop him if you want to do so easily. When someone said that, many people thought about it a little bit and looked at Fang Jianwei one by one. Especially at the moment, they saw Fang Jianwei's frightened expression. This confirmed their conjecture even more. Their faces showed joy, as if they knew some important secret. Zhang Wanting took a deep look at Gao Peng and took a deep breath and said, "Is the gap really so big? The first day of Nanyu is not an opponent. What kind of monster is he? Or can he compare with those guys in the central region? If that's the case, it's terrible." Zhang Wanting is now really aware of how terrible Gao Peng is. Although she didn't know before, she didn't compare with those monsters in the central region. At the moment, she only thought about it, and knew that Gao Peng was the existence that the whole southern region needed to look up. Not only in vain, but also in bravery and color. I don't know how lucky he is. He has such a genius. If I could have such a talent, I would have achieved much more than him. Isn't that right? It's just a bully. Look at the expression on his face now. He's been praised by so many people. He's really blind. The onlookers didn't know exactly what happened, but they could still guess a thing or two, but Fang Jianwei's expression made them feel more touched. Every Tianzhao has its own pride. Even in the face of how desperate things, it is impossible to show such a frightened look. However, Fang Jianwei showed such a look in full view of the public, which made all people completely disappointed with him. Before that, we knew that his strength was not as good as Gao Peng, but they did not have much mood fluctuation. But now, it seems that the voice of myth has collapsed, leaving only a look of panic. Fang Jianwei has no spare thought to pay attention to other people's opinions. Now he wants to get rid of this fear, which seems to be his own, which makes him feel more afraid. Chapters 129. After several attempts, Fang Jianwei failed to get rid of the fear in his heart. Then he suddenly looked up at Gao Peng. "What did you do to me? Why do I have such a situation?" He didn't say it directly, which caused fear in his heart, because it was a shame that he would not admit that he was afraid of a person who was irrelevant. It is even more impossible for him to say it by himself, only to see his eyes staring at Gao Peng red. Gao Peng smiled softly at the moment. "Because you are too weak, the weak will always have fear in front of the strong, but you have been unable to face your position. If you are weak, you have to admit that I will not laugh at you, but kill you." When they heard this, they all felt speechless. Is that what people say? If it is, I would rather be laughed at than lose my life. But in Gao Peng's eyes, is it light to lose one's life? What kind of logic is this? It's undeniable that Gao Peng is really powerful. After seeing that Gao Peng killed the elders of various forces, they already knew that Gao Peng has a powerful force. Fang Jianwei is more unlikely to be his opponent. Even though he has improved a lot in this period, he is still weak in front of Gao Peng. This is an indisputable fact. Don't be arrogant there. Fang Jianwei grins at Gao Peng and retorts, "How could I be afraid of you if you didn't know what crooked methods were used? If we have the ability to do so, we should be honest and upright, and we should not use this kind of abusive means." Fang Jianwei's words, like a roar, were heard clearly by the onlookers, so they looked at each other and saw doubts in their eyes. Don't you is Fang Jianwei really given by means of 3 abuses? Otherwise, how could he have such a strong confidence? I can't see that. After all, he didn't understand the strength gap between the two from the beginning to the end. It's just bluff. If he really knew the whole strength of the other side, he wouldn't dare to say that. As a result, people have come to the conclusion that Fang Jianwei has no idea of the strength gap between the two, so they look at him one by one with a sad look on their faces. People all over the world know that it's hard to be left in the dark. I don't know what kind of expression he will have when he really knows the result. Will the whole person be crazy? After all, he always thought that he was the first day, but is it true? Needless to say, the results have been achieved. Gao Peng smiled coldly and didn't want to give him face at all. Is this the first day? That's all. People who can't even face their inner fear dare to say that they are the first genius. Who gave you the courage? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed it directly. I would not be disgraced here. Sad, poor, weep, you. Fang Jianwei's blood gushed out directly. He didn't know why he was so eager to attack his heart. However, when he thought of every word Gao Peng said, his mood couldn't be controlled. Chapters 130 inches spit blood tilde. Sure enough, he is so fragile, even if the talent is good, what? It's a gift for nothing. When they saw Fang Jianwei spitting blood at the moment, they all felt extremely sorry. They even hated why God didn't give them such a good talent. On the contrary, I gave it to such a cowardly guy. It's really a gift for nothing. It's impossible for Gao Peng to see such an opportunity and say rudely, another guy who likes to play with spitting blood. It's really vexing. Do you spitting blood monsters have their own unique heritage? I can play more and more, which makes me open my eyes. Gao Peng Tut looked at Fang Jianwei, as if he was watching a spectacle, and his performance fell into Fang Jianwei's eyes. This time made him feel even more angry. The blood seemed to rush to his mind, and the impulse of spitting blood appeared faintly. Fortunately, he restrained it in time. Damn it, if we have the ability, we will fight openly. Don't always use such means of abuse. Fang Jianwei always believed that Gao Peng had used some unknown means, and he would never admit that it was his own reason. However, no matter how he refutes, the people present can already guess the general events, so they also feel that Fang Jianwei's performance is extremely bad now. Gao Peng shakes his head helplessly. He really feels sad for the poor child, but he dare not face it frankly at this time. Maybe he is praised too much by others, even forgetting his name. Well, since you can't even face your heart, what if you have the gift of being a monster? It will still sink and die in the long river of time. Let me give you a ride. You are the one who died in my hand, anyway. How could you be regarded as a celebrity forever? As soon as Gao Peng said this, not only the eyes of all the people present were wide, but also Fang Jianwei's eyes were wide in an instant, and his face was unbelievable. But before he spoke, a huge fist had covered his eyes. With a bang, Fang Jianwei's world was completely in darkness. And the outside world also fell into silence, one by one, opened their mouths. Perhaps the impact on them is the biggest, the first day fell. The genius known to all the people in the southern region was completely dead at this moment, and it was still in full view of the public, which made all the people at the scene somewhat at a loss. It's really strange that this conference was held. Not only the elders of all major forces were slaughtered, but also the first day in the southern region did not fall here. Maybe in a long time, it will still be mentioned by others. A generation of Tianzhou has fallen. Although there are some guesses in their hearts, they are still hard to accept when things really happen. Looking around, Gao Peng suddenly felt some emotion. Although this conference disappointed him a little, his strength did improve significantly. But it's finally over. Next, he can unscrupulously realize his inner thoughts. That idea had been lingering for a long time, and now and then emerged, and now his eyes had already revealed an excited look. Chapters 131 This 100 Congress had to be held in a grand way. Not only the whole southern region was always paying close attention to it, but also other regions. Because the war of genius is about to start. If there are any monsters and geniuses in each domain, they will pay attention to their movements as soon as possible. If we can recruit them, we will make a lot of money. If you can't recruit them, they will be completely destroyed. If you can't get them, they will be destroyed. This is the practice of many big forces, and it is also a kind of hidden rule. Only the real growing up talent can make people feel frightened, or it is just the flowers in the greenhouse. When people paid close attention to the centenary assembly, one after another the message of jaw shaking came, and when they heard the news, they first denied it directly. How is it possible? How can anyone kill the elders of all major forces? Even Fang Jianwei is dead. This is nonsense. Someone must be spreading rumors. But when they didn't believe it, more news came, and at this moment they couldn't believe it. My God, what kind of monster is this? Not only have the elders of all major forces been killed, but even Fang Jianwei, the first day in the southern region, has been killed. This what a powerful power it has. Crazy, totally crazy. Even if his strength is stronger, what? He has slaughtered all the elders of the major forces. Isn't that to offend all the cases? This is the rhythm of total unrest. After hearing about what happened at the 100 conferences, many people felt incredible, especially Gao Peng's actions, which seemed to them extremely unwise. If he really has the talent of monsters and the powerful strength, no matter where he goes, he will be respected by others, but he killed the elders of all major forces. That is to say, it's unwise to engage in feuds with these forces and then face endless pursuit. Stupid. This kind of person only has the talent of evil spirit, but he can do things without passing through his brain. I don't know how he has cultivated to this extent. Some people don't know whether they are jealous or why. They just look at Gao Peng badly. I wish Gao Peng had been arrested and even killed by all the major forces immediately. However, they were not disappointed. The major forces in the whole southern region issued wanted notices. If you can find the trace of Gao Peng, you can get countless cultivation resources from the major forces. If you can capture or kill Gao Peng alive, you can enter the core area of each major force to practice for unlimited time. As soon as this wanted order is issued, it seems that all people are ready to move. The temptation is huge, not to mention the core area cultivation of countless major forces. Just countless cultivation resources can make many people crazy. Not all people are born into big families and great forces. They can only obtain cultivation resources through their own efforts. Now, the chance to climb to the sky is in front of them. They will not let it go. Even though they know it's dangerous, they can still take a chance. Ha 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 ha, this guy belongs to me. I must catch him alive. If I can catch him alive, I can enter the core area of all major forces for cultivation. With my talent, who will be my opponent then? Some people seem to be winning, laughing, not knowing how stupid they are. Chapters 132. However, it was at the time when the major forces in the southern region issued their wanted notices. In the western regions, the Protoss also issued an order, but on the contrary, the order was to attract Gao Peng. I always cherish talents. Every gifted genius can join me, and we will invest more cultivation resources. The only condition is that you can make good achievements in the talent war. If Gao Peng wants you to join me, we will try our best to improve your strength. As soon as the news came out, the outside world was in a state of uproar. Who could have thought that the Western region's original religion would attract Gao Peng at this time? Isn't this against the major forces in the southern region? For a while, this attracted more discussion. Unexpectedly, a genius suddenly appeared, which attracted so many Foss's attention. This also made many people who thought they were evil genius feel extremely dissatisfied. That is to say, it's just a good pass. Who knows his talent? Maybe it's just in vain. Some people are very disdainful to say. But it is surprising that there are also large forces in the eastern and northern regions. They are the Eastern Polar Fire Alliance, the Northern Valley of Light. These three cross-regional forces are more powerful than the general platinum-level forces, otherwise, they will not be able to launch their own solicitation when the major forces in the southern region issue the wanted notice. It can be seen that they are not afraid of the major forces in the southern region. Perhaps from this moment on, the sense of competition has become more intense, or it is possible that the war of genius is getting closer and closer, which makes them full of gunpowder everywhere. But no matter what, Gao Peng became a real celebrity this time, and he was also recruited by big forces in various regions. If he said that a big force might make mistakes, but so many big forces, all of which have the intention of soliciting, are convinced that Gao Peng must be an evil genius that they cannot ignore. And this it's also because of what they need to fight for. My God, is this guy more evil than Fang Zhanhui's talent? It's unbelievable that so many big forces will fight for it, and even big forces from other domains will step in. Nonsense, he can kill Fang Zhanhui. What do you say about his talent and strength? What's more, he slaughtered all the elders of such a great power by himself. It can be seen that he not only has the genius of monsters, but also has the strength beyond our reach. Terrible, I didn't expect such a monster to appear in our southern region. Wake up, it's not certain that tomorrow others will become geniuses of other domains. I can't wait to join in so many events with attractive conditions. That's why you're not a genius for evil. On this day, Gao Peng was thoroughly recognized by all the people, as well as the genius and strength of demons. There are enviers, and slanders. Gao Peng seems to be the main topic they talk about. They don't leave Gao Peng for 2 sentences, because no one has such a good treatment. Generally, people who want to join a faction need to go through all kinds of difficulties before they can join. Even if they have a little talent, they may not join. It can be seen how huge the gap is, which naturally makes many people's hearts extremely unbalanced, but more curious. They are all curious what kind of person is this person who is widely spread. Chapters 133 Tianluomen, the Golden Power in the Southern Region. At the foot of the mountain gate, there is a city called Tianluo City. This city supplies many talents and cultivation resources for Tianluo Gate. Whoever contributes the most can get more powerful cultivation skills and martial arts. Therefore, people in a 100 Li area are extremely eager to obtain strong cultivation skills. Only in this way can they practice to a higher level. What's more, you can join Tianluomen, which is the real glory. At this moment, at the gate of Tianluo City, an elder of Tianluo City looks down at a group of teenagers, his face is full of rebellious color. Just listen to my instructions and follow me up the mountain. No matter how many cultivation resources you carry, you will get the due return. If you detect that you have a good talent, you can join Tianluomen as an exception. As long as you join Tianluomen, you will have all the powerful cultivation skills you want, and so will the martial arts. As long as you contribute to the sect, you will not be treated badly. But after you follow me up the mountain, if you don't obey my orders, don't blame me for being rude. It's clear that the elder didn't pay attention to these youngsters, but he still wanted to draw blood from them. If not every year, there are so many people who selflessly devote their cultivation resources. How could Tianluomen develop so fast? Maybe this is the most successful thing Tianluomen has done. When the elder finished speaking, all the young people below began to talk about it. Somehow, several of them suddenly talked about Gao Peng. I really envy Gao Peng. If I could have half of his talent, wouldn't all the big powers let me choose? A little fat boy said with envy on his face. You're not that life, and you don't see how many big forces attract others. Even the big forces in other domains are fighting for it. It can be seen how strong Gao Peng's talent is. Beside the fat man, a thin man poured cold water mercilessly, and said scornfully, you take this opportunity honestly, who do you think you are? How about Gao Peng? He is not still chased and killed by the major forces. Whether he can survive or not is the key, let alone join these forces. This person always speaks with a sour taste, as if he would like Gao Peng to be caught by all the major forces. Maybe this is a great pleasure to him. However, this guy didn't know that the one they were talking about was right beside him. Gao Peng paid attention to these two guys when they said his name. At the moment, hearing this thin man talking like this, he cut in rudely. He doesn't know if he can survive, but he can live much better than you. At least you can die. He doesn't have to die. Quiet. As soon as Gao Peng's words came out, they were quiet for a few seconds. Although they didn't pay much attention to them, they knew that something must have happened. The face of the thin man suddenly became extremely ugly, and the fat man was almost the same. His eyes were full of anger. Who are you talking about as rubbish? You can tell me again. Chapters 134 inches. Who am I to say? Don't you feel compelled to count? Let me say it directly. Are you a waste? The first time I saw someone looking for abuse like this, it's not enough to listen to it once. I have to ask others to say it several times. Do you think you're a bitch? Gao Peng helplessly spread out his hands, as if he said these words were forced, and his face was innocent. It's not all the people present were speechless. It's clear that others are already in a hurry, but you're saying that others are cheap, and this understanding ability is also very strong. It has to be said that Gao Peng's two words have a strong irritant to people. At this time, the skinny man's face has turned into a pig's liver color. He never thought that someone would say that he was cheap in front of so many people. He's a waste. How can he tolerate this? Although he does not have a strong backing, his own strength is not strong, but in this group of people, he has been standing at the top of the few people. At the moment, there are so many people in front of him. He can't forgive them. Good. You are very good. No one here dares to say that Liang Ping is a waste. What's your qualification? Who gave you the courage to say that? I'd like to see what you can do and say that I'm a waste. Among these people, Liang Ping is also a little famous. After all, he has the strength of martial arts level 7. Among ordinary people, he has a very high talent. He also has a little pride, but at this time, he was called a piece of rubbish. How could he swallow this tone? When Liang Ping broke out, all the people around him could not help but step backward. They didn't want to be affected by the pool, let alone the fish. However, as a melon eater, they still looked at Gao Peng up and down. I don't know if he is bluffing or if he has strength. If he is too weak, he will be killed by Liang Ping. Who knows? Since Liang Ping is a waste, he has courage. If he can't resist Liang Ping's attack at all, he's just a waste who can only talk. No one can stop it. After all, this kind of personal resentment often happens. Moreover, with their own strength, they can't stop it. They can only watch it. However, I haven't waited for Liang Ping. Then the elder of Tianluomen suddenly said, "Okay, we should go up the mountain now, everyone follow me." As soon as the elder of Tianluomen spoke, Liang Ping's momentum suddenly disappeared. He took a deep look at Gao Peng and said, "You are lucky this time, but you can't be so lucky all your life. If you fall into my hands next time, you will know what life is like." Gao Peng turned his head directly and didn't face him at all. Waste is waste. What else can you do besides shouting all day long? It's no different from a mad dog. You come to beat me if you have the ability. If you don't dare, just shut up. Liang Ping was in a hurry, but he didn't dare to do it easily. Finally, he could only shake his hand with an iron face. "I see how hard you can talk." At the moment, the people around him are extremely certain. Gao Peng must be a very humble person. Every word he says can stab others' inner weakness. And even on the expression "how to see," all extremely want to beat. Even the onlookers can't help it. We can imagine how strong Gao Peng's group ridicule skills are. Chapters 135. With Gao Peng's humble words, on the way up the mountain, no one wanted to get close to him at all. Not everyone was afraid of him. It's just that I can't do anything on the way. If I'm suddenly stimulated by his words, wouldn't I find myself unhappy? So there was a vacuum around him all of a sudden. Maybe that was his special treatment. Gao Peng didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he followed the team leisurely. He wasn't so eager, anyway, his destination was the same. But Liang Ping and the fat man beside him stared at Gao Peng fiercely, as if they wanted to tear him apart. When I join Tianluomen, I'd like to see how arrogant you can be. At that time, I must severely humiliate you and let everyone know the end of offending me." Liang Ping thought in his heart, but how did he know that the people he hated were not at the same level as him? Everything was just his own wishful thinking. If we really know the identity of Gao Peng, we don't know whether he will be scared to pee directly. Although Gao Peng's brilliant deeds have been praised and even envied by many people, his actions still make many people feel extremely afraid. It's killing the elders of all major forces. Even Fang Jianwei can't escape, which makes many people know that Gao Peng is not a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will, but a hedgehog that grows all over once, even a big devil. After a while, the elder of Tianluomen took all the people to the mountain. "You are all waiting here. Someone will count the cultivation resources in your hands later. The top 10 will get the qualification to join Tianluomen. The rest need to test first and make a decision after passing the talent." After the elder of Tianluomen took people to the mountain, he turned to the group and said, but there was a strange meaning in his eyes. If it wasn't for Gao Peng's strength, it would have been impossible to find out. However, after a while, Gao Peng knew why the elder had such a look in his eyes. Because Gao Peng heard the conversation of Tianluomen disciples. "Oh, it's just a group of waste to send cultivation resources. I don't know what their brains think. Did they think that after joining Tianluomen, they can leap into the Dragon's Gate with carp? Waste is waste after all. It can't be said that there may be some talented people among them. How can they get the name of a parking lot? It's not the same as the waste outside. Ha 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 ha, isn't that all rubbish? Thanks to the sect leader, how can we get so many cultivation resources? And what great benefits do these wastes think they have gained?" Those disciples of Tianluomen are talking without consideration. Maybe they are not afraid of being heard at all. Of course, the most important thing is that because the strength of these people is too weak, they can't hear their voices at all. But these guys didn't expect that there would be a very strong man in this group. Almost listen to what they were talking about. Gao Peng looks back at the young people who are still excited. There is a trace of sadness in their eyes. Chapters 136. At this time, Gao Peng felt more or less sorry for these teenagers. How many people were eager to join a force? And what is the purpose of joining forces? It's not because you can get more cultivation resources and powerful skills, but this group of young people are like fat pigs, who are cut by people one by one, and only pay without return. At most, they are given some petty benefits, but they have to be grateful and humble. Isn't that sad? This may not be just the case of Tianluomen. Many schools may have the same influence, but their styles are slightly different. "Hello, what are you looking at that kid? I've been staring at you for a long time. What's your look?" Suddenly, one of the disciples of Tianluomen suddenly pointed at Gao Peng and said in a very bad tone. Maybe it's because Gao Peng has been staring at them all the time, with a strange meaning flashing in his eyes from time to time, which makes these guys misunderstood. With the sound of the disciples of Tianluomen, those Tianluomen people looked at Gao Peng and even walked step by step. This scene was shown in Liang Ping's eyes, which immediately showed a look of schadenfreude. Ha 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 ha, you love arrogance. Now you offend Tianluomen's elder martial brother. I want to see how you can be arrogant. It's better to resist, so that Tianluomen's elder martial brother has an excuse to kill you directly here. It's not only Liang Ping, but also all the people here have an attitude of watching a good play. So few people want to help. After all, they don't want to offend Tianluomen's people. Naturally, all of them gloated at Gao Peng. This is their own death. They dare to look around on other people's territory. Isn't it too long for them? I think he is arrogant and used to it. I don't know whose territory it is. This time, he must suffer. Maybe he will die here. Not to speak of the gloating voices of all the people present. Gao Peng is really a little dumbfounded. He didn't know how to do it, but since you sent it to the door automatically, let's start from you. Gao Peng didn't wait for them to come, instead, he stepped forward and came out, directly approaching those Tianluomen people. But his action immediately surprised everyone present. What does he want to do? Is he not quick enough to die? At this time, I dare to go forward to challenge. He's dead. If he stays honest, maybe he just beats him up, but now, he and our senior brother will not let him go. It seems that all the people present have seen Gao Peng's fate and started shaking their heads one by one, because this is obvious. Liang Ping's eyes flashed a happy look. Although he didn't do it himself, it was a great pleasure to see him killed. Make you arrogant. Oh, I want to see if you can survive from the elder martial brother of Tianluomen. Those people in Tianluomen were also shocked, then looked at each other, wondering why Gao Peng suddenly came out. But this doesn't prevent them from teaching Gao Peng a lesson, just to establish their prestige, otherwise these new guys don't know the height of the earth, as if they are geniuses. Chapters 137 inches. Oh. It's not timid, but where do you think it is? This is Tianluomen's territory. How can you be such a waste here? The disciples of Tianluo Gate hum coldly, and look at Gao Peng's face. Whether Gao Peng can enter Tianluo Gate or not, they think it's necessary to teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, this kind of person doesn't know what it means to respect teachers, not even the most basic respect. Therewith his fist let him really realize that the world is respected by the strong after all. Seeing these disciples of Tianluomen in front of him, Gao Peng shook his head slightly. I don't know where the confidence of these guys comes from. Is it brain water, or do you eat too much shit? Do they really think that with their strength they will be invincible? Gao Peng is speechless. Although he is mixed in this group of people, it is understandable that he is despised by others. But in his view, these people just have brain problems. But his voice, which had no restraint, came to the ears of all the people present, but it meant something else. What? Did I hear you right? He even scolded Tianluomen's elder martial brother for being brainwashed. Doesn't he want to live? What's more, he said such vulgar words. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. They don't even know how to write dead words. I think you can join Tianluomen and do whatever you want. Otherwise, how could you suddenly become so arrogant? But this time, he's miscalculated. How about entering Tianluomen? I don't have to listen to these elder martial brothers. All the people on the scene shook their heads. They didn't need to see more, so they could expect the end of Gao Peng. Even if the strength was a little stronger, what would it be? Can you be better than these elder martial brothers of Tianluomen? These elder martial brothers are all in the realm of great martial arts. Anyone can kill all the people on the scene, let alone be enemies. It's not funny, what is it? For this kind of grandiose people, all of them are almost unwelcome, and more hope to see Gao Peng be severely punished. Because what Gao Peng did, more or less, took the limelight of others. Although they were only a little stronger among these people, he did take the limelight. I'd like to see how you died. I've offended all senior brothers. Then you can't mix up. Some people are extremely dissatisfied with the cold hum said. Gao Peng naturally heard these people's comments, but he didn't pay attention to them. Would elephants really pay attention to some hesitant comments? It's totally out of place for him. Good, your voice is very loud, but don't kneel down to beg for mercy later. Even kneeling down to beg for mercy won't let you go. Tianluomen's people have shown their anger in the sky. If they are so belittled in front of others, everyone will be extremely angry, let alone those who think they are arrogant. I saw that Tianluomen suddenly rushed out, and gave Gao Peng a fierce blow. Tianluo Vientian Palm. When using this martial art, It seems that there are many virtual shadows around, but when this fierce attack is about to come to Gao Peng's side. Gao Peng stood still, not even raising his eyelids. He was even sleepy. Chapters 138 Inches God. He didn't dodge. Was he scared to be stupid? I must have been scared. When I saw the martial arts displayed by the senior brothers of Tianluomen, I knew that the enemy could only stay in the same place. If I didn't resist, I might beg for mercy. Ha ha, if this bluff guy doesn't teach a lesson, he really thinks that he is the most powerful man in the world. He really doesn't know what to do. Seeing that Gao Peng didn't move, all the people on the scene even thought that Gao Peng was bluffing before, and even elder martial brother Tian Luomen couldn't take over, which must have been frightening. This curtain fell in the eyes of all people, one by one with a cold smile. For this kind of guy who has no powerful power but likes to bluff. That's a good lesson. I don't know the height of the earth. I dared to scold us before, but now you are talking about it. It's just a timid guy. In the face of my attack, I was scared to death. What rubbish, it's just a little bit better talent among a group of wastes. Since you don't know what to do, let's destroy it completely. That day, when Luo Wanxiang's palm was about to split into Gao Peng slightly turned sideways and directly avoided the fierce attack. And his understatement of aside, immediately let the presence of all the people have exploded. What? It's not an illusion, is it? Unexpectedly, I dodged the attack of elder martial brother Tianluomen on one side. How fast the body method is. What's more, Gao Peng's move is so understated, which is even more unacceptable to all present. Of course, the most unacceptable one is Liang Ping. He thought Gao Peng could not survive in Tianluomen's elder martial brother's hands, and he would be killed by these elder martial brothers eventually. But what does he see now? I saw Gao Peng read the attack of elder martial brother Tianluomen lightly. It's unbelievable. How is it possible? How could he have escaped the attack of elder martial brother Tianluomen so easily? Absolutely impossible. He must have played a trick, or he could have done it easily. Liang Ping absolutely doesn't believe that Gao Peng has such a strong body method that he can't even do it himself, but Gao Peng can do it so easily. How does this make him believe? From Tianluo City to the mountain, he always thought that his strength was stronger than Gao Peng among these people. But what did he just see? It's hard for him to accept for a while. But before he fully digested it, Gao Peng showed a strange smile at the moment, and said cruelly, "Are you only at this level? If that's the case, you're too weak. Can you make it harder? If you are a little faster, don't be as warm and soft as a woman, which makes me look down upon you very much." God, at this time, I dare to challenge Tianluomen's elder martial brother. Is that because I don't die fast enough? Although he had dodged the attack of elder martial brother Tianluomen before, all the people present did not fully believe in his strength. At most, they just thought he had been hit by mistake. Only can hear Gao Peng speak. Where can they calm down? Chapters 139. This is really a crazy test on the edge of death. It's not just provocation, it's insulting these senior brothers of Tianluomen. What's this? All the people in the room stared at each other. At the moment, they were shocked. They wanted to see how Gao Peng died. What makes him dare to be so unbridled? People don't know, but the only thing they know is that Gao Peng will definitely be killed, which is a certain thing. Even dare to insult Tianluomen's elder martial brother. Who will die if he doesn't die? Dying. The eyes of all people in Tianluomen suddenly burst into green light. This is the first time that they have been insulted by others in front of so many people, which not only makes them feel shameless, but also makes them angry. A man rushed to Gao Peng's body, and then he took a big hand and split it. But just as he was winning, a huge dark shadow covered his eyes. He didn't have time to make any sound, so he lost his life completely. At the same time, everyone in the outside world was stunned by the scene. What did they see? Tianluomen's elder martial brother was hit by a fist. It's a second kill, and still so bloody. Some people can't dodge, have been stained with some of the blood, but even so, they haven't been back to God, one by one in the memory of that moment. God, I'm afraid it's not a dream, is it? He even killed Tianluomen's elder martial brother with one fist. Are we still in a dream? Some people don't believe what they see. They can't help but mumble it out. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Otherwise, how could he blow up Tianluomen's elder martial brother with one fist? I don't believe it. It's impossible. All the people in the room didn't believe what was going on. But Kono was slowly sending out the smell of blood, which made them wake up slowly. At this moment they can't believe it anymore. The fact was in front of them, but it also shocked them. My God, how could he be so strong? One blow killed the elder martial brother of Tianluomen. Isn't he the same as us? Why is this? Hear this. All people are extremely unconvinced, among them Liang Ping is the most difficult to accept. The guy who was regarded as a waste by him could kill the elder martial brother Tianluomen who he has always worshipped with one blow at a time. This moment of identity change, so that he cannot return to God. But whether he accepts or not, Upeng's strength is so strong. Of course, the people of Tianluomen slowly recovered from the shock, and their eyes were full of anger. Damn it, how dare you kill the younger martial brother? I will never forgive you. Yes, we must kill him to avenge the younger martial brother. A waste even dared to fight back. If it's not the general intention of the military division, you will succeed in sneaking attack. This time we won't look down on you and see how we can teach you a good lesson. At the moment, Tianluomen didn't think about what was going on. Instead, he thought that Gao Peng could kill their army younger martial brother just because of the sneak attack. Maybe even they don't want to admit it in their own heart. This kind of thing is just too absurd for them to accept for a while. Chapters 140 inches. Oh, you take it for granted, don't you? I'm afraid you can't see where the gap is. No wonder you are so weak. You've been deceiving yourself here all the time. It's sad that you dare not even look at yourself. Gao Peng said with no scruples. As soon as he spoke, all the people were shocked. What a breath it is. This is to look down on the elder martial brothers of Tianluomen completely, and still say it without any scruples. I don't think I'm invincible. Although he has killed one elder martial brother of Tianluomen, maybe it means sneaking attack. Does he think he can deal with all people by killing one person? What's more, this is Tianluomen's territory. If the elder of Tianluomen appears, he will really rest. Liang Ping smiled coldly. I'd like to see how arrogant you can be. If you dare to kill people in Tianluomen's territory, you should be ready to be killed. I don't know how you died. I must see for myself how you died. All the people here also thought that Gao Peng was just looking for death. If he killed one of Tianluomen's people and killed all of them, he would not live. This is Tianluomen's territory. These disciples are great martial arts masters, let alone elders. They are all powerful martial arts masters. If they do appear, who can resist them? Damn, who are you looking down on? I want to see if you can talk so hard later. I must let you know what is death. It's also a relief. One of the leaders gnashed his teeth and said, one step will break down. His speed is very strange. Just for a moment, he has appeared in front of Gao Peng. And his face also with a confident smile, a fist smashed out, real gas in his fist, which also caused the air shock. Boom, with a loud bang, the man's fist has been directly hit on Gao Peng. Ha 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 ha, die for me, I dare to be arrogant in front of us even if you are such a waste. Who gave you the courage? But I killed the younger martial brother of the army by sneaking attack. Do you think it can deal with us? Waste is waste. The man in Tianluomen felt the touch from his fist, and he suddenly laughed. However, after a while, he found that only he was laughing. There was no sound at all. At the moment, he found some mistakes. He looked at them attentively. At this time, his eyes were suddenly round, as if they were falling off. Here, how can it be? How can you take my attack? How did you do it? Do you have any defense magic on you? Yes, this must be the case, or you won't be able to take my attack at all. Gao Peng should take this attack deeply, but Gao Peng does not move, even his face shows a joking look. The corner of the mouth also slightly cocked up, as if laughing at him, and this scene also fell into the eyes of all the people present, which made them even more shocked. Each slightly opened his mouth, almost can put down an egg. Chapters 141 inches. This. Is this still human? What a monster is it that he shouldered a fist, God. No matter how strong the strength is, it's impossible to catch a fist. All the onlookers were stunned. The scene in front of them had already broken their three outlooks. A big martial arts master's fist could not shake him. What the hell is this? This physique can be compared with that of monsters, right? Even people with physical fitness may not be able to bear the punch forcefully. And their vision is very narrow. When did they see such a fierce scene? At that time, their hearts had already turned over like rivers and seas. The elder martial brother Tianluomen, who was regarded as gods by them, couldn't kill that guy. Are they dazed or hallucinated? Liang Ping's eyes were bulging, and his face was full of incredible things. How could he be so strong? He's just a waste. How could it be like this? It must be me. It must be so. I don't believe that he really has such a strong strength. He can catch the fist of Elder Martial Brother Tianluomen. No, you don't have eyes, because I saw it, too. This last sentence is not what Liang Ping said. It's not the fat man beside him. At the moment, he is also stunned. He has never seen such a strong and powerful martial arts master. This has completely refreshed their vision and three outlooks. In fact, it's not only them, but also the people of Tianluomen. Their bodies are stiff. At the moment, Gao Peng's face showed a little smile and said softly, "You are really not weak. I thought you could make me feel a little pain, but you fist I really can't look straight. I didn't expect you to be such a rubbish. I don't think your people in Tianluomen are much different. As expected, birds of a feather flock together and people flock together. Garbage always likes to be put together in piles." Gao Peng said in an impolite sarcasm. Maybe in other people's eyes, what he said was too much, but there was no disturbance in his heart. Because he is telling the fact that his strength is not only weak, but also the system has no response. What's rubbish? Before this man can react, Gao Peng suddenly blows out. At the moment, he doesn't want to waste time with these rubbish. It's better to end it earlier. If you hide far away before I kill that man, maybe you still have life, but it's a pity that you met me and doomed you to go to hell. Killing, I'm professional. As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, a sound of cracking sounded, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon, but Gao Peng was ready to retreat in an instant. He has not been splashed on his own body. Now he has made perfect practice. He will not be splashed with blood like the first time. At this time, all the people present did not know what expression to use to reply Gao Peng's action. This is the second person who killed Tianluomen. Don't he know this is Tianluomen's territory? Besides, he must have offended Tianluomen with his actions. If the strong of Tianluomen appeared, he could not escape. People are puzzled, but they still think that Gao Peng is a complete lunatic who dares to kill people in front of other people's territory. Isn't it too long for him to live? Chapters 142. It must be. It's not a madman. How could you do such a crazy thing? In front of the gate of Tianluo Gate, kill the disciples of Tianluo Gate. If they are not bold, how can they do such a thing? The word crazy can explain what Gao Peng did at this time. Crazy. This man must be crazy. We'd better not look close, or we'll be involved. At this moment, all the people in the room have already retreated, for fear of being stared at by Gao Peng. Gao Peng even dares to kill Tianluomen, let alone them. Even though Liang Ping is angry now, he can't help but step back. Looking at his gnashing of teeth, I know that his heart is extremely unwilling. Damn it, why hasn't anyone killed him yet? Are these guys in Tianluomen rubbish? At the moment, his heart is full of hatred. Even he has no respect for Tianluomen people. There are only various kinds of blame for Tianluomen people. Why didn't Gao Peng be killed? No, how could that be? Those Tianluomen's people were also stunned at the moment. They couldn't believe it, but they were calm and rushed back. Come on, hurry up and inform the elder. He is also self-conscious. When he finds out that he has been killed by two people, he knows that with their strength, he is not Gao Peng's opponent at all. He runs back quickly, but before he entered Tianluomen, the elder suddenly flew out. Long elders, there's trouble, quick, kill him, the disciple running back gasped. And the elder's face also changed suddenly. He flew directly to the middle of the crowd, and his body emitted a strong and incomparable breath. Who dares to make trouble here? Don't you know this is Tianluomen's territory? Are you allowed to make trouble here? The elder glanced around first, and then put his eyes on Gao Peng. Because all the people here only have Gao Peng to look at him, not to mention the lack of respect in his eyes, so he immediately locked Gao Peng. I don't care who you are, what your purpose is. But you dare to make trouble here, then I will make you pay a heavy price. This elder is called Rolling. He is a special elder in charge of external affairs. His strength is not so strong, but it seems to outsiders that he has tremendous power. At the moment, seeing Gao Peng making trouble in his territory makes him feel more angry and heard by others. Doesn't that mean that he can't handle affairs? A strong breath emanated from him, and all the people on the scene gave way one after another. No one dared to fight hard. But Gao Peng ignored this breath and said, "Don't you ask me what I want to do." Luo Lin was stunned and seemed to be at a loss. He didn't expect Gao Peng to say that. However, after sorting out his thoughts, he asked, "What's your purpose? Tell me the truth. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I can give you a good time. Oh, you don't have to kneel and beg for mercy. Because I'm here to rob. Give all your treasures, or I'll kill you. Chapters 143 inches. What did he say? To rob? I'm afraid I didn't hear you wrong, did I? Luo Lin didn't expect Gao Peng to answer like this. The whole person was dumbfounded, not only him, but all the people present were dumbfounded. The reason so powerful. Besides, are you sure you're robbing? Other people's looting is not to say that they are in groups, at least they are also specialized in looking for those who are alone. But you rob a sect directly. I have to say it's very powerful, but isn't it dying? Do you think he can compete with a sect? What's more, it's a gold power. However, when everyone was stupid, Gao Peng said impatiently, what are you still doing? Isn't it time to go back to the briefing? You should go back to report it quickly. At the moment, Gao Peng is extremely dissatisfied with these people's response. Seeing a strong enemy coming to his door, shouldn't he go back to report it quickly? What's more, he came to rob. These people are too unprofessional. They are all amateurs. Rolling returned to his senses, with a look of shame on his face, and said with a gnash of teeth, hateful. Are you kidding me? Who gave you such courage to tease me here? Gao Peng claps his head and feels that the man in front of him is completely incurable. Hasn't he understood what happened now? Well, make sure I'm here to rob, not to tease you. At this moment, all the people here have thoroughly understood what happened, but they are not confident to look at Gao Peng. Who gave him the courage to say that? Doesn't he know whose territory this is? How dare you talk like this? You don't want your life, do you? Is he really mad? Otherwise, there is no normal person who can do such a thing. I guess so. From the time when he dared to kill Tianluomen, I had already determined that he was a complete madman, even though he didn't care about his own life, maybe he felt that he had lived too long. Once again, the voice of discussion sounded, and this time many people have been extremely sure that Gao Peng is a complete lunatic. Where does a normal person dare to talk like this? Unless he's really not afraid to die. Gao Peng saw that Luo Lin was very angry, even ready to fight with him. When he saw this, he sighed and shook his head. Come on, you brainless guy can't understand. I'll send you to hell. Before the response of the crowd, Gao Peng had already made a move. Boom. The expression on Rowling's face was fixed, but he also went to hell completely. His chest was pierced by a fist, and there was no life on him. Some just smell of blood. All the people have an incredible look on their faces. This killed the elder of Tianluomen. What kind of strength is this? You need to know that the elders of Tianluomen are all King Wu, but he killed them with one blow. Isn't that a real daze? All the people in the room did not dare to believe their own eyes. All these changes were beyond their cognition, let alone completely absorbed and digested. These images of self-distrust are just like dreams for them. Maybe they may come across in dreams. Chapters 144. There's so much nonsense. Wouldn't it be better to go in and report honestly? Why don't you listen to me? Gao Peng shook his head as if it was a great pity. But at this moment, no one in the audience dared to speak, because they were afraid. This time it's real fear. Who knows if Gao Peng will kill them directly later? It's a killer. It's easy to kill people directly, and the reason is so far-fetched. This makes them feel chilly one by one, especially those Tianluomen people, who are eager to find a seam to drill in at the moment. After all, this is relatively safe. You, let me know now. Gao Peng points to the man who escaped before. Aye, that person shivers of still want to say a word, can be a stare after, a smoke then throw into the Tianluo door. He's really scared, facing Gao Peng, it's like a little rabbit facing a big wolf. And all the people here were even more afraid to speak. They were all trembling, some even trembled. Liang Ping was full of fear at the moment. At this time, he knew how stupid his actions were before. If Gao Pengjun had a problem with him, he would have been lying on the ground for a long time now. Life and death are not worth living. Even now one of the corpses on the ground may be his, so he would hide in the crowd behind him for a moment and never dare to show up again. He is really afraid of being reckoned after autumn. When the disciples of Tianluomen entered the sect, Gao Peng wandered behind, regardless of the opinions of the others. But he just walked in so slowly, without any sense of urgency at all, and he didn't come to rob as he said. It's more like a trip. When Gao Peng walked into Tianluomen, everyone behind him opened a pot in the cornball and looked at each other. Here, what is his cultivation? Why is it as if it is unfathomable? No matter who it is, who is it? Too strong. Even the elder of Tianluomen killed with his fist, and he was almost the same size as us. Isn't he rejuvenated? Here shall we go in and have a look. As soon as he spoke, all the people in the audience were quiet. In fact, they were also curious about what would happen. But they also talked about being hit by the disaster, who knows how fierce the battle will be, which made them feel extremely hesitant. Liang Ping naturally wanted to go in, but he was afraid. If he went in directly and was found by Gao Peng, wouldn't it be worse? So after a few random circles of his eyes suddenly brightened. Why don't we all go in and have a look? No matter who wins in the end, it's none of our business. After all, we didn't go in to make trouble. We shouldn't be affected. We can stand far away as soon as we go in. As long as we can see the development of the situation, everything will be okay. Liang Ping's proposal was adopted by all the people in an instant, and they all agreed with him very much, so that they could not only see what happened in it, but also not be afraid of being affected by it. Chapters 145. With this group of people to follow, they found that Gao Peng actually slowly walked in. Not only that, or look around, there is no trace of looting. It gives them a feeling of traveling. It makes them feel more speechless. Are you sure this is for robbery? Not only didn't bring a group of people, but also like traveling around the world to see what you mean. This is clearly disrespect for this profession, too much. The corners of their mouths twitched, but they didn't dare to get too close to each other. The former Yue still made them a little scared, but now they fell far behind. But when Gao Peng entered Tianluomen soon, there was a little movement in front of him, and soon a group of people rushed out. The leader is the former disciples of Tianluomen. After seeing this scene, Gao Peng's eyes brightened slightly. Finally come. It's really slow. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to our door? An old man snorted coldly. He was not angry, but he also had a strong breath. He was slightly stronger than rolling before. And who are you? Gao Peng asked. Listen, I am the elder of Tianluomen. The old man said with great air, and then pointed at Gao Peng with great impoliteness. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is. Now I will kneel down to beg for mercy, or I will kill you. The eldest wife is more powerful than rolling. Here it is. The tyrannical elder of Tianluomen finally appeared. I'd like to see how he died. He even wants to fight other people's sects. You don't see how much weight you have. Oh, maybe now he thinks his world is invincible, otherwise how can he behave so arrogantly in the crowd? Although there are many people who are dissatisfied with Gao Peng, they don't dare to say it openly, but there is a scum stick, that is Liang Ping. At every critical moment, he always brings a wave of rhythm, and even he is eager to kill Gao Peng every time. What is more pleasant than seeing his enemy killed in front of him? A lot of people have already begun to talk about it. You said it and I said it. Even those disciples of Tianluomen don't look at Gao Peng with pride, but they despise him. I don't know where the local Baozi who ran out dared to make trouble in our school. Don't you know what kind of territory it is? Ignorance is terrible. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how he was taught by the elder slowly. Maybe we can go up and challenge him. We haven't met such an interesting thing for a long time. This group of disciples of Tianluomen don't care about it at all. It seems that they just met with a common thing, and even found it extremely interesting. But Gao Peng didn't pay attention to these people's voices at all, but the smile on his face had slowly disappeared. Why did you find me another piece of garbage? Even if you're slow, you should find me a piece of garbage to walk around in front of me. Are you afraid you haven't seen me? You're just here to disgust me, aren't you? If that's the case, you have to be careful. Chapters 146. When Gao Peng said these words, he always stared at the former Tianluomen man, and his eyes slowly revealed the cold color. And the man was about to cry, and the whole face became extremely depressed. A big man's hard, stared tears are about to fall down. It can be seen that his heart is how aggrieved at this time. He could feel the coldness in Gao Peng's eyes. Without Gao Peng speaking, he could understand the meaning of it for seconds. I also want to inform the sect leader. But the elder dragged me here, what can I do? I have no choice, not to mention how bitter this person's heart is. The deep group of people in Tianluomen's group of people have completely blown the pot, one by one can't believe looking at Gao Peng. The group of people behind Gao Peng, one by one, looked speechless, and even had a convulsion at the corners of their mouths. You're not here to rob. You must be here to do something. Is that how someone robbed it? Of course, in addition to these people think, this group of people in Tianluomen are more excited, and their faces turn red, as if they have been insulted. Damn, what do you bastards say? Who gave you the courage to scold the elder for being rubbish? Asshole, unforgivable, I must teach him a good lesson, then abandon his cultivation, break his limbs, and let him know what is a real strong man. No, he's mine, you can't do it. Gradually, everyone began to fight against Gao Peng, but they didn't find out how ugly the leader's disciple of Tianluomen looked at the moment. He saw Gao Peng kill an elder with a fist. At the moment, he naturally did not doubt what Gao Peng said, but these brothers around him don't know. Then he didn't want to stop, because when everyone is angry, no matter what you say, they won't listen to you. What's more, at the moment, the elder's face has become extremely frightening, just like black water, just like ink can be dripped. It can be seen how angry he is at the moment. No one dared to say that, and there were so many people in front of him. But how can he bear to be told that he is a waste in front of others? Arrogance. You are the most arrogant person I have ever met, but you know that all arrogant people will not get a good end. The elder gnashed his teeth and said, his eyes staring at Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't reply, of course step by step, his face also showed a little anger. Why does this rubbish always appear? One by one, he is wasting his time. Why don't you come out? In this way, he can also have time to go to the territory of the next force. Garbage is a lot of rubbish. Garbage of one's own strength should have self-knowledge and don't talk a lot of rubbish there. The people didn't listen to what he said, because the elder of Tianluomen had become headless body. They found nothing. There was not even a sound, but the elder beside them separated his head and body for no reason and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapters 147 Inches God. The elder was killed. The elder is dead. The elder is dead. After only a few seconds of silence, the people of Tianluomen immediately began to boil, but their faces were all frightened. It's too scary. The elder is beside them, but they are killed by others without any awareness. How powerful is this? And they know that the elder has the strength of King Wu, so they are all killed by others. This time is extremely difficult for them to accept. Chen Xing's face turned green at the moment. He was called by Gao Peng. He had expected this would happen. But I didn't expect that it would be so fast that I didn't even notice any movement. Isn't that to say that the strength of the other side is terrible? The farthest group of people are all stupid. I'm afraid they have hallucinations. Why don't you see anything? Suddenly you're dead. It's also a dream to be a powerful elder. Liang Ping's eyes are almost protruding, just like they are about to fall out. His mouth is slightly open, but he can be vaguely heard muttering. How is it possible? How could that be? He can't be so strong. How powerful it is to kill people without any movement. No matter how shocked he was, the headless corpse was so striking that he completely believed that all this was not a fake at all, but a fact. After killing the elder of Tianluomen, Gao Peng glared at Chen Xing and said, "Don't tell me now. This is your last chance. If it's still like this, you don't have to report it again. You can go to hell with these elders directly." Chen Xing obviously felt Gao Peng's killing intention, and he knew it was not a joke. He nodded immediately. I'll go now. He ran back and forth. Now he was really afraid. If he made a mistake again, his life would be lost. He didn't think he could escape. The company commander was killed in a flash. What's more, he was a small soldier. But at the moment his heart is extremely broken, again and again, as long as the individual will feel extremely tortured. What's more, he has to bear so much pressure in his heart. No matter what the final result will be, he can't get well. It can be seen at this time how his heart is broken. Why is it always me? Why am I always hurt? However, when he ran back, every drop of water fell on the ground, and even gave off a peculiar smell. It didn't need too much observation, so he knew it was excrement. Is this scared pee? This is the first time for Gao Peng to be a fool. Is this person's psychological endurance too weak? That's what scares you to pee. Gao Peng didn't want to think about how much pressure he put on others, not only the pressure he put on them, but also the pressure of Tianluomen. No matter how it will eventually turn out, Chen Xing is finished. Stretching his head is also a knife. Shrinking his head is also a knife. Can this not make others feel broken inside? Scaring urine is also understandable. The group of people behind Gao Peng also found the problem at the moment, one by one staring at Chen Xing's back. Chapters 148. The scene was suddenly quiet for a few seconds. Then one by one, they all look at Gao Peng. This is the devil. It can scare people to pee. This guy, are there some? The present person really didn't know how to say Xianxia, but looked at Gao Peng strangely one by one. People in Tianluomen are very complicated at the moment. Gao Peng's strength is too terrible, which brings them great pressure. Before waiting for any reaction from these people, Gao Peng looked at them and said, "Throw all your things on the ground. Don't hide them from me, or this will be your end." Gao Peng points to the headless body, which is self-evident. If someone dares to disobey him, then meeting him is a journey to hell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people of Tianluomen didn't hesitate at all. All the things with a little value were thrown on the ground, including weapons. What's more, some people even stripped themselves. Don't you think your clothes are valuable? What's going on in his mind? Gao Peng's mouth twitches violently. How many wonderful flowers does Roman have on this day? This style is also very strange. Line up for me, right? It's the naked guy. You stand behind me. Gao Peng first let the group go to one side, and then slowly collected all the things. Although he didn't need it, he could leave it to Gao family. His own strength has been improved so rapidly, so he has to help the Gao family, especially Gao Jingming. As for the rest, they are not in his focus. When Gao Peng put everything away, there was a loud sound of footsteps in front of him. When he heard these sounds, he knew that it was the Lord. Sure enough, Xianxia is the first one to bear the brunt of the attack, and then a large group of old people, one by one, all of them exude a powerful momentum, especially one of them wearing a yellow robe. His breath is particularly terrifying. He is not angry. Every step he takes, he feels that the heaven and the earth are shaking. All the people who followed him were not weak. They were many times stronger than the two elders they met before. Seeing this old man in yellow robe, Gao Peng's eyes suddenly brightened, which was the prey he wanted to find, and then he could not wait to step out. Looting. Give me everything, or I won't be rude. Dang. All the people present were speechless. You really need to prepare for robbery. Are you really afraid of death? I didn't see so many strong people here, especially the old man with yellow robes. I don't need to check them too much and can know that he is the most powerful one. Even if the people in the audience no longer have eyesight, they also know that this may be the strongest of Tianluomen. Not to mention the people who followed Gao Peng, all the people in Tianluomen were dumbfounded and looked at Gao Peng with unbelievable faces. Is this looking for death? I dare to say the word, rob, in front of the sect leader. I'm sure I'm tired of living. Otherwise, how dare he say such words? Do you think you dare to shout in front of the sect leader because you can kill the elder? Chapters 149. At this moment, the elders and others who suddenly appear are also stupid. Maybe they have heard Chen Xing's report, but they really see someone dare to say, rob, in front of them, which must be another experience. Chen Xing saw that there was no matter of his own. When everyone was a little inattentive, he slipped into a corner and hid. It's none of my business. Don't trouble me. Unbridled. An elder can stand out, his face is covered with frost. It's not to say that this is Tianluomen's territory, but someone dares to say, rob, in front of them. Don't you take them seriously. At the moment, the elder's face is extremely ugly. Besides, he is the sect leader beside him. If he doesn't give a good performance, he's sorry for this opportunity. Just he thought too much, of course. Gao Peng ignored his words and clapped the elder with a wave of his hand. A powerful hurricane hit him. Before the elder could react, he was shot. Leave me the garbage. One by one is always in my way, and I don't know if you've got shit in your ears. Don't you understand what people say? I said I only robbed them. Why don't you face up to what I said? Is it because I'm weak and weak? Gao Peng looked at the old man in yellow robe and asked in a very poor tone. And now all the people are very quiet. Gao Peng's strength is really strong, but how can his words be so harsh? I always find it hard to accept. Every sentence seems to be deeply stabbed into the heart of others. There is a sullen air that can't be let out. Especially the group of people behind him, one by one, have a deep understanding. Maybe it's because they don't think it's too big to watch the bustle. Otherwise, how can they get involved? Why do you feel that the elder's strength is so weak? One slap is enough to fly. Is it because we overestimate the elders? Fart, it's not that the elder is too weak, it's not that the monster is too powerful. Don't you feel the strong breath from the elder? Is this weakness? Doesn't that mean this guy is obviously the same age as us, but he is much stronger than them? It's natural that we've killed 2 elders in a row, and each time we can do it well. It's enough to show his strength. It's so good that I have half of his reality. Many people have talked about it, and they didn't take into account the elders of Tianluomen. After all, the elders of Tianluomen were killed by others. But as their voices spread, the elder of Tianluomen's face became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. The other side not only killed the two of them, but also slapped an elder in front of them. This is just face to face. Huang Pao's face became the most ugly. He worked hard to make Tianluomen famous, but now someone even came here to make trouble and hit him in the face. How can he stand it? So he stepped out with an iron-green face, his body was covered with cold air, and there was a trace of murderous air in his eyes. Chapters 150 inches. Very well, no one has dared to be so unbridled in front of me for a long time. You are the first, but you are also the last. Huang Pao's old man smiled coldly and said that he had a strong breath around him. Huang Pao couldn't help floating. At the moment, the elder who was photographed flew over suddenly, his face became extremely blue, but at the moment, there was still a trace of blood flowing out of his mouth. Damn it, if it's not for my carelessness, how can you hurt me? If you have courage, we will fight openly. I want to see how powerful you are. Just as the elder said angrily, the old man in yellow robe, the leader of Tianluomen, waved and ordered the elder to retreat. You are not his opponent, although he is young, but the strength is absolutely above you, you stay aside for me. But, well, do you want to disobey me? No. The elder lowered his head, twisted his whole face together, and clenched his fists tightly. At this time, the leader of Tianluomen looked at Gao Peng and said, your strength is really strong. I never thought that a young generation should have such a strong strength. It's really beyond my expectation. In addition to Gao Peng, who has been killed by Gao Peng recently, Fang Zhanwei. Maybe besides the two of them, your strength can also rank third among the younger generation. Dang. All present heard the words of the old man in the yellow robe, and their eyes were round, and their faces were unbelievable. This I'm afraid it's not a mistake, is it? Is his strength really so strong? You should know that Fang Zhanwei, who has been killed, is a half-step emperor. He can break through the emperor almost at any time. Gao Peng, who killed Fang Zhanwei, must be more powerful. But now what do they hear? Tianluomen's sect leader even praised the guy in front of him, and even said that he could almost rank third. Isn't that to say that besides these two people, he is the most powerful person of the younger generation? How is this possible? How could he be so strong? There's no denying that he really has the strength of King Wu, but I absolutely don't believe that he can really rank third. How big is the southern region? How can he get third place in the round? I don't believe that such a guy can have such a genius. This is absolutely impossible. Even though the leader of Tianluomen has said it, no one in the audience is willing to accept it. Maybe Gao Peng and Fang Zhanwei, who are widely spread, are the objects they recognize. So far, there is no real official definition of who is the best talent except these two guys, or even after them. At the moment, Liang Ping is more unbelievable. The whole face is twisted together, showing an extremely ugly expression. Impossible. How could this guy have such a genius? I absolutely don't believe it. It's all deceiving. My talent is even stronger than him. He just got the treasure, so he has such a strong strength. At the moment, his heart is crying, extremely unwilling. Maybe in his opinion, none of the famous Tianzhao is as good as him, but those people have a strong background and backer behind them. It's not something he can provoke, so he keeps these thoughts in his mind. At the moment, seeing Gao Peng being defined like this, he is more difficult to accept. Chapters 151, with your talent and strength, in addition to me here, it's really rubbish in your eyes. But your luck is very bad. With me here, you can't succeed in any action. Why don't you join me? The leader of Tianluomen didn't know what he thought. Suddenly, he wanted Gao Peng to worship him as his teacher, which surprised everyone in the room. One by one, they all stared at him, their faces were unbelievable. However, the leader of Tianluomen didn't pay attention to the shocked eyes of the audience. Instead, he looked at Gao Peng eagerly. What's my proposal? If you are willing to take me as your teacher, I will certainly provide you with more cultivation resources. With your talent of evil spirit, you will soon be able to break through to the Emperor of Martial Arts. Then there will be a place for you in the talent war. How about that? Do you want to think about it? Genius war. This is not the first time Gao Peng has heard it. Although he is curious, he does not ask questions. Instead, he looked at the leader of Tianluomen with contempt. No. What? The smile on Tianluomen's sect leader's face suddenly froze. It was a winning look. Are you rejecting me? Tianluomen's door master's face was slowly covered with clouds, and his smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were fixed on Gao Peng. Gao Peng nodded without hesitation. There was no expression on his face, just for granted. But all the people in the room were completely smashed. In particular, the disciples of Tianluomen all looked at Gao Peng incredulously. Didn't he know how good the opportunity was? The sect leader is the emperor. What's more powerful than many people? Even the emperor's request to accept apprentices was rejected. What's the heart of this guy? Don't he know what opportunities he missed? Tianluomen's disciples looked at each other. All of them felt a little pain in their hearts. If this opportunity was so good for them, they would agree to it immediately. But this opportunity doesn't belong to them at all. My heart hurts. Why such a good opportunity is not for me? Beast. He refused such a good chance. Is he out of his mind? It must be so. Otherwise, how could it have refused such a good thing? Those who follow Gao Peng are unbelievable. They have to work hard to join Tianluomen. However, Gao Peng is not only accepted as an apprentice by the leader of Tianluomen without any effort. I killed several elders, and I won't be blamed for that. What a great honor. But he didn't cherish it. He refused without hesitation. What are you thinking? My heart is envious, jealous and hateful. One of the most intense reactions is Liang Ping. At the moment, he has been occupied by extremely unbalanced emotions. If it wasn't for the present situation, he would have yelled out angrily. God is really unfair. Why is that? Why is it that all the benefits are obtained by others, but he has to beg bitterly, or even desperately, to get what others dislike? Why is it so unfair? Yang Ping's heart was about to lose his sense at the moment. His eyes were red and staring at Gao Peng. Chapters 152 inches. Ha. Are you bargaining with me on the basis of your talent? It doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to enter my door, I can promise you any request. Originally, all people thought that the leader of Tianluomen would be completely angry, but the clouds on his face suddenly disappeared. Instead, he looked at Gao Peng with a smile. This scene is even more difficult for all present. However, Gao Peng did look at the leader of Tianluomen without any words on his face. How can this man have such a thick skin? Don't he know that what I refuse is so obvious? Who wants to bargain with you? There's a hole in your head. Seeing that the leader of Tianluomen still wants to talk, Gao Peng directly interrupts his speech. I've said it, I refuse. And my reason is very simple. I can't put a garbage as a teacher. Do you think the garbage I'm talking about is just that guy? I'm afraid you don't have brains, do you? Who gave you the confidence to be so good? Don't see what kind of strength you look like. Is the emperor very powerful? Dare you roar at the gate of platinum force? Gao Peng really can't bear it. He scolds directly. All the people on the scene are quiet in an instant. Some of them are just his shouting. All the faces are dull. Tianluomen's sect leader is even more unbelievable. He didn't expect that someone would dare to scold him in front of him. This is that he has been closed for too long, and others don't know his reputation. The leader of Tianluomen was so angry that he trembled all over. He took Gao Peng's finger and didn't say a word. At the moment, Gao Peng looks at him with contempt. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a good person like you, who has been half buried in the ground. I still think how strong my talent is. It's not all piled up in time. I'm going to be your age. I've been the strongest man in the whole continent for a long time, and I don't know what you take to feel proud of. If I only had your accomplishments, I would have dug a hole to bury myself alive and saved myself from being disgraceful. Gao Peng doesn't mean to be merciful at all. Just pick out the ugly words. For a guy who feels good about himself, he can only completely destroy his confidence. What's more, Gao Peng has been unhappy with him for a long time. He has been forced to talk for a long time by himself, but he still hasn't figured out the situation. How dare he say that? Is he going to die? That's the leader of Tianluomen. Crazy. Completely crazy. Does he think that killing the elder has the strength to fight against the emperor? The people here are totally unacceptable. What kind of guy did they meet? Or this guy has a brain problem. How brave it is to dare to scold the leader of Tianluomen. However, before they were shocked, Gao Peng looked around him with contempt, as if these people were insignificant figures in his eyes. I'm not talking about garbage alone. But everyone here is rubbish, including you. Finally, the finger stays on the head of the door master of Tianluomen. Gao Peng's voice reverberates in everyone's ears, but everyone is stunned and dare not make any sound. Chapters 153 Silent. Dead silence. No one dares to speak. It's not like killing the elder before. Maybe what happened now is more serious than killing the elder. Because, this is in front of all the people abusing the leader of Tianluomen. This kind of thing has to be very bold and exciting. Although the present people are very angry, after all, they are pointed at the nose and scolded for garbage, which is very difficult for individuals to accept, but they do not have much anger now. There is only astonishment. Yes, all the people in the room were completely confused. It is acceptable to say that they are rubbish. After all, Gao Peng killed 2 elders. The elders were killed by Sekal in front of him. Naturally, they were not so good. They said that garbage was no more accurate. However, Gao Peng's words also include the leader of Tianluomen, which is the key to make them feel confused. Emperor Wu is said to be rubbish. Should we say that he is arrogant or ignorant? All the people in the audience didn't know what words to use to describe him, but they were all in a short circuit and never saw such a scene. Tianluomen's sect leader's expression on his face at the moment became extremely wonderful. Before, he wanted to take Gao Peng as his apprentice, but after being rejected repeatedly, he gave up slowly. But he didn't expect that Gao Peng would point to him and scold him. Finally, he was so humiliated. It's just that uncle can't bear it, aunt can't bear it. You are very kind. You have not only the genius of evil, but also the amazing courage. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The leader of Tianluomen's face is full of clouds, and a sharp and incomparable breath spreads from him. Even those elders dare not approach him easily. Ha ha, just like you. He said he wanted to kill me. I'm afraid you didn't come to be funny. Gao Peng is not polite enough to go back. This kind of guy is old enough to cultivate to this point, and he doesn't know who gives him confidence. Do you think you are invincible with your strength? Don't make me laugh, will you? Garbage has to be a little self-conscious. It's too old to recognize the truth. Gao Peng directly humiliated and said that he didn't give Tianluomen's sect leader any face at all, and Tianor's sect leader was also scolded again and again by him in front of so many people. All of them almost made everyone think that Tianluomen's sect leader was really rubbish, but they were very rational, and they thought that Gao Peng was just a madman. How else could you have done something so crazy? Time and time again to stimulate Tianluomen's sect leader, is this disrelish their own death not fast enough? However, just when they think so, Gao Peng's words directly make them more quiet, and they are more certain that Gao Peng is completely mad, otherwise how can they say such arrogant and ignorant words? Gao Peng's eyes were full of contempt. He almost looked at others with his nostrils and said, I can hit 100 for something as bad as you. Who gave you the confidence to kill me? Don't look at a genius as your garbage. I'm not presumptuous about your garbage. Chapters 154 inches. Ha ha. You are the most arrogant person I have ever seen. The expression on Tianluomen's sect leader's face gradually became ferocious, and the blue tendons burst one after another. The expression on his face had been twisted together. It's true that talent is evil, but it's still easy for a talent who hasn't grown up to die. It seems that today I have to kill a talent myself. It's a great pity, but you've totally pissed me off. Boom. There was a strong and incomparable breath from the sect leader of Tianluomen, but he didn't directly release the blood force, although Gao Peng's actions made him feel extremely angry. But it doesn't release the power of blood directly. How to kill a chicken with an ox knife. There was a big bang, and the leader of Tianluomen split his hand to Gao Peng. However, Gao Peng did not move at all, with a smile on his face. My God, what happened? Isn't he hiding, or does he think he can withstand it? I'm afraid I'm not scared, am I? Even King Wu was easily killed by seconds in this horrible attack. He was probably completely scared and stupid. He dared to despise everything so arrogantly before. Now he is completely stupid. Gao Peng stands in the same place and doesn't want to defend or avoid at all. This curtain falls in the eyes of all the people present, which naturally means that Gao Peng is scared to be silly. This terrible attack, even they were extremely afraid. As if heaven and earth were eclipsed by this hand, heaven and earth were a little shaky at this moment. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scan complete. Name. Wang Cheng Physique. Dusk dominating body blood. Dark King blood realm. The 7th level of Emperor Wu martial arts. The heaven level martial arts. Tianluo Vientian Palm. Ultimate Dacheng. The heaven level martial arts. Duyu dominating palm. Dacheng. The heaven level martial arts. Hell Emperor Kill. Dacheng. And the heaven level martial arts. Dark King attached to the body. Introduction. The enemy's realm is Woewang level 7, which will automatically upgrade to Woewang level 8 for the host. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, and will not be promoted temporarily. The enemy's most powerful martial arts are Tianluo Vientian Palm, the ultimate Tianyi Palm, Hell Emperor's Killing, and Dark King's Body. Upgrade the automatic host to the Sky level martial arts. Blasting Dragon Boxing is complete. The Sky level martial arts, Angry Flame Bully Curse, is great. The Sky level martial arts, 9 Strong Dragon Boxing, is great, and the Sky level martial arts, Divine Beast Comes, Pseudo, is small. Note: this martial arts is a growth type martial arts. Upgrade instantly. At the same time, the martial arts become more powerful. Cool. Upgrading is that simple. This time, Gao Peng paid special attention to the promotion of martial arts, especially the last heaven level martial arts skill, the Coming of the Beast. Although there is a pseudonym at the end, it must be extremely powerful to build with the beast. As far as the strength of his blood at the moment is concerned, no one can surpass him. It can be seen that no matter the real body or the fake body of the beast, it cannot be ignored. What's more, this martial art is also specially noted to be able to grow. It's not easy to know just by virtue of the martial arts that can grow. This made Gao Peng's eyes slightly bright. This time, he made a lot of money. Although he only improved his realm in martial arts, his gains were huge. Chapters 155. Gao Peng's face is light and cloudless, which is to shake the leader of Tianluomen directly without avoiding. After seeing this, all the people on the scene are not calm. Madman. This is a complete madman. Does he think he can take the attack of Emperor Wu forcefully? How could there be such a stupid person in the world? It's so arrogant. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Even if he is also a powerful warrior, he doesn't dare to take others' attacks, but he dared to do so. It's really ignorant. The people here don't believe that Gao Peng can really follow, but they have been waiting to see the result of Gao Peng's killing, which is obvious. The disciples of Tianluomen and those who tried their best to join in Tianluomen all looked forward to it. After all, what Gao Peng had done before made them extremely disgusted. Of course, it's not clear whether jealousy or disgust is among them. There is also one of the most envious people, both at the beginning and now, who has been stirring up discord, even with rhythm. It's just to make people hate Gao Peng. And now he does. Liang Ping looks at Gao Peng with red eyes. Quick, he can't take a hit from the leader of Tianluomen, ha 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 ha. You dare to be so arrogant. Now you are dying. However, just at the moment when all the people were looking forward to it, or gloating, Gao Peng blew out with a light blow, and the attack that was about to come disappeared quietly. As if there had never been any attack, even a trace of real chi fluctuation did not cause. At this moment, all people's expressions are instantly frozen, one by one, their eyes are dull. Even Wang Cheng is the same. He shakes his head repeatedly and says unbelievably, "Impossible. How could you take my attack so easily? Although I didn't exert all my strength, how could a king of martial arts take it? What kind of defense treasure do you have?" Then, Wang Cheng denied in his heart and immediately guessed. When he got this moment's guess, his eyes slowly showed a trace of greed. If it is true, he must obtain the treasure. With his current strength and protection, his strength will be greatly enhanced. What? Is there any treasure on this guy that can resist the attack of Emperor Wu? He's just a lonely man. How could he have such a powerful treasure? Is there a mountain behind him? After hearing what Wang Cheng said, all the people in the audience were shocked. There were few treasures that could take the king's attack. If they can get it, doesn't that mean they can almost walk sideways? Just for a moment, there was greed in the eyes of all the people present, but many of them were quite rational, because they knew that with their strength, they could not obtain the treasure at all. But just when everyone's attention was turned to the treasure, Gao Peng said scornfully, "Who told you that I was King Wu? I have never admitted that your eyes are on the bottom of your feet. I can't even see that. It's not worthy of the name." Chapters 156. As soon as Gao Peng's words came out, everyone was quiet for a few seconds, and then they slowly responded. What did he just say? He said he is not King Wu. It's not the king of martial arts. Is it the great martial arts master? Don't be kidding. Even the king of Wu is rubbish in front of the emperor, let alone to the grand master. All the people in the room looked at you teasing me. After all, they were a little confused at the moment and still didn't clear their heads for a while. But at this time, there was a kind of cautious saying, I think what he said is that his strength is not just King Wu. Dang, at this moment, all the people are wide-eyed, and they can't think of anything in this direction. But now that someone has put it forward, they can almost know the meaning of Gao Peng's words after a little thought. But that's what makes them even more incredible. As if the whole people are in a dream, so young Emperor Wu. They didn't believe that even the first day of the southern region didn't reach the emperor. Not to mention a random jump out of the so-called guy, this is even more impossible. Impossible. How could he be the emperor? I don't believe it, it's absolutely impossible. I'm sure he has a defense magic weapon, so he's just bluffing now. How could there be a young emperor? Even if the king of Wu is an immortal monster, let alone the king of Wu. Among the people's cognition, maybe only the genius of the middle field can have such a powerful power, even if the other fields are slightly worse. It's something they can't believe. Instead of just the people present, Wang Cheng couldn't believe it. He only saw a look of contempt in his eyes. Ha ha. Do you think I'm really confused? Will I believe what you say? It's just that you have a strong defense magic weapon. See what you can do, but what if you only have a defense magic weapon? Even if the best defense magic weapon, it depends on whose hands it is. Depending on the strength of your garbage, you can still contribute the magic weapon honestly. Maybe I can save your life. Wang Cheng has already made up his mind that if Gao Peng gives the magic weapon to him, he will kill him without hesitation. Such a person can't keep the tiger for a living. Such a monster's genius, if it really let him grow up, it would be a disaster for him. Therefore, he never thought of letting go of Gao Peng, but induced him with words. Hand over the magic weapon in your hand, so that you may still have a life. Otherwise, when I do, you will be really finished. Even if the best magic weapon, we have to see who holds it. If I want to kill you with all my heart, even if your magic weapon is no longer powerful, it can't resist my attack. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are great men. Don't overestimate their own strength. At the moment, Wang Cheng seems to have grasped Gao Peng's lifeline, with a winning look on his face. I don't know how many times he has had such emotions. But he didn't care, because he felt that he had really mastered all the cards of Gao Peng, and he believed his feelings. Chapters 157. Gao Peng quietly watched him perform, as if he was watching monkey opera. After Wang Cheng finished his speech completely, he said, finally, it's over. It's a lot of nonsense. You and those elders are really like each other. They all belong to the same sect. They all like to force me to talk. They just want me to stop talking. They even talk about things that the 3-year-old doesn't believe. Don't you know you just acted like a monkey? I want to see you perform a little more. In Gao Peng's eyes, there was a look of cruelty, and he had no disguise to look at Wang Cheng, and his expression at the moment seemed to be looking at a fool. The meaning of contempt was no longer obvious. All the people present were dumbfounded. Isn't he really afraid at all? Why does it feel like he's winning? It's like being given weakness, and he doesn't have any panic. Isn't that his weakness, or that they really guessed wrong? Such an idea suddenly appeared in the hearts of the people in the field, but they shook their heads and waved it away. How is this possible? If he has the defense magic weapon of front and back, it can barely be accepted. If he is really the emperor, it is unacceptable for all people. This scene just fell into Wang Cheng's eyes. Suddenly, a fire came out of his heart. Toast without penalty. Wang Cheng suddenly burst into a strong and incomparable atmosphere. Maybe at this time, he was a little more serious, and Gao Peng repeatedly angered him. At this time, naturally, he could not keep any more hands. At the same time, a darkness suddenly emerged behind him, slowly enveloping him, and if you look carefully, you will find that in this darkness, a person's shadow loomed. Blood power. At this moment, Wang Cheng directly released his own blood power, and suddenly a strong atmosphere filled around him. The onlookers took a breath of cool air one after another. Nobody thought that Wang Cheng would use his blood power directly. Could he look up to Gao Peng like this? Unreserved release of all their strength, which can be seen from the sight of how much they attach importance to Gao Peng. Perhaps in his subconscious, he also knew that if he wanted to break through Gao Peng's defense, he could only use all his strength, otherwise everything would be in vain. My God, the sect leader of Tianluomen actually released his blood power directly. Does that look up to that guy too much? Ha ha. Although it's a bit of killing chickens with ox knife, it can break his defense magic weapon. I'd like to see how he reacts in the future and whether he can be arrogant. Although some people don't feel it necessary to release the power of blood, more people still want to see how Gao Peng's defense magic weapon reacts when it is broken. One by one, they all smile coldly and wait for the final result quietly. Now they don't need to see, and they can probably guess what the end of Gao Peng is. However, at this moment, the darkness slowly spread around, and a fear from the bottom of their hearts filled the hearts of all people. At this time, they also felt how terrible it was. Just watching makes them feel a little scared. Chapters 158. The darkness still hasn't stopped. Every time it spreads to a place, it will fall into the darkness completely, without reaching for 5 fingers. There is no reason for people's fear of the absolute darkness itself. At this moment, after seeing this scene, many people are retreating, afraid of being covered by the darkness. Back off. Don't be shrouded in the darkness, or our millet will not be guaranteed. All the people are back in a hurry, one by one, they are very flustered. Even those elders are the same, even if they have the strength of King Wu, they are also extremely afraid. However, when all of them had escaped from the most dangerous area, they found that Gao Peng stood still and didn't want to escape at all. Does that guy think he can withstand the darkness? This guy is too arrogant. If before, he could resist attack with defense magic weapon, but now what does he rely on? Ha ha, maybe others think that they have strong defense magic weapon, and they are not afraid of it. Where can they be afraid of it? It's really arrogant. I'll see how he died later. Seeing Gao Peng standing there motionless, the people here began to satirize each other. After all, many elders dare not even touch him. But Gao Peng is just relying on a defense magic weapon, but now he doesn't want to escape, but he wants to resist positively. What's death seeking? You know, it's Dark King blood. How powerful is the king's blood? All the people in the room understood that they could not resist it. Otherwise, they will not escape as if they were fleeing. After all, this is an indiscriminate attack. If they are really covered by the darkness, they will be killed in minutes depending on their strength. In their opinion, Gao Peng is not much worse, even if he has a strong defense magic weapon. It can't be defended in all directions. The results are already clear. But the next second everyone's jaw dropped. What did they see? They actually saw that darkness. When they wanted to get close to Gao Peng, they would dissipate part of it within a second, and at the same time they would retreat a little. They were stunned at this scene. At first, they didn't know what the situation was, but when they slowly observed, they found that the darkness was actually afraid of Gao Peng. Just like I dare not to approach him, when I come to his surroundings, I will step back one after another, even dare not move forward for a minute. This discovery is hard for all the people present to accept. They are afraid just like mice seeing cats. But that annoying guy is not only afraid of nothing. The darkness was afraid of him. What's going on? Is his defense magic weapon so powerful? What kind of defense magic weapon is it that can let the king's blood force retreat from him? At this moment, all the people on the scene were even more jealous. If he could really get this defense magic weapon, he could just walk sideways. The emperor can't even hurt them. Isn't it because the ox is so powerful? Chapters 159. After trying several times in the dark, Gao Peng couldn't get close to him all the time. At this time, Wang Cheng's voice suddenly came out in the dark. How is it possible? Why can't the dark get close to you? What is your defense magic weapon? At this moment, his heart has been extremely shocked. His blood power is very powerful. Few people can resist his blood power at the same level. Not to mention to let his blood force feel afraid, and now what he found. The power of his blood had a fear for Gao Peng. He can't accept it. The power of blood, which has never been disadvantageous, has even played a retreat drum at this moment. What kind of horrible existence can produce such emotions? Impossible. I'm a king's blood force. There's nothing to fear. It must be an accident. Wang Cheng doesn't believe what happened in front of him, so he tells himself and comforts himself at the same time. Oh, I can't do what I want you to do. I've told you that everyone here is rubbish. Why do you have to struggle? Do you think you can deal with me with all your strength? Don't laugh at people's big teeth. When everyone was shocked, Gao Peng said with a soft smile, as if the darkness in front of him had not been taken seriously. In fact, it is true that when Wang Cheng uses his own blood power, he doesn't feel any threat at all, so he stands still. Sure enough, when the darkness came close to him, he retreated as if he had spirituality. Even he felt the darkness obviously and had a fear of him. This makes him feel more reassured, and at the same time more convinced of his own feeling. That is, the darkness in front of him does not pose any threat to him at all, so why should he care? Now that you've done it, it's my turn. All the people are still in shock. At this moment, they have not completely returned to their minds. The Emperor of Wu has released his blood force with all his strength, which can't hurt him at all. What monsters did they see? Wang Cheng is the same at the moment. He has never recovered from shock. In the dark, there are still a few murmurs from time to time. How could this happen? Why is that? How can there be such a defense magic weapon? It's impossible. It's impossible to have such a defense magic weapon. Gao Peng doesn't want to talk with him anymore. The promotion he wants has been promoted. Now it's the end of the day. Of course, as long as these guys are solved, he can get a treasure of the whole sect. Although he doesn't need it himself, he can make the Gao family grow. Let me try this martial art. Just as you are my mouse. Gao Peng drew a smile on the corner of his mouth, made some mysterious fingerprints on his hands, and suddenly showed a white light on his body. The beast comes. Gao Peng cried softly. A huge white light suddenly appeared in front of him. Even he felt dazzling. He could not see what was in the white light. However, he clearly heard the roar of the tiger. Chapters 160. An air of contempt suddenly spread, and everyone seemed to feel that their chest had been pounded a bit, and a sense of repression grew slowly. After a while, some of the weaker people, pale and back, looked at the front unbelievably. What kind of momentum is this? What did he do, and why did I feel so sick on my chest? It's not just you. We all have this feeling. What's the situation? Not to mention the feelings of all people, even Wang Cheng, you also feel the extremely powerful threat, which makes his whole human hair stand up, and a cold sweat has slowly emerged. In Wang Cheng's eyes, he looks surprised. What is this? Why even I feel a great threat. Can this white light threaten me again? But before he could confirm the answer, a deafening roar of tigers was heard again and again. Each roar of tigers made people deaf. Fortunately, they cover their ears in a hurry, or they will lose their hearing completely, but at the moment they are still uncertain. What is this? Why is it so horrible? At this moment, the white light slowly dissipates in their eyes, and at this moment they really see clearly what it is. No, can't pack up. It's a terrifying creature, a fierce tiger with 3 horizontal kings on its head and white body. It's even more powerful, and its eyes seem to overlook its territory. No one dares to look at this fierce tiger, because all the people here can feel that strong momentum. At the same time, it comes from the gap between the levels of life and makes them feel their own insignificance. When all the people can see the suddenly appeared creature, somehow all the people fall into silence, no one dares to make any sound. For fear of being stared at by this creature, if it is, 10 lives will not be enough for them. Hear this. It's horrible. How could there be such a terrible creature? Monsters don't have the terror of this creature. What kind of creature is this? It's not their eyesight, but the strong and incomparable breath around the white tiger. Although it looks like it's no different from a tiger demon, if you look carefully, you can see that there is still a huge gap between them. It also makes them feel incredible. Is this the guy who called it out? And how did he do it? The appearance of the white tiger has brought Wang Cheng back to his senses. At the moment, he really realizes why he is so threatened. Is it this tiger demon that threatens me? Although it's very powerful, it would be a big mistake to think that I have nothing to do. Wang Cheng said forcefully and calmly. But he didn't know that when he said this, he had completely angered the white tiger. White tiger is a god beast. Although it appears to be a fake god beast, it can't be compared with ordinary monsters. This is an insult to the white tiger. Sure enough, when white tiger heard that Wang Cheng thought he was that kind of cheap tiger demon, it was very unhappy. An earth-shaking roar suddenly rang. Chapters 161. This earth-shaking roar surprised the people present, but before he could react, the white tiger appeared in front of Wang Cheng. At the same time, the darkness around Wang Cheng suddenly dissipated, and his figure suddenly appeared. Wang Cheng's face was full of fear. Looking at the white tiger nearby, he felt cold all over the body. Cold sweat came out, directly. How can it be so fast? Why does this beast put so much pressure on me? You should know that I'm a high-ranking warrior. Generally, I can't get so much pressure from someone. Unless I'm much stronger than me, I won't feel so much pressure at all. But, just being stared at by the white tiger has made him feel a kind of pressure, which he has never felt. No, he felt it in the platinum class. But those are the strong of heaven and earth. In other regions, they are even the most top strong. Unless they come from the middle region, these people will be the most powerful. At this time, he even felt the strong breath of heaven and earth on the tiger demon in front of him. Is this an illusion? Wang Cheng once suspected that he had an illusion, but when he found that the white tiger's eyes were fixed on him, he had left this thought behind. Now, it's not the time to think about it. The power of Dark King's blood is now in the shape of chicken ribs, not only can't bring any harm to others, at least can't even protect him. Boom! White tiger suddenly a claw waved out, in the void as if it was torn by him in general, can see a few cracks, but did not last for a long time, then completely healed. It's like it never happened. However, all the people present can clearly feel the cracks, which exude a sense of terror. If someone with a little weak strength approaches, they will surely die in pieces. Wang Cheng saw that this Hu Claw was about to attack, and his body instinctively responded. But at this time, he found out something wrong completely, and his body couldn't move. It's really immovable, as if he was controlled by something. His meaning was still clear, but his body was not controlled by him. What's the matter? Why is my body out of control? What happened? Wang Cheng wants to break away, but he can't control his body at this time. Finally, I can only watch the white tigers attack and slowly fall on him. With a huge bang, Wang Cheng was directly blasted out. The speed was just like a shell. He could only hear the sound, but he could not see how he flew out. At the same time, the buildings directly collapsed behind them, and suddenly became a piece of ruins. The buildings that originally looked brilliant collapsed in an instant. When the audience saw this scene, their minds were blank and their eyes were almost protruding. This are they dazzled. Why do you see the sect leader of Tianluomen being blown out in a flash? It looks like he can't withstand a single blow. This is an illusion. Some people's brain suddenly crashes. There is a blank in their mind. They don't know what's going on at all. This series of things makes them feel at a loss. Chapters 162 inches. It seems that I saw the leader of Tianluomen. It's blown away. Me too. Are we not hallucinating? Some people grumble that their response is still much slower, and even now all people are still in a state of ignorance. However, no matter how they wipe their eyes, there is no change in the scene. Doesn't that mean all this is true, and they did not produce any illusion? This discovery made them feel amazing, and it was the most unacceptable thing. The leader of Tianluomen, who they thought was extremely powerful, was so vulnerable at the moment. This made them self-doubt for a time. Was it because they looked too high at Wang Cheng? No matter what, they can't hide their shock. It's unbelievable. My God, what kind of monster is that? It's a tiger demon. How powerful are you in his strength? The Lord of Tianluomen could not resist one of his attacks. This is terrible. If the leader of Tianluomen can't beat that monster, this time. He didn't say the final words completely, and didn't need to say more. All the people in the audience knew what the final result would be. It's just that Tianluomen was completely destroyed, and the disciples of Tianluomen may also suffer from it. People in this moment somehow feel extremely grateful. Fortunately, they didn't officially join in. If they did join in Tianluomen, they would be in a real dilemma at the moment, and may even be involved. Fortunately, we didn't really join Tianluomen. Otherwise, our future is not only completely destroyed, but also possible to lose our lives. It's really dangerous. Yes, this sect that is about to be destroyed is not worth our joining at all. Fortunately, we have not joined it formally, otherwise we will also be labeled as Tianluomen. Whether they have been selected or not, they feel extremely lucky at the moment. Not to mention those who did not fully join the Tianluomen, the disciples and elders of the Tianluomen did not fully return to God, but after looking at the collapsed buildings, they just slowly come back to God, but now somehow they have a little bit of anger, and it's like what they have always believed collapsed. Wang Cheng is their faith, which always brings them strong backing, but also the sect leader who has won countless cultivation resources. At the moment, he is so vulnerable. A sad mood emerged. Many people's moods slowly affect the people around, so the whole Tianluomen are filled with a strange atmosphere. Sect leader, is that how the sect leader was killed? The sect leader is the most powerful. How could he be killed, especially by this beast? It's impossible. I absolutely don't believe this kind of thing will happen. It must be the sect leader's carelessness. Otherwise, he won't be hurt by this beast at all. There are many people like this to comfort themselves, but when they see the ruins, they don't believe it. After all the facts are in front of them, so they can't believe it. Chapters 163. Then just when everyone was talking about it, there was still no movement in the ruins. It had been several minutes, but Wang Cheng had not come out. It makes the people in the audience feel incredible. If it's a big idea, it won't be so long without any movement. The only explanation is Wang Cheng is really unbeatable. This guess shows that the people present are really unacceptable. They think of many possibilities, but this one has been ignored by them consciously. Now they have to think about it. One by one look at the white tiger's eyes more scared. The appearance of the white tiger itself carries a strong and incomparable momentum and pressure. Even if they are so far away, they also feel that huge pressure, but they just think of the instinctive response to the strong. But at this moment, they know that this is a fear brought by the level of life, not only the gap between strengths, but also the most obvious gap between strengths. However, just as everyone's eyes were on the white tiger, someone suddenly exclaimed, "No, is a monster although very strong, but you did not find it. This monster is summoned by that guy. Since he can summon such a horrible creature, how strong is his strength?" This person's exclamation, but also the eyes of all people on Gao Peng, one by one are incredible looking at Gao Peng. Indeed, White Tiger is summoned by Gao Peng. The strength of White Tiger is so strong. How powerful is his strength? All the people on the scene dare not think about it further. They are all the same age. But why is the strength of the other side so strong? How does this practice? Is the gap between genius and them really so obvious? One by one is in self-doubt. In fact, if Gao Peng does not have a system, his strength is not much stronger than that of White Tiger. However, no matter who he is facing, he can crush it. Unconsciously, Gao Peng seems to be shrouded in a mysterious aura, which can't be seen through. So many things have happened since he appeared, but his strength is completely unknown to all present. Because the man who died in his hand, all of them are one move, which can't test his depth and let the people know how powerful he is. However, just by virtue of the appearance of White Tiger, we can let everyone know that his strength is not what they can speculate. I suddenly remembered before that guy, he said he was not King Wu, but at that time we didn't believe him. Now, this person hesitated for a while, maybe only in this way can we explain it. Before that, others had declared that their strength was not King Wu, but none of them believed it. Now that the facts are in front of them, they can't help believing them. One by one, they were shocked to see Gao Peng. Even though they had some guesses in their hearts, they were still extremely difficult to accept after this kind of thing happened. After all, such a young guy is so powerful. It's just like hanging out. Chapters 164. No matter how many people were talking about it, Gao Peng's face did not change color. His eyes were fixed on the ruins, because he knew that Wang Cheng was not dead. At best, it's just a serious injury. It's almost out now. Bang! Sure enough, a huge noise suddenly came to mind in the ruins, and the smoke was flying all over the sky. At the same time, a confused figure came out slowly. In a short time, Wang Cheng's figure appeared in front of the public, but at the moment, he no longer had the image he had before. His yellow robe was already in a state of tatters, his hair was out, and his face seemed to be shrouded in a cloud. "Oh, it seems that I really despise you, but this time I will never let you succeed. I will let you know the strength gap between us." When he said this, the momentum of the whole person also changed dramatically. A stronger and more horizontal atmosphere burst out directly, and darkness appeared behind him again. But at the moment, he did not expand, perhaps because he was a little closer to the White Tiger, and did not dare to spread recklessly. However, there was a strange look on the faces of all the people present. It's not that they don't believe in Wang Cheng, it's just that they don't think it's carelessness, it's more vulnerable, and in his words, they say it's so righteous. After the previous mental struggle, the whole Tianluomen people no longer believe that their sect leader can sweep everything with incomparable power. Often, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Before that vulnerable appearance has been in their mind, so they can't imagine how Wang Cheng can defeat White Tiger. Gao Peng also suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Are you here to be funny? If you don't see what you are like now, just look like you're in a mess, it means you're careless. Your face is really thick enough. Does the older you are, the thicker you will be. Do you think I will believe what you say when you look at the eyes of all the people who look at you now, even they don't believe what you say?" Every time Gao Peng said a word, Wang Cheng's face was ugly. The whole person's face was black, and his hands tightly clenched their fists. All the people in the room covered their faces one after another. Their faces were speechless. Although they really don't believe what Wang Cheng said, You don't need to say it directly, do you? This is the act of directly exposing others. Isn't it to offend others? Of course, everyone here knows that Gao Peng's strength has been extremely strong for a long time. Naturally, he doesn't need to be afraid of Tianluomen's sect leader, but somehow they just think it's so inappropriate. However, all people know that Gao Peng is just like a vicious tongue. It seems that as long as he catches the chance, he doesn't mind to stimulate you with words. Every word can make you breathe deeply to the point of spitting blood, which is the point of holding back and being unable to resist. It will always make people feel deeply powerless. Looking at Gao Peng strangely one by one, does every strong man have his own unique hobby? Damn it, you can't beat me, look down on me. At the same time, Wang Cheng rushes out, but his goal is Gao Peng. Although he speaks carelessly, he is afraid of the white tiger. Therefore, his goal is extremely clear, that is Gao Peng. Chapters 165. In the face of the coming Wang Cheng, Gao Peng's eyes didn't produce any fluctuation. He was so calm to watch. At this moment, I don't know why he doesn't have any fluctuation in his heart when facing anyone, because any enemy stronger than him will be surpassed by him in an instant, and his strength will not be raised at all. Perhaps this is also the system incomparably against the sky malpractice. Because he knows that no matter when, his strength is very strong, no one will be his opponent, which also leads to his lack of any sense of urgency, or even the slightest strength. All he wants is to provoke more powerful enemies, because only in this way can his strength become more powerful. When Wang Cheng was about to attack Gao Peng, the white tiger suddenly moved, but Gao Peng waved his hand at this time and stopped the white tiger's action directly. And this scene just fell into the eyes of ordinary people. Are you ready to fight by yourself? He didn't even let that horrible monster help him. He's ready to do it himself. My God, you can see him at last. At this time, it's just what people are looking forward to. All of them are looking forward to Gao Peng. The strength of White Tiger has been so strong, so the strength of Gao Peng is self-evident. They have been looking forward to it for a long time, and they are excited to see it now. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared behind Gao Peng. A huge tiger roared out. Gao Peng's whole body became extremely huge, sending out a strange light all over his body. An earth-shaking pressure swept all around. Without any reaction, all the people had been swept away directly. Wang Cheng is the most unlucky one. After all, at this moment, he has developed all his strength and wants to kill Gao Peng. But Gao Peng did not hesitate to use the power of his blood. His blood power cannot be resisted by ordinary people. It is the power of the Emperor's blood. Wang Cheng is blown away without any sign. This time, he has been spitting blood in his mouth. The sky is full of blood smell and his face is full of gray color. Here, is the gap really so big? The sect leader didn't touch each other. He was just blown out. How strong is it? God, what kind of strength is he? What realm is it? Why even the high-level strength of Emperor Wu is so vulnerable in front of him? Seeing this scene in front of them, the people who are here just feel that they have broken their own three outlooks. Although they had expected it for a long time, when they saw it with their own eyes, they knew how strong Gao Peng was. In particular, there is no harm without contrast. With the leader of Tianluomen as a contrast, it can be seen that Gao Peng is extremely powerful. However, when everyone was still in shock, Gao Peng stepped out with a sudden step. At the same time, he threw a fist into the void. A fire dragon suddenly came out, and the dragon rushed out of Gao Peng's hands. The goal was Wang Cheng directly. Wang Cheng didn't have any struggle, so he was swallowed by the fire dragon directly. Wang Cheng has been seriously injured. He can't avoid the dragon's attack. At the moment, he can only look at the sky in despair. In the end, it was swallowed directly by the fire dragon. Chapters 166. The flame dragon roared in the sky for a long time, and then slowly dissipated, but at last there was no residue left in the sky. Wang Cheng, the dust was completely gone. It took a long time to see a space ring slowly falling from the sky. If you look carefully, you can see that this space ring has been seriously damaged. The appearance of the space ring is still seen by the interested people. My God, what kind of martial arts is it? It has such terrible destructive power. The leader of Tianluomen sect has been completely eliminated, leaving only a space ring. Have you found that the space ring has also been seriously damaged? You can see how terrible the attack just happened. Even the invincible space ring has been damaged. Too strong. It's so strong. Emperor Wu's high rank is also the product of Sekal. Is there no limit to his strength? Why do you always see him so easy? At this moment, all the people have completely blown the pot. They never thought that the gap between the two would be so big. At this time, they really understand that Gao Peng is the existence they need to look up to. Of course, the most unacceptable ones are the Tianluomen people, whether they are elders or disciples, whose eyes are dull and their faces are numb. There the sect leader was killed by someone else. It was directly killed by Sekal. The strongest of Tianluomen was so vulnerable. Such a blow was huge to them. The sect leader is dead. Killed by someone. On that day, the people of Luomen slowly turned to God. They didn't know how to face all this. Looking at Gao Peng, they saw a glimmer of fear. Although they feel extremely scared, no one dares to run away at this moment. Since the other side can kill their sect leader, let alone want to run away, this is a stupid decision. Even if all the people fled, they could not really escape. It is very clear to all the people present, so they dare not act rashly. Gao Peng glanced around slightly, then put his eyes on all the people and said softly, "Now I need you to collect all the treasures for me. I'll give you a few minutes. If I don't see you later, the final result can be guessed without me." I will not repeat these words anymore. All valuable treasures and cultivation resources will be put into your space ring, and then they will be handed over. I will let you go if you perform well. If someone dares to take it, ha ha. Gao Peng didn't say what the consequences would be, but with a cold smile, all the people felt a cold rising from the bottom of their feet, and a cold sweat came out. So I only saw their quick nod. At the moment, even if there are countless cultivation resources, they dare not really move. There is no doubt that Gao Peng's cruelty has been revealed, which is a very shocking effect for them. So all the people rushed to collect all the materials. Gao Peng stood by himself and did nothing. At the same time, he also changed the white tiger back. He was not afraid that someone would dare to hide, because he almost had a god's perspective and could see everyone's actions. This is the reason why he dared to let them collect cultivation resources and treasures with such confidence. Chapters 167. Under the threat of Gao Peng, all the people present, regardless of their strength, have been involved in the search for treasures. Naturally, they are very reluctant, but there is no way. The situation is better than that of people. What's more, they have seen that the elder and the leader of Tianluomen are easily killed by each other. And what do they count? Of course, there are still some people who are greedy. How can they not be greedy in the face of so many treasures and cultivation resources? Therefore, when others don't pay attention to it, they quickly and incomparably put the rest of their cultivation into their own space ring, and even try to hide the space ring. Haha, even if your strength is stronger, what? You don't know how many cultivation resources I have in private. Do you really think we will honestly help you to search for treasures? It's naive enough. When these people do these actions, they seem to be extremely careful. Even the people around them don't realize their actions. The most representative one is Liang Ping, because at the moment he is still extremely resentful and full of hatred. This is not because the strength gap is too wide. He has already expressed his hatred. However, at the moment, he has come up with a better way, which is to search for and make use of cultivation resources as much as possible, and these links belong to him, so it is impossible for him to hand them in. The part he handed in was preparing for something else. That's what he thought at the moment. And he did. The space ring in his hand must be handed in. Otherwise, was it not detected by others? So he found a space ring at will, collected all the cultivation resources, and swallowed the space ring directly. When a space ring was swallowed by him, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and now it showed a happy look. Oh, I hide in my belly to see how you find out. When my cultivation has been improved, it will be your death. But he didn't know at all that he had a pair of eyes all the time, not to mention Liang Ping's actions. All the actions of the people on the scene were watched by Gao Peng. With a slight smile, Gao Peng flashed a look of contempt in his eyes. These guys are so naive. Do you really think that I can trust them to help me collect treasures and cultivation resources? It's nothing more than using other people's labor force, but you guys dare to hide my things. No wonder I do. Originally, I wanted to leave you a way to live, but since you are so greedy, I will reflect on you and be a person who will not be affected by greed in the next life. The actions of these people are simply snatching things from his hands, and they want to live from him. Naturally, he is not so magnanimous. All the things here are his. Knowing that they are his things, he dared to move them. Isn't this looking for death? Those who have hidden treasures don't know that they have been sentenced to death, and their actions are clearly seen by others, which has to say that their cognition of the strong is too narrow. The limitation of vision is their biggest mistake. What's more, they look down on Gao Peng too much. If they are honest and have no greed, they can at least survive. Chapters 168. After a while, all the people gathered in front of Gao Peng. Because of the large number of people, their speed was extremely fast. Now the whole Tianluomen is in poverty. The rest is just ruins after ruins. Looking at the incomparably miserable, but at this moment no one pays attention to it. They all stare at the mountain of space rings one by one. Each space ring is full of countless treasures and cultivation resources. If one can be obtained, their cultivation will be greatly improved. But they naturally know that this kind of thing is impossible, because there is a demon king who has been looking at them covetously. If anyone dares to reach out, it's just an act of looking for death. However, what's more shocking is that Gao Peng pointed to this group of space rings with no expression and said, "Hand over yours and leave it here." As soon as this sentence came out, all the people on the scene exploded. They didn't expect that even their own space ring would be put on. Isn't this a robbery? For why don't we all help to search for treasures? Why do we need our space ring? There are our own cultivation resources in it. Yes, even if you are powerful, you can't bully people like this. Yes, if you really insist on it, we will not let you succeed even if we die. Don't force us. The last sentence is what Liang Ping said. Although his expression is very angry at the moment, his heart is very happy, because he has already calculated that there will be such a result. Therefore, he swallowed the space ring into his stomach, which can also be avoided. He handed in the space ring. At the moment, he just wanted to stir up the emotions of all the people present and bring some troubles to Gao Peng. Some of Liang Ping's rhythms in the middle immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of most people. Of course, the most intense reactions were those who hid. It is impossible for them to hand in the cultivation resources they have not easily obtained. Even if they have not obtained these cultivation resources, they are also reluctant to hand in their own space ring. There are all their assets. This is something that everyone would hate to see. Of course, some people are quite open-minded. It's good to live, let alone these cultivation resources, pay some price in exchange for their own lives, which is the best result. So I only saw a large number of people. Without hesitation, I lost my space ring, just to show my loyalty and not to cause bad impression. However, there are still some people who are extremely dissatisfied, have been trying their best to say, but also some prefer to die rather than surrender. Gao Peng has never been polite to such a guy. With a sound, Liang Ping's body was smashed directly. His eyes were still unbelievable, but also a trace of unwillingness. At the moment of death, he felt extremely confused. Why was he killed? Everything he does is very hidden, but why is it him? At this moment, all the people were quiet. Some people even look at Gao Peng in horror. This kind of action of killing people without a word shocked them completely. At the same time, it reminds them of this guy in front of them. He is not only powerful, but also a guy who kills people without blinking. Chapters 169 inches. Do you think I don't know about your treasures? Since I dare to trust you to collect it for me, I have absolute assurance. But you think I'm too stupid. I don't know that your actions are really stupid. Gao Peng said coldly. At the same time, he looked around like everyone in the audience, which made some people feel cold all over the body. This part of people is the same as Liang Ping. At this time, they really realize what it is called self-made sin cannot live. Even those who just raise the idea and don't implement the action feel extremely grateful. Fortunately, they didn't really make such extraordinary action. Otherwise, they may be waiting for another Liang Ping. Now give out the space ring. Don't let me find that there are still people hiding it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The reason why I don't kill you is just that I don't want to waste energy. But if you really want to die, I don't mind giving you a ride. The words have been said so clearly, they can't still not be clear about the situation, so they only saw one by one hurried to throw out their own space ring. No matter what treasures are in it, it's important to live now. Who cares how many treasures are there and how much is lost? Compared with life, these are not worth mentioning. Come on, quickly throw out the space ring. One by one, they lost the space ring in a hurry. Even some people hide it very deep, but they dare not have any fluke psychology. One by one, they lost the space ring. However, at this time, Gao Peng picked up a space ring from the front, so he received it directly. But this curtain fell on the scene of the public as another scene. Because that's where Liang is usually, but Gao Peng actually picked up a space ring from there. Doesn't that mean that this space ring originally belonged to Liang Ping? At this moment, many people's faces change color one after another. They know that Gao Peng is not cheating them, but also explaining a fact. This time made them feel more panic. My God, what kind of monster is he? Why do we all act as if we really know everything? Does he really know everything we do? God, I'm sure that if he hadn't discovered this space ring, he would never have picked it up. After all, it's so easy to find it in such a secret place. They don't know how to describe Gao Peng. It's just to see everything. In particular, they can see clearly where Gao Peng picked up the space ring. Liang Ping has made such a cruel move, but he was finally slapped to death. This makes many people put down that bad idea. One by one, they are very nervous. Gao Peng didn't pay attention to all the people present. Some of them said, "I've found you for a long time, but you've jumped up and down in front of me again and again. What's this? Even if I dare to hate my heart, I will send you directly to the West. When I am reincarnated, I have a long memory. Some people can't offend you." Chapters 170 Is this beating them? Not to say whether it is or not, but in the current situation, no one dare not to give up their own space ring. One by one, they are in a hurry to throw out the space ring. I'm afraid that I will be misunderstood as unwilling to hand over the space ring later, and then I will really suffer. Of course, there are still many people who feel extremely oppressed at the moment. If they had not seen how cruel Gao Peng is from the beginning to the end, they would certainly unite with others to resist. When all the people have lost the space ring, some people asked carefully, "I wonder if we can let go." After this man asked, all the people looked at Gao Peng with expectant faces. They didn't dare to run away. Even if they could, they would have to go through Gao Peng's nod before leaving. Gao Peng nodded slightly. "You have done well. For those who have done well, I will not make trouble for you, of course." Gao Peng's sentence, "of course," directly made many people's hearts mention their voices and eyes, and they all closed their breath one by one for fear of putting forward something that would endanger their hearts. However, Gao Peng is so fond of hanging their appetites. When all the people are extremely worried, he suddenly stops talking. "Do you want to? Can't you just say it directly without such a surprise? It's scary to talk like this. Can't you breathe a little?" One by one, all the people in the room were eager to beat Gao Peng. This tone of voice was the most intolerable, especially related to their lives, which was even more annoying. "Some people don't have to leave, just stay here," Gao Peng went on. However, as soon as he uttered this sentence, it seemed as if the needle could be heard at the scene, and they all stared at Gao Peng. God, what does he mean by that? Isn't he willing to let us go? We all handed in all the nannies, even our own things. Did he want to kill people? For a time, all the people were covered with cold. Some people even took a step back. If they really wanted to kill people, then none of them could survive. Although they are numerous at the moment, there are not many that can really play a role. Moreover, King Wu is so vulnerable in front of him. At this moment, many people are already desperate. If they really want to kill people, no matter how they want to escape, it will not help. It's over. It must be killing people and killing people. The whole Tianluomen was completely destroyed by him. If we don't kill all of us, then the news will surely spread. This time it's over. If this guy is going to kill people, are we going to die like this? All the people in the room looked at each other, but no one made any effective action. At this moment, they even seemed to have some unnecessary resistance. After all, they know how powerful Gao Peng is. Naturally, they don't want to do these futile actions. Even if they resist, what will happen? After all, we can't escape the scene of being killed, so many people have slowly accepted the fact, but the atmosphere of despair is still spreading in everyone's mind. Chapters 171 No matter what people think, Gao Peng doesn't care too much. Although he obviously feels the change of everyone's mood, he doesn't care. On the contrary, I glanced at the people who were present. Just this glance, I could find those who dared to hide. His things are not so easy to take. Since he dares to do such a thing, he must be ready for punishment. He is not a man or a woman, not to mention a lunatic who takes pleasure in killing people. The police are only based on their own principles. If people don't offend me, I will not move the enemy. If anyone offends me, I will kill his family. After determining how many people there are, a strong momentum suddenly erupted from him and swept these guys directly. Bang 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 bang. When all the people present didn't respond, the bodies of these guys exploded one after another, and the blood splashed all over them. Some people are splashed with blood before they know what happened. Their faces are also frightened. Hear what's going on. Why do these people die for no reason? My God, what happened? From the shock, all the people were crazy. This was to see the people around were killed, and it was still so inexplicable that they didn't know who killed them. Only in a moment, dozens of people have died, and the death is so miserable, which makes them hard to accept in time. There was a commotion in the crowd, but it didn't last long. Some people put their eyes on Gao Peng. If it is said that the people who are most qualified in such means are Gao Peng, the people who are present also slowly have some reactions, and they all look at Gao Peng incredulously. Don't you is all this his handwriting? If so, why did he suddenly kill these people? And they survived. Why is that? And what is his purpose? Kill dozens of people in an instant, and let all people not realize it, as if they did not make a move. How is this done? It can be done in this way. God knows how powerful the ghost is. At first, they looked up to Gao Peng very much. But after all these things happened, they let them know that they took too much for granted. Gao Peng is simply unfathomable, not that they can guess at will. Gao Peng takes out a tripod and puts all the space rings inside. The space ring can't contain the space ring, so the space ring like a hill can only hold the rest. Fortunately, he has found a device that can put all the space rings into it. At this moment, he is directly in front of the public, so he can put all the space rings into it. He said softly, "My things are not so easy to take. Since he has chosen to take my things, he must be ready to be killed by me. Obviously they are not fully prepared. You should be glad that they are not greedy. Otherwise, these guys will be your end. I've always been a man of words. If I let you go, I'll let you go. But if some people do something they shouldn't, then they can only stay here forever." Chapters 172. At this moment, there was only Gao Peng's voice on the scene. All the people stopped breathing one after another. They didn't dare to let their breaths sound too loud. But their breaths sound unconsciously became thick, too terrible. Although it is said that some people secretly hid treasures because of greed. However, they were killed by such an incongruous statement, which made them a little difficult to accept. You should know that there are several elders among them, and I have no resistance at all, so I was killed. What terrible power it is. Is there no bottom line for this guy? How do you think his strength is like a bottomless hole? It's only a few seconds. All the people here know that they would rather lose all their assets than offend Gao Peng. Otherwise, it will be a devastating blow, and it may not even save one's life. This is the lesson of blood. Seeing Gao Peng killing again and again, although they have felt a little numbness, they have a deep fear of Gao Peng. Gao Peng put all the space rings into the tripod, raised his head and said in surprise, "Why don't you go? Do you also want to stay here directly? I'll let you go. If I really can't bear it, I don't mind. I'll let you stay all the time, so that I can have a company with these guys." Gao Peng's voice has fallen, and all the people on the scene react one after another, saying hurriedly one by one, "No number. Let's go. Yes, let's go now." All the people were relieved as if they were carrying a heavy load. They were all relieved. It can be seen that they finally saved their lives. Although there were many twists and turns in this, they finally survived. Everyone's mood is extremely complex, whether it is the original Tianluomen or those who did not join Tianluomen. At the moment, their hearts are extremely complex. A powerful gold power is still perishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you tell others, others may not believe it, but they have seen the whole process of its demise with their own eyes. In particular, the impact that this brought to them was just too great. The pressure that the man put on them, from the beginning to the end, was like a big mountain, which could not be removed at all. Tianluomen is completely gone. With the escape of these people, all kinds of news will surely spread out, but Gao Peng doesn't care. After all, no one knows his real identity. He is not worried about this. After robbing a force, it's time for him to go back. At the very least, he should give Gao Jingming these treasures and cultivation resources. His strength has been improved so quickly. If Gao Jingming's strength is not improved a little, he may not be able to see his back. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Anyway, it's nothing to do with him. It's not his business how Gao Jingming finally allocates the cultivation resources. He just needs to hand them over to Gao Jingming. Gao Peng has cleaned up all the space rings and left without hesitation. At the same time, he has not forgotten to destroy everything in Tianluomen. A earth-shaking sound sounded. Tianluomen completely disappeared from heaven and earth, some only left the last piece of ruins. Chapters 173. Soon after Gao Peng left, many people suddenly appeared at the site of Tianluomen. One by one, they looked at the ruins and their faces were shocked. My God, Tianluomen is really destroyed. Who in the world has such a powerful power that it can destroy a powerful gold force? It's true that the rumors from the outside world are right. Tianluomen is really destroyed. Except those who escape, Tianluomen is completely dead. Even the sect's territory has become a ruin. Looking at the ruins in front of us, all of us are shocked. We need to know that this is a golden force. One of the strongest is the Emperor. What's more, they are very clear that Tianluomen's sect leader is a high-level powerful warrior. How could it be so easily destroyed with such a powerful sect leader? The strength is not to say the trend of crushing, but at least the number is growing exponentially. However, the rumors they hear are a little strange. It's a rumor, but the ruins in front of us have proved that Tianluomen is completely destroyed. Doesn't that mean the news that they thought was a rumor is true? After this thought, they feel more incredible. A young boy has destroyed the golden power alone, and the strength of that boy is still unpredictable. So far, no one really knows what kind of cultivation realm he is. This is even more thought-provoking. Who has such a powerful power? Don't you? Is it from the Middle Kingdom? It doesn't rule out this possibility, but they prefer to believe that it's done by the rejuvenated people. If it's really from the Middle Kingdom, it's like another signal. At one time, the people who were present did not dare to think about anything. Every time they thought about this kind of today's event, they could not help sweating. The strength of this man must be much stronger than that of Fang Zhanwei. Even Gao Peng is not necessarily his opponent. What is the purpose of this mysterious man? Why did he directly destroy Tianluomen? But instead of killing people, he let all the witnesses go. What is his purpose? Some people are extremely puzzled, looking at the ruins in front of them, and slowly fell into meditation, although there are many unimaginable things. But every time they think about it, they find that maybe they are about to touch something taboo. But they obviously think too much. If they knew that Gao Peng was the one who destroyed Tianluomen, they would not know what they would think. Moreover, Gao Peng has no such purpose as they think, just to improve his cultivation, if there are other purposes. It's just to get more treasures and cultivation resources. It's not as bad as they say, and even has some evil plans. But some people have developed their own strong imagination and made up many evil plans. And this also makes them feel extremely scared, but no matter how they think about it, it has brought a lot of influence. There was Gao Pengshi first, and then Tianluomen was destroyed. All these things made the whole southern region become a little stormy. Chapters 174. Broken Star City. Because of a Gao Peng, there is almost no second voice in the whole city. Even if Gao Peng hasn't appeared for such a long time, no one dares to interfere. Even the whole city became orderly and prosperous under the management of Gaojia. At the same time, many people living in the lower level are extremely grateful to Gao Jia at the moment. If it wasn't for Gao Jia to help them, or even to make clear rules and regulations, then they would still have to survive in the cracks between the major family forces. Now they don't need it. As long as they don't make trouble in the city, they will be safe. This rule has lasted for a long time, but it has also been praised by many people. Maybe this is because after so long, there has been no chaos, because Gao Jia has won the hearts of the people completely. If anyone wants to destroy, the minute clock will be found, because the whole city is the eye of the high school. Everyone can be Gao's eyes. However, today, there are some unexpected visitors outside the city of Broken Star. Originally, the city gate guard wanted to go up to interrogate him, but before he did, he was directly blown away. The guards were all rotated by Gaojia people, so when they saw that Gaojia people had been blown away, all the people on the scene opened their eyes. My God, what are those guys? Don't you know who the Overlord is here? These are the people of the High family. These guys are dead. They dare to move the people of Gaojia. When the extra members come, they will be killed in pieces. Many people are shocked that this group dared to fight against the people of the High family. Isn't it afraid of death? It's a provocation to know that this is Gaojia's territory and dare to be so unbridled in other people's territory. The result of the provocation is self-evident. Some people have gone back quietly to report, but this group obviously doesn't care, as if they have done something unimportant. Especially a young man walking in front of him, looking at the gate of the Broken Star City with pride, said, "Is this the place where the elders of our gate are missing? There's no big deal here, is there too much comfort, not even the least vigilance? It's going to disappear in such a small place. I think that guy may be dead. It's really useless. It's just like losing our face." This young man is called Wuxia. He is the little sect leader of Sen Luomen. He has a very strong talent. In a short time, he will be able to break through to Wang. It can be seen from this point that he has such a strong talent. However, his combat power is not only that of the great martial arts division. If he breaks out with all his strength, the general king of martial arts may not be his opponent. It's also that he has been sitting in the position of a few door owners and can't be surpassed all the time. Because he often stands at the top and develops arrogance, no matter what he does, he is somewhat arrogant. Especially when you know that one of the sect elders is missing, you volunteered to come here to check. However, when he comes here, he can't control the importance of things. For the city gate guard, he is more impolite. After all, the identity gap between them is so great that they are not afraid of being held accountable. Chapters 175. Although all the people present thought that this group would be doomed later, no one dared to act rashly at the moment. If you look closely, you can know that this group is not simple. If you are so bold, you must be done. So now they can only wait for Gao's hand, but they are still talking in a low voice. I don't know who these guys are. After a while, in a sound of discussion, Gao Jingming appeared outside the city with all the elders of Gao family. When Gao Jingming saw the wounded guard, a layer of cloud appeared on his face, and his eyes were like shooting flames. At this moment, he is not the one he used to be. He got so many cultivation resources at once, which made him break the bottleneck and become the king of martial arts. Not only that, the strength of the elders of the Gao family has also been improved a little, which is the improvement obtained after having sufficient cultivation resources. This is also to give them more confidence. In the face of all difficulties, Gao Jingming first appeased the injured person, and then his eyes radiated a ray of fierce light. "Who are you? Why did you hurt our disciples?" Gao Jingming's breath tightly locked on Wuxia, as if it was possible to make a move at any time. "You'd better be honest with me, or you'll stay here." Ha 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 ha. Gao Jingming's words just came out, and Wuxia suddenly laughed, as if he had heard some funny jokes. At the same time, the same is true of those around him, some of whom are already out of breath with laughter. This scene fell into the eyes of all the people present. The unbelievable look could not be covered up. The people looked at each other, and they did not know why this group would suddenly laugh. What's so funny about this? However, Gao Jingming's face became more ugly. The other side clearly despised them. Otherwise, how could he behave so casually? "Funny," Gao Jingming said with a gloomy face. Wu Zan is very impolite to say, "Ha ha ha, I've never heard such a funny joke before. You have the potential to tell jokes. It's not the funniest joke of the year to want to keep us here. Don't weigh your own level. Do you think everyone is just like you, a remote place? Oh, it's okay that you are still a king of martial arts, but it's too weak if it's just like that." Wuxia spewed out every word. At this moment, all the people in the audience knew how strong his confidence was. Otherwise, how could it be that after knowing that Gao Jingming was King Wu, he didn't have any fear, but was extremely dismissive? That's the point. That is, he was not afraid at all. Or he has the ability to resist the king. If it is as they guess, how terrible it must be. Everyone here was shocked to see Wuxia. It's not good. I just don't know what the identity of the other party is, what the purpose of coming here is. It's impossible to be friendly by watching their performance at the moment. Then the only explanation is that the other side is here to raise teachers and ask for crimes. Of course, there are other possibilities. Chapters 176. At the moment, although the other side didn't show strength, Gao Jingming felt a little pressure. He knew his strength to Fang Ming, but there was no change. Isn't that to say that their strength is not enough in their eyes? He didn't know what to do with the meal. Just then, the other person suddenly spoke. Wu Zan stopped smiling and said coldly, "I asked you if there was an elder of Sen Luomen who came here some time ago. How is he now? I remember that Wuchang's disciple is the one here, but after such a long time, he didn't go back to the sect. Instead, he just disappeared. You explain it to me honestly." Otherwise, don't blame us for doing it. When he uttered this sentence, those people beside him suddenly exuded a powerful and incomparable momentum, and at the same time, they all looked at the people of Gao family coldly. Even the onlookers can feel that the atmosphere has suddenly changed. After taking a breath of cool air, they have taken several steps backward. This is not an occasion where they can participate in it without permission, and now they have fully understood that the other party is really asking questions. Because now all of them have remembered that the elder of Sen Luomen is Wang Kun's master, but Gao Peng killed him without any hesitation. I saw that all the people in the audience had their eyes on the people of Gaojia. Although they didn't know how to express their complicated feelings at the moment, they could feel that Gaojia might be in trouble at the moment. I see from your expression. I'm afraid it's more dangerous now. I have to say that you are really brave. Even the people of Solomon dare to move. I don't know who gave you such courage. But now, you have to pay for your actions. The whole face of Wushuan shows a cold and fierce look, and the breath on his body becomes extremely cold. The temperature around him also drops in a straight line. Although his accomplishments are not the highest, and his strength cannot be underestimated. A big martial arts division can fight with the king, which shows how powerful his strength is. Maybe genius has the ability to fight across the street. I don't know why you are so brave, but you have to bear the consequences for what you do. This city no more from today. Dang, suddenly all the people were boiling. No matter the people of the Gao family or all the people around, one by one could not calm down. Didn't he want to kill everyone? No matter how long they are, they do not doubt the truth of what he said, because it is not surprising that every powerful force will not be in charge of the other people's ideas and do what terrible things. But they still can't accept it. Because many people don't think they have made any mistakes at all. This is what Gao Peng has done. Shouldn't he be responsible for it? So I only saw some people saying loudly, why shouldn't the culprit be punished? Why do we want to be involved in us? We haven't done anything at all. It's all Gao Peng's work. Chapters 177 inches. It's clearly what Gao Peng did. Why does it involve us? We are all innocent and not really involved. Yes, it's none of our business. Shouldn't you find the murderer? For a while, a noise burst out. All the onlookers suddenly became restless and began to explain one by one, saying that they had nothing to do with this matter. At the same time, Gao Peng and Gaojia were pushed to the front of the stage. At this moment, Gao Jingming felt such a dream. Originally, he was committed to the development of the whole city, but the scene in front of him made him feel extremely sad. Why did he have such a stupid idea? Are these people in front of him really worth his efforts? The answer is not worth it. No matter how much you pay, these guys take it for granted. When there is any disaster, they will push you to the front of the stage, and they will stand on the high ground of morality and accuse you. It seems that they are always right, and you are wrong no matter what you do. The reason why a fool is called a fool is that they always like to pull you to the same level as them and defeat you with their many years of experience as a fool. Seeing this scene in front of him, Gao Jingming fully knows how stupid the idea in his heart is. In the end, the world is still talking with a big fist. Otherwise, it's all in vain. Wrong. I'm really wrong. Gao Jingming's eyes were dull. He shook his head slightly and murmured to himself, my idea is too naive. The world itself is a world of jungle. I shouldn't have the idea of making the world peaceful. Because some people don't appreciate it at all, it's just futile to do any more things. It doesn't matter what Gao Jingming and others think at the moment, but the onlookers explain the excitement, as if the clearer they explain, the more chance they have to survive. But they didn't know that the people of Sen Luomen seemed to watch a group of monkeys playing monkey tricks, and there was no change of thought at all. Some just think that this group of people are extremely interesting. They didn't press questions, but they honestly said all the words. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? Do you really think he will let them go? How could there be such a naive person? Wu Zan was dumbfounded, but then he said softly, you are talking to me, who is Gao Peng? All of a sudden, everyone here seemed to have found a straw for life. You said a word and I said Gao Peng's identity, without any hesitation. Although, when Wu Zan heard Gao Peng's words, he was a little confused. After all, this name is quite similar to that of a famous genius. But in the end he shook his head and denied. That's a guy who can compete with the genius of Midlands. How could it be a person in this remote town? I must be too nervous to be so sensitive. After all the people have shaken out all the details of Gao Peng, he has been completely determined that the elder of Sanramen has been killed. This made him even more convinced of the idea in his heart. This city must not be left. Otherwise, how should they put the face of Sen Luoman? Chapters 178 inches. Well, since the man who killed the elder of Solomon is with you, I'll kill you first as if I'm charging some interest. When you find that guy later and kill him by the way, you can't challenge him at will. Wuxia moves forward while talking. Meanwhile, his breath becomes more and more powerful. Slowly, Gao Jingming feels a little pressure. What's the matter? It's clear that he didn't come to King Wu, but he can bring me such a huge pressure. Why is that? Gao Jingming hasn't fully figured it out yet. He has come directly to his face for convenience. His life has been an earth-shaking sound. Gao Jingming didn't react at all, and the whole person was blown out. At the same time, the people around him were also the same, flying out one by one. How powerful is this? He is clearly just a great martial arts teacher. Why is his strength so strong? All the people in the room watched unbelievably. The same was true of the people in Gaojia. Although there was some meaning of sneak attack, they were indeed blown out. It's hard for them to accept for a while. How could this happen? How can his strength be so strong? Is there any magic weapon in him? It can't be said that they don't have a wide range of knowledge, but that Wuxia is already at the level of extremely talented people, otherwise it's impossible to fight over the ranks. All the people of Sanramen did not look at it unexpectedly, because they had expected the scene before them, and naturally there was no one to be shocked. After returning to his mind, Gao Jingming looked at Wuxia with an iron face. Unexpectedly, he was defeated so easily after he was promoted to the king of Wu. This frustrated his self-esteem, and suddenly a humiliating thought came out, only to see him gnash his teeth and say, "Hateful. How could you have hurt me if it wasn't for my carelessness? Now that I'm completely serious, I want to see what you can do to me." Gao Jingming does not believe that his strength is really so weak. If he was defeated so easily by others before, it is acceptable. But now his strength has been improved so much, but it has no effect, which makes him feel extremely difficult to accept. Boom boom, they collided again, but this time they seemed to be close to each other, and there was no one-sided situation. From this point of view, Gao Jingming had already lost. The other side is a great martial arts master, but he is the king of martial arts. Although in a sense, he has lost, but he will not easily let the other party succeed, but now it is a duel of life and death. Of course, when the two of them were fighting, the people of the Gao family looked worried. The strongest one among them was Gao Jingming. But I can't do anything about the other side, and there are more powerful people who haven't made a move. If Tongtong makes a fool of himself, the whole Gaojia may be really destroyed. How can this not worry them? What to do? What are we going to do? Now Gao Peng is not there, and we can't resist the attack of the other party. Can we just be so obedient and helpless? Chapters 179. Just when all the people in the Gao family felt extremely worried, a figure was blown out directly, and after taking them to have a close look, they found that it was Gao Jingming. What? How could the owner be defeated so easily? How could the other side be so strong? Know that the strength of the family is King Wu. My God, are we really finished? If Gao Peng is still there, he won't be hit by others. At this moment, the people of Gao family hope that Gao Peng is present. After all, they are in real despair at this moment. Especially at this time, their only pillar has been defeated, which makes them more passive. Whether they can resist or not, it is precious to survive. Wu Zhan slowly came to Gao Jingming's side and said, "Kill you, and pay interest. Then your whole Gao family in this city don't have to exist. The people of Sen Luoman can't kill anyone who says kill. If you want to hate, you should hate the guy who dares to move Simon. It's he who caused you to suffer such a disaster. Let out all your hatred. In fact, he doesn't need to say more." At the moment, all people have a huge hatred for Gao Peng, because they really know that it's Gao Peng's fault, otherwise, how can they attract people from Senluoman? Ha ha, you can only be arrogant for a while. Gao Jingming smiled coldly. Although his mouth spouted blood from time to time, he didn't mean to be soft. When my son comes back, it will be your death. As far as your garbage strength is concerned, it's not his opponent at all. Ha 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 ha, how about killing me? In the end, you can't escape the result of being killed. Gao Jingming laughs like no one else. Naturally, he is very firm in his heart. Gao Peng will revenge for him. And in his heart, Gao Peng is the most powerful man. Even if he didn't grow up to this level for a while, he relied on his genius as a monster. Soon he will be able to surpass these people, said geniuses. His heart is extremely firm, so at the moment he has no fear, but some regrets. If we can really see the fear on these faces, how cool would it be? For Gao Jingming's words, Wu Zan's face rarely shows a trace of anger. Before, he had no mood fluctuation, but it was extremely unbearable. Mingming's death is coming. It seems that he has no desire. Is he really not afraid? Or is that guy so confident? This is what Wuxuan can't accept. His eyes become more fierce, and there is a fierce light in his eyes. Since you believe that he can avenge you, you can go to hell and wait for him. He will go to hell with you in a short time. As soon as the voice falls, Wu Zan raises his feet directly, and wants to directly result in Gao Jingming. But at this time, a huge force seemed to hold his feet, making him unable to be strong in any way. At the same time, his whole body was also fixed. At the same time, a quiet voice came. Are you sure? Chapters 180. The voice was heard by all. In particular, all the people in the Broken Star City are in doubt at the moment. If it's what they think, it may be unexpected. Because it's possible that he's back. This voice, they are very familiar with, even dare not forget for a moment. It seems to be a big devil-like enveloped in all people's hearts. At this moment, they know what is the return of the devil. In addition to these people, Wuxuan is the one who feels the most frightened, because his body can't move at the moment. Even if he does his best, he can't even move a finger. This scene makes him feel extremely scared. Who can make his body unable to move? This strength gap is too horrible. Who is it? I don't care which guy you are, hurry to untie the prison on me, otherwise, Solomon will never let you go. Wu Zan yelled out directly. At this time, all the people found out that he was not right. After all, at this moment, he kept his previous knowledge unchanged. Especially after hearing what he said, his eyes flashed with shock. Don't you? Is there anyone strong enough to imprison him directly? What a powerful power it is. You should know that Gao Jingming is a strong martial king, but he is also not his opponent, so we can see how powerful his strength is. But he is now incarcerated by people, gods and ghosts. How powerful is it to do? No one knows, but at the moment, they know that there must be a powerful man hidden in the dark. Otherwise, none of the people present can imprison Wuxuan at all. It's not to say that all the people in Sanramen, even all the people in Broken Star City, are shocked. Are these two families doing all these things? If so, how powerful is his strength? Is it in this short period of time that his strength has been improved so much? No matter how evil he is, it's a bit unrealistic. All the people present felt extremely dreamy, but no matter how they guessed, some could not believe it. The people of Sen Luomen can feel Wuxuan's inner panic, only to see that they quickly surrounded Wuxuan's body, one by one, with their eyes scanning around vigilantly. I don't care who you are, come out now. Otherwise, don't blame us for our impoliteness. We are not easy to offend. A strong man of Solomon shouted, but though his voice was far away, no one responded to him. After a while, the place suddenly fell into silence. Everyone dared not make any sound easily. One by one, they closed their breath. Who are you to get out of here? Otherwise, don't blame us for opening up the killing ring. You must care about their lives when you show up at this moment. If you don't come out again, don't blame us for being rude. There was a fierce look in the eyes of all the people in Sanramen. If that guy didn't show up all the time, they would never have any soft hands. Of course, just as they thought so, a voice suddenly came to their ears. As you wish. Chapters 181 inches. Who? The people of Solomon can be terrified. When did they show up next to them? When did this guy show up? Such a god did not know the ghost, so that they did not feel any movement. One by one, they took several steps backward, and then they looked at Wuxuan with some uncertainty, because there was a person standing beside Wuxuan at the moment. Moreover, this person did not know when it came out. Did he feel extreme panic? If they did not find it, wouldn't it mean that the strength of each other was extremely strong? All the people in the audience were also wide-eyed. They didn't expect that the guy appeared in this way. And they can see it's the guy. That's right, the devil will return. Wu Zan felt that his hair was up and cold sweat came out unconsciously. Although he didn't see the guy behind him, he could clearly feel a person standing behind him. Even he can't detect when the other side appears, which can fully explain the strength of the other side. Why, how could that be? I didn't even feel it. When did it happen? How could he be so strong? And who is he? Wuxuan was full of questions, but the color of panic on his face was not adulterated, and then he only saw his crazy roar. Asshole, untie the prison, or I want you to look good. Do you know who I am? If you dare to move me, I will kill your whole family. All those who have relations with you will be killed. At the moment, Wuxia is extremely depressed. Although he feels that the strength of the other party is very strong, he is so imprisoned, which makes him feel extremely shameless. He is also a genius of Simon. How can he allow others to be so humiliated? But all the people here looked at Gao Peng one by one. No one dared to act rashly, because Gao Peng was too indifferent at the moment. There is no change of expression on the face, only joking. That's right. That's banter. That kind of eyes seems to be the people who didn't put the presents in their eyes, which deeply shocked all the people present. Especially the people who had been poisoned before. At this moment, they dare not act rashly, even dare not say a word, because they are afraid of being involved. Especially those who started blaming Gao family one by one, now they dare not say a word, because they are really afraid. Afraid of being stared at by Gao Peng. It's really over. Once the devil catches their eyes, they will suffer the disaster of extinction. The devil is not only hateful, but also a madman. He is just a madman without scruples. Since I have already understood the nature of his character, I dare not easily provoke him at this moment, even dare not say a word more. Even if Wu Zhan said such arrogant words, Gao Peng didn't have a huge reaction. Would elephants care what ants do? It's nothing more than a run-over thing. This kind of guy doesn't need to pay attention to it at all, but his shouting is really annoying. Even Gao Peng is a little impatient at the moment. I didn't expect him to leave for a while, but some people dared to come here to find trouble. What's this not to shit on his head? Chapters 182 For the chattering Wuxia. Gao Peng chose to ignore it directly, and always helped Gao Jingming up. He even took out a precious pill and gave it to Gao Jingming, after seeing the pill in his hand. All the people of Senlaman stared at each other, and hurriedly stopped and said, "Stop." It is impossible for Gao Peng to listen to them. He totally ignored what they said and still put that pill into Gao Jingming's mouth. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Give me that pill, I can spare your life." The elder of Solomon blurted out in anxiety. But he didn't think about it at the moment. They were afraid of Gao Peng before. Maybe it was because seeing this pill Gao Peng took out that made him lose some sense. All the people here felt that it was unexpected. Unexpectedly, the elder of Sen Luomen valued the pill so much. Was it a very valuable pill? Gao Jingming also felt the surprised eyes from the crowd. He hesitated and said, "Peng is this pill very valuable? Why don't you put it away? I have some healing pills on me, which are enough." Gao Peng refused. "No, just take it at ease. I have more of them. I want as much as I want." Gao Peng completely ignored everyone's eyes and directly put the pill into Gao Jingming's mouth. However, his words completely angered the elder of Sanramen. Only the elder who just spoke out now exudes a very horrible atmosphere. The whole face of the elder is gloomy and terrible. "You should say that there are many of these pills. Don't be such a big talker, or you won't even know how to die. It's none of your business." Gao Peng replied politely. He didn't even take a look at the front of his eyes, which was extremely despised. God, he dared to talk to the elder like this. Isn't he really afraid of death? Although his appearance seems strange, it doesn't mean his strength. This time, he must be finished. How dare he say to the elder? The elder's temper is already very hot. If he provokes again, it's really amazing. Those people in Sanluomen haven't seen Gao Peng's move, and they are slowly reacting now. All people think that Gao Peng is just fast. It's not how powerful it is, otherwise it won't be so long, and there's no intention to make a move at all. It's clearly a mousetrap. If you want everyone to be afraid of him, in fact, his strength is not strong at all. Otherwise, why do you refuse to start? They seem to think that they have found the key points, and they are all confident. For what Gao Peng did, they immediately sentenced to death. On the contrary, Gao Peng's anger reached the 0 point. Arrogance. I want to see how arrogant you are. The elder was furious, and his breath burst out directly. At the same time, he disappeared from the original place. Boom. He rushed all over with unmatched momentum. He attacked by Gao Peng violently. The real guests were enveloped in a huge and incomparable qi. All the places he passed were a wave. The air is also distorted, which makes people feel the folded vision. Chapters 183 In the face of the fierce attack, Gao Peng didn't have any idea to dodge. Instead, his eyes showed contempt. He looked down on people. At this moment, Gao Jingming, who was supported by Gao Peng, suddenly showed a worried look, and said anxiously, Penger. Quick, get out of the way. That's the elder of Sen Luomen. His strength can't be underestimated. If you look down on him, you will surely suffer a loss. As for Gao Jingming's anxiety, Gao Peng seemed to wave his hand and said, it's just a piece of rubbish. There's no need to pay too much attention to it. His attacks are not qualified to tickle me, let alone hurt me. Gao Peng's words completely stunned Gao Jingming. The whole person didn't know what to say. He just looked at Gao Peng so stupidly. At the moment, he didn't feel much doubt. Because he knew that Gao Peng could not do such an arrogant thing, but what happened in this short period of time? Did he really improve so much? How did he do it? Although he was extremely curious, he still felt more remorse. As a father, he failed to fulfill the responsibility of a father. On the contrary, they let their children go out and roam. In such a short period of time, they have improved so much. Surely they have suffered a lot. As a father, the first thing he thought of was this. However, he didn't know that Gao Peng didn't have much effort at all. On the contrary, many people suffered because of him. If those people knew Gao Jingming's idea, the coffin board would not be able to hold. Gao Peng's performance at the moment makes all the people in the Broken Star City look at each other and see the scene one by one, as if they have some familiar feeling. Because that Demon King behaves like this every time. Although he seems to be in a weak position every time, when he is fighting, he shows the tendency of crushing every time. No one can avoid his second move at all, which makes all the people present feel very strange. Of course, a sense of déjà vu suddenly comes to their mind. Why I feel as if this scene had happened. Me too, as if it had just happened, as if these things were in front of me. After all, the people in Broken Star City have this idea, no one dares to look down on Gao Peng at all, although they also know that the strength gap between the two cannot be so large. In particular, that is the Elder of Solomon. If you only feel the momentum of the other side, you can know that he is extremely strong. I don't know how many times stronger the elder before me, but now they dare not say anything more. Who knows that will happen in the end? If you stand in the wrong team at this time, it will be a fatal blow to them. Gao Peng is not a good man and a faithful woman, but the people who offended him didn't have any good end in the end, so they seemed more careful. One by one, their eyes widened and they were ready to look. However, the people of Sanramen are completely indecisive. They all stare at all these things in front of them. My God, is he not afraid of death? Unexpectedly, he didn't want to dodge. He thought he could take the elder's attack forcefully. What a wild idea. Chapters 184 inches. Haha. Stupid guy, I want to see how he responds to the elder's attack. Naturally, they were killed in an instant. This kind of arrogant and ignorant guy is the elder's opponent. All the people of Sen Luomen sneered one by one, and thought that Gao Peng was beyond his control. Otherwise, how could he not make any response? Even standing there in a daze, this is not looking for death. In their opinion, the elders are extremely strong. How can any one cat and dog resist them? Therefore, they naturally hold extremely strong self-confidence. Each thought that Gao Peng could not resist the elder's attack completely. Although Wuxia can't see it at the moment, he is also smiling coldly. He can know the general situation just by virtue of people's comments. Oh, he is really an ignorant guy. Since he dares not to resist or dodge, and doesn't know what his brain is thinking, does he think that he can resist the elder's attack with his own strength? Stupid guy. All the people here think that Gao Peng is a stupid guy who dares not to dodge. What's not the act of seeking death? I have never seen anyone dare to be so bold. At best, the elder of Sen Luomen is also King Wu, but he dare not to dodge. This is not just to look down on each other. Or brain damage, or will you always do such an ignorant act? I dare not say that I cannot dodge or avoid the general king of martial arts and take the attack from the other side. This is also how ignorant Gao Peng's actions are to all present. The elder also found Gao Peng's move, and suddenly he was a little angry, and the whole people roared. Die, boom. The elder smashed directly at Gao Peng like a meteorite. At the same time, he was covered with hot flames and the terror of breath spread. The surrounding sky seems to have been distorted, and even from time to time there is a trace of smoke, which is burned in transpiration by the flame. With a loud sound, the elder, accompanied by a powerful attack, fell directly from the sky. At this moment, all the people are staring, no one dared to look away, they are extremely eager to know what the final result is. Although the elder didn't use the power of blood, how could ordinary people resist such a terrible attack? But when all the people were very nervous, Gao Peng's eyes even showed a look of contempt, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Rubbish, I didn't even get the reaction of the system, but I said that I could be killed. Sure enough, garbage likes to jump. Gao Peng didn't do anything, just looked at the man who fell down like a meteorite. Gao Jingming closed his eyes tightly at the moment, and his whole body trembled. He felt a little scared. Although he is also King Wu, there is a gap between King Wu and King Wu. What's more, he is still seriously injured at the moment. He can only watch this happen, but he can't believe Gao Peng. But when it happens, even he has some worries. It's human nature, even he can't avoid it at the moment, but he is still muttering prayers, it will be okay. It will be all right. Chapters 185 Boom. There was a big bang, and Elder Sen Luomen directly hit Gao Peng. The huge and terrifying destructive power that he carried was affected all around. So strong, how could it be so powerful? It's too horrible. With the destructive power of this attack, it's even stronger than the ordinary King Wu. It's terrible. Is this still human? All the people in the scene were shocked. Even the people in the Star City were all gaping at the moment. At the same time, they had some doubts in their hearts. Originally, Gao Peng's confidence has been gradually shaken, because they have fully felt the power of Elder Simon. This is much stronger than what they have seen before, and it also shakes their confidence. By comparison, everyone in Sen Luomen is sneering. At the moment, others are really looking forward to what kind of face Gao Peng will have. Ha ha, aren't you arrogant? Now I want to see how arrogant you are. After you are defeated, I will treat you well. Let you know that there are many more powerful people than you. No one can look down on Simon. You dare to be so arrogant and unabashed to meet the elder's attack. I have to say that you are just too arrogant. But you will pay for your own arrogance. Wuxia and other people are very active at this time. They are very eager for Gao Peng's future. They can feel the terrible attack, although they can't really see it. But they still can't believe that the Elder of Solomon can kill each other. After all the energy fluctuations had calmed down, the people still couldn't see what happened, but they did hear a loud voice. Ha 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 ha, do you give me another arrogance? Aren't you arrogant? I can't even dodge my attack. I have to say you are really arrogant. But there is always a price to be paid for arrogance, but if you die, your family will be sent to hell slowly. This is the end of offending us. The elder of Sen Luomen said triumphantly that he was absolutely convinced that no one could resist his attack. But at last he shook his head a little regretfully. What a precious pill it is. It's just so rigidly ruined. But I hope there are some treasures in your space ring, otherwise I will be really unhappy. At the moment, he seems to have determined that all the things of Gao Peng are his, and he began to feel extremely sorry for that pill. Of course, there is an idea in his mind, that is to catch Gao Jingming, and maybe refine it to get the effect of that pill. After all, it's just swallowed at the moment, not fully digested. Maybe it's his chance. Only when he thinks so. A voice of great irony rang. Didn't you eat? How can the attack be so weak that I'm not even hurt? Even dare to think you won there, you are too high on yourself. Is this what you think is the most powerful attack? It's true. That's really disappointing. Chapters 186. The expression of the audience gradually solidified, especially that of the elder of Sen Luomen, who was still triumphant at first, gradually froze. Some of them were just unbelievable. No, impossible. How can you have nothing? The elder of Sen Luomen slowly saw Gao Peng's state at this time, and directly exclaimed. The expression on the whole face was unbelievable, and his eyes were almost protruding. At the moment, his heart was extremely surprised. Why did he have such a terrible attack? But the other side has nothing at all. How could it be that he took his attack forcefully and remained unharmed? There was a storm in his heart. Not to mention the elders of Sanramen, all the people present were shocked. Were they dazzled? Such a terrible attack directly smashed down. Gao Peng was unharmed. They couldn't believe it. How could it be such a result? Is his strength really so strong? No. Why is it that such a powerful attack can be carried out in the next step without any injury? This must be an illusion. That's the attack of the King of Wu. Under this attack, the General King of Martial Arts must be destroyed in a flash, let alone be able to resist, but he. At the moment, all the people in the audience felt extremely unbelievable. They broke their three outlooks again and again. Such a powerful attack can not only be followed, but also be harmless. They couldn't accept this, especially Gao Peng's light face, which seemed to do a trivial thing. This makes them even more confused. Of course, the most unacceptable one is the people of Simon. Now their eyes are protruding one by one, as if they are going to fall out. There are even a few people muttering, "Impossible, impossible, how can we resist it? Fake. It's all fake. They can't accept all this. Their elders are so powerful that they can't kill each other. What's most exaggerated is that they look harmless. This is even more difficult for them to accept, and their hearts are filled with extremely complex emotions, but they have to believe in the present scene." Gao Jingming also opened his eyes at the moment, but there was a strange light in his eyes. He stared at Gao Peng and didn't move at all. At this time, he really realized how powerful Gao Peng's strength was. It was not the child he once saw. Moreover, his strength is countless times stronger than when he left, which shocked him, but at the same time, he was also very pleased. Because Gao Peng has grown up completely, he doesn't need to be sheltered from the wind and rain, and there's still a trace of unspeakable meaning in it. Gao Peng naturally didn't know what Gao Jingming thought. At the moment, he calmly looked at the elder of Sen Luomen, and his mouth slightly rose a point. "What? I think you look surprised. Does that surprise you? Quote, oh, I've entered a lot of rubbish like you, and I've died in countless hands. I don't know where you come from. I dare to shout in front of me. I feel shame for you." Chapters 187. Elder Simon's face turned red instantly, and even he could always see the blue tendons on his face. He was gnashing his teeth, but at the moment he didn't dare to act rashly. Gao Peng's performance made him extremely afraid, and he did not dare to do it easily for a while. However, Gao Peng will not let him go so easily. The corner of the mouth raised a smile, extremely despised, said, "How? Are you afraid? I have seen your body shaking. I didn't expect that your strength will not weaken and your heart will be so weak. You are the only one who dared to speak up in front of me. Who gave you the courage? Have you been bossing for too long? Who even forgot his name? No, I almost forgot that you don't deserve a name." Gao Peng said in an impolite sarcasm that he did not deliberately restrain his voice, so all the people present could hear what he said very clearly. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. One by one, they all stared at Gao Peng. How could this be so harsh? And it's a red, naked insult. God, how dare he talk like that? Is he not afraid of deep stimulation to each other? If it really drives the other person crazy, it's not so easy to deal with. All the people present didn't know why Gao Peng said this, but they were shocked. This is to carry out the work in the end. Even if he can resist the attack of the elder, it is the most feared place to know that there is a powerful force behind him. Although King Wu is strong, he is not invincible. Of course, the people in the Broken Star City slowly recalled what Gao Peng had done. That was a crazy guy, a complete lunatic. No matter what you do, you don't need to be surprised, because it's not human. We can't talk about doing things by common sense. Senluomen's people gnashed their teeth and looked at Gao Peng. How dare he insult the elder like this? He will pay for it. Even if his strength is really better than that of the elder, all of us can join hands and kill him. Then we will kill the city. Gao Peng's actions have completely angered the people of Sen Luomen, only to see them gnashing their teeth and looking at Gao Peng, secretly calculating how to kill Gao Peng together. Although Wuxia can't see it, a rage also emerges in his chest, which makes him unable to vent. He has heard the voices of people around him. This also let him know what happened, especially Gao Peng's undisguised sarcasm, which made him more unbearable. Damn it, damn, I don't care who you are, anyone who dares to offend Solomon will not have a good end. It's just as easy to kill you as a local dog by relying on you. If you kneel now and beg for mercy, maybe you can spare your life and be a dog honestly to complete your salvation. Wuxia didn't know which tendon in his mind was wrong, but he shouted such a sentence recklessly. At the same time, the scene became very quiet. One by one, they all looked at him in amazement. How dare they say that? Is he completely afraid of death? Chapters 188. Quiet. The scene suddenly fell into silence. One by one looked at Wu Zhan with strange eyes. Although all the people in the scene thought Gao Peng was extremely arrogant, at least others had strong strength. But although you are powerful, you have been completely settled since others came out. Who gave you the courage to talk like this? Regardless of what the people in the room thought, Gao Peng felt the surprise of the opportunity. Unexpectedly, the guy who was settled by him dared to speak so loudly. Don't he know what disaster is? Suddenly, Gao Peng couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Is it true that you, Simon, are rich and idiots? Ha 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 ha. Apart from Gao Peng's laughter, no one dares to join in, but some people are obviously holding back, but it can be seen from their expressions. After all, at this moment, a guy who is settled by others even dared to talk like this. Can't he see the form clearly? There is no doubt that this kind of guy can be called a fool. Is this kind of guy stupid? Can't he tell the form? I have been settled down, and even dare to shout. It's minutes and minutes for others to kill him. Alas, who let others have a powerful force behind them? If you have, you can be so arrogant. After all, it's better to have a background. At this moment, many people have a sigh. If Wu Zhan is not supported by Sen Luomen, how dare he talk like this? Otherwise, with his arrogant character, he would have died many times. But that is because he has a strong and incomparable strength behind him to support him, which has created his very hateful character. But he was wrong. Gao Peng doesn't care what kind of force he has behind him, because he prefers to have more and more enemies. Of course, now the most important thing is that Simon is no longer in his eyes. So I only saw that he walked slowly to Wuxia, and didn't pay any attention to the elder, as if there was no such person here. I'm really sorry for you. Talent is okay, but it's a brain wreck. Do you think this is a very regrettable thing? With Gao Peng's approach, Wu Zhan felt cold all over his body for some reason. At this moment, there was a sense of fear in his heart. In Chang'an, the Chinese also saw Gao Peng's actions. They were all stunned, and a sense of foreboding came to their hearts. Why do I always feel like something bad is going to happen? Me too, don't you? He's going to kill. At this moment, some people suddenly flashed a thought like this, and suddenly looked at each other. One by one, they saw the shock in each other's eyes. If it is true, isn't that going to be a big deal? Although the elder of Sen Luomen has a high status, it's nothing to die of such one or two occasionally. After all, it's almost the end of martial arts. It's a bit difficult to make progress. However, Wu Zhan is the genius of Sen Luomen. If he is killed, it is caused. The moving shell is not so easy to eliminate. It may even make the whole of Solomon furious. Chapters 189 inches. No. Does he really want to kill the genius of Simon? Number. Stop him quickly, or he will be furious at that time. Even we may be involved. Hurry. When all the people present reflected, they all wanted to rush to stop Gao Peng, because what Gao Fei showed at the moment was so obvious. That's to kill Wuxia. Wu Zhan also felt a cold breath approaching at the moment, but just when he wanted to talk, he heard a voice exploding in his ear. Then he felt a darkness in his eyes, and his consciousness had slowly fallen into chaos. No matter how he struggled, he could not get out of the darkness. In the outside world, all the people are completely frozen. What did they see? Wu Zhan was slapped to death by Gao Peng. Even his head is separated from his body. He can't die again. At this moment, all the people have a blank in their mind. Looking at the decapitated headless body, they can't use any adjectives to describe their mood at the moment. Those who wanted to rush up and stop stopped. There was silence all around. How dare he? How dare he kill Simon's genius? Isn't he really afraid of Simon's revenge? God, is this the end of the game? If you let Sen Luomen know, all of them may be implicated. All the people present mechanically look at Gao Peng. The most intense reaction was the people of Sen Luomen, who saw their eyes red instantly and stared at Gao Peng fiercely. One by one, you killed Wuxia. Do you know who he is? You killed the little sect leader. You're dead, you're dead. Not only you, but also your relatives and friends must be buried for your actions. At this moment, the people of Sanramen are extremely angry. Their little sect leader was killed in front of their eyes, even they can't get rid of their own relationship. At the same time, they all looked at Gao Peng with hate on their faces, as if they wanted to eat Gao Peng alive. And when the people in the Broken Star City heard that Gao Peng killed not only the genius of Sen Luomen, but also the leader of Xiamen, didn't they say what a disaster? My God, it's over, it's all over. It's Xiao sect leader who killed. We are all finished. It's all that guy, it's him who killed the few sect leaders. If we catch him, we should be free from disaster. At the moment, some people's minds slowly flashed a trace of evil thoughts, but they did not want to think about how they could get Gao Peng with their strength. Even before, they were not Gao Peng's rivals, let alone at the moment. Fear has completely made them lose their sense. They all look at Gao Peng angrily. Some even stare at the whole Gao family. Although the people of the Gao family are extremely afraid at the moment, they dare not give birth to any thoughts, because the feeling that Gao Peng brings to them is like being able to control their life and death. Facing the angry eyes of these people, Gao Peng still said with great ease, "I kill people for no reason." Gao Peng glanced around with great calmness, which also made many people calm down, and the anger disappeared instantly. At the same time, a lot of people are sweating directly, because they remember at this moment, who is the other party. It's a question whether they can survive with their strength, let alone capture the other party. Chapters 190. Gao Peng's only eyes let everyone in the room fall into the ice cellar. At the beginning, it was very noisy, and all the voices disappeared in an instant. But Gao Peng didn't want to let these guys go. Again and again, these guys seem to forget who he is, especially the group of people in Broken Star City. There are always several people with rhythm. At this moment, his eyes become extremely fierce. Garbage, there should be garbage awareness. Don't think about who's left or right, you are not worthy. Killing you is as simple as killing a chicken or a dog, but I just think you are too dirty. Can you treat my dislike as fear? If that's the case, I don't mind sending you all to hell, just in time to be with that guy. I don't know why, all the people here feel a strong breath, floating around them all the time, making them feel breathless. Of course, many people feel extremely oppressed. It's hard for them to bear being scolded in front of the garbage, but they have to bear it. Because Gao Peng's strength is really extremely strong. With their strength at the moment, they can't fight against him at all. However, they remember that they hated Gao Peng. There are a few sinister eyes hiding in the crowd, occasionally flashing a trace of resentment. Wait. I want to see when you can be arrogant. If you don't say that you killed the little sect leader of Sen Luomen, your arrogant character will not last long. I'm looking forward to your performance of kneeling for mercy. Although these guys hide deeply, when they look at Gao Peng with resentful eyes, they are immediately sensed by Gao Peng. Gao Peng's mouth slightly showed a smile and turned to the crowd. It's very deep, but you shouldn't look at me like this. Since you dare to hate me, I'll give you a ride. Phew, all of them were too fragile to prevent. Gao Peng suddenly appeared in the crowd, and they had not found his movement. You seem what's wrong with me. Gao Peng's voice appeared behind the nature full of resentment for no reason, which made everyone in the audience jump at once. One by one, they fled from their original place. The sudden voice scared them almost to the core. Who can expect Gao Peng's speed to be so fast? Even more, he appeared behind them unconsciously. Those who resent Gao Peng are the rest of the king's family, but although they appear to be submissive, their hearts are full of deep resentment. At the moment, they dare to show it, but they don't know the strength gap at all, which makes them easily exposed. These guys have a look of horror at the moment. They slowly look back and see Gao Peng. Why, how could you be behind us? You seem surprised. Gao Peng looked at him with a fierce expression, his eyes full of contempt. I don't know what to say about you, but I'm ignorant to this extent. Don't you know that the stronger you are, the more sensitive you are to the things around you? With your deep resentment, it's like a light in the dark. It's easy to expose. Chapters 191. Those guys thought that they would not be found hiding in the crowd, but they were found in a moment, which made them feel extremely scared. Just want to cry for mercy. Gao Peng lightly slapped the fan in the past. Several people burst, fresh blood everywhere. The onlookers immediately exclaimed and retreated. At the moment, their eyes towards Gao Peng were full of fear. He, when on earth did he come? Why, such a god does not know the ghost, even if his strength is really extremely strong, but it is not static. It's terrible. Can we do it quietly and come behind us? Doesn't it mean that we were killed by him and didn't realize it? Just after thinking so, everyone seemed to fall into the ice cellar, sweating, especially looking at Gao Peng with fear in their eyes. Gao Peng's mysterious behavior has already made them feel extremely afraid. What's more, his strength is so strong. The most important thing is Gao Peng is still a complete lunatic. He has no scruples in doing things. This is the most frightening place. If he is really enraged, he will do something that everyone regrets. In addition to the shock of all the people present, all the people of Sen Luomen looked at Gao Peng with a blue face. Although they only relied on their strength at the moment, they were not necessarily Gao Peng's opponents. But being so blatantly ignored by others makes them feel extremely intolerable. They are gold-level forces. Have they ever been so ignored? I saw that several of the elders' eyes were about to burst out with anger. They stared at Gao Peng. Damn it, dare to ignore us so much. I want to see if you can survive under the siege of so many people. I don't believe that your strength is really so strong. It's just a guy in a remote area. Killing you like killing chickens and dogs, ha ha. Sometimes, people always forget some important things, even those guys like Simon are no exception. Maybe they are too high for a long time. Once they are ignored by others, they will be extremely angry. Even the strength gap between them is not clear, everything is just self-righteous. After seeing Gao Peng kill those guys, all the people can't help but stay away from Gao Peng, and their eyes are extremely scared. Gao Peng doesn't care about these people's opinions. They are just some immature white-eyed wolves. They wanted to leave them a way to live, but since they like jumping so much, they can go to hell to accompany their master there. A group of garbage, even waste utilization or disrespectful of wasting time, even dare to jump out and jump, this is not looking for death. What is it? Are you afraid that you have forgotten who I am? If I really forget who I am, then I will let you remember, who is it? As soon as Gao Peng's last sentence was uttered, a strong and incomparable breath swept away. At the same time, behind him, a white tiger loomed. At the same time, everyone can feel a huge pressure, as if it comes from the heart, which makes them hard to breathe. Why? How could this happen? Why does he put so much pressure on me? Is he really so powerful? Chapters 192 inches. It's so powerful. I've never felt such a powerful power before. Is he stronger than the sect leader? Why do I feel that he is much more powerful than the sect leader? Am I hallucinating? No, I also have the same feeling. This kind of oppression from the heart makes it hard for me to breathe. There is no resistance at all. All the people of Sen Luomen stared at Gao Peng, as if they had seen a ghost. They even felt the irresistible power on Gao Peng. Stronger than their sect leader. When they think of this idea, they feel extremely absurd. After all, who is their door owner? That's a powerful warrior. How could this guy be stronger than their sect leader? This is absolutely impossible, although they deliberately have such a conflict, but their hearts have slowly accepted, because that kind of oppression from the heart, let them really feel the gap. At the same time, they seem to have set off waves inside. What is the feeling? Does the other side really have such a strong strength? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Not to mention the people of Sen Luomen, all the people in the Broken Star City are also staring at Gao Peng in a daze. They are shocked to see the invisible shadow behind Gao Peng. This figure, they have not seen. However, at that time, there was no such terrible power at all, but at the moment, it seemed that one thing was already different from the other, and the gap between them was unacceptable. Just breath makes them feel extremely hard to breathe. What kind of power is it? It's so powerful, I can't even bear the thought of resistance. Is the gap really so big? Although I know this guy's strength is really strong, it's not too strong, is it? After only going out for a while, we can't see through his strength. What kind of genius is this? My God, this speed of progress is just going against the sky. Everyone in the room stared at Gao Peng, especially feeling the oppression from the heart, which made them extremely untrue. Why, he used to be a waste guy, but now he has become so powerful, not to mention a peerless monster, but his progress is too fast. They don't know the peerless evils, but even the peerless evils they know can't be promoted so quickly, which has already refreshed their three views once again. This seems to be the original understanding of all people, all of a sudden have been broken. Among them, the most dreamy is the people of Gao family. Gao Jingming is also staring at Gao Peng with a gaping face, which is too fast to improve his strength. Even if he is given countless cultivation resources, he can't be promoted so quickly. You can imagine how shocked he is at the moment. And the rest of the Gaojia people, not to mention the feeling in their hearts, are about to pay Gao Peng to the gods. How long has this passed? The strength has been improved so much, even the people on the scene can't see through completely, and all the people on the scene can't move with only one breath. On this basis, they have lost any psychological resistance. If you think about it a little, you can know the gap. Chapters 193 inches. God. How does his strength improve so fast? Evil genius is worse than him. I've never heard that someone's strength has been improved so fast, let alone with just one breath. You can make the strong king of martial arts feel scared. It's so powerful. You see, those King Wu, at the moment, they are even more sincere than what we feel. I think this breath of terror must be aimed at them. All the people of the Gao family exclaimed and looked at the King Wu. After all, they were particularly outstanding at the moment. They all looked pale and gnashed their teeth. It's like hard support, but that's what makes them more certain. With only one breath, Gao Peng can make these powerful kings hard to resist. How powerful is this in the end can be done? In fact, if they knew who Gao Peng didn't deliberately target, they would surely feel more surprised. Even the unconscious breath was so powerful. Deliberately targeting someone, can he survive? Of course, at the moment, they don't know who the breath is not intended for, but it just makes them feel amazing. Why, how could it be so powerful? The elder of Sen Luomen gnashed his teeth and supported him. If his face was already slowly sweating, his color would become extremely pale. At the moment, he felt a huge pressure, especially when Gao Peng's deep shadow slowly solidified. He felt what was the real pressure. A crispness can't prevent. His knees are almost bent down, almost kneeling on the ground. Damn it, I don't want to kneel. I absolutely don't believe that you can make me kneel down with a breath. You are nothing. He is quite tenacious, but I don't know whether the breath of White Tiger does not have much effect on those weak people, or White Tiger deliberately aims at these guys. The people who are weaker than the king of martial arts do not feel so much pressure, just a feeling of chest tightness. In addition, they do not have the strong feelings of the king of martial arts. It can be that way, which makes them feel more amazing. If all people feel this horrible pressure, it's nothing, but it's targeted at people. That's even more horrible. It's not surprising that he has strong power, but he can control these forces well, which means that he has completely controlled these forces. Can send and receive freely. This is the more shocking thing. With the passage of time, the White Tiger figure behind Gao Peng has emerged. His eyes despise the world, only glancing around. But all the people in the room were sweating as if they had been fished out of the water. Of course, Gao Peng didn't really want White Tiger to hurt them. At most, he just played a shocking role. But at this time, his goal has been achieved. Just by looking at the eyes of all the people in the audience, he already knew that these guys were completely counseling. In particular, the guys of Sen Luomen, one by one, did not dare to shout completely. Before doing this, they thought that they could deal with Gao Peng with their joint efforts. Now I know how big the gap between them is. And how ridiculous the previous idea was. Chapters 194. Just as everyone was looking at Gao Peng in astonishment, a voice of astonishment broke the silence. My God, I remember the power of this blood. He must be Gao Peng, the guy wanted by all the major forces in the southern region. He must be right, because the power of his blood is very similar to Gao Peng. No, it's as like as two peas. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's eyes, and they all looked at Gao Peng in amazement. If it's as the man said, isn't it that the guy's strength is very strong? They have proved that they are powerful, but it's still unbelievable to put the two of them together. After all, the identity gap between a man with a reputation throughout the whole continent and a man with a reputation as a madman in a remote town is quite different. But after they think about the information on the wanted notice, they have to be suspicious. Maybe the guy in front of them is Gao Peng who is wanted. If so, are they not more dangerous? That guy is the one who killed the elders of all forces in a row. It's impossible to say that he's a murderer. He's a complete lunatic, and he's so powerful that no one has ever found him. If it was him, just think about it carefully, these guys will feel numb, because when Gao Peng really shows his identity, who knows what he will do? If he doesn't want others to know his identity, that will kill people. It's over. It's all over. Now we call to break his identity. Will he kill people directly? He is a devil who kills people without blinking. It's as simple as killing us. Especially the guy who used to be called Broken Gao Peng. At the moment, he simply regrets it. If he didn't say it directly, maybe they still have life. But now there is no longer any chance of survival. Don't say escape, it's impossible at all. Although it's said that it's exaggerated, they can feel despair with the power they felt before. All the people in Sanramen look dead. After all, when you know that you are going to die, no matter who you are, you can't really cheer up and face it calmly. Especially the situation that cannot be escaped. Not to mention how desperate these guys are in the heart. After that person called to break, the people of the Star City fell into silence first, and then broke out with unimaginable screams. My God, this guy is the one wanted by all the major forces. I thought it was just a double name, but they were the same person. No wonder his strength is so strong. The elders of all major forces can't escape in his hands. It can be seen how powerful he is now. It's really incredible. As long as he has gone out, his strength has become so strong. It's hard for all the people in Broken Star City to accept everything in front of them. Gao Peng was just a waste here, but he has become a famous person in the whole continent in a flash. This identity change is so sudden. Although they know that Gao Peng is a genius, these talents are too much. Chapters 195. One is the celebrity of the whole continent, and the other is the waste that people despise. When these two identities coincide, we can imagine what kind of stormy waves have been raised in the hearts of the people in the Broken Star City. One by one, they all looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. The expression on their face had fully shown their inner shock. Even many people's eyes were protruding, so they almost dropped their eyes. My God, how does this guy practice? How could his strength be improved so quickly? It's only a long time before he can kill the elders of all major forces. It's terrible. If with his cultivation speed, who else can stop him? Doesn't he really have any bottleneck? The cultivation is so fast that even the foundation cannot be stable. But why is his strength so strong instead of any instability? After the silence, there is an incredible voice, of course, more doubts in our hearts. Although they were shocked by Gao Peng's strength, they were even more puzzled about why Gao Peng's strength had been improved so fast, but he did not have any phenomenon of unstable foundation. Why is that? Of course, it's a terrible thing to be able to improve so much at once. What's more frightening is that Gao Peng's foundation is extremely stable, which is the most intolerable place. No matter what kind of thoughts these people have in mind, Gao Peng did not lose his blood power, but looked at the people of Sen Luomen. Then he just looked at the past, and people of Simon knelt down to beg for mercy. Big my lord, please don't worry about villains, let us go. Yes, yes, we are just a small person for you. Please let us go. We will never disclose your information to the outside world. The way that the people of Sen Luomen did not have the backbone was unexpected. After all, they were very proud before, but now they are pitiful and beg for mercy. Is that too much advice? However, the rest of the people can feel a little bit about what they are doing at the moment. After all, Gao Peng is a complete madman, and even the elders of all major forces dare to kill, let alone they are insignificant. So they are right to do this, but it will still attract many disdainful eyes. It's very good that people of Sanramen can care about other things at the moment. The question of face is not worth considering until they survive. However, Gao Peng's mouth slightly went up and said softly, "Did I say that I would not let you disclose my identity?" The people of Sen Luomen, here, all the people in the audience were stunned. Some of them didn't fully respond. What's the meaning of this? Did they get it wrong? Or is Gao Peng wrong? When they felt confused, Gao Peng said directly, "You should disclose my news here. After all, you have been so humiliated here. Don't you hate me? It doesn't matter. I'm very open-minded. Even if you are full of anger and wish you could tear me apart, I have no opinion. So you will burst out your hatred completely." Chapters 196 inches this. No, no, adults, I dare not. The people of Solomon were so frightened that they begged for mercy. The whole body was shaking. The face has spread a look of extreme fear. One by one, they are afraid of Gao Peng as an excuse to kill their tradition. Of course, even if Gao Peng doesn't find any excuse, he can kill them, but they are afraid at the moment. Be careful that the liver has been fluttering. Even if you say it wrong, it will be killed directly. However, Gao Peng's eyes suddenly changed at the moment, and he stared at them directly. Didn't you hear me clearly? I asked you to disclose my information here. Do you need me to tell you again? Gao Peng's ecology at the moment is not fake, but that's what it is, which makes everyone present feel even more shocked. Is he not afraid of death? If his trace is really revealed, it will really attract everyone's pursuit. After all, he killed so many forces of elders. How could you let him go unpunished? Even if several other domains claim to solicit him, he can't be nearly thirsty. By the time people from those domains come to support him, he may have been killed. I saw one by one, I was stunned, and I couldn't believe it. Isn't it completely crazy? My God, what did I hear? He even let those guys disclose his information here. Is he really not afraid of death? Don't he know that he has been wanted by all the major forces? If his trace is found, it will really lead to death. Crazy. This is a complete madman. Does he think that with his own strength, he can really resist these forces? Not to mention how deep they have in the end, just by virtue of their strength, they can sweep everything. This must be a madman. All the people here are totally restless. What kind of person can do such a crazy thing? Don't you? Does he really put life and death aside? It's all platinum power. Any elder is the emperor of martial arts, let alone how powerful he is when he is sent to pursue the army. Just thinking about it, they feel their legs are soft. Of course, at the moment they don't realize that they have fallen into the wrong zone. Gao Peng can kill the elders of all major forces. How can his strength be weak? However, all the people here consciously ignored it. After all, it's hard for them to accept that such a young guy can kill the elders of all major forces at will. Therefore, it will be selectively ignored. Gao Peng simply ignored the shock of these people and said, "Do you need me to repeat it for the second time?" "No number, we can hear it." The people of Sen Luomen nodded and agreed. Although they didn't know what Gao Peng wanted to do, anyway, as long as they could leave alive, what could they do? In particular, it can also bring some troubles to Gao Peng, which makes them more willing to see. Of course, there are still some doubts in their hearts at the moment. What Gao Peng has done at the moment is always so puzzling. No matter how crazy he is, he can't think that he can resist the whole southern region with his own strength. Unless that person is crazy. At the moment, Gao Peng is really a complete lunatic in the eyes of all people. Chapters 197 inches. No. Penger, you must not let them go, or it will surely attract revenge from all the major forces. How can you resist then? We can't let them go, and then we can block this matter. We can't let any news out. Otherwise, we will definitely kill them. At this time, Gao Jingming said in a hurry and looked at Gao Peng eagerly. At the moment, he really can't imagine what it would be like if he really provoked the strong of all major forces. Just thinking about it, he felt his whole body begin to shake. It's not a joke. All the major forces can destroy all of them by sending people at will. What's more, it may be the forces of the whole southern region. So he couldn't let Gao Peng go, so he hurriedly stopped him, but after he finished, Gao Peng didn't respond to him. Seeing that Gao Peng ignored what he said, Gao Jingming came directly to Gao Peng's face, looked at Gao Peng and said, "Penger, don't use your breath. Although your strength is very strong at the moment, you can't underestimate the major forces. One of the elders in these poems is the Emperor of Martial Arts. Besides, they have the Emperor of Martial Arts. If you really send such a strong person here, none of us will be the opponent. Even if you do your best, you may not be able to resist the attack of others. This matter has to be considered in the long run." Gao Jingming's face was extremely anxious at the moment. He was really afraid that Gao Peng would make such a stupid decision, and then he would be killed. However, Gao Jingming will not know Gao Peng's idea in his heart, and he will not be able to block all the information. Because this is what he wants to reveal. If we don't reveal his trace, how can we attract more powerful enemies? Only when more powerful enemies are recruited can his strength become more powerful. Therefore, his purpose is extremely obvious. Let all those who have enemies with him come here. Therefore, it is impossible for him to agree with Gao Jingming's decision, so he said calmly, "I would like them to come to revenge. If they don't come, I will feel disappointed. The more fierce revenge comes, the better. It's better to come to some martial gods. Everyone." Gao Jingming. At the moment, all the people were dumbfounded, almost all of them were about to lose their chin. This boast was almost about to break the sky. It's better to have some martial gods. Do you know how powerful the martial god is? One strike from the warrior god can destroy the outland. You dare to brag like that? I don't know what you think. At the moment, all the people are speechless looking at Gao Peng. This cowhide is just blowing the sky. They don't deny that Gao Peng is so powerful at present. The elders of all forces are not his opponents, but it's impossible to expect several martial gods to come. It's hard for Wudi to come here, let alone a more powerful martial god than Wudi. Of course, Wuzun is the strongest in other regions. Wuzun can destroy the sky and the earth. If several Wuzuns come, Gao Peng may be killed. So I can only see the silent face of all the people present. This is just more and more powerful. I'm afraid that he will forget how powerful he is. Does he really think that the world is invincible? Chapters 198. Only to see all the people looking at Gao Peng at the moment, looking at Gao Peng's calm look, somehow, all the people present felt that Yingying revealed a trace of madness. Because in their view, every word Gao Peng said is so crazy that it is not a normal person to say it at all. What you do can't be measured by what normal people think. Gao Jingming's face gradually darkened, a little warm and angry. "Penger, don't make any trouble. If we really attract all the strong ones, no one can resist us at all. It's not a joke at will." At the moment, Gao Peng said, "I'm not kidding. I'm never joking. Every word I say is my decision, and I'm more looking forward to them sending more powerful guys. Although they can't shoot several martial gods, they are reluctant to do so. They accept that the weak are weak, but they can still see the past. The crowd was speechless for a while. How can I hear him more and more and feel his words are so natural? I'm afraid that's not what he really thinks. Doesn't he even know how wide the gap between them is? It seems that Wu Zun is very weak in his eyes. That tone, it makes everyone feel really unhappy. After all, in their eyes, the king of martial arts has become a great power, let alone a warrior. But in Gao Peng's mouth, Wu Zun has fallen to the point of being reluctant to accept, which makes them feel a bit complicated. Of course, this is not to recognize Gao Peng, but to think that Gao Peng is just too boastful, as if he can deal with these strong ones. In fact, they don't know how powerful Gao Peng is at all. They just use their own cognition to measure Gao Peng. But that is to say, every word Gao Peng said at the moment is considered to be so arrogant by them. The promotion is too rapid, even their own strength cannot be measured, perhaps because the strength of the growth is too fast, began to look down on the world. Although the people of Sanramen kneel on the ground at the moment, they bury their heads deep for fear that they will be looked at by others. Now they all show a very dismissive expression on their faces. They won't believe Gao Peng's words at all. It's undeniable that Gao Peng is really powerful and can easily kill the elders of all major forces. But if Gao Peng is invincible in the world, they don't believe it at all. But once Gao Peng's news is revealed, all those who are attracted are the strong ones, and then there will be a real good play. Ha ha, now you can be arrogant. If the major forces send strong forces to destroy, if Gao Peng insists on letting them go, then Gao Peng will surely welcome the revenge of the major forces. Because Gao Peng said those words, the scene has fallen into a strange silence, one by one with strange eyes at him. It's not the first time for Gao Peng to speak in such a big way. Compared with the situation before and now, it's almost nothing. As the saying goes, if you want to destroy people, you must first make them crazy. Gao Peng's situation is almost the same now. This is the idea in everyone's mind. Chapters 199 no longer pay attention to the strange eyes of the people in the field. Gao Peng looks at the guy of Sheng Luomen, his eyes flash a trace of indifference. Go away. Hurry to disclose my news here. If not, I will kill Simon in a few days. In an instant, a strong breath spread directly around, and all the people in the room trembled for a moment. At this moment, they really realized that Gao Peng did not fully show his strength, although his blood power was really strong. But that's not all he has. Yes, it is. The villain knows the people of Sen Luomen did not dare to have any idea of resistance at all, and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, there is a little fear in their hearts. At this time, they can really understand the reality. The guy in front of them is like a demon king, just a guy who kills people without blinking. If their mind had been detected before, it would have been endless destruction waiting for them. In fact, they totally misunderstood. Gao Peng had already discovered their careful thinking, but Gao Peng didn't care. For this kind of rubbish, he is naturally lazy to do anything. Anyway, it is not good for him. If you let these guys out, maybe you can attract more powerful people. Rather than dirty his hands, let them have some use value. Although Gao Jingming still wanted to stop him, he suddenly gave up after seeing Gao Peng's calm eyes, but in his heart, he still sighed a little. Alas, it's still too much of a worry. Although your strength is very strong now, you can't look down on the people in the world, or you will suffer. It seems that this matter can only be considered in the long run. At the moment, Gao Jingming has been thinking about how to deal with the following difficulties. Although he also wants to believe in Gao Peng, the strong of all major forces are just too horrible. He had to be prepared in advance. Gao Peng's actions at the moment have been smashed to the boil by the onlookers. Maybe they just thought that Gao Peng pretended, but they did let the Zhenghu go at the moment. Doesn't that mean then it's going to be very busy here? Of course at this moment, there is no one who wants to stay here at all. They are not even cannon fodder if they really want to come here as the powerful of all major forces. Once they fight, they must die. My God, this lunatic, don't he know that this kind of action will surely attract the powerful of all major forces? He is so confident that he can cope with all the strong ones. Too conceited, he will surely pay for his conceit. He's really strong, but if he thinks he's invincible in the world, it's ridiculous. The people of Solomon have left, and now they can't go back to the sky. All the people in Broken Star City are not only frying the pot, but now all the people are thinking about how to escape here. If we really wait for the arrival of the powerful forces, there will inevitably be a world-shaking war, and then everything around will be destroyed. And they will also be implicated. This time, they play a retreat drum. At the same time, they all look at Gao Peng without full of hatred. If it wasn't for Gao Peng, they would not have left their hometown. Chapters 200. Naturally, Gao Peng did not need to explain what he did to others, only to see that the blood force behind him was slowly disappearing at this moment. Even so, all the people present could still feel the overwhelming pressure. The people of Gao family don't know how to look at Gao Peng. Gao Peng really made Gao family go to glory, but at this moment, his choice may cause the whole Gao family to fall into an irreparable place. But somehow they have been brilliant. This also makes their mood at the moment extremely contradictory. However, to everyone's disbelief, Gao Peng suddenly looked at the crowd and said softly, "No one can go out of the city without my command. You can tell me to stay in the city honestly, if I find out. Shoot to kill." A sharp breath spread directly. In a flash, all people felt a strong and incomparable murderous spirit, as if everyone had a knife hanging on his head, which could be cut down at any time. Once the knife is cut off, they will die completely. Everyone looked at Gao Peng in shock. No one could imagine that Gao Peng would say such a thing. Isn't that enough to ban them? Why is that? Is there any other plot of Gao Peng? Or does Gao Peng want to pull them together? God, what a crazy move it is. If we really don't let all the people out of the city, once we wait for the strong of all the major forces to come here, they may all be destroyed. What a crazy decision it was. When they all came back to their senses, they all began to stare at Gao Peng in anger. Why do you do that? It's also your job to recruit powerful people from all major forces, but why do you want to ban us now? Do you want all of us to be buried with you? That's disgusting. We can only see the angry appearance of all the people present. Although they can't do any harm to Gao Peng, we can know how their mood breaks down just by looking at their angry appearance. I know that I can't stay here for a long time, but I'm forbidden by others. It's hard for anyone to bear this feeling. Gao Jingming looks at Gao Peng in a daze. At the moment, he is totally confused. He doesn't know why Gao Peng made such a decision. The same is true of all Gao family members. They all stare at Gao Peng. My God, is he crazy? Even if he provokes the powerful from all major forces, he will not allow others to escape. Does he really want to drive everyone crazy? Or does he want everyone to be buried with him? Although the people of the Gao family have extremely complex emotions towards him, they also feel that Gao Peng's decision at the moment is extremely inappropriate. After all, his actions immediately offend all people. There is no need for such a thankless thing. But why did he do it? Is there any more plot for him? In fact, all of them are wrong. Gao Peng has no plans, but he doesn't want these people to escape. Because he naturally knows that he can resist the strong of all the major forces without any effort. If they are allowed to leave, the Star City will be really deserted. Therefore, he will make such a decision, which may be ridiculous to others. However, Gao Peng took it for granted that there would be no danger to stay here, because he was there. Danger is no longer danger. Chapters 201 inches here. Gao Jingming hesitated for a while, then he wanted to persuade him, but Gao Peng waved and stopped what Gao Jingming wanted to say. I have my own plan. Just trust me. Gao Peng can't explain everything, and can't explain it. This kind of problem can't be disclosed to other people at all. For these noisy people, Gao Peng didn't pay any attention at all. Instead, he gave a contemptuous glance and said, "Do you have any opinions on my decision?" Gao Peng didn't give out any pressure, but all the people there could not help shaking. Now they know what kind of person they are facing. That's a murderous devil. Even the elders of all major forces are all dead in his hands. Your strength is extremely strong at first, let alone he is a complete lunatic. If anyone dares to touch his brow at the moment, isn't it an act of seeking death? There was no one in the audience who dared to resist. They didn't think that with them, the power of all could violate Gao Peng's decision. Just for this moment, they had been able to think through, so they all began to shake their heads to show that they had no opinions. If they dare to say no, they may be met by death. They don't doubt whether they can survive if they deny it. Gao Penglian dared to kill the elders of all the major forces, not to mention the fact that their strength is weak and there is no one to lean on. For these guys' reaction, Gao Peng had expected for a long time, so he did not doubt, nodded slightly. It's very good to make a wise decision. It seems that you are quite confident in me. Do you think I can deal with those guys? Since you are all so confident in me, I will certainly live up to your trust. Those guys dare to come here, then I will kill them all. They covered their faces, one after another, looking very speechless. Are they really trusting? It's obvious that they have succumbed to his magic power. If they really dare to say no, they have already been killed. Who dare not agree? But it fell to Gao Peng's eyes that it was his trust. It's too shameless. I've never seen such a brazen person. Even the corners of Gao Jingming's mouth twitched slightly. Even he thought that Gao Peng was a wonderful logical flower. Of course, he could not say it clearly. After all, that's his pride, although he also thinks it's impossible. He doesn't have any confidence in himself, let alone the rest of the people. But he still chose to believe that, even in the event of a great disaster, he would try his best to cover Gao Peng, which may be what he can do as a father. My God, I've never seen such a cheeky person. Is his face really as thick as the wall? It's so shameless. Not only thick as the wall, I feel that even the 5 gods can't break his face, so I can see how thick his face is. Was proud as Lucifer as Gao Peng was in his eyes. He was make complaints about the fact that he was not only a cocky fellow but also a supernatural madman. Even a cheeky to shameless person, is a combination of various factors, is simply a wonderful combination. Chapters 202 Gao Fu. At this moment, all the people of Gaojia are gathered in the conference hall, and everyone has his own position, ranking from high to low. Except for Gao Peng, because now he's all in a chair with a cynical expression on his face. He's not dizzy, he doesn't care what you are talking about. It's nothing more than how to deal with the next disaster. In his opinion, it's a matter that can be solved easily. There's no need to hold a meeting specially. In his eyes, it's a matter that can be solved easily, but it's not the case for all the people present. That's the major forces in the whole southern region. How can this make them relax their vigilance? Now what they are discussing is not how to deal with it, but how to retreat, especially how to bring all their possessions with them. At last, Gao Peng could not bear it any more. He stood up directly. At the same time, all the people immediately focused on him. Penger, what's the matter? Gao asked. Do you have anything to say? Gao Peng said impatiently, are you finished? Isn't it just a bunch of garbage? As for the meeting where you worked hard, what is a group of rubbish? They are all powerful forces, and we can't resist them at all by virtue of our strength. Don't say resistance. The chances of surviving under their siege are slim. If we don't get ready in advance, Gaojia will be completely destroyed. Don't you blame me. If you block all the news, it won't be like this. Gao Peng just said a word. In an instant, like a powder keg, all the people burst out directly. They all looked at Gao Peng angrily. If it wasn't for strength, they would have liked to beat Gao Peng violently for a long time. Who let Gao Peng do things so loosely could have sealed off the news perfectly. But he died. He put all the people in Sanramen back, and even threatened to disclose all the information he was in. What's this? I've never seen such crazy guys. Now they're all cornered. How could they even say something cool on the side? Gao Jingming did not stop these people's questioning, because he also felt that Gao Peng did something wrong, so he just watched. Gao Peng has no antipathy to these people's reaction, but he will not let these guys do it. Only to see him wave his hand and say, this is the end of the meeting, I have said that this matter will be settled by me, no matter how many people they come, how powerful. As long as I'm here, it's not a problem. Don't waste your time here. What you should do or what you should do, because it's better to stop those guys outside, or I won't be blamed for killing them. Gao Peng completely ignored the opinions of all the people present and said rudely, without giving them any chance to refute. Although they still want to say something, they can see Gao Peng's resolute eyes, and finally they sighed slightly. That's all. Since you insist on this, then we will go crazy with you once, even if it's for dead use. Chapters 203 Smell Speech. Gao Peng oneself all tiny one Leng, some incredible looked at Gao Jingming and all elders. Not only Gao Peng, but also the other disciples of the Gao family are looking at the elders in disbelief. Is that what the elders should say? Shouldn't Gao Peng be stopped? After all, Gao Peng's action may bring disaster to the whole Gao family. How can this kind of thing be allowed to be ignored? I even want to go crazy with you. Isn't it all crazy? After a little stupefied, Gao Peng said with some doubts, I'm afraid it's not a brain drain, is it? Gao Jingming and the elder glared at him. What's that? Dare to say in front of them that they are brainless, is this a yawn? All the people in the room also looked at Gao Peng with speechless faces. Although they were also puzzled about the decision of the elders, it was just too poor for the cake shed to talk like this. Gao Jingming pondered for a while, and the expression on his face was extremely proud. Penger, we never thought that you would come to this step. Without you, Gao family would not have grown to this point. Since you insist on doing this, then we have to support you. I don't think you are too stupid. Then you must have your own assurance to do this, so we choose to believe you. At this moment, not only Gao Jingming made such a decision, but all the elders all chose to support Gao Peng. Maybe they have already completely accepted their fate, and only by supporting Gao Peng can they make greater progress. Gao Peng is the existence they can rely on at this moment. If they leave Gao Peng, they will be destroyed by all forces in an instant. Before Gao Peng spoke, Gao Jingming seemed to think of something. He clapped his head and said, by the way, what's the magic weapon of the tripod beside you? Why don't you put it in the space ring? As soon as Gao Jingming said this, all the people on the scene immediately looked at Gao Peng, especially the tripod beside him. After all, they had always seen Gao Peng holding it by their side, but they were always confused. Why not put it into the space ring? The curiosity in their hearts was immediately aroused. Each looks like Gao Peng. Gao Peng also clapped his forehead at the moment, because he met the guy of Sen Luomen, which made him forget these treasures for a while. If Gao Jingming didn't remind him, he really forgot. Maybe there is only Gao Peng's indifferent attitude, and he will forget such important things. If he changes to another person, he will certainly protect his own life. Where can be like him, throw directly to one side, as if it is to throw rubbish, even oneself almost forgot. Show you one thing, Gao Peng said plainly, and then saw that he picked up the tripod and then fell down. Suddenly, he saw a lot of sparkling rings falling from it. At the beginning, there were only a few space rings, and with the passage of time, space rings piled up one after another, as if they were small hillsides. In a short time, a mountain of space rings have appeared in the eyes of all people, but at the moment, all people did not dare to blink. Because in the space falling from the tripod, the ring does not stop because of this. Instead, it keeps dropping the space ring from it. Chapters 204. When the tripod has not dropped the space ring, there are several hills in the eyes of all the people present, and all of them are piled up by the space ring. Space ring. Although the space ring is not precious, it is not something everyone can own, especially the emergence of so many space rings, or not let them daydream. Don't you? All the people at the scene looked at each other, one by one, they saw the incredible color in each other's eyes. At the same time, they all stared at each other, and no one dared to speak for a while. The conference hall fell into a strange silence. Even, some people's mouth has been slightly opened, because they have never seen so many space rings. It is estimated that there are many more than other people's sales of space rings. What's more, who knows if there's anything in it? Just after dumping all the space rings, Gao Peng slightly clapped his hands and directly gave the tripod to the space ring of income. Because there are too many space rings in front of Ding, he can't be included in the space ring at all, so he always holds them. At this moment, he doesn't need to work so hard. But all the people in the Gaojia conference hall stared at the mountain of space rings. They didn't know how to open their mouth. Gao Jingming was the first to return to his mind and asked hesitantly, Penger, here. Oh, these are all space rings. Gao Pengji said indifferently, as if he thought that Gao Jingming asked this question a little superfluous, which is nonsense. Can't you see that these are all space rings? But everyone in the room stared angrily. Nonsense, who doesn't know these are all space rings? What we want to know is where these spatial sentences come from. It can't come out without any reason. Even the major businesses cannot gather so many space rings at once. It can be seen that there are so many space rings popping up all of a sudden, even the people present are shocked. No, Penger, where did you get so many space rings? There should be tens of thousands of space rings here, right? Gao Jingming is still unable to calm down at the moment. And when he finished, everyone was even more shocked. At first, they just thought that there were so many space rings in this pile, and now they have almost the exact number. Even more incredible to them, tens of thousands of space rings. It's just that these space rings are worth a lot of wealth, let alone Gao Peng's appearance. Maybe there's something else in them. Oh, you mean where do these space rings come from? Naturally, they are taken from other people's hands. At the moment, all the people here would like to beat Gao Peng violently. Isn't that bullshit? Gao Peng then said, don't make such a fuss, are you just some space rings? It's not a big deal, it's not worth a lot of money, and it's taking up a lot of space. If it's not worth a little, I've already thrown it away on the way. It's just a waste of energy and a thankless thing. When Gao Peng said this, the expression on his face was extremely disrespectful, as if this pile of space rings in front of him were not in his eyes at all. This curtain falls in the eyes of all people. I don't know why it's so poor, so many space rings, and these alone are of great value. What's more, there may be more treasures. But Gao Peng was so disgusted. I don't know how to describe it. Chapters 205 inches U. Do you know how much these space rings are worth? These space rings alone are worth hundreds of high-quality real spirit stones. Gao Jingming said that he hated iron but not steel, and even his hands were slightly shaking. This is a high-quality real spirit stone. At most, they have only seen the top grade, and they are rare. It is impossible to say that they have cultivated with the top-grade real spirit stone. But these space rings have so many valuable high-quality real spirit stones, which shows how excited their hearts are at this moment. Even all the people in the room felt a shock, because they could not believe looking at this pile of space rings. Maybe they also knew these valuable real spiritual stones. But they didn't exactly measure it. They could only hear the exact figures, which made them feel shocked. Their eyes became extremely hot. Oh, Gao Peng replied plainly. He didn't have any reaction because of the real Lingxi, which is worth a lot of money, because he just despised them. Anyway, he didn't need to cultivate, and he didn't need to use the real spirit stone. In his opinion, it can only be used as money at most. And he also knows that these space rings are just small heads, among which there are more precious treasures and cultivation resources, which are the most precious things. Oh, Gao Peng, who is angry one by one, shouldn't you be shocked? What is your reaction? People are extremely dissatisfied with Gao Peng's response, especially after the contrast between Gao Peng and their response. It seems that they have not seen the world. The elder also slowly recovered from the shock, took a deep breath and said, "Where are you from? It can't be picked up, can it? You shouldn't tell me about these space rings. This matter must not be known to outsiders, otherwise it will definitely cause a greater sensation. As the saying goes, it doesn't come out. If we are known that we have so many space rings, it will definitely lead to death. Just these space rings, they need to be very careful. We can see the value of them. After all, their overall strength is still weak." When everyone was looking forward to seeing Gao Peng said, "Oh, I robbed all these space rings, and I haven't touched anything in them. Let's take them as our resources." Robbery. Instead of hearing what he said later, all the people in the room heard the words clearly. They all opened their eyes and mouths slightly. Did they hear it wrong? They even heard Gao Peng say it was a robbery. God, how many people should be robbed to get so many space rings? And the people who can have the space ring, the strength will certainly not be too weak, and the wealth will not be less. Just think about it, they will be more unable to calm down. If it's one after another, the speed must be extremely slow. Gao Peng hasn't been away for a long time. Why can he rob so many space rings all at once? Doesn't he need to practice? But it's not right. He is so powerful that he can't have never cultivated at all. This is even more impossible. Chapters 206 inches U. After thinking for a while, Gao still couldn't suppress his curiosity, but he didn't wait for him to ask. Even if it's from robbery, it's impossible to rob so many space rings. What's more, you can't keep awake. The elders hesitated for a while, and then they said their thoughts directly. At this moment, all the people in the audience are interested in Gao Peng. They are really curious about how Gao Peng did it. In such a short time, they can rob so many space rings. What's more, his strength has increased so much. How did he do it? Gao Peng took a strange look at the crowd, and some of them took it for granted and said, "It's easy." Why do you feel so shocked? Make a fuss. All the people of Gao's family would like to have a gush of blood. Make a fuss. Is this their fuss? Aren't you saying that what you do is too non-human? Even if the power is a little stronger, it is impossible to do such an exaggerated thing. On the contrary, you should say that we are surprised. Without waiting for the audience to ask questions again, Gao Peng said it directly. I just went to rob a sect and had so many space rings. In fact, it's quite simple. It's not as difficult as you think. Poop. At once, all the people in the room were paralyzed by fear and looked at Gao Peng. Did they hear me wrong? Or have you just had an illusion? They even heard Gao Peng say that these space rings were obtained by robbing a sect, and they said it was quite simple. It's not as difficult as we think. This sentence has been echoing in their minds. One by one, they all felt it was amazing. The eyes were raised directly, and the eyes were almost falling. At the same time, the whole conference hall is filled with a strange atmosphere. One by one seems to be watching monsters, generally looking at Gao Peng. If it is true, as Gao Peng said, what a terrible thing he did this time. To rob a sect, no matter what level that sect is, but at least they are all stronger than their families. There is no doubt about that. However, Gao Peng went to rob a sect by himself. Gao Peng was also speechless about the reaction of all the people present. In his opinion, it was nothing more than robbing a sect. There was no difficulty at all. Why do they all feel so shocked? It's not surprising. Besides, in his opinion, it's nothing more than a small test. Does he have to do a big job after all these miscellaneous things are handled? If you let people know what Gao Peng is thinking at this moment, Tai will be scared to death. He even wants to rob more powerful forces. What a terrible idea it is that just doing a big job can make other people's hearts unbearable. Gao Peng ignores these guys, and takes out all the things in the space ring. In a short time, the conference hall is sprinting with all kinds of Dan incense, and at the same time, it also emits all kinds of precious light of cultivation resources. For a while, all the people felt a strong real air around them, which made them feel that their realm was a little loose. Chapters 207. After a while, seeing Gao Peng, he poured out all the pills in the space ring. He only saw the piles of pills, which were fragrant. All the people of the Gao family took a breath of cool air. They had never seen so many pills, and looked at the appearance of these pills, and all grades were not low. This makes them believe that Gao Peng must have robbed a sect. Otherwise, how could he get so many elixirs of high grade? But that's what shocked them even more. When has Gao Peng become so powerful? A person can shake a sect. What a terrible power it can be. The people present couldn't imagine that. They thought they had overestimated Gao Peng's strength, but now they know that Gao Peng still exists as a mystery in their eyes. It's too exaggerated. He went to rob a sect. Not to mention the level of that sect, only the lowest tier is stronger than our high family. Yes, what's more, every sect has its own inside information, where it is so easy to be robbed by others. My God, my mind is a little confused now. What kind of monster is this guy? Is he really a member of our family? Why do I always feel such a dream? At the moment, everyone in the audience couldn't believe everything in front of them, especially at the moment, when they slowly accepted what Gao Peng said. More shocked. What kind of monster is this? Not only their own strength is incomparably strong, everything they do makes them feel extremely crazy. Robbing a sect force is a crazy move they never thought about. Even if they thought about it, no one dared to carry out it. Even those powerful guys can't easily do such crazy things. If they don't do well, they may be doomed. But Gao Peng not only dared to think, but also made it. The most surprising thing is that he thought it was simple and made him succeed. This is the most incredible thing. Gao Jingming swallowed his saliva difficultly. Some people did not know Gao Peng. After watching for so long, he could not return to his mind. It's really amazing what Gao Peng has done. Even he feels that he can't believe it. How crazy is this idea, and can he do such crazy things? Although Gao Peng's previous actions were somewhat abnormal, which was still within the scope of acceptance, Gao Jingming was really skeptical at the moment. Is the guy in front of him still his son? However, this idea only appeared for a moment, and then was denied by him, which he had been watching growing up. How could it not be his son? But the shift is too big. Gao Peng didn't pay attention to the reaction of all the people present. Maybe at the moment, he is getting used to it. Anyway, in his opinion, it's very common. These people will feel so shocked. So why pay more attention? Gao Peng picked up several pills at will and threw them directly into his mouth. He chewed them at will and swallowed them. It's terrible. Chapters 208 inches. It's terrible. How can these pills be so hard to swallow? I don't know how those guys who take drugs every day endure it. Gao Peng just swallowed a pill and chewed it casually. After swallowing it, he said that he was disgusted. Don't. Gao Jingming sees Gao Peng's action. He just wants to stop it. Gao Peng has swallowed the pill. He also said such a sentence that he wanted to be beaten violently. All the people present were speechless. Did you think about our feelings when you said that? Not to mention that every pill is extremely precious, everyone is extremely careful when taking it. Where is it like you? It's like eating sugar beans. What's more annoying is that I even dislike the pill. It's just a way of hatred. If they didn't know they couldn't beat Gao Peng, they would have dragged him out and beaten him violently for a long time. They had never heard of such angry words, and he was so disgusted with these pills. Gao Jingming at the moment has really seen the piles of pills. At the same time, he only saw his pupils shrink and his mouth slightly open. These pills, most of them are prefecture-level pills. Is it said that the pills given to me before are also prefecture-level pills? At this moment, Gao Jingming was totally unable to calm down. If all of them were prefecture-level pills, it would be terrible. Depending on the current influence of the Gao family, the highest level is nothing more than the mysterious pill, and it must be kept with great care, unless something is unavoidable. Where would it all be on the ground like it is now? It's not like garbage, it's piled on the ground. Along with Gao Jingming's exclamation, the present people also slowly discovered these pills unusual, and they usually swallow are not the same. Among them, the power of medicine is naturally countless times stronger, and there are many precious pills. After this discovery, only the people who are present, one after another, swallowed their saliva difficultly and looked at each other. At the moment, they were all shocked. The level of these pills is so high. It's unbelievable. My God, what do I see? Piles and piles of ground-level pills are piled on the ground like no money. Am I dazzled, or am I still awake? Crazy. Totally crazy. I saw such a high-level pill, God. I'm afraid I've already had an illusion. But after their shock, they thought of what Gao Peng had done before, especially his expression and tone. Suddenly, they had a convulsion at the corner of their mouth. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Gao Peng even despised these local elixirs. In their eyes, it's a precious cultivation resource, but in Gao Peng's eyes, it's just like garbage, otherwise it won't pile up on the ground so casually. All the people who are present all the time want to beat Gao Peng violently. It's just a waste of things. You know, some people want to ask for a local elixir, but Gao Peng is so disgusted. Everyone in the Gao family did not know that it was time to use any words to describe Gao Peng's actions. However, when he did not think of Gao Peng's terrible cultivation talent, they could only sigh. Maybe this is the difference between genius and ordinary people. In the end, only in this way can they let him have some comfort, otherwise their hearts are really difficult to balance. Chapters 209. With the departure of all the people of Sen Luomen, the news of Gao Peng's appearance spread completely, and spread all over the southern region in an extremely rapid way. There is even a faint trend of transmission to the whole continent. After all, what Gao Peng has done has already made everyone know him. It can be seen how bold and reckless an elder dared to kill all the major forces in a region, which is the reason why all people are extremely concerned. At the same time, when all the major forces knew that Gao Peng appeared, they only saw that they all started to gather people one after another and vowed to kill him. Gao Peng's actions have made all the major forces make a fool of themselves and even left their faces in other fields. If Gao Peng is not killed, the stain will remain. In the anti-sword clan, a voice of incomparable authority suddenly sounded. Kill. Whoever dares to provoke us will be killed without mercy. In the Golden Lion Pavilion, all the powerful people in high positions appear one after another, and their expressions are extremely serious. Gao Peng's strength is nothing to them, but what Gao Peng has done is to hit them in the face. What's more, this matter has attracted all people's attention. Naturally, it is impossible for them to give up, otherwise they will not appear so grand discrimination. After all, in their eyes, Gao Peng is nothing but a jumping ant. That alone is not enough for them to pay so much attention. All the powerful people in the Golden Lion Pavilion are seriously discussing. Kill it, try our best to kill that guy, or we will lose our face completely. By the way, let those who are ready to move know what it means to be awakened. Then let the elder go. With the help of one elder, we can deal with it. Let some other elders accompany us, which has become our great concern. Good, elder, you will be affected. When they were almost finished, a man who could not see his face nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll wash the shame, and let those who are ready to move know that the lion is about to wake up. This scene also happens in other big forces. After all, they don't want to let things ferment again. Gao Peng must die, otherwise, their faces will not exist and become the laughingstock of the people in the world. If they are counted out by the conspirators this time, they will have a chance. Therefore, we can only see that each of their forces has sent extremely strong people, just to wash away the humiliation, but also to shock some curfew. At the same time, at this moment, not only the major forces in the southern region have responded, but even some unimportant guys have also learned the news and rushed to the Broken Star City one by one. Moreover, there are more and more people, and soon it seems that a consensus has been formed, that is, to join the fun. Although they know that Gao Peng is extremely powerful, otherwise, it is impossible to kill the elders of the major forces, but in their view, these forces are naturally unable to give up. Gao Peng is fighting hard in front of so many people. If they don't respond, they will be looked down upon by more people and attract some conspirators. That is to say, the whole southern region is boiling at this moment. Chapters 210. Some people just want to see the battle between the strong and come all the way to Broken Star City. There are not a few of them, and even many of them come to watch the war because of various excuses. Of course, more of them want to see Gao Peng. What kind of person can do such a sensational thing? To kill the elders of the major forces is to show up in a bold way, and there is no fear of revenge from these forces. Just from this information, it has made all people feel crazy. What a crazy person can do. If it's really ordinary people, people will do such inexplicable things. Haha, I'm really looking forward to what this guy looks like. I never thought someone would do such a crazy thing. It's amazing that he has influenced so many big forces with one person's power. Haha, great. What? In the end, he was not killed by all the major forces. This kind of guy just thought that he had strong strength, and the talent of evil spirit. He just acted recklessly, and finally regretted it. Yes, this kind of guy will surely regret what he has done. He not only killed the elders of various forces, but also revealed his traces. It's stupid. That's not necessarily true. It means that the other side still has some backhand. Don't look at people all over the world as stupid. Don't laugh at people's big teeth. Even if he has any backhand, can he really resist the revenge of the major forces? It's impossible. For the people in the southern region, there are few people who are optimistic about Gao Peng. In their opinion, Gao Peng is nothing but a lunatic with a talent for evil. He doesn't know the importance at all. He is reckless because he has the talent of evil spirit. Otherwise, how could he do such an outrageous thing? In particular, the fact that they have leaked their traces has caused many people to shake their heads, which is just too stupid. Who's going to leak his tracks out? Isn't it that you don't die fast enough? He has already provoked all the major forces, and now he is actively revealing his traces. Does he want to attract all the major forces to retaliate? Whether he can resist it or not, the person who does this kind of thing is extremely stupid. Those big powers are platinum level ones. Every one of them has a powerful warrior in, which is not a joke. For Outlands, this is already the strongest. In my opinion, he can fully accept the solicitation of other domains, otherwise, depending on his strength at the moment, he will surely be killed by various forces. Haha, who knows what a fool like him would do? Maybe others think that it can be solved with their own strength, and they don't need to join other forces at all. It's the same, he can't do well in his style. At this moment, people in the whole southern region are extremely looking forward to seeing how Gao Peng will end. Of course, more importantly, Gao Peng's move will cause him to die. This is a very clear thing. No one can face up to so many big forces unless they come from the central region. Otherwise, it would be impossible. But they don't really want to see Gao Peng. Many people still want to see the moves of the powerful. Maybe they can understand some of them. Chapters 211. Just when the people in the Broken Star City were uneasy, the sound of rumbling came again and again, only to see a lot of aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of these is a magic weapon, and even the level is not low. There are not many magic weapon aircrafts, which are owned by some sects. However, there are many magic weapon aircrafts in the sky of Broken Star City. And all stay in the sky. Every moment I see a lot of figures, floating out of it, one by one overlooking the city of broken stars. Is this where the arrogant are? Oh, I didn't expect it to be such a remote place. It's hard to have such a genius, but it's a pity that it's a guy who doesn't know the height of the earth. Haha, maybe I think my talent is too evil, and I'm arrogant, right? What about talent? It's still easy for a genius to die without growing up. Ha 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 ha, I'm more and more looking forward to his expression now. When he sees the strong sent by the major forces, what will be his reaction? These figures floating out of the magic weapon aircraft, one by one, look high, just like the city people look at the country people, the kind of innate arrogance. Especially at this moment, When they looked down and saw the people in the Broken Star City looking up at them one by one, the shock on his face made them feel vanity. They just looked down on the Broken Star City. Relatively speaking, otherwise, there are so many magic weapons and aircrafts, which immediately attract the attention of people in the city of Broken Star. They have never seen a magic weapon aircraft. At most, they just heard about it. But at this time, they not only saw a magic weapon aircraft, but also saw so many at once. Let them only feel incomparably spectacular. My God, what do I see? I have seen so many magic weapon aircrafts, each of which has a high grade. If I can get a magic weapon aircrafts, I can travel all over the continent. What a spectacle! I didn't expect that so many people would come, and their strength is not weak. Everyone's strength can kill us in a second. At the end of this time, there are so many people coming here, and every one of them is so powerful. Don't we live? Although they were still amazed before, their faces became extremely blue after they came back to their senses. After all, they may have come for trouble. What they are looking for is Gao Peng. But don't forget that they can't escape at this moment. If there is a real fight, they will certainly become cannon fodder first. If Gao Pengjun is killed, they may also be buried with others. They can't escape anyway, unless Gao Peng can kill these criminals. But is this really possible? There is no doubt that all the people present are negative. They don't believe that Gao Peng can cope with so many people, even if his strength is strong. Can we still be stronger than the strong of the major forces? This is clearly impossible, so I only saw that all the people began to look desperate. These people have already appeared, so it is not far for the powerful who also represent the major forces to appear, perhaps at any time. Chapters 212. The people in the Broken Star City marveled at the appearance of so many magic weapons and aircrafts, but they didn't know that they had been slowly watched. In the eyes of these outsiders, all the people in the Star City are ants. Since they are going to be destroyed anyway, it's better for them to search for them. There are many people with such thoughts in mind, and they have implemented them directly. They have not considered whether Gao Peng is here at all. Boom! For the first time, the sound of the explosion came to mind in Broken Star City. At the same time, when the people of Broken Star City still didn't react, they only saw the figures passing by them one by one. In a short time, the space ring in their hands had been robbed by others, but it did not cause much casualties, although they did so with some blandness. However, as long as we don't do it out of line, it won't cause much damage, and it won't cause the arrogant guy to appear at the same time, right? After all, he should not want to cause trouble at the moment, because the strong of all forces are coming, and he dare not conflict with others at this time, or he will get trouble himself. Ha 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 ha, since you are doomed to be killed, then give me your space ring. Maybe I can avenge you when my strength becomes stronger. My space ring, asshole. As more and more people join in the looting, Broken Star City has become more and more chaotic, and the number of people in history has become more and more. But no matter how angry they are, they still can't deal with these looters, because the strength of each other is just too strong, anyone can easily kill them. How does this make them resist? Maybe now they just lost the ring of space. If they dare to resist, the real destruction is the possibility to meet them. At this moment, the people of the Broken Star City don't hate those who dared to rob so much, but they hate Gao Peng. If it were not for him, would it have provoked so many strong men? And he forced the people to stay here, so that they could not escape from this dangerous place, so that they would suffer such losses, and may lose their lives at any time. Damn it, it's all caused by that guy. If he didn't provoke so many strong enemies, how could we be treated like this? Beast. The panic is still going on. Even after many people come out of the magic weapon aircraft, they are directly involved in the robbery. The city of Broken Stars is in complete confusion. However, there is a place that seems very peaceful all the time, that is Gaofu. In fact, they know all about what happened in the Broken Star City. It's just that they didn't want to show up all the time, which is exactly what Gao Peng meant. Because in his opinion, since these guys are immature white-eyed wolves, they really suffer. Peng or look here. Gao Jingming felt the confusion outside, and said hesitantly. Gao Peng did wave his hand. Don't worry, let these guys try first. What is real despair? It's too good for them, but it's useless. As before, we are good enough for them. When I finally face danger, I don't hesitate to push us out. For this kind of guy, we can only use extraordinary means. Chapters 213. Gao Jingming wants to persuade again, but looking at Gao Peng's resolute expression, he can only sigh at last, and can't bear to see what happened outside again. Gao Peng doesn't care about what happens outside, even if there are many people. It has nothing to do with him. Anyway, these guys don't do him any good. Instead, they are a group of immature white-eyed wolves. In this case, let them live and die. Of course, he will not let go of those guys who dare to fight in his territory. He has to say that these guys are very brave. After a while, Gao Peng felt that it was almost over, so he stepped out step by step, and the whole person appeared in the sky of the broken star city. At the same time, the people of the whole star city were fixed at the same time. Not only their movements, but also their expressions were suddenly frozen, and their bodies were no longer under their control. What's the matter? Why can't I move? Number impossible. How can someone fix all of us? My God, my body can't move, as if it's not my own body. What's the matter? Are there strong people going out? At the same time, all the people's bodies were fixed, but although their bodies were fixed, their brains were still running, just after they found that the whole city was fixed. They were shocked beyond measure. It's too scary. Who can do this? Let the people in the whole city be settled directly. How terrible is the strength? At the moment, they dare not think about it anymore. With the strength that can fix all people, they can know that it must be a super strong person. At least we can kill everyone in minutes. And the guys in the sky found something wrong. One by one, they all stare at the scene. The people in the broken star city all keep a posture. The scene that was still chaotic suddenly becomes extremely quiet. Hear what happened. Why don't you move one by one? No way, who can do this? Has there been a great power? They looked around in succession, but did not find what they thought was the most powerful person. Finally, they put their eyes on Gao Peng. Because Gao Peng is alone in the air at the moment, which seems to be a little different, and a little different from them. You said, would it be that guy over there? Said one, speculating cautiously. Then, I saw all the people cast their eyes at Gao Peng one after another, and looked up and down one by one, then shook their heads slightly. Gao Peng is so young that he is totally different from the super strong in their mind, so they don't believe that Gao Peng did it at all. Then when they deny in their hearts what Gao Peng did, Gao Peng spoke at this moment. Scum, you are noisy. Do you know it's noisy with me? Don't you know whose territory this is? Who gave you the courage to behave here? I'm afraid you don't know how to write dead words. Chapters 214. Gao Peng's voice is not loud, but it can be heard by all people. At the moment, all the people present cast shocked eyes, one by one, to Gao Peng, and their faces were full of incredible colors. Even those who are held back are shocked at the moment. Is this guy the one who holds them? My God, I'm afraid I'm not dazzled, am I? Why does he look so young? Is he rejuvenated? How else could he be so strong? It must be an illusion. It's just a teenager. Why do you have such a powerful power? It's crazy. All the people present were unbelievable. Some of them couldn't believe what they saw in front of them, although they also had some doubts. But dare to stand up and speak at this time, it can explain a lot of information. If someone dares to pretend at this time, it's just an act of looking for death, so they have no too much doubt, and they have believed what Gao Peng said. What's more, they were shocked to know that Gao Peng was the one who just made the move. Gao Peng's face is just too young and looks like a junior. Why is it so powerful? Is this really the return of the peerless? Before all the people on the scene reacted, Gao Peng waved his hand gently, and countless space rings floated up from below. After a while, he was surrounded by a lot of space rings. Then he took out the tripod without hesitation and installed all the space construction. When he did this, he did not hesitate at all. The people here can only stare at him doing these things. No one dare to talk. At the moment, they still don't know who Gao Peng is. This also makes them dare not speak easily. Who knows if they will annoy this strong one? Once they are really annoyed, then they can be met with destruction. Don't you see those guys down there? So many people are not all settled, and they are all unaware of the gods and ghosts, and they have no resistance. It can be seen how powerful this elder is. You dare to come here in my territory. I don't know where you dare to come from. Since you don't know how to live or die, I will send you to hell. Gao Peng, if nobody's murmuring, but his words directly shocked all the people present. Although they knew that Gao Peng was a powerful man, they really killed all these people here. That should cause trouble, right? But don't he think about it? If you really kill these guys, it won't have a huge impact, but there will always be troubles. They are still in shock. Gao Peng goes out with one hand and gently shakes his fist in the air. At the same time, the bodies of those who are not Broken Star City burst, and the blood splashed all around. The sound of explosion again and again sounded, as if they were fireworks again and again, emitting red light. Those who were also settled in the Broken Star City suddenly showed fear on their faces. It makes them more scared to see that these people who are much stronger than them are killed every minute. Will they be killed? Chapters 215 As the group of plunderers were killed, the scene fell into silence, and all the people were staring at it. Then I saw only those people floating in the sky looking at Gao Peng. Their eyes showed the color of panic, and each of them could not help but step back a few steps. He killed everyone. How dare he do that? Isn't he afraid of getting angry? Even if his strength is really strong, he can kill so many people at once attacked by all the people. Even if it's him, it will cause countless troubles. Is he not afraid, or is this to be feared? All the people present didn't know why Gao Peng was, but after they had a thorough reaction, they couldn't calm down anymore. My God, he killed all the people. Those guys are from all forces, including some elders. He killed them directly. Isn't that terrible? How long has this passed? He waved and killed all the people, not to say why he had such courage, just his strong strength was frightening. It's too powerful. I've never seen such a powerful person, and I don't know who is stronger or weaker than those powerful ones. Who is this guy? Why do you always say it's his place? Gao Peng's action has shocked these guys, which makes them dare not act rashly anymore, and they are all honestly floating in the sky. Even there is a long way to go from Gao Peng, because they are really afraid that Gao Peng will suddenly kill them. Who knows what kind of eccentricity such a strong man has? Gao Peng naturally doesn't care about it. It's nothing more than rubbish. For him, it's a guy who can solve it with a wave of his hand. He doesn't need too much attention at all. Holding the tripod in his hand, he said with a slight indifference, "It's just a group of rubbish. He even dared to act wildly on my territory. I don't know who gave you the courage." Hearing this, all the people there were speechless for a while. Knowing that you are strong, you don't need to belittle others again and again, do you? At least that's the elder of all forces. Although it's not powerful for you, it's enough for us to attach importance to it. But in your mouth is a group of garbage, good ma. You are really strong, but have you ever considered our feelings when you talk like this? What's more, those who died would like to get up from the coffin. A man can be killed, not humiliated. Not to mention these guys floating in the sky, that is, those people in the Broken Star City feel extremely depressed now, although the fear in their hearts still hasn't dissipated. But they had recognized the owner of the voice, the one who made them tremble. He won't kill us all, will he? Before we said something bad to Gao's family, would he take this opportunity to kill us? After thinking so, these people feel more scared, as if their lives are out of their hands. Even some people have left a strong smell of liquid in their crotch and bottom. Tick by tick, chapters 216 mixed with all kinds of smells, it gives people a very pungent feeling. Many people's tears flow directly, but at the moment they don't pay attention to it, and they are fully aware of the changes in the sky. They are afraid. Fear is like those who plunder. Bang! With one sound, the whole body exploded directly. As long as the brain can recall the previous scenes, their bodies will be shaking uncontrollably. If they were not fixed, they would have been paralyzed. At the same time, Gao Peng, suspended in the sky, suddenly turned around and looked at those who had never done anything from the beginning to the end, with irresistible majesty in his eyes. Do you want to be fertilizer here? Who gave you the courage to fly here? Without my permission, all people give me 2 legs to walk on, or they will become fertilizer here like them. Gao Peng's voice is clear, which gives people a feeling of being in the cold winter. What he did before, moreover, makes him put on a mysterious aura. All the people in the room trembled and froze. However, they did not have much hesitation. They quickly controlled the magic weapon aircraft to fall down. In a short time, most of them had already fallen down. There are only those uncontrollable magic craft in the sky. As soon as Gao Peng waved, all those magic weapon aircrafts entered his space ring. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth twitched one after another. Although Gao Peng's actions seem reasonable, are you in his actions so skillful? I always feel a little disobedient. Is it because Gao Peng is so powerful as soon as he enters the stage, which makes them have some illusions? Regardless of the garbage, Gao Peng waves his hand gently, and the people in the Broken Star City gain control of their bodies, but at the moment, all of them are paralyzed. Sweating all over and gasping violently in the mouth. It's horrible. When did his strength become so strong? How powerful it is to kill so many people with a wave of your hand, and let us all be settled without our knowing it. What is his strength? So far, I haven't seen him go all out. At the moment, all the people in the Broken Star City just think about it. All the people are completely indecisive. Gao Peng's strength can only be described as unfathomable. But it's not like the guy they remember. Although Gao Peng's strength is indeed very strong, and even has inexplicably obtained the talent of the incomparable monster, it will not be promoted so quickly. Let them have doubts all the time, but no one dare to ask, because there is always a barrier in their hearts, that is, fear of Gao Peng. In their eyes, Gao Peng is like a demon king. Whatever they want to overcome, it is futile. Especially when they think of the people who died in Gao Pengji's hand, they are even more scared. Everyone who died in Gao Pengji's hand is not only powerful, identity background is not comparable to them, which also makes them feel deep despair. Maybe they can only live in this despair. At this moment, even if they were paralyzed on the floor full of urine smell, no one stood up and even took a deep breath. Feel the world, it's so beautiful. Chapters 217 inches. You know the crime. Gao Peng looks down at the people in the Broken Star City. These guys are just immature white-eyed wolves. Not only is there no use, there is no loyalty at all. If he didn't want to turn the city into a dead city, Gao Peng would have killed them all in minutes. Hi Gao, young master. No, senior. Villain knows the crime. Villain shouldn't make trouble in the city. Villain should die for his crime. Yes, Sin must die. Please forgive me and let me wait. At the moment, all the people in the Broken Star City can't even speak quickly. They all kneel down in fear. Maybe after some inner struggle, they have accepted the treatment at the moment. If there is a new generation of dissent in their hearts, they may also be greeted by death. This makes them not hesitate to put down their dignity, only to live. One by one, they began to pray that Gao Peng could forgive them, but as Gao Peng did not say a word, they slowly calmed down. The scene fell into a strange silence. No, your sin is not to make trouble, but to dare to urinate in the city. Who gave you the courage? Unexpectedly, the occasion that originally seemed extremely serious was extremely weird when Gao Peng made a quick turn. Poop. Everyone in the room spouted out their saliva, which almost choked them to death. Is that what people say? Hello, you're a man of great power. Is that what you should say? Shouldn't you say that a capital crime is exempt from a living crime? What prestige should you have? Majesty. All the people in the Broken Star City didn't react with time. They all looked at Gao Peng, and even some people were thinking about the meaning of Gao Peng's words. Is there a hidden mystery? If someone really knows what he thinks in his mind, he must be shot dead by a saliva. Do you have a hole in your mind? Don't you understand such an obvious sentence? There is also a hidden mystery. It means that you may eat too much excrement, even your brain is full of excrement. Gao Peng skinned a little, and then saw that he had a quick face on the floor, glanced around, and looked at himself. I don't know why, everyone on the scene saw him like this, and they all took a sigh of relief. This is the normal peerless strong. This is my place. You are here. Stay there. If you dare to make trouble here, don't blame me for being rude. My words will not be repeated twice. The guy who dares me to repeat the second time has gone to hell. No matter how strong they are, they have never doubted what Gao Peng said. Every strong man is a man who does what he says. What's more, he is such an unpredictable strong man as Gao Peng. It's honest to see you waiting. I'll get back 10 miles away from there. If you really wait until the time of battle, it will definitely spread far and wide. For your safety, you'd better get back as soon as possible, otherwise it will hurt the fish in the pool. Gao Peng waved away those guys. In fact, he was not so kind-hearted. He just thought these guys were out of the way. If these guys know what he thinks, there must be countless pieces of grass, mud and horses running by. Chapters 218. As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, those guys retreated 10 miles away. The speed was deceitful. They were meant to witness the battle of the strong. Naturally, they didn't want to put themselves in danger. At this moment, they didn't even hesitate. Of course, when all the people are retreating rapidly, only one person hesitates to stay in place. Guan Livjun is very hesitant now. Although he came here with the same goal as many people, he still has a little expectation in his heart. I hope I can find a strong person to take him as an apprentice. It's impossible for the strong person to take him as an apprentice, but he can take the initiative to learn. His talent is pretty good. Wang's 6th level strength is now in a bottleneck, especially when he is the leader of Xianxia Stronghold, a gold level power. The stronghold leader has been severely damaged because of conflicts with other forces. So far, he has not recovered. No one is the emperor's except the stronghold leader. This made him feel great pressure. With his speed of cultivation, when he reached the territory of Emperor Wu, Xianxia Fort might have been destroyed by others. This will make him rise to the idea of worshipping the strong as a teacher. If there is really a strong man who accepts him as an apprentice, then he doesn't need to be afraid of Xianxia Castle anymore. I didn't see any strong person here, but I saw an unfathomable person, which made him have a little hesitation in his heart, especially looking at the incomparable young face of each other. This made him more unable to make up his mind. Guan Green's abnormal behavior has attracted Gao Peng's attention for a long time. Even those who are backward are also concerned about his changes. Is this guy dying? That elder has told us to back 10 miles away, but he hasn't started yet, just want to annoy that elder. He's afraid that he doesn't have a bad idea, does he? Ridiculous. You see, the elder has already looked at him. This time, he must be finished. He dared not listen to the elder. Isn't that what it is to seek death? All the people present just thought about Gao Peng's actions before, and they could not help shaking for a moment. They didn't want to remember the bloody scene. Gao Pengman was wondering what this guy like a tomboy was doing. Didn't he hear him clearly? At the same time, Guan Livjun seems to have made up his mind. He looks up at Gao Peng and says, I wonder if you can know the name of the elder generation. I admire you very much. I want to put you as a teacher. Can you agree? After hearing Guan Livjun's words, Gao Peng was stunned. There was a blank second in his mind. He never thought that someone would want to be his teacher. Isn't that bullshit? He doesn't need to practice at all. He has an egg to use as a teacher. He can't not only practice any skills, but also teach them. Not to mention Gao Peng's reaction at the moment, the reaction of all the people on the scene was also extremely intense. First, there was a quiet moment, followed by a very warm noise. One by one, they all pointed at Guan Livjun. They never thought that someone was so bold that they dared to ask for such a request. I don't want to see how brave he is to make such unreasonable demands. How dare he really be? What's more, Gao Peng, a murderer, dares to become a teacher. How insane he is. Chapters 219 inches. I'm afraid I'm not hallucinating, am I? That guy wants to be a teacher. If you don't see what you are like, Toad wants to eat swan meat. It's just a waste of Wang's 6th level. I dare to pretend to teach the elder. I don't know what his brain thinks. Ha ha, even if he wants to teach his predecessors, they don't have to accept him. How can he be qualified to be their apprentice? One of us is much better than him, I would say. After seeing the action of Guan Livjun at the moment, the people present have been completely restless, and the air is slowly filled with a trace of acid. Even some people's faces slowly show remorse. Why didn't they learn from their predecessors before hating themselves? What a chance it is. It's better than watching the strong fight. After all, it's only a little understanding. But it's to learn a lot of martial arts from a strong man. It can be said that there is such a strong backer, which can also make them walk horizontally here. Therefore, it only depends on the color of regret in their hearts. Why didn't I learn from my predecessors before? Why didn't I think of this? No matter how much regret they have in their hearts, there are already some people ahead at the moment. Even if they want to learn from Gao Peng again, it's too late. But these guys don't know that the person they want to worship as their teacher is Gao Peng, who they looked down upon very much before. If they really know Gao Peng's identity, the picture is just too beautiful to imagine. But just because these people don't know doesn't mean that all people don't know. Although the people of the Broken Star City haven't slowed down at this time, they always pay attention to what happens outside the city. When they hear that someone worships Gao Heng as their teacher, the eyes almost didn't fall down because of this. They looked at each other one by one. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. I'm afraid it's not a real hallucination. Who would you like to put as a teacher? What's more, how big the devil is. 20 years later, it can show that Gao Peng is young, but that's it. There are still people who worship Gao Peng as their teacher. What a crazy thing it is. I may have a hallucination. I actually heard someone worship that guy as a teacher. God, it must have been my previous experience that made me too nervous. Now I have hallucinations, why I'm hallucinating too. As one person after another said it, at this moment they also fully knew that it was not an illusion, but a real thing. But that is at this time, they really cannot describe their inner feelings at this moment. Even someone wants to worship Gao Peng as a teacher. How crazy the world is. After the previous one Leng, Gao Peng also slowly came back to his mind. A little surprise flashed in his eyes, which was a scene he never thought about. However, he didn't have the idea of accepting disciples, because he didn't need to cultivate at all, and naturally he couldn't teach his disciples. I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of accepting apprentices for the moment, let alone if you know my identity, you don't want to worship me as a teacher. Rejected by Gao Peng, Guan Livjun bit his lips slightly, and his eyes appeared a trace of reddish color. He said stubbornly, is it because of my talent? Can you let me know your name, elder? Gao Peng sighed, my name is Gao Peng. Chapters 220 inches. My name is Gao Peng. The voice was not restrained, so it went straight around. All the people heard what Gao Peng said. Guan Livjun's face suddenly showed a look of amazement. He looked at Gao Peng in disbelief. The expression on his face was just wonderful. Then his whole face turned very red. My God, why is that? I even want to worship a peer as a teacher. This, at the moment, Guan Livjun not only feels extremely complicated in his heart, but also has a sense of shame. After all, when he said that he wanted to learn from a teacher, so many people watched. If there is a seam on the ground at the moment, he would like to get in. It's disgraceful. With Gao Peng saying his name, all the people on the scene were quiet and the expressions on their faces became extremely wonderful. Of course, the most shocked, one by one, are incredible looking at Gao Peng. All the people who were present thought that Gao Peng was a strong man who returned to his old age, but now that they know his identity, they are still a bit unbelievable. It's too much. A peer should have such a strong strength, not such a strong strength, not to let them think of it as a peerless power to return to old age. This the most immortal monster? This gap is too big. How on earth did he practice? Why the strength is so strong, even we can't see what his cultivation is. Is this the gap between the monsters and ordinary people? At this moment, no one dares to look down on Gao Peng. With the skill that Gao Peng showed before, they already know how deep Gao Peng is. With them, they are not Gao Peng's rivals at all, especially when they are slightly compared with the leader of their forces. The gap is still obvious, that is, Gao Peng's strength can still be crushed. After such a thought, the heart is simply turned over the waves. How terrible is the strength of this in the end? What's more terrifying is his talent. Such a talent, the genius of the middle field is not equal to him, is it? Although they have never met before, they don't think that the talents in midfield can really reach the level of Gao Peng. After all, Gao Peng is just too horrible. Originally, I just thought that it was a little stronger than Fang Jianwei. At most, it was at the same level with the elders of all major forces, but now they find themselves wrong. With the skill that Gao Peng showed before, the elders of various forces can't make a comparison at all, because they are rubbish compared with Gao Peng. This talent is too horrible. I've never seen anyone who has such a genius of evil. He is the same generation as S, but why is his strength so powerful? This is clearly a non-human, and I don't know what kind of monster he is. Can normal people really reach this level? How many years has he only cultivated? Not more than 100 years at most, but the strength has surpassed several generations of people. How could such a peerless monster be a normal person? Even if we take drugs anymore, we may not be able to reach his level. I don't know why, the more people say it, the more they feel envious. Of course, there is no way to talk about jealousy. When a person is just a little stronger than you may feel envious. But when that person's strength is much stronger than you can't raise a trace of jealousy at all. Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobook, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request.